Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unit text on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter's peaceful summer awakened his hidden power. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After finally finding peace with Sirius, Harry's quiet summer unravels a power buried deep within, one that could change the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was after midnight and the burrow was dark and silent. The usual clutter littered the house. Yet, the pranks, coats, and shoes that lay around were like a frozen snapshot of the warm chaos the burrow held during the day. For now, the only movement in the house was the rising and falling of chests of the sleeping family members. Ron's room, however, did not rest in the same peace the rest of the house did. The redhead's face was covered in beads of cold sweat and his eyebrows were knitted as he tossed and turned in his sleep. No, he murmured as a nightmare pulled him into its depths. No, Harry, run. Leave. I am alone. No, no, stop. His mutters grew louder, waking up Pigwidgeon, who eyed the boy curiously from his perch. No. Ron began screaming in his sleep. Tears dripped out from the corners of his eyes and streamed down his temples. No. Harry, wake up. Don't be dead. No. One by one, the other members of the Weasley household shot up in bed. They all raced to Ron's room, the twins arriving first. Ron, Ron, Fred called, shaking his younger brother's shoulders. Wake up. It's just a dream. No. Ron yelled, thrashing around wildly. Ginny rushed off and returned with a cup of water from the bathroom. She raced over and splashed it on Ron's face. Ron's eyes shot open as he abruptly sat up in bed, nearly knocking heads with Fred, who was looming over him worriedly. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley finally arrived, slightly out of breath from running up 4 flights of stairs. He's dead. You know who killed him. Their youngest son sobbed. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shot each other a look. Ron, it was a dream, just a dream, Fred said, firmly grasping Ron's shoulders to steady the younger boy. Ron shook his head frantically. Harry's dead. He wouldn't wake up and he was cold and he wasn't breathing. He insisted through hiccuping sobs. Fred pulled his little brother into a hug. Harry's alive again, remember. He came back. You talked to him. You rode the train home with him, George gently reminded him, but Ron simply shook his head as he wept into Fred's shoulder. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley nodded at each other and Mrs. Weasley hurried back down the stairs. She ran to the fireplace and lit a fire with her wand. After quickly digging her hand into the flower pot on the mantel, she threw a pinch of flow powder into the flames. As soon as the fire turned green, she jumped in and shouted, "The lighthouse!" She stepped out into the dark living room of Sirius Black's country home and called through the house. Sirius. Harry. Moments later, Sirius appeared from a door down the hall. He was still in his nightclothes and seemed worried. Molly. What's wrong? He asked in a concerned tone. Mrs. Weasley. Came a tired voice from the top of the stairs. Harry rubbed his tired eyes and slipped on his glasses. Whatsamatter? He mumbled sleepily. Hello, dear. Ron's had a bit of a nightmare and he's really shaken up. It was about that day, so would you mind spending the night? I think you might be the only one who can calm him down, she quickly explained. Harry nodded, slightly more awake, and started down the stairs. Of course, if that's okay with you, Padfoot. Of course. Go on. I hope Ron feels better, Molly. Flow powders on the mantel. Mrs. Weasley thanked him and went back through the fire, Harry following close behind after saying goodbye to his godfather. As soon as he was through, Mrs. Weasley grabbed his hand and hurried to the stairs, Harry trailing close behind. As they neared the top, Harry could hear loud sobbing coming from above. He became increasingly worried, having never heard his best friend cry so hard. Mrs. Weasley pulled him into Ron's room where Ron was still crying into Fred's shoulder as Ginny rubbed his back comfortingly. See, look Ron, Harry's here, George gently informed him. Ron sniffed and looked up. His siblings cleared away as Harry walked up. Harry. Ron hiccuped. Yeah, Ron. It's me, he said reassuringly, taking Fred's place on Ron's bed. Ron sobbed and wrapped his arms around his friend, now crying into Harry's shoulder. Harry hugged his friend back, trying to calm him. You died. I saw it all over again. You were dead. I had to watch him kill you, Ron tearfully explained, shaking uncontrollably. It's okay. I'm alive now. Harry heard the rest of the Weasleys quietly leave to try to get back to sleep, knowing there was nothing else for them to do here. But the cancer. Oh gods, when you collapsed in the hall, he started, voice quivering with fright and grief. The cancer's gone too, remember. It's not coming back. Ron paused and then nodded into Harry's neck. He squeezed his eyes shut, letting a few more tears fall as he began to calm down. He eventually pulled back, looking down as he wiped his tears away on the back of his pajama sleeve. Do you want to go make some tea? Harry asked gently. Ron sniffed and nodded, his gaze still focused on his lap. The two quietly made their way down to the kitchen. Harry led a still dazed Ron to the table and made him sit down as Harry began bustling around making tea, something he had done often at the Dursleys. He soon brought over the two steaming cups. Setting one down in front of Ron, he then slid into the chair next to him. You must think I'm a total idiot, Ron muttered, embarrassed, as he stared at his cup. Of course not. Don't be stupid. If anyone can understand about nightmares, it's me, he said with a sympathetic smile. Ron rolled his teary eyes. There's a difference between visions and just stupid bad dreams. Yeah, but I have nightmares too. Bad memories, worries. Seeing that Ron still looked upset, Harry continued in a lighter tone. Of course, then there's the other kind of dream, like when I dreamt I was in a Quidditch match against a sheep. This got a small chuckle from Ron, who finally looked up and met Harry's eyes. Really? He asked quietly. Yup. There was a farmer on the ground running around shouting tips at the sheep, and I thought that was really unfair, Harry said with a grin. Wouldn't it be slightly difficult for it to catch a snitch without hands? Ron asked skeptically. Well, logic didn't exactly play a great factor in that dream, Harry pointed out. The two sipped their tea. Harry looked up at the Weasleys' family clock and smiled. They had added a hand for him once they had found out he was alive. Thanks for coming and everything, Ron said quietly. No problem. The two finally began to feel the late hour and wearily climbed back up to the highest room. The two practically collapsed onto their respective beds. Ron's small room now had two beds permanently squeezed into it since the Weasleys had declared that they were expecting Harry to come around a lot. Night, Ron murmured. Goodnight, Ron, Harry mumbled. Minutes later, the burrow was back to its silent state. Aye. The next morning, after having breakfast at the burrow upon Mrs. Weasley's insistence, Harry, still clad in his pajamas from the night before, stumbled into the cozy living room of Sirius's house. The cottage sat in the middle of a large field, which had grassy hills on one side, some woods on the other. Sirius had built a large pen for Buckbeak, who seemed to enjoy it very much. The hippogriff often flew around, but never out of sight of the cottage, and always returned to his pen when he was done. It was far away from any other house, and the dirt road that led to it connected to a main road miles and miles away, with many other forks in the path to confuse anyone that ventured onto it. It was surrounded by Muggle repellent charms, and now with many more protective spells and wards surrounding it to keep them safe. From what the ex-convict told Harry, the cottage named the Lighthouse was much smaller than the Black House, the mansion his family had owned for generations. Harry didn't know the whole story, but apparently, Sirius had never gotten along with his family. The young Gryffindor had been shocked to find out that his godfather's family had supported the dark arts. Sirius had told him that he had run away when he was young and had stayed with James Potter until he was able to buy his own place, this very cottage. He had named it the Lighthouse in rebellion against his family as a statement of his dedication to the light side and his disassociation with the Black family. At first, Sirius told him, the cottage had seemed far too small for the man's liking, as he had spent his whole life living in a huge manor. But he had quickly gotten used to the cozy place and now felt more at home here than he ever could have back at the cold, intimidating Black House. When his parents had died, The manor had gone to Sirius, merely because he was the only one to give it to, but Sirius had never wanted to move back into it. He had given Harry the choice of living in either place, but Harry had fallen in love with the cottage as soon as he had walked through the door and wasn't even interested in seeing the huge manor that Sirius didn't like. When he had announced this, Sirius had grinned broadly and showed Harry the room he had been working on for so long. Harry had opened the door and his eyes had grown wide at the sight. He was now walking up to that same room after giving a quick hello to Sirius and Remus, who were talking in the kitchen. He flung open the door and smiled at the sight of his room. His room. Not the cupboard under the stairs, not Dudley's second bedroom, not Ron's bedroom, not the Gryffindor boys' dorm. He took a quick look back at the plaque on the door. Harry's room. He grinned happily, as he had been doing every time he'd seen it since he had arrived a week ago. He was so proud of that plaque and his room in general because it was his and because Sirius had spent so much time and effort into making it special for him. Harry closed the door behind him and looked around his room appreciatively as he did each time he entered it. Sirius and Remus had been teasing him about it, constantly informing him that nothing new had popped up while he had been out of it. Of course, no matter how much Sirius joked about it, Harry's constant amazement with the simple room delighted Sirius to no end. The walls were an off-white color. A small desk sat under the large window, which had maroon curtains tied back with thin gold rope. There was a bed resting in the corner under a second window with a maroon quilt scrunched up on top of the white sheets. When he had first walked into the room, the walls had been bare and boxes full of posters and pictures littered the floor. Sirius simply explained that he didn't know what Harry wanted, so he got a bunch of options. Now, the Gryffindor flag that was given out for Quidditch games had been enlarged and was hanging above his bed. There was a poster of the Wicked Witches of the West on one of the walls, since they were really the only wizard band Harry knew, and it reminded him of the ball from the previous year. A large poster of the Irish national Quidditch team was surrounded by several smaller ones of Quidditch in general, in memory of the Quidditch World Cup he had attended with the Weasleys. Ron had given him an extra Chudley Cannons poster and had insisted it be hung up in Harry's room. Harry had done so, but had hung a picture of the Tornadoes, the rivals of Ron's favorite Quidditch team, right next to it. Now the two teams constantly competed for the attention of whoever was in the room and fought with each other, crowding at the edges of the posters to shout silent profanities at the other team, occasionally making rude gestures with their broomsticks. Ron had responded quite indignantly to the enemy poster at first, but after a few minutes of watching the two teams go at it, he had to admit it was quite entertaining. One wall contained a large bulletin board on which hung pictures of his friends, his prefect badge, entertaining notes that he and Ron had passed to each other during boring lessons, articles from Quidditch magazines, and other things that made the room his. Though he kept the room fairly neat, he had made a special point of putting out all his school supplies in plain view, as he had never been able to do at the Dursleys. His cauldron sat the top of his dresser, neatly surrounded by bottles of potions ingredients. His schoolbooks were all stacked right beside it. And Harry wasn't the only one to enjoy the new living quarters. Hedwig's cage was now always left open, allowing her to come and go as she pleased, or simply fly happily around the house. Harry greeted Hedwig cheerfully as he opened a drawer and pulled out a new shirt, as Sirius had seen it fit to buy him some clothes of his own and throw away the rags that the Dursleys had given him to wear. He quickly showered, dressed, and went downstairs to the kitchen. As he entered, Remus and Sirius looked up from their cups of tea with fond smiles. "Hey Padfoot, hey Moony," he greeted the two as he poured himself some tea. "Hey Harry, make yourself a piece of toast while you're up," Sirius ordered. Since Harry had woken up, Sirius had been trying to make him regain the weight he had lost while he was sick. It seemed that every time Harry stood still for a minute, Sirius was there trying to force him to eat. "I ate at the Weasleys," he said, sitting down next to Remus. "And you know that Mrs. Weasley's even worse than you at trying to force feed me." Remus chuckled. "Well, I've got to defend my title then," Sirius said with a grin and tossed Harry a piece of a bagel. "Sirius, I'm going to explode if I eat another bite," he said, tossing it back. "Well, that would be an interesting show, wouldn't you say, Moony?" Sirius asked. "Yes, bloods and guts everywhere. How charming, Remus joked. I'd much like to see it, Sirius said, tossing the bagel back to Harry, who simply caught it and then set it down next to his cup with no intention of eating it, sticking out his tongue at Sirius in a childish declaration of triumph. Come on, Harry, Snape said to keep you well fed to make sure you stay healthy. Sirius insisted. Yes, but I don't think he wanted you to kill me, Harry said, taking a small sip of his tea. He noticed Sirius's face pale and immediately felt guilty for his words. Everyone seemed awfully touchy about any jokes that mentioned death or illness. A few days after he had woken, he had cracked a joke about feeling as if he hadn't eaten in a week, but instead of even the faintest smile, he had received a half-hour lecture from Sirius about how his joke was indeed not funny. He knew he'd soon have to start insisting that everyone lighten up around him and stop treating him as if he was going to drop dead at any second, but figured he would let them have time to get over the scare he had put them all through. As was obvious by Ron's nightmare last night, some people still needed time. So what are you going to do today, Harry? Remus asked, trying to snap Sirius out of his little mournful daze. Well, avoiding Hermione at all costs for sure. She's trying to get me and Ron to start our summer homework. It's the second week of the holidays. But she keeps saying that we should get a head start, like it's a race or something. Harry said exasperatedly. The two adults chuckled. I think it's great that Hermione's so ambitious. You can tell her that if she has any questions she can come and ask me, Remus said pleasantly. Sirius looked at him in disgust, horrified at the mere thought of being ambitious in school. Fine, but don't you dare give her any extra credit assignments or extra practice things, or she'll drag Ron and me into doing it too. I don't need any extra summer work, Harry said with a slight shudder at the thought. Sirius and Remus exchanged a look that Harry immediately knew he didn't like. Actually, Harry, Remus said cautiously, I talked with Professor Dumbledore and we thought it would be a good idea to test your magic a bit. He said we can bring you back to Hogwarts at any time and we can retest your dueling abilities and your spell casting. We haven't had a chance to really check your magic since you were cured, so we don't know what the lasting effects on your magic might be. Harry grew slightly worried. Sure, but why? I mean, do you think something's wrong with me? I'll still be able to do magic, won't I? Harry asked in a slight panic. We believe your magic has simply gone back to its original state, but we're just checking as a double precaution. Nobody's ever been through precisely what you went through, and your body, your life energy, and your magical energy all went through a great ordeal, so we want to check them all to make sure you remain healthy. Also, you've spent about half a year using very powerful magic, so we want to get you used to using normal magic again. Harry nodded and felt a little more relieved. The thought of not being able to do magic anymore was horrifying. It brought back memories of the Dursleys for some reason, and Harry had to quickly chase them from his mind. So, does this mean I won't pick up on lessons as quickly either? He asked, disappointed. I'm afraid so. But that won't be so bad, will it? You'll just have to work harder and I'm sure Hermione will help you do that. Plus, you've got me to help you with anything I can, though you've always been a brilliant student in defense, so you probably won't need any extra lessons there. Harry blushed and sipped his tea. Thanks Moony, but don't say that, 'cause then when I need help I'm not going to want to go to you for it, he said truthfully. Why's that? Remus asked. Harry cocked his head to the side. Because I'd know you thought I could do better, he said with a shrug. Harry, I'd never be disappointed in you, Remus said seriously. Harry looked at him momentarily before nodding, knowing that Moony's words could easily be proven false, but decided to go along with it anyway to avoid a talk. Harry was a bit relieved at the absence of talks so far. When he had come back at the end of the school year, everyone had told him to prepare for a long talk, yet none had ever come. Now that the heat of the situation had diminished, so, apparently, had the desire for anyone to have a deep conversation with Harry about all the events of the previous year. And he was relieved, or so he kept telling himself. Truth was that he felt rather stupid and frustrated with himself. He had dreaded the talks so much, anticipating the uneasiness, the awkward feeling when somebody tried to get him to say he believed something he didn't truly believe. But when they hadn't come, he had felt disappointed. All the doubts started flooding back. Maybe Sirius hadn't really thought this whole living arrangement through. It was one thing to have a boy around your bachelor pad for a few months, but now the cancer was gone and Harry would be staying there for a much longer time. Was Sirius realizing he had made a mistake and now secretly wanted Harry to leave? Maybe now that the threats had all vanished and the drama disappeared, everyone was realizing that Harry wasn't as important to them as they had said. Maybe all the things that Sirius had said to him about loving him like a son were just lies to make him happy before he died. He had been dreading the talks, but dreaded more what it meant that he wasn't getting them. Yet he told himself that these thoughts were stupid, that Sirius wanted him around or he wouldn't have invited him or put so much effort into his room. That Ron and Hermione were happy to have him back, despite his occasional third wheel status. That people were happy to have him back because they liked him, rather than for their own peace of mind. Harry knew it wasn't easy seeing someone die. He assured himself that people were happy that he would be around for a long time, that they had hated the promise of him disappearing by a certain date. But the doubts kept creeping back. He couldn't deny that while there was an expiration date hanging over his head, people seemed to care about him more. It was hard to explain, but he couldn't help but feel that without all the threats on his life, he had turned into yesterday's news with more than just the public. But no, he knew that those doubts weren't true. He wasn't supposed to want the talks. He was supposed to avoid them like the plague, so that's what he would do, because that was what he wanted. He was almost sure of it. Do you mind going back to the burrow later today, Har? Sirius asked with his mouth semi-full. Of course not, but is there some particular reason? He asked curiously. The two men sighed and exchanged a look. Well, Dumbledore's getting a bunch of people who were on the light side together, Sirius explained. You've really already ended the war, Harry, before it even began, but it will take some time for it to really be over. You've gotten rid of the biggest obstacle, but there are still some of Voldemort's followers out there who aren't going to give everything up just yet. We're just going to try to round those ones up and put them away so everyone can be truly safe again. Until then, though, I'm afraid you're still in a bit of danger, Harry. There are some who aren't too happy about Voldemort's death. But there's nothing to worry about. The wards around the lighthouse and the burrow are impenetrable. You're probably even safer here than at Hogwarts. Hermione's house is also pretty well protected, along with your two friends, Eloise and Neville's houses. Of course, that means you won't be able to really go anywhere else without an adult until the rest of the Death Eaters are rounded up. I hope you understand, Remus said apologetically. Hey, everywhere I want to go seems covered. This beats staying at the Dursleys by a long shot. He burst out. He wished he hadn't have mentioned it though when memories from his relative's house started flooding back. He sipped his tea to hide his grimace and forced the thoughts out of his head. The two adults looked at him sympathetically, but didn't bring up the subject, which was what Harry was practically positive he was thankful for. I'm surprised Voldemort's little minions even know what to do with themselves without some leader's feet to grovel at, Harry said somewhat bitterly. He wasn't about to forget the image of being surrounded by 100 masked figures as they proceeded to torture him with the Cruciatus curse. Well, I'm sure they're following someone else temporarily. Nobody as powerful as Voldemort was, I assure you, but probably one of the higher-up ones. It won't last long though. They really have nothing without Voldemort's power, Remus said confidently. By next summer, I'm sure you, Ron and Hermione will be roaming the streets of Diagon Alley like you own the place, Sirius said with a grin. Aye. That night was the first of many nights at the Weasleys, knowing that Sirius, Remus, the Weasley parents and even the elder two Weasley sons were away at order meetings, as they called them. Surprisingly, Harry didn't feel left out of these meetings. The previous year, he would have wanted to be in there, doing everything he could to help. Of course, the previous year, Voldemort had still been alive and it was unspoken knowledge that Harry was to defeat him. Now, the Order didn't even seem that exciting if all they were doing was rounding up the last of the Death Eaters. As Sirius had said, the war was really already over, the Order was just winning some last battles. So on these nights, the twins were officially in charge, which seemed in and of itself a very large error in judgment. There was much testing of products, pranking, wizard's chess, gambling with Bertie Bott's beans, and eating everything they could. On one of the first nights, Harry had been asked to bring Hedwig. He had entered to find the four surrounded by stacks of paper and coloring utensils, all furiously writing. "Come sit down, Harry," Fred said, gesturing to a seat. "We're making flyers," explained George. "For our grand opening next week," Fred clarified. "To send to everyone we know to start handing out," George added. "So start decorating," Fred finished. Harry looked at Ron and Ginny, who grinned excitedly. Harry studied the flyers that they had made and began copying the same information down in his neatest handwriting. "So you're really opening soon?" he asked eagerly. "Is everything ready?" "Yup. Everything's ready to go. Now let's just hope there are some customers there as well," said Fred. "We need some more. Great gifts for your kids, ones to send to Katie, Alicia, and Lee. Their parents are bringing them to work to hand out," George instructed. "And Angelina's at Quidditch camp, so we need to send a bunch of perfect for revenge for your evil campmates themed ones her way," Fred added. "Plus some mail orders since they can't come themselves." They spent the rest of the night making flyers and sending them off in stacks. Letters went out to everyone they knew. At some point, a coloring fight broke out. Harry had accidentally marked Ginny's hand with the green, so she drew a blue line down his arm, which of course meant he had no choice but to retaliate. Somehow, they were all drawn into the fight, and when they finally stopped, they were each streaked with every color. Harry had come out the worst, looking a bit as if he was wearing tribal war paint. He had a sun drawn around his left eye and the words, "Ginny is a goddess," written up his right arm. Above his scar, there was now a cloud for it to come out of and rain surrounding it. At one point, everyone had ganged up on him and pinned him down, lifting up his shirt and wrote, "Weasley #8, on his back as would appear on the back of a jersey. At that point, he had briefly panicked that he might not have put on his concealment charms, but was relieved to find his back completely smooth. He did take pride in knowing he had managed to write tornadoes across Ron's forehead. He had also managed to color the tip of Ginny's nose black and give her whiskers. Ginny had used orange and green to turn Fred's eyebrows into 2 carrots, and George had somehow ended up with an eye in the middle of his forehead and an extra mouth on his neck. Fred found a camera and they made sure to capture their beautiful artwork on film. They all trooped to the kitchen and began to scrub their arms and faces, but soon discovered that it wasn't coming off at all. Ginny ran and found the box. They were slightly horrified to read that the marker was not washable, and would only come off with a thorough cleansing spell. And of course, since it was summer, they would have to beg the adults for mercy, which they knew would be very difficult to get. True enough, they were stuck with their colorful faces for 3 days before the much amused adults gave in. With every day spent with either the 2 remaining Marauders or the Weasleys, it was already beginning to be the best summer Harry had ever had. It was hard to imagine that if things had been only slightly different, he would have either been bedridden or dead during these first of the summer days. He hadn't found some hidden meaning of life. Most often he even found himself forgetting what a gift each day was. He did know that he had never felt so happy and relaxed. He hoped it would stay this blissful forever. Harry didn't need or want any more of the drama that had made his life so famous. Right now, he could only describe things as perfect. But as he had always insisted, he never really went looking for trouble. Trouble seemed to have a way of finding him. That Saturday, Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes had its grand opening. Ron, Ginny, and Harry had gone with Fred and George to make sure everything was ready before opening at 8 o'clock. The 3 younger teenagers looked around in awe. The walls had been painted orange, in honor of the Weasley spirit, and covered with shelves, which were fully stocked. Cards with descriptions of what each prank or mischief-making gadget did and their prices hung below each product. There was even a testing area for the products with orange stickers next to their names, as those were the only ones safe to be tested indoors. "You guys, this is fantastic," Ginny said enthusiastically. The twins beamed with pride as the other 3 praised their store. As it got closer to opening, Sirius and Remus arrived. Ginny, Ron and Harry each took stacks of flyers and set out into Hogsmeade with Sirius and Remus, who made sure to have one of them always with their eye on Harry. They passed out flyers to witches and wizards, encouraging them to come. They focused on teenagers and kids since they seemed to be the most enthusiastic about the place. Harry kept smoothing his fringe over his forehead, but some recognized him nonetheless, paying more attention to searching for his scar than the actual flyer. Harry just put on a cheery face and insisted they come. He figured he might as well use his fame for something useful. Eventually they made it around to the Three Broomsticks, where they passed out flyers for a few minutes until Coda appeared by Portkey. She looked a little green. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, she said as she took a few wobbly steps toward them. Agreed, Harry said sympathetically. She grinned at him and mussed up his hair, and he gave his usual whine for her to quit making his hair even less presentable. All right, let's go see my lover boy, she said brightly before noticing that Ginny and Ron were right behind her, now both sniggering. She blushed furiously. Hi Ginny Ron, she greeted, clearly mortified. Harry informed her that she was a complete nerd and dodged a smack upside the head, strategically placing himself so that Ron was between the two of them as they walked back to the store, handing out the last of the flyers along the way. Coda looked around in awe, as she had when visiting Diagon Alley. Harry remembered when all this was new to him, and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable wave of happiness, which immediately rubbed off on the rest of them. He almost declared that it was good to be alive, but stopped himself before he accidentally ruined the good mood. They finally reached the shop to find a line of people that reached out the door. The four looked at each other with grins before running around to the back door. They whispered the password and were allowed into the back room, where they bumped into Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell, who were rapidly pulling boxes off the shelves and looking through them. Hey guys, Angelina said brightly. It's a madhouse out there. It's packed and things are flying off the shelves like crazy. Katie added with an excited grin. The six of them entered the store. Katie and Angelina were right. It was packed with customers. Many of them were from Hogwarts, having shown up either to show their support or simply to stock up on their prank supplies. Harry heard a few of the younger ones discussing how they were getting defense and retaliation pranks, just so they weren't caught unprepared by others who had visited the shop. Oh, I can't wait for Christmas, Ron said cheerily as he eyed the long line to the cash register. Fred and George will be so rich. And the more money they have, the bigger the presents they can buy. Just wait until Mum and Dad see this, Ginny exclaimed. Then they can stop harassing poor Fred and George about their lousy NEWT scores. Almost as if she could sense when people were talking about school, Hermione chose that moment to enter the store and bounded over to them happily. She hugged Ginny hello and then Harry, pressing her cheek against his momentarily in a discreet attempt to check his temperature, something that Harry found quite annoying. But he was in too good of a mood and decided to let it slide. When she started giving Ron a thorough greeting snog, Harry and Ginny groaned in disgust and moved away. Coda had already found George, and was helping him restock shelves so they could talk. Throughout the day, people came and went, but the store remained crowded until closing, when the twins had to tell people to come back on Monday. Earlier, Sirius and Remus had stopped by. Sirius got one of practically everything. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had stopped by and looked around in amazement before declaring how proud they were of the twins. Mrs. Weasley didn't even bring up their NEWT scores once. Even Professors McGonagall and Flitwick showed up, both complimenting their uses of transfiguration and charms in making their products. They each bought a few of the milder pranks to give to their nieces, nephews, and grandchildren. The thought of the professors having relatives at all seemed somewhat strange to the teenagers. After the final people were out and the store locked up, only the four Weasley teenagers, Harry, Hermione, Coda, and Angelina were left. Fred and George counted up the register to find a sum of money that exceeded their expectations. Well, it's the grand opening, so you always make the most money then. It'll be slower from now on, George said as they all stared at the number Fred had written on a piece of parchment to show the total. Anyuk, was Ron's only reply. He and the other three present Weasleys were in a slight state of shock. Fred hopped off the counter where he had been sitting and looked around with a laugh. We've sold out of some of the products, and the others are nearly gone, he said excitedly. We're going to need to get working on some more right away. George went into the back room and returned with some fire whiskey and butterbeer. They found some cups and poured out the drinks. Here's to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, Angelina said, raising her cup. To Fred and George for not letting Mum intimidate them into focusing on their studies rather than their inventions, Ginny added proudly, raising her cup. Because your mum can be quite scary when she wants, Harry inserted. Everyone who knew Mrs. Weasley nodded with a chuckle. Though education is important too, Hermione added, holding up her cup. Everyone who knew Hermione rolled their eyes with a laugh. But money is better, put in Ron, holding his cup high and grinning at Hermione, who glared at him. And to the coolness of all things magical, said Coda, raising her cup as well. And to Harry, said Fred. For starting it all, said George. The two raised their cups. The shop, that is, not all things magical, Fred added with a wink. Harry was slightly taken aback. We already told them, George informed him. Cheers, Fred announced. Cheers, said everyone else, clinking cups and sipping their fire whiskey. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny all began coughing and making faces as the drink burned their throats, not used to the taste. Coda seemed to have no problem with the strong alcohol and joined the older teenagers in laughing at the sputtering younger ones. Ron seemed determined to finish his, but the other three switched to butterbeer. Harry hadn't wanted to get drunk anyways, since he had always despised it when his uncle had gotten drunk. Fred soon turned on the radio he had bought and put on a mixture of songs, some of which were popular, others which were simply fun to sing aloud, no matter how bad they truly were. Unfortunately it's true ooh, my life's been such a drag, oh it has been so blue ooh, since I fell in love with a hag. The twins, Ron, and Angelina, all getting thoroughly smashed, sang loudly as they danced wildly on top of the counters. Harry, Coda, Ginny, and Hermione all watched them in amusement as they played the hypothetical situation game. Alright, if you were stuck on a deserted island, what 3 items would you bring with you? Ginny asked. Rules are. You can't have your wand and your things can't be used in an easy way to escape the island or communicate with people to get you off of it. I adore the warts on her crooked nose, Fred sang as if serenading Angelina. His girlfriend smacked his arm for insinuating that she had a warty crooked nose. Okay. I'd bring a lighter, for making fire to cook things with, as a possible defense weapon, and so people could see the smoke if they were passing by on a boat. And knife and a toothbrush, Harry concluded. And the fungus that grows on her toes, George belted. I'd bring a survival guide, Hermione started thoughtfully. A lighter and a gun, she concluded nonchalantly. Harry and Ginny looked at her in surprise, not having expected that last one from their responsible friend. And though she scares me can't you see? Sang Angelina drunkenly. All right new one. Well, a variation. If you were trapped on the same deserted island, and the same rules apply, what one person would you bring and they can't be an adult? Coda asked. That hag is just the one for me. Ron howled. Well, or I guess Harry, since he always seems to get out of things and I think he'd keep me entertained until we did get off, Ginny said, trying not to blush. Hey, thanks, Ginny. Harry said with a lopsided grin. Hermione and Coda shot each other a look. Unfortunately it's true ooh, my life's been such a drag, oh it has been so blue ooh, since I fell in love with a hag. There was a loud bang as Ron slipped off the counter and landed on the floor. The twins and Angelina were laughing hysterically, since they were, in fact, thoroughly pissed. Ron groaned and laughed hysterically in small intervals. The sober bunch finally convinced the not-so-sober ones to call it a night. Ron insisted he wasn't pissed, but when Harry asked him what number came after 4, he couldn't remember. All right Ron, you can stay the night at my house so your mum doesn't kill you, Harry said as he and Hermione held him up. Fred and George agreed to tell their parents. They were going home since the alcohol hadn't affected them nearly as much and they were now legal adults in the wizarding world. Coda portkeyed home, while Hermione and Angelina flowed their separate ways, each refusing to give their drunk boyfriends goodnight key. Harry flowed to the lighthouse, catching Ron as he stumbled out a second later. Siri, I'm home, Harry called. And Ron's spending the night. Sirius called back his greeting and told the boys goodnight. Harry practically dragged Ron to the stairs and tried to coax him into going up them. Come on Ron, I can't bloody well carry you, Harry said, trying to half pull, half push Ron up the stairs. But they're all swishy, Ron said, gesturing wildly to the stairs in front of him before bursting out in giggles. Harry looked at him as if he were insane. Well, at least you're not a mean drunk, Ron, Harry muttered. You're a bit nutters, though. Nutters. Like a squirrel. He laughed. Somehow, Harry eventually managed to get Ron up the stairs and into his bedroom. He went to grab Ron the extra pair of pajamas he always kept at the lighthouse, but when he turned back around, Ron had already climbed into Harry's bed and passed out. Harry sighed and took off Ron's shoes before pulling the blankets over him. He pulled out the extra mattress under the bed and fixed up a decent bed for himself. In the middle of the night, Harry was woken when somebody stepped on his stomach and tripped. Ron groaned loudly. Ron? Harry asked with a wince as he poked his stomach gingerly. Need loo. Going to throw up, was all he managed. Harry jumped up and quickly pulled Ron to his feet, handing him the rubbish bin, just in case he didn't make it down the hall. The rest of the night was spent with the two boys in the bathroom. Harry drifted in and out of sleep, sitting against the counter, while Ron lied in front of the toilet for easy access. Throughout the night, every time he heard Ron start making pained moaning sounds, Harry woke and helped Ron get his head to the toilet bowl for another round of puking. Ron asserted the solemn swear that he would never drink again during the few times he was actually coherent. The next morning, after Ron dunked his head in a sink full of cold water, the two boys staggered down to the kitchen. They collapsed into chairs and laid their heads on the table. So who wants fried eggs and sausage? Sirius asked, turning around with two skillets. Ron's face went a whitish green. He jumped out of his chair and raced out of the kitchen. Harry and Sirius soon heard sounds of vomiting coming from the downstairs loo. A minute later, Ron stumbled back in, his fingers massaging his temples and a grimace on his face. Sirius chuckled. Let me guess, hangovers. Ron raised his hand with a groan. Just me. Harry's the smart one. He just stayed up with me the whole night, Ron said, sliding gently back into his chair. Thanks for that, by the way, he added to Harry. Harry raised his groggy head off the table and waved dismissively. What are friends for? All right, let me whip up my hangover remedy. James and I invented it since we were pretty big partiers at Hogwarts, he said as he pulled out things and began mixing them. I'm sort of surprised you didn't get plastered, Harry. Your dad was a bit wild, Sirius said distractedly. He sounded as if he would have liked Harry to have gotten smashed the night before so he could have relived his party day memories of he and Harry's father. Even Ron seemed to notice Sirius's slightly disappointed tone, and jumped to his friend's defense. Yeah, well, Harry's lucky. He can have fun without any alcohol. And after last night, I think I'm going to learn to do that too, since I will never even look at the stuff again. Sirius plopped a glass of murky brown liquid in front of Ron. Ron looked at it skeptically. You want me to drink that? He asked weakly. Yup. Just close your eyes, pinch your nose, and down it. Trust me, Sirius said with a grin. If this is some evil joke, I'm going to sick Fred and George on you, Ron threatened before following Sirius's directions. As soon as he was finished, he looked up in surprise. Hey, that really does work. What's in it? You don't want to know, he said ominously. Now, you both look like you need some caffeine. He plopped down some coffee in front of them along with the eggs and sausages, which Ron was much warmer to now. Sirius sat down and began regaling them with tales of the Marauders' old party days where he and Harry's dad would always end up swearing they would never drink again. Harry laughed along with Ron and his godfather, but couldn't help but feel a twang of jealousy toward Ron, who kept getting compared with Sirius and James. The next day, Harry, Remus and Sirius flowed back to Hogsmeade and walked to Hogwarts. Harry was a little nervous, worried that they would find that he really had lost all his magic and that he'd have to live as a muggle for the rest of his life. He knew he was being a bit ungrateful since he was, after all, alive when he shouldn't have been, but he couldn't help it. The three walked through the empty castle. Harry was a bit weirded out that it was so completely empty, without a single student present except for himself. They finally got to Dumbledore's office where they met up with the headmaster and Professor McGonagall. After the general greetings, they made their way down to the Great Hall. It was so strange to see it so empty. The tables were all gone and it just looked like a huge empty ballroom. They first tested his wandless magic, which simply didn't exist anymore, at least in no greater amounts than any other wizard. He still remembered all the material he had learned the previous year, but when Professor McGonagall gave him a chapter of the Advanced Potions textbook to read, Harry found that he couldn't understand all of the new material. Professor McGonagall showed him the wand movements and told him the spell to do a transfiguration spell from the next year's curriculum, but it took Harry several times before he could do it. He was still pretty good at dueling, but could no longer block spells without his wand or sense what people were going to do. He did, however, still manage to disarm Professor McGonagall, Sirius, and Remus in one-on-one duels, and even managed to get the two Morators in a 4-on-1 duel before he was disarmed by the headmaster. All in all, however, Harry was a little disappointed, suddenly thinking about all the advanced classes he was supposed to take based on his OWL scores. "I'm still going to take you into my advanced transfiguration class, Harry," Professor McGonagall informed him. Harry looked up in surprise. "What? But I'm so bad. I won't be able to keep up," he protested. "You aren't bad, it's just not as easy for you as it was last year. I'd say you were of equal standard to most who got into my advanced class. You've always been good at transfiguration, you've just never really applied yourself. If you try, however, I think you'll do very well in the class," Professor McGonagall said truthfully. "And you're obviously going to be in my advanced defense class," Remus said. He was the first professor in years who was coming back for a second year in a row. "You've always been the best in your grade at it, even back in your third year. Your dueling is surprisingly good. I didn't expect you to be able to get any of us, even on one-on-one dueling, since we have so much more experience, but I think you surprised us all, Harry," he said proudly. Harry blushed and smiled shyly. "Speaking of which, Harry, we should plan your schedule for next year since you didn't toward the end of last year," Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. "He's going to be in my advanced class," Professor McGonagall said firmly. She looked over to Harry, who had opened his mouth to ask her to reconsider. "No buts, Harry. And obviously advanced defense," Remus added. "Any idea what you want to do after Hogwarts, Harry?" Dumbledore asked suddenly. Harry shifted uncomfortably as all eyes were on him. Not really. I mean, I didn't really consider it last year when everyone was planning it out since I didn't really think it was an option," he said awkwardly. "Well, you better start thinking about it now," Professor McGonagall said sternly. "We don't want your potential to go to waste. Well, Hagrid will want you in his advanced class. It'll be the first year he's doing it," Dumbledore said, noting it on a piece of parchment. "But I didn't even finish the OWL," Harry pointed out sadly. Lupin looked at him sympathetically, remembering how much Harry had regretted leaving the test, but he had just been too sick to continue it. "Harry, Hagrid says you're his best student. He needs students who are unafraid to follow his directions, and he says you always volunteer for things. I've already discussed it with him and he wants you in the class. You can talk it over with him yourself, as he's asked if you can come down for a cup of tea after this," Dumbledore said merrily. Harry also settled for taking herbology, since he knew that Ron was going to be in it, and turned down taking history of magic and astronomy as gently as possible. "Oh, and surely you want to take advanced divination," Professor McGonagall said in a serious tone. However, at the look of horror on Harry's face, she laughed. That may not be the subject for me," he said politely. The Gryffindor head of house looked oddly triumphant. "So, we'll add advanced potions to your schedule and you're done," Dumbledore said. "Whoa, sir. Wait. You seem to be forgetting that I'm rubbish in potions, with the exception of last year, that is. I know Professor Snape won't want me in that class. I'd better not. I have no doubts that Professor Snape does indeed want you in his class," Dumbledore said with raised eyebrows. "Not after knowing how little I understood the new stuff in that chapter," Harry said, gesturing to the advanced potions book. "If you have trouble, I'm sure he could set up a tutoring schedule to help you along." Harry looked at the headmaster incredulously before laughing unsurely. "You're not serious, right?" he asked. He looked round at the others present, all of whom were looking equally skeptical. But Dumbledore only smiled in his knowing way. Of course I am. You may not know it, Harry, but Professor Snape does regularly tutor a few students who need help. Harry looked at him in surprise. Okay, but how many of those students are in a house other than Slytherin? I know plenty of people who need help in potions who aren't in tutoring, Harry pointed out as respectfully as he could. Well, how many of them have asked? Dumbledore asked. He had a point, but Harry had to wonder if he realized what Snape would do to some kids if they had asked for tutoring. Neville, for instance, probably would have been ready to be committed to St. Mungo's to deal with the trauma if he had ever asked. Harry thought of himself on fairly good terms with Snape now, and didn't know how to say that he wasn't ready to go back to the nasty comments and evil looks he was sure to get if he entered the advanced class with his lesser ability in potions. I'll tell you what, Harry. I'll have a chat with Professor Snape about what we've found here today and let him decide for himself. Besides, Mr. Weasley is due to have a talk with him as well, since, if I'm not mistaken, he's attempting to get into the class as well. Harry suddenly remembered that fact, and it did make him feel slightly better knowing that if he did get in, it wouldn't just be him, Hermione and the Slytherins. Plus, Ron was even more horrible at potions than he was, though Harry would never say that out loud. Harry reluctantly agreed, but made Dumbledore promise to tell Snape about him not understanding that chapter and that this would probably be the trend. He then went down to Hagrid's hut for a cup of tea while the four adults talked. Hagrid, are you sure it's okay that I didn't finish my OWL? He asked during their conversation. Fang's head rested on his lap and Harry felt drool seeping through his right pant leg down toward his knee. Oh course. Don. Be silly, Harry. My bestest student. Don. Think I Don. Noticed the only one who volunteers for things. And, I know just as scared as the rest, but ye trust I won. Let you get hurt and is the key, he said cheerily. Harry chose not to mention the fact that there had been several times during the class where he had been certain he was going to get injured, but did whatever it was just to help out Hagrid. Now that he thought of it, however, he couldn't remember ever getting hurt when following Hagrid's instructions. He told Hagrid this and the half-giant beamed proudly. Well, o' course I wouldn't let ye get hurt, Harry. Then Hermione would have to be my favorite student and she's not as fun as ye. At this moment Fang licked Harry's face as if to agree with Hagrid. Harry blushed brightly and wiped off the sticky slobber from his cheek. But anyway, I know ye would have aced the test if ye had just had the chance to finish it, Hagrid said confidently, ruffling Harry's hair with his massive hand, nearly knocking him out of his chair. Now for my famous tales from real life. I have this chemistry teacher who reminds me incredibly of Snape. Today, he told this kid, David, that he checked to make sure David didn't have any siblings. He said, I guess when your parents saw how you turned out, they decided not to have any more kids. Ouch. Usually I think he's sort of funny, just because he reminds me so much of a certain potions master, but today he was in an especially foul mood. It was fun. The other day, he told us we were all destined to be homeless beggars and that we should start working on making signs. I thought it was so hilarious. I wanted to turn a cardboard sign in for extra credit, but I was slightly worried for my life. Oh well, maybe next time. Thank you so much to Senri, who beta-ed last chapter and this one. Getting rid of all my typos and helping me figure out all the technical junk like if transfiguration should be capitalized if not referring to the class, it's not, just for those who are wondering. You rock, even though you kept this last chapter for way too friggin' long. Oh well, people can blame you for this chapter's lateness I guess. And, gah, is not your word. Though he and Eloise had been writing each other during the summer, Harry had been a bit surprised that Eloise actually did invite him over. It turned out that she was indeed going to plan out his and Neville's futures where their love lives were concerned. A few days after going back to Hogwarts, Harry stumbled out of the fireplace into a small, but well-decorated living room. It was very neat with framed family photographs on every flat surface and hung on all the walls. Eloise was an only child, and it was obvious her parents adored her. Harry, she said with delight as she walked into the room. Hey Eloise, Harry said cheerfully. Behind him, the flames flared up green and Neville fell out of the fireplace onto the floor. He grinned sheepishly as Harry helped him up. Don't worry, I do that every time, Harry assured him. The two chatted about their summers so far as they walked into the kitchen to grab fudge ice pops. Eloise's parents rose from the table and shook the hands of each boy as they made introductions. So what are you three going to do today? Mrs. Midgen asked excitedly. Harry had the suspicion that he and Neville might have been the first to ever be invited to the house by Eloise. We're having talks about their future love lives, Eloise said merrily. I'm helping them plan it out since Harry doesn't even know how he's going to tell his future wife that he fancies her. Harry's face grew hot. I do not fancy Ginny. She's a friend, he insisted. Everyone in the kitchen, including Eloise's parents, rolled their eyes. That's what I used to say about Natalie. That would be Mrs. Midgen, he clarified. Well, that was after a while, of course, because when we met, we weren't even close to being friends. Why not? Neville asked interestedly. Mr. Midgen got up and grabbed a plate of brownies and setting them on the table. Well, if you two would like to hear the story, go ahead and take a seat and have some brownies, he said cheerfully. The boys eagerly sat down at the table and took a brownie, preparing for the story. Well, we met in Hogwarts. Natalie was a Hufflepuff and I was a Ravenclaw. We saw each other in the halls and were in a few classes together, but we never really noticed each other. Then, one day, we were put in detention together. We had to scrub the dungeons together. He was in detention for eating in class, Mrs. Midgen said with a grin, looking fondly at her husband. He was so proud, thinking he was so rebellious. And then she told me she was in for punching somebody in the face for insulting her friend. Hufflepuffs are very loyal, you know. Anyways, sometime during that detention, I fell in love with her, though I didn't know it at the time. We became great friends, Mrs. Midgen picked back up. We told each other practically everything. But then the ball happened. And the most popular boy in school asked her to go with him. It was the greatest shock of my life. I was quite unpopular and his invitation was such a surprise. I was so excited and talked of nothing else the entire week before. I didn't even notice until the last second that Orion, Mr. Midgen, hadn't asked anyone and wasn't planning anything. In fact, he had looked down the entire week, but I hadn't really noticed. And then, it was the night of the ball. He told me I looked beautiful and then just went back to his common room to study. And I went to the spot where I was supposed to meet my date. I waited for half an hour before I realized he wasn't coming. Harry and Neville gaped at her. He stood you up? Harry asked incredulously. Yes. And I was devastated. I went down to the ball and saw him with some popular girl, laughing about his joke of inviting me. Of course, I ran to Orion for a shoulder to cry on, but he wouldn't let my night be ruined. He ran up to his dorms and changed into his dress robes in a flash and insisted on being my date for the night. I fell in love with him right there, she said wistfully. Let's get out of here before they get even sappier, Eloise whispered from behind them in a grossed out tone, though Harry could see that she adored that story. Neville and Harry rose, thanking them for the brownies and followed Eloise out to her backyard. She handed them each a fudge ice pop as the three of them sat down on her porch steps. You don't know how many times I've heard that story. It's so romantic, she said. But I must say my mum was so thrilled that you actually showed up when you asked me to the ball, Harry. I think it was all too familiar to her. I can't believe what that bloke did to your mum, Neville said, shaking his head in disbelief. Yeah, well, people can be surprisingly mean sometimes, she said all too knowingly. Harry looked at her sympathetically, remembering all the mean things Malfoy had said to her along with those bullying girls the night of the ball. Well, Harry said, changing the subject, I can see where you get your obsession with romance from. Eloise grinned at him. Speaking of which, she said, pulling out a small notepad and a quill. Time to plan some futures. Harry groaned and Neville looked slightly afraid. All right, I'm just going to ask you two a few questions, she said in a professional tone, flipping open the notepad. Do you like warm weather or cold? Warm, I guess, said Harry warily. Probably cold, as long as I have the right clothes, answered Neville. If there was one place you could visit outside of England, where would it be? Oh, definitely Italy, Neville answered confidently. Eloise looked at him excitedly. Oh, me too. I've always wanted to go there. She said, writing something down. Good choice, Neville. Okay. What about you, Harry? I don't know. I've never been outside of England, so it would be pretty hard to narrow it down, Harry said with a shrug. Eloise tapped her chin thoughtfully before writing something down with a nod. Do you guys like being only children? She asked. Both boys looked at her oddly, wondering if she was planning on making siblings appear for them in the future. Well, she asked. I guess not. I always thought it would be nice to be in the family like the Weasleys, Harry said shyly, not ever have admitted that before. Yeah, same here, I guess, said Neville thoughtfully, but not with as many siblings as the Weasleys. More like one or two others. Okay. I think I'm about done, but Neville, have you thought of your wife yet? She asked seriously. Neville blushed and Harry chuckled. Minor detail, Harry commented with amusement, licking the last of his ice pop off the stick. Oh, well, no, not really, Neville said in an odd tone. Harry looked at him curiously. Eloise grinned. Oh, yes, you have, I can tell. Oh, who is it, Neville? She asked eagerly. Neville blushed furiously. Really? I haven't thought of anyone. I don't know yet. He was nearly as bad of a liar as Harry was. All right, it can be your secret for now, Eloise said in surrender. How about Cindy Valentina? Harry suggested. The name belonged to a famous witch model, who often had photos in the same magazines that spread Harry's private life out for the whole world to see. Neville laughed. Yeah, put her down as my wife, Eloise. We're perfect for each other, he joked. Eloise chuckled and wrote the name down. Hey, you never know, Nev. I mean, I used to think Roger Davies was a fantasy, but we've been writing each other a lot this summer. Do you think he fancies you? Harry asked. I'm not sure. These sorts of things are harder to tell when you're involved in them, she said wisely, finishing her writing. Done, she announced proudly, handing each of them the outline of their futures. You named our kids? Harry asked in amusement. Eloise nodded proudly. And I have one named Eloise. He asked. Yes. It's in honor of me, since I'm the one that planned your future. I'll also be your wedding planner, just like my mum, and one of the bridesmaids, as you can see there. Your other kids are rather close in age, but Eloise is a bit younger. She's the cute one. I've coordinated it so Neville's youngest son will be born around the same time so they can be friends. You can also work with Ron and Hermione to coordinate it, she said matter-of-factly. I'll make sure to have a kid around the same time as well with Roger. Harry and Neville stared at her, slightly worried for their friend's sanity. Wait, your mum's a wedding planner? Harry asked. Eloise nodded. That explains so much. I'm having a summer house in Ireland. Neville asked as he looked over the outline. Yup. They have some very exotic plants at certain spots there, if you know where to look, and since you like herbology so much, I thought it would be a nice getaway, she explained. Wedding at a church during the winter while it's snowing outside. Honeymoon in Italy. Eloise as wedding planner and bridesmaid or maid of honor, Harry as groomsman or best man. 3 kids, a girl and 2 boys, named Emily, Nicholas, and Vernon, Neville read off. Change the name of your last boy. I'm not good with the name Vernon, Harry said in disgust. How about Connor? Eloise suggested. Much better, Harry said in relief as Eloise made the change before handing it back to Neville. So, what do you think? She asked. Neville and Harry reluctantly nodded in approval, not wanting to give Eloise too much encouragement in fear of what she would try to plan next. Except Ginny and I are just friends, Eloise and Neville finished for him with a roll of the eyes. Sure, Harry, Eloise said sarcastically. Friends with benefits, Neville quipped. Harry made an indignant face. Neville, he scolded as Eloise cracked up. You were in such bad denial, Neville said sympathetically. Sorry, Harry, but friends don't look at each other like you two do, Eloise said with a shrug. Once you've figured out that you fancy her, we'll work on marriage proposals since I don't think it's easy to fit, but we're just friends into a decent one. Harry glared at her, but the other two just laughed. Are you sure, Harry? Ginny asked warily as Harry handed her his firebolt. The 3 Weasley boys were already flying around, tossing apples to each other. Of course, he said, taking her clean sweep 5. You'll do fine. Ginny smiled excitedly and straddled the firebolt before kicking off into the air. Harry followed right after. Wow, it's so wonderful. It moves so fluidly, she said in awe, taking a few spins on the broom. Harry grinned at Ginny's obvious delight. She flew in circles around Harry, horizontal at first, and then vertical ones. Hey Gin, George called from above, check out how well it dives. He said in admiration of the wonderful broom. He tossed an apple down and Ginny made a dive for it. As she got closer and closer to the ground, Harry really hoped she'd pull up soon, or figure out that the broom was a lot harder to pull up out of a dive than it was to go into one. It was characteristic of the model, something that had supposedly been fixed in the lightning strike, but he wasn't sure if Ginny knew that. Apparently she didn't. She tried to pull out of the dive at the last second, after just catching the apple, but didn't pull up hard enough. The impact was slowed, but the broom collided with the ground, sending Ginny flying onto her back. Harry immediately dove down and dismounted quickly, racing over to Ginny, who sat up with a groan. Ginny, are you all right? He asked worriedly, kneeling down beside her. She ignored the question and looked past him. She covered her mouth with a hand and her face grew bright red. Your broom, she whispered in horror. Harry looked around to see Fred, George and Ron with their mouths hung open, holding the firebolt, which had snapped in half. Harry winced at the sight, but shrugged it off, turning back to Ginny. Don't worry about it. Now are you all right? Oh Harry, I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz, she said, clearly mortified. Something about the way she looked made Harry smile. She had a streak of mud across the side of her forehead and she looked so worried. With a lopsided grin, he wiped away the mud with his sleeve. Hey, the ground's a pretty big thing. It's really just asking you to hit it, he said with a shrug. Ginny blinked in surprise and looked into his eyes. Somehow, she couldn't help from smiling either. The two chuckled softly. Now, really, are you hurt? I think I'm fine, she said. Harry helped her to her feet, but as she put her weight on her right foot, she yelped. Okay, so the ankle's not great, she said with a wince. Okay, well, once we get back over this hill, we can get you on a broom, but for now, I'll have to give you a piggyback ride, he said. Ginny bit her bottom lip and shook her head with a smile. You know, I really think you're mad, Harry, she said as she climbed onto Harry's back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and he hooked his arms under her legs, hoisting her up. He couldn't comfortably hold Ginny's broom, so he decided just to carry her all the way back. Once over the hill, the burrow wasn't far at all. He looked back at the three Weasley boys who were looking at him as if he had gone insane. Harry, your broom is in 2 pieces, George said, slowly holding up said parts. The broom you prize with your life, Fred clarified. You know, the one that when we were riding it, you said you'd kill us if we scratched it, Ron said. I was just kidding. It was just an accident, he said nonchalantly. Besides, I think Sirius might have an old one lying around somewhere. It would be from the 70s. A classic, he said cheerily. Well, we're heading back to see about Ginny's ankle. See you guys later. He began walking up the hill, trying to get Ginny to stop feeling bad by cracking jokes. Fred, George, and Ron watched them go, still slightly stunned. Okay, I really thought this big brother thing would be more difficult. Aren't we supposed to be beating off bastard blokes from Ginny? Fred said, shaking his head. How is Harry not upset about his firebolt? Ron asked incredulously. Sirius told Harry he wouldn't replace it if Harry broke it. He made that clear to try to get Harry to stop doing risky tricks on it. Harry loves that broom. Love will make you do some crazy things. Obviously, he's fallen for our baby sister, George said. They grow up so fast, he said with a fake sob into Fred's shoulder, who patted him on the head with exaggerated reassurance. He sure makes the protective older brother bit a lot easier, Fred said. Well, I'd like to take credit for all this, thank you, Ron said haughtily. I did choose him as my friend after all. I must have subconsciously had Ginny's future boyfriend potential in mind. He was then pelted with apples. You know, I should really just employ you as my servant. Then you can carry me around to all my classes, Ginny said, relishing the warmth of Harry's body. Yeah, what's in it for me? He asked with a chuckle. Why, the very honor of being my man South Avenue, of course. She said, hoping that didn't sound too awkward. Harry laughed. Sure, but then Hermione would set up an organization for the welfare of me, and you'd be her prime target, he said with a great sigh. Ah bugger, it's too frightening being on Hermione's bad side. I guess it won't work out then. I'm so sorry you're going to have to be deprived of that honor. I'll somehow survive, probably with a lot of therapy, he said dramatically. They both chuckled. Harry, I'm really sorry about your broom, Ginny said seriously. It was really stupid of me to try that dive. Don't worry about it. I forgot to tell you that it's hard to pull out of one. I'm just glad you didn't get hurt worse. I'll pay for it. Really, I will. Just give me a little time and. She started. Don't be ridiculous. If I went around paying for everything I damaged, I'd be in big trouble. During Christmas hauls, when I was at the Stensons, Coda asked me to put bottle of nail polish remover away for her, but I dropped it and it ate a hole through her carpet. I also broke one of her CDs, he said. He actually had bought Coda a new CD to replace it, but figured that Ginny didn't need to know that. Oh, and the best was when I was sitting on her staircase and I grabbed onto one of the little wood pulls in her railing and it came out in my hand. We sort of just wedged it back in there, but if you rattle the banister, it falls out. Really? She asked, sounding a bit more relieved. Really? He said with a smile. I'm glad to know I have a follower of my klutzy ways. Ginny found herself discreetly smelling Harry's hair. She felt a little bizarre doing it, but her face was so close to it and it smelled so wonderful. She couldn't identify it, but knew that the smell was distinctly Harry's, which was what made it even more amazing. Hey Gin, do you know what you want to do after Hogwarts? Harry asked curiously, hoping to maybe get some ideas. Ginny quickly pulled her nose out of Harry's dark locks as he turned his head to look at her. Well, I've always wanted to try everything, she said with a grin. Oh, well that'll be easy then, Harry chuckled. What I mean is that I don't want to do something that I start with right out of school and do until I retire. It's great for some people, but I've always wanted to be one of those old folks who can always tell stories about my various jobs. The worst ones, the best ones, the kookiest ones, she said with a dreamy grin that could only make Harry smile as well. Such as, Harry prompted. Well, you can't tell anyone, especially my mum, but I've always wanted to work as. She put her mouth near his ears and in a conspiring whisper said, a bartender. A bartender? Harry asked with a laugh. Oh yeah, in some small pub, where you get your crazy regulars and rowdy crowds after Quidditch games. And I'd be able to mix any drink with ease and listen to everyone's problems and dish out my wise advice that people will follow and help them with their problems. Bartenders can change lives, Harry. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the mental picture of him telling McGonagall and Dumbledore that the boy who lived's great aspiration was to become a bartender. Harry carried Ginny all the way to the burrow. Mrs. Weasley saw them come up and after being assured that Ginny was all right, she went about healing her daughter's ankle while sneaking looks at Harry, who in turn kept sneaking glances at Ginny. That night after dinner, she couldn't help but give him an extra big slice of the homemade pie she had made for dessert, imagining little children with bright green eyes and red hair. It was nearly midnight at the burrow, and the twins had just finished going over some financials for their shop. Yawning, they trekked downstairs for a cup of tea before going to sleep. When they reached the bottom floor, however, the kitchen door was closed and light shone through the crack underneath. Apparently, they weren't the only ones up for a late-night cup of tea. They were about to open the door, but froze when they heard their parents conversing in serious tones inside. They pressed their ears to the door as they heard Harry's name mentioned. Believe that horrid man hit him in the station. How could someone do that to a child? Especially one they've looked after for so long. They should have been like Harry's parents, but they were just awful to him. And Harry's such a dear, it just makes me want to strangle that man, Mrs. Weasley huffed. There was a lot of shuffling noises and the twins suspected that the woman was pacing the room, rearranging small things as she often did when she was angry. I've been meaning to tell you something about that, Molly, Mr. Weasley said with a sad sigh. It seems that Harry hasn't really let on to everything about his relatives. Fred and George exchanged a look. This didn't sound good. Remember, right after Harry died, I went to his house. Their dad continued. Well, I found out some really disturbing things. Harry's aunt and uncle were there and they didn't even care that he had died. What? Oh, those awful people. Mrs. Weasley shrieked. Mr. Weasley quickly shushed her. Shish, Molly, the kids can never hear about this, all right. I think Ron knows a bit about it, but just in case, it would be best not to mention much of this to him either, he said seriously. The twins looked at each other with slightly guilty looks, trying to silently ask each other if they should leave. But they already know, probably better than us, that Harry didn't get along with his relatives, their mum said confusedly. It was much worse than we could have ever imagined. Fred and George knew they couldn't leave now. What do you mean? Molly, when the boys picked Harry up that summer, that was one of the only summers he's had an actual room. Until he got his Hogwarts letter, they kept him locked in this cupboard under the stairs. And they put him back in there over Christmas and when he went back during the attack at Hogwarts. They did what? Molly screamed. Arthur shushed her again. Fred and George exchanged an angry look. There's more. Harry was abused, Molly, physically abused, especially this last summer. That's why he was at the Stensons. Rick said they found bruises all over him, and hand-shaped marks on his neck. And not just recent ones, old ones as well, like it had been going on for a while, Mr. Weasley said sadly. He was met with stunned silence. Fred and George were frozen in horrified shock. That's what the tension between the Stensons and Harry's uncle was all about when the Stensons took Harry over Christmas. But, from what Rick told me, the Dursleys found out that Harry was staying with them and showed up at their house and put a gun, that's a Muggle thing for killing people, to his head and took him from the house. Somehow the Muggle law enforcement got mixed up and wouldn't let the Stensons near Harry. I talked with Severus and Albus and apparently, over that time Harry's uncle beat him up so badly, he broke his ribs and was thrown through a glass table. Severus was the first one to find out. Thank Merlin that he noticed something because Harry went days without going to the hospital wing. Severus wouldn't say much, but he healed Harry up all right. Apparently this stuff has been going to a lesser degree since Harry was a kid. Oh no. No, Mrs. Weasley whispered, clearly upset. Not Harry. Not him. Mr. Weasley took a deep breath and continued. And you know how Harry was sent home during the attack on Hogwarts. Well, his uncle lost his job and very nearly killed Harry. He stabbed him in the stomach. Luckily Severus showed up and stopped Dursley from doing any more damage, and brought Harry back to Hogwarts. He had lost so much blood, he almost didn't make it. Mrs. Weasley began to get hysterical, wanting to go over to the lighthouse that minute to see Harry. Molly, please, you'll wake the kids. And don't make a big deal about this to Harry. You don't understand how devastated he was to find out that I knew and was going to tell you. But why? She cried. Why didn't he tell us? Why did he keep this all to himself? Didn't he trust us? Harry thinks of our family as his, but I don't think he trusts anyone completely. How could he after being treated like he has all his life? I'm surprised he's turned out as good as he has, but he's got to have some issues about this that he might not even realize himself, Mr. Weasley said in a mixture of sadness and anger. Oh gods, Ron said that Harry believed that nobody would care if he died, that's why he took that illness from Rick Stenson. No wonder he would think that if his own family treated him like that. Arthur, let's adopt him. We can show him what a family is really like. And Molly, Harry has Sirius now. He needs to be with his godfather. Besides, the Dursleys can't hurt him anymore. Oh Arthur, how could anyone do this? Why didn't we notice? Harry must have been good at hiding it. We weren't the only ones who couldn't see it. When that boy wants to keep a secret, he does. He kept the fact that he was dying from us for months. Everyone's just going to have to be on the lookout to make sure he doesn't continue doing so. Maybe we should have a talk with him, Mrs. Weasley suggested tearfully. It's not our place, Molly. Sirius is his godfather and I'm sure he's been giving Harry enough talks to last him a lifetime. Plus, Remus is always over there and he and Harry were pretty close when Remus was a professor. I'm sure he's been working on it as well. We don't want Harry to feel like he has nowhere to go without a break from adults lecturing him, Mr. Weasley said practically. I don't know, Arthur. Sirius is a bit like a giant kid sometimes. The two began to gently argue over their roles in Harry's life as Fred and George snuck away. Neither could think of anything to say. Both were stunned and furious at the same time. Harry was like their little brother, and to think of his own family hurting him was too much. The two walked straight past their room and continued up the stairs, as if reading each other's mind. They marched straight up to the top floor and into Ron's room. Fred shook him awake. Ron mowed Ned sleepily. "Whatsamatta?" he asked tiredly as he rubbed his eyes. "Ron, sit up. We have something important to talk to you about," George said, sitting on the edge of Ron's bed. The younger redhead yawned and obeyed. "What time is it?" he asked, slightly more awake. "Late. Ron, we just overheard Mum and Dad talking about Harry," Fred said seriously. "What about?" Ron asked with furrowed eyebrows, trying to wake up. "About Harry's home life. What do you know about it?" George asked bluntly. Ron's eyes widened and he blinked in surprise. "He asked me not to tell," he said firmly. "How did Mum and Dad find out?" "Ron, we already know everything. The Dursleys even admitted it to Dad and he talked with the Stensons and Snape and Dumbledore and stuff," said Fred. "Snape? How's he involved?" Ron asked confusedly. Fred and George related exactly what they had heard down in the kitchen. Ron was horrified to learn the extent of what Harry had gone through. He figured that it no longer mattered if he told the twins about what had happened the day he found Harry's scars. Out of courtesy to Harry, he didn't mention his friend's minor breakdown, just some of the contents of it. "And he hasn't talked about it since?" George asked worriedly. "No, and he hates it when people even get near the subject." "I think he's ashamed," Ron said sadly. "Speaking of which, don't tell Ginny about this. Harry would be mortified." Fred stood up angrily and began to pace the room. "Those bastards. Those assholes. How could they do this to Harry? I mean Harry. Innocent, selfless Harry. How could he have even stood a chance against that whale of an uncle of his? And Dad said they've been treating him rotten since he was a little kid. Oh Merlin, Fred, remember when we picked up Harry in Dad's car? When we went to get his trunk from the cupboard under the stairs, remember it was on top of that little ratty cot? You don't reckon that was Harry's bed, do you? It looked like it was going to fall apart," George said heatedly. "Not to mention the fact that he was locked in his room being starved," Ron said bitterly. "Who knows what they've been doing to him? When he came back from winter break on the train, he got sick from whatever his uncle had done to him. He had a bruise on his face, which his uncle must have given him. I can't believe Snape of all people was the first to figure it out. No wonder Harry was defending him. I just can't believe he helped Harry. It must have been really bad for Snape to help him. And he didn't even tell. Boys, what are you all doing up?" Ron and the twins looked to the door to find their mother standing there in surprise. Her eyes were red and puffy as if she'd been crying. "Mum, we heard what you and Dad were talking about in the kitchen," Fred admitted sadly. Mrs. Weasley closed her eyes for several seconds before entering the room and closing the door behind her. She went over and sat on Ron's bed, gesturing her 3 boys to come and pulled them all into a hug. "She Ed Ron's head as she stroked Fred's hair. "Oh boys. My boys," she muttered as she hugged them all. "Mum, how could this happen? I don't understand how somebody could do this," George said. Mrs. Weasley smiled sadly. "Oh boys, I know sometimes it doesn't seem it, but we have so much to be thankful for. Sometimes when you're so blessed, it's hard to imagine what it's like for those who don't have what you have. I'm so thankful that all my children have grown up in a loving family, where you never had to be afraid of anything more than having your teddy bear turned into a giant spider by your siblings." The 3 chuckled softly. "I don't think I tell you how much I love you often enough," Mrs. Weasley said tearfully. "Mum, you tell us 1,000 times a day," Ron said reassuringly. "Yeah, we've never doubted it for a second," Fred added. "Well, I've been rather hard on you all about your grades and the trouble you get into at school, and when I compare you to your other siblings, I don't mean I love any of you more or less, she said, hugging them to her again. I'm so proud of all of you and I love you all so much. We know, Mum. We love you too, George said, patting her hand. And you know that you can always come to me or your dad about anything, right? And you know that we would never hurt you, ever, no matter how angry we got, she said with a small sob. Of course we know that, Ron said, hugging his mother around the neck. Don't cry, Mum. Mrs. Weasley sniffed and wiped away some tears with a handkerchief. It's just so sad knowing that Harry wasn't able to have a family like ours. He must have been terrified of his relatives and they were all he had. When Harry died, Remus said that when Sirius had told Harry he loved him, it was the first time anyone had said that to him in his entire life. Can you imagine that? We have so much love in this family when some people have none. I sometimes think I take it for granted. I think we sort of do too, said Fred. The other two reluctantly nodded in consent. I guess in a way, we're sort of spoiled, aren't we? Ron said ironically. Mrs. Weasley chuckled and ruffled his hair lovingly. Yes, I suppose you are in some ways. In the best ways. Mum, isn't there something we can do? George asked concernedly. I'm not sure myself what to do, love. For now, don't tell Harry you know, but keep an eye out for him. I know he adores his godfather, but Sirius has no experience raising kids. I'm not sure how he's addressing this situation and what kind of talks he's given Harry about it, so just try to look out for anything off with Harry. With the slim chance that Sirius hasn't been doing anything about it, all this stuff has to catch up with Harry at some point. And if that happens, I don't care what anyone says, I'm stepping in. So I want you to tell me if you notice anything, all right? The three immediately agreed. And don't tell Ginny. I think Harry has a little crush on her and I'm sure he wouldn't like her knowing, she said with a smile. The boys chuckled at the fact that everyone seemed to know about Harry's and Ginny's mutual crushes except for them. What's going to happen with Harry's uncle? I mean, he should be shoved in Azkaban for what he's done, Fred said angrily. Well, he's in Muggle prison right now, isn't he? Remember, he was taken away at the train station and they were going to contact the Stensons who could tell them everything. It's not Azkaban, but it's something and it would be too difficult for the Wizarding law enforcement to interfere at this point. We'll just have to trust that he'll get what he deserves in the end, Mrs. Weasley said with a sigh. But it's so unfair. Why did Harry have to go through all of that? It should have been somebody who deserved it, Ron said angrily. Do you really think anyone deserves that, Ron? His mum asked gently. Well, yeah, I mean, at least more so than Harry. Like you know who, for instance, are Malfoy and his little Slytherin followers, or somebody else who's made our lives miserable. Or how about Harry's uncle? He should have to go through what he made Harry go through. Ron argued. As much as I'd like to get my hands on Vernon Dursley myself, Mrs. Weasley spat the name, you shouldn't wish that on anyone. After all, that's the kind of thing that teaches people to behave badly. There are people like Harry, who are affected in different ways, but there are others who are affected differently. You know who apparently had an awful childhood and it turned him into what he became. You should try your best not to judge people, because you never know what made them become the person they are. I don't think that's an excuse for the way some people act. I don't care what happened to them before. It's no excuse for being a child abuser or for killing innocent people, Fred said bitterly. Of course it isn't. Some things are unforgivable. But others, like the Malfoy boy and his friends, maybe they are just nasty little bullies, but on the other hand, you only know what you've seen of them, Mrs. Weasley preached. And you saw what happened between the Malfoy boy and his father. Oh right, Malfoy's led a very difficult life I'm sure, Ron said sarcastically. He's only got all the money in the world. He could just buy a new father if he doesn't get on well with his current one. Mrs. Weasley sighed. Oh Ron, one day you'll figure out how to apply what you believe into the areas where you're emotionally involved. Just think about all we've talked about tonight and compare that to your opinion about the Malfoy boy, she said with a fond smile, getting out of the bed and tucking Ron in. She kissed him on the forehead and left to walk the twins back to their room. Ron thought about what his mum had said, but knew that his opinion of Draco Malfoy hadn't changed. Sure, the B-owned had chickened out on crucioing Harry, and Ron was grateful for that, but he couldn't forget all the awful things Malfoy had said and done to him in the past. Whatever Malfoy's home life was like, it was no excuse for the bully he was. And Ron was certain the B-owned would never change. Harry walked downstairs as he heard a familiar voice that sounded bizarre to hear during the summer, even if he had expected it. He pushed open the kitchen door to find his godfather sitting across from the Hogwarts potion master, both trying to be civil, but obviously feeling quite awkward. Snape had come to give Harry a checkup. Dumbledore had asked the potions master to check up on Harry's health every 2 weeks throughout the summer since Madame Pomfrey was in need of a real vacation. Snape agreed partially because he knew he had to keep open some line of contact if he wanted Harry and Draco to give each other a chance as friends. Besides, Snape was the one who had discovered the potion to bring him back in the first place and because of all his research, was the most familiar with Harry's condition. Sirius knew of all the stuff that Snape had done for Harry the past year and was therefore desperately trying to lay aside all his dislike for his childhood enemy and be civil. Snape was thankfully attempting to do the same. Unfortunately, their dislike for one another was only lessened by the previous year's ordeals, rather than completely diminished, leaving a very uncomfortable air in the kitchen. Harry spoke up to break the tension. "Hi, Professor," Harry said. Both adults looked up at him with relief written on their expressions. "Good afternoon, Harry," Snape said formally. Harry smiled at the use of his given name. "Take a seat facing me." Harry sat down in the kitchen chair, turning it to face the potions master. Snape stood and performed a few health-checking spells, asking questions in between. "Have you been eating regular meals?" "Yes. Sirius has been practically force-feeding me," he said with a playful glare at his godfather. "Hey, you've got to put on some more weight, Harry," Sirius said sternly. "You lost a lot when you were sick. Any trouble sleeping or waking?" "Nope. Have you gotten sick at all?" "No." "Take a deep breath, hold it for 10 seconds and then exhale," Snape instructed. Harry followed orders while Snape held his wand in front of the Gryffindor's chest. "Any dizziness?" "Nope. All right. You seem to be in good health," he announced, pulling out a syringe. "I'm going to draw some blood so I can check over it just to make sure there's nothing we're missing, okay?" Harry nodded and rolled up his sleeve, laying his arm on the table, wrist up. Sirius couldn't watch and went to get Harry a cup of tea. "Professor, how's Draco?" he asked as Snape finished drawing his blood. "Not so well," he said bluntly. Harry paused thoughtfully. "I don't know how well it would go over, but do you think I should give it a try? Maybe I could help since I can sort of relate to his situation, you know," he suggested. "Unless you think I'd upset him more." "Maybe that was a bad idea," he said quickly. "No, if you want to do it, that's a good idea. You could try talking to him," Snape said anxiously, though not showing it. He had been trying to get Draco to open up since his father had disowned him, but it was clear that he wasn't what the young Slytherin needed at the moment. He still held on to the belief that a friendship with Harry was what the B-owned needed, Draco just didn't know it yet. "I could come now, if you'd like," Harry offered. Snape nodded in assent. "Wait, you're going where?" Sirius asked from the counter. "To my manor," Snape answered for Harry. Sirius tried to hide the horror he felt at the idea. I don't think that's such a good idea," he said awkwardly. "Come on, Padfoot. I'll be back for dinner. Besides, I need to help Draco. You remember what he did for me, right?" he asked, knowing precisely what would make his godfather give in. Sirius sighed. "Fine, but make sure you're back at least by dinner. Mooney's coming over and we're making an excellent meal." "Thanks, Sirius," Harry said, jumping to his feet. "See you at dinner." He followed Snape over to the fireplace, suddenly feeling a bit nervous about going to the professor's home. This was something he had never dreamed of doing, something that would no doubt horrify Ron to no end. "It's called Snape Manor," the potions master informed him before bellowing that exact name while standing in the green flames and disappearing. Harry threw his own powder into the flames and walked in, feeling extremely strange announcing that particular destination. He felt the familiar spinning sensation and soon tumbled out, landing on his hands and knees on a marble floor. He quickly got to his feet and brushed off his robes, sending a glare at the potion's master who was watching him with a smirk of amusement. Graceful as always. Harry blushed, but his embarrassment was soon replaced with awe as he looked around the room. It was the largest room he had ever seen, with very elegant furniture and decorations. The ceiling was so high he couldn't have touched it if he had been standing on someone's shoulders. The walls were lined with bookshelves that contained more books than the Hogwarts library. "This is your house?" he asked in amazement. "The lighthouse could fit inside this room." "I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but yes, this is my house." "Now are you planning to stand here the entire day with your jaw on the floor?" he asked with seeming impatience, though Harry could easily detect the amusement behind it. He grinned sheepishly and followed the man from the room into a very tall hallway. They walked down to a large door. Snape opened the door and gestured inside. It was a large, elegant living room. Harry's eyes quickly landed on a head of bee-owned hair. He could see the side of Draco's face. The bee-owned was staring into the fireplace, watching the dancing flames with sad eyes. He hadn't even noticed the door opening. Harry walked in as Snape quietly closed the door behind him. He walked over to the couch and sat down next to the bee-owned, causing him to finally look up in surprise. Draco's eyes widened in surprise, but Harry just leaned back and watched the fire. The Slytherin turned his eyes back to the flames. "What are you doing here, Potter?" he asked numbly. "Harry," he corrected. Draco opened his mouth to say something, but changed his mind and went back to staring at the fire. They sat there for a while in silence. At first, Draco kept shooting questioning glances at Harry, clearly uncomfortable, but eventually just accepted his presence. One time, Harry suddenly said, breaking the silence but not breaking his eye contact with the fire, "Summer after first year, I was doing the dishes and my uncle was drunk. This was before he was drunk all the time, and he was screaming at my aunt saying that he didn't want me in the house. He said I was ruining his life and that he didn't want a freak in the house. It was stuff I'd been hearing forever, so it didn't really bother me, well, at least not more than usual. And then my aunt came in and she looked me in the eye and she said, 'I hate you,' with this intense amount of hatred. It didn't really surprise me. I knew she didn't like me. But it still made you feel like shit," Draco said quietly, now looking up from the fire. Harry inhaled sharply and nodded his head. It had been extremely difficult to say what he just had, but he also knew how the bee-owned was feeling and suspected that it was the only way to get through to him. He didn't even really know why he was doing this. He just knew that he didn't want the other boy to fall through the cracks. Draco sighed sadly. "All my life it's been, you're a Malfoy and so you have to be the best. I was supposed to be just like my father, and that was fine with me because I admired him so much. I wanted to be like him," he said with a bit of a shudder. And then suddenly the Dark Lord was back and all that Death Eater crap started becoming really real. "I mean, I had been saying all my life that I'd be one if I could, but I never thought it would really happen and so I didn't have to think about what I was saying. And then my dad started preparing me to be recruited and I started thinking that maybe I didn't want to. Spending your whole life bowing down to somebody. Anyways, he started trying to get me to take on the Dark Mark and send me on little errands and bring me to meetings and stuff. When I said I wasn't ready for all of it, that's when, well, you know, he'd." Harry nodded. Draco looked down at his lap and continued. "That's when he'd hit me," he finally got out. "I stopped wanting to be like him so much, but he was still my father. And it's sort of like you said, when he said I wasn't his son, I wasn't all that surprised, but in another way, I guess I was. I just couldn't believe he would cast me away so quickly, just for being weak," he said, whispering the last part. Draco. Harry corrected himself. The Slytherin looked up at his name and Harry caught his gaze. "You are not weak. What you did was nowhere even near weak. As I told you before, that was the bravest thing I've ever seen anyone do, and I'm not just saying that because it was me who you saved." "What would you know about being weak?" Draco asked bitterly. "You're the boy who lived. You're always brave. You're always the hero. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to know you failed everyone you ever cared about because you couldn't gather up the courage to do what you're supposed to do. First of all, Harry said firmly, I do happen to know a thing or two about knowing you failed somebody, about being weak and scared and ashamed. I'm not always brave or the hero. I just sort of always end up all wrapped up in something and get out of it with a major spot of luck. Second, you've got a wrong picture about what you did. You think you're weak since you couldn't torture another person. That's rubbish. That doesn't show that you're weak, it shows that you're human, that you're not another cowardly or heartless follower of some power-hungry maniac who gets off on seeing people tortured. And the fact that you could find the courage to take a stand against your father takes more bravery than I've ever had. Draco stared at him in bewilderment momentarily. Really? Yeah, I'm terrified of my relatives, especially my uncle, but don't tell anyone that. I think you're the only person I've ever told that to, Harry said worriedly. And you trust me? Draco asked incredulously. I wouldn't have told you any of this otherwise, he said. It was almost true too. He did have a feeling about Draco that told him he could trust the boy, possibly because of their somewhat similar troubles in life, but then again, Harry had a hard time completely trusting anyone, and the Bee-owned was no exception. What happened to make him stab you? Draco asked bluntly. Harry looked away from him, a bit embarrassed. Lost his job. He thought I had done it with magic, but I think it was because he was drinking so much. He must have looked like a royal screw-up at his job. So he just lost it, he said with a sad shrug. You know, Professor Snape saved me. He showed up right when it was happening and he saved me. Draco looked at him incredulously. Sev saved you. He never told me that. He just keeps saying that we're not so different, but he won't tell me why he thinks that. He seemed to know more than he was letting on, Draco said quickly, as if it was something he had been thinking about for a while. Well, he was the first one who noticed the stuff with my relatives, so he ended up being the first one I told about it. He paused with a thoughtful expression. And, aside from you, he's the only person I voluntarily told about it. You didn't tell Granger and Weasley? Draco asked in disbelief. Well, Ron sort of found out, but I don't think he really understands how bad it was. I made him swear not to tell anyone. Hermione doesn't know all of it, thank Merlin, but she and the rest of the Weasleys did see my uncle punch me at the train station, so I guess that makes it all a bit obvious. I just hope she doesn't ask Ron about it and find out more. He stopped and blushed a bit at saying all these fears aloud. What about your friends? Did they know? Draco laughed bitterly. Harry, do you honestly think that Crabbe and Goyle are the type to have a talk with? They're like speaking with a brick wall, and that's being generous. I thought maybe they were just shy around other people, Harry said with a shrug. The two boys looked at each other for a second before they both laughed. Okay, now that's just weird. I never thought I'd hear you laugh if it wasn't at someone else, Harry said, cringing slightly at the tactlessness of his words. Yeah, well, I never thought you'd be talking to me without looking like you were about to kill me. Well, I never thought I'd see you without your hair plastered to your head, Harry said with a smirk, nodding toward the other boy's hair. Draco scowled at him. I didn't exactly think I was going to be seeing anyone today, he said self-consciously, especially you. You know, it makes you look more human. What are you going to do? Harry asked in mock concern. Well, I'll have to gel it back to keep up my godlike appearance. Don't want to look too much like you mortals, he said with a raised eyebrow. Harry gave an exaggerated gasp. He made a joke. He has a sense of humor. Call the prophet. He joked. You're going to get annoying really fast, aren't you? Draco said suspiciously. More than likely, Harry said with a smirk that was nowhere near as expert as Draco's. Draco suddenly turned serious. So what are we doing? Well, we are sitting on a couch and. You know what I mean. Are we supposed to just forget the past 5 years of making each other's lives miserable and become all buddy-buddy? Harry thought about it for a second. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, we're both a bit different now, and well, I'd like to give it a shot. So, I guess it's up to you then, he said seriously. Well, I guess the tables have turned. Last time we were in this situation, it was me extending the offer of friendship to you. Of course we both know how that turned out, Draco said with a raised eyebrow. Harry shrugged. I don't know if we would have made it as friends back then. We were too different, both less accepting. What makes you think it'll work now then? Draco asked, trying to hide his curiosity. Well, I'm not prejudiced toward your house anymore, and you finally realized you don't want to be your father. I guess we understand each other better now, and Professor Snape was right. We have more in common than we knew, Harry said thoughtfully. But who knows, maybe it won't work out. We might just want to kill each other after half an hour. But you never know until you try. Draco thought about what Harry was saying. Oh, what the hell, he said with a look that clearly said God help me. What's the worst that could happen? Harry grinned and held out his hand. The two shook hands in an unspoken truce. So, bet I could beat your ass on a broom, Draco said with a challenging smirk. Only one way to find out. I have an extra broom. What kind? Nimbus 2001. I get to use my lightning strike, of course. Good, so when I whip you, you can't blame it on brooms. Dream on, Harry. Draco hopped up off the couch with more energy and happiness than he'd felt since the day his father had cast the Cruciatus curse on him. Harry couldn't help but grin as he followed his former archenemy from the room. The pair passed Snape on the way up to Draco's room. Sev, Harry's staying to fly for a bit, Draco said casually. Snape's eyebrow shot up and nearly dropped the book he was reading. Well, that was quick, he thought in surprise. So which Quidditch team do you support? Harry asked. Professional. I mean, not Slytherin. The Hurricanes, of course, Draco said imperiously. What? But they're Seeker's rubbish, Harry exclaimed, stopping in his tracks. Draco turned to him with his jaw dropped. None of his old friends ever contradicted what he said. What? Their Seeker is not rubbish. I'll give you the keeper. He's good. I mean, he made that incredible save against the Falcons, but you of all people have to agree that the Seeker's quite important, Harry said casually. Draco looked taken aback at somebody actually challenging him. Well, of course, the Seeker's the most valuable player on the team, but. And the Hurricanes' one just isn't good. Every time he's caught the snitch, it's been a complete shock of luck, Harry said enthusiastically. Do you read the Golden Snitch? No, I've had more important things to follow than Quidditch magazines, he said airily, but if Harry caught the snobby tone, he didn't let on to it. Okay, well, when you come over to my house, I'll show you the articles on the Hurricanes. They describe the matches pretty well, so you can really tell what the players are like. Okay, Draco said in surprise that Harry was obviously planning on having him over to his own house as well. He quickly recovered. But what sort of people run that magazine? Because I'm not going to just automatically trust a bunch of biased buffoons. The two debated as they passed through the room, and Snape watched them in shock. He was surprised that Harry had been able to get through Draco's barriers so quickly, seeming to sense what to say to keep Draco from being offended or getting defensive. It was good that Draco really had someone to talk to now, even if it started out about simply Quidditch. His godson's previous friends had generally been too moronic to hold a conversation with, so the B.O.'d often talked down to them, something Snape found completely understandable. His other peers in Slytherin were mostly brought up in high-class families who trained them to always speak properly and of proper things, always weighing their words carefully to avoid the politics that cropped up so often. As far as Snape knew, Draco had never carried on a true conversation with someone as casual as Harry. But then again, neither had Snape, really. He was always surprised when he conversed with Harry at how relaxed a conversation could be. Not that he would ever admit that. Snape picked up his book again and continued to read, wondering just how Harry Potter did it. The two flew around casually the rest of the day with an unspoken agreement not to compete on brooms quite yet to avoid any fights. Each were surprised at the ease in which they were able to talk to the other. The next day, Draco did come over to Harry's, and the Gryffindor showed him all the information about important Seekers from his magazines. In the end, Draco announced that the writers of the Golden Snitch were biased and short-sighted, but at the same time seemed now more interested in the Seeker of the meteorites than that of the Hurricanes. Harry could only laugh at the B.O.'s obvious attempt to save his pride, unable to admit Harry was right. Of course, once he found out that the Cannons were Ron's team, Draco gained a sudden liking for the Tornadoes, rooting for them as the two teams in the posters continued their ongoing feud. Now that they were on good terms, Harry found Draco's high-class mannerisms and snobbery amusing. If the B-owned ever went too far with his comments, Harry only had to tell him and Draco would apologize, which took a lot of swallowing of pride. For Harry's part, he tried not to bring up anecdotes of things he had done with his friends too often, since he knew that Draco had not had real friends before to tell tales about and was still not fond of Ron and Hermione. Harry was relieved to finally have someone that wouldn't shoot him pitying looks each time his home life came up or when he mentioned something having to do with dying. It was nice to have someone who didn't treat him like he was going to break. Draco was secretly ecstatic that he finally had a friend that was an equal. His old friends treated him like a little prince, but it made him feel so alone. He had always felt the isolation of being on top of that pedestal. But Harry knew what that was like. Harry knew what a lot of stuff was like. It took Draco a while before he could get used to Harry challenging things he said, or simply disagreeing with him. And even though Draco had initially thought this would drive him insane, it turned out he found it refreshing. Though the two still bickered over stupid things, they were surprised to find how well they actually got along. It was a strange friendship for sure, both boys being different in many fundamental ways, but somehow, it just worked. Draco and Harry walked into the lighthouse kitchen, both winded from racing around on broomsticks, both Dracos since Sirius had stood by his word about not buying Harry a new one. Draco collapsed into a chair, complaining that he was famished. Harry would have rolled his eyes at the B-owned's dramatics, but he felt the same way. How about grilled cheese sandwiches? Harry asked, pulling out some bread and cheese. Draco shot him a disgusted look. You're going to grill cheese? That sounds disgusting. You've never had a grilled cheese sandwich? Harry asked incredulously, pulling out the frying pan. Well, you have to try one then. Ha! You must be thinking I'm someone without taste buds. There is no way I'm eating something that sounds like something a 7-year-old would make as an experimentation, Draco said imperiously. Well, then you can make your own lunch, Harry said with a shrug. Draco looked at him in horror. What? I don't cook. That's for house elves. Harry glared at him, but Draco responded with his famous smirk. Then you have a choice between grilled cheese sandwiches or nothing, Harry said with a satisfied look. Draco huffed and crossed his arms. Besides, you should at least know how to cook something, he said as he flipped the sandwiches over. Otherwise you'll always be dependent on someone. Draco only glared at him as Harry slid a plate in front of him with a sandwich on it. Bon appetit, Harry said cheekily. Draco made a dramatic face as he lifted the sandwich slowly up and cautiously took a bite. Harry watched him in amusement as he considered the taste. It actually wasn't that bad. In fact, he rather liked it. He took another bite. He looked at Harry in wonder. The more he ate of the gooey sandwich, the more he loved it. Told you so, Harry said in a sing-song voice before starting on his own sandwich. After the boys finished, Harry got up to make another one. Me too, Draco said, leaning back in his chair to relax. You can make it, Harry said casually. Draco whirled around to look at Harry in horror. What? I don't cook. I've hardly ever been in a kitchen, he said firmly. Well, I'm not making it, so if you want another one, you better come over and learn how to make it yourself, Harry said with a grin that showed what a kick he was getting out of the situation. Draco begrudgingly got to his feet and came over to Harry's side, glaring at him the entire time. Harry only smirked back and shoved a spatula into his hand. Draco looked down it in disgust. Good, now you'll survive if your house elves ever disappear. You mean like Dobby? Draco asked. Harry shrugged with a grin. Well, it's best you got rid of him anyhow. That one was a bit loony. You're not seriously going to make me cook, are you? Of course I am. And I'm not ever making you a grilled cheese sandwich until you know how to make one yourself, so you better pay attention. Alright, this is called a frying pan and this is a stove. Draco concentrated hard on the things Harry was telling him. He watched Harry make his, and then copied what the dark-haired boy had done. Though his sandwich ended up a little dark on one side, the B-owned ended up with an edible sandwich. As the two sat back down to eat their sandwiches, Draco couldn't help but feel proud of himself. He had finally done something on his own, even if it was something as trivial as making a sandwich. He suddenly felt a little more confident about being able to make it without his father's support, even if he was getting there one small step at a time. You realize grilled cheese is a Muggle food, Harry commented casually, just to see the reaction. Draco groaned loudly. It was another night at the Burrow while all the adults were at the order meeting. Fred and George had employed Ron, Ginny and Harry to do some grunt work for them for the shop, promising to pay them each. Harry didn't really care about the money, but Ron was enthused about the promise of silver. All right, we need more order confirmation letters, Fred announced as soon as Errol came back from a delivery. Who wants to go get them? The room was silent. What? No volunteers? George asked innocently. Harry kept his mouth shut. He had already had to go out to the shed 5 times in the past hour, somehow managing to be manipulated into doing it each time. I elect Harry, Ron said with a smirk. Hey, Harry said indignantly. I second it, Ginny said quickly to avoid getting the job herself. George and Fred raised their hands to show their support for the movement. All right, he sighed, but next time, you're going, Ron, he said, getting to his feet. Ron just grinned at him cheekily. Harry walked out the back door into the cool night air. A dim glow inside the shed automatically appeared as he got close, helping guide his way to the door. He entered the shed to see the familiar stacks of boxes of things needed for running the shop, along with many broken Muggle gadgets that Mr. Weasley had taken apart to study and wasn't able to put back together. Harry lifted a broken clock off of the box with the labels he was looking for and took out a large stack of the papers before replacing the lid and setting the clock back on top. He chuckled at the sight of the now familiar collage of pictures of seesaws, escalators, roller coasters, and tractors as he walked back out of the shed and started toward the house. Suddenly, as he was making his way across the backyard, incredible pain shot through Harry's head. His hands flew up to press against his temples in a desperate attempt to quell the pain. The papers he had been holding fluttered to the ground as Harry looked to the burrow desperately, but couldn't call out before his vision swam dangerously and grew dark around the edges. He collapsed and the world went black. What's taking Harry so long? Ginny wondered aloud. Maybe he found our stash of fire whiskey and got distracted, George joked. He probably figures if he takes long enough, we won't make him run errands anymore, Ron said, shaking his head. Fred got to his feet. I'll go check on the little bugger. Might have gotten lost on the way back. Fred made his way to the back door and stepped out onto the back porch, squinting into the darkness as his eyes tried to adjust to the sudden lack of light. He pulled out his wand. Lumos. His heart skipped a beat at what the light revealed. Papers were scattered across the grass and in the middle of them all lay Harry's crumpled form. Fred shouted urgently for his twin and raced across the yard to Harry's side. Harry, he called, turning the raven-haired boy onto his back and shaking the boy's shoulders in an attempt to wake him, but Harry remained unconscious. The other 3 Weasleys appeared at the door and were soon running over as well. What happened? What's wrong with him? Ginny asked frantically. Harry, Ron called desperately. The situation gave him a sickening sense of déjà vu. He was relieved to see Harry's chest rising and falling, signaling that he was indeed alive. A soft moan alerted the Weasleys to Harry's beginning of a return to consciousness. Harry, wake up, George instructed him seriously. Harry's eyes fluttered open and he blinked up at them in confusion. What happened? He asked groggily as Ron and Ginny helped him sit up. You don't remember? Fred asked worriedly. Harry furrowed his eyebrows in concentration. I just remember walking toward the house and then there was this pain in my head. And then it's just blank, he said nervously. Fred and George jumped to their feet and pulled out their wands, pointing their lit tips out into the darkness. What's going on? Ginny asked the twins anxiously. You don't think Harry was attacked, do you? That's what it sounds like, Fred said grimly, sounding the slightest bit frightened. But the wards, Ron insisted. Harry, has this happened before? Have you been having headaches like this? George asked. Harry shook his head honestly. Was it your scar? Ron asked, frightened. Ron, Voldemort's dead. And besides, that never made me pass out before. And this felt like just a general pain, Harry tried to explain. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a curse. We need to get out of here, Fred said. There was a rustle in the trees to their right and everybody stiffened with fright. They all squinted into the darkness but could only see black. Everybody back to the house, now, George ordered urgently. Harry, Ginny, and Ron scrambled to their feet and started running toward the house, Fred and George following them, watching the trees to make sure somebody didn't pop out of the darkness. Once inside, the twins locked the door behind them and led the three younger teens to the living room. Fred and George ushered them through the fireplace and followed behind them to the lighthouse, sealing off the connection behind them just in case. Fred went on to flow to Snape Manor where the order meetings were most often held, while George stayed behind with the other three. The three Weasleys kept shooting Harry scared looks. Harry knew they were thinking about the same things he was. Somebody had broken the wards around the burrow. They had cursed Harry, and who knew what might have happened if Fred hadn't come out to check on him when he did. Harry couldn't help but imagine Death Eaters taking him and exacting revenge for destroying their master. Harry couldn't help but feel a bit guilty as well. If Death Eaters had broken through the burrow's wards, it was most likely in order to get to Harry, yet the safety of the Weasleys had been put at risk as well. The burrow had always been a place of complete comfort and security. Harry had never imagined being attacked there and he was sure the Weasley children hadn't either. But now, that image had been shattered. Harry got up to make tea, but the three Weasleys forced him to sit down as they took care of it themselves. Harry insisted he was fine, but the three redheads seemed doubtful. It seemed he had lost his credibility in determining how he felt. Finally, they heard the fire roar to life in the living room and ran in to meet the adults that were following Fred through. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looked very frightened, while Sirius ran over to Harry and asked him if he was all right. Snape came through as well, giving Harry a quick health check. Harry explained to the best of his ability what had happened. It sounds like a curse. I know of a few dark ones that have this effect, Snape concluded. But it doesn't make sense that the attacker would just disappear. Are you sure you didn't see anyone? He asked Harry, purposely avoiding saying his name in front of others. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable with general people knowing he was on a first-name basis with the boy who lived. No, Harry said, I guess Fred must have scared them off. Snape remained doubtful. I doubt Death Eaters would be afraid of a freshly graduated wizard who doesn't know a stitch of dark magic. Maybe they thought my mum and dad were home and that they would come when Fred called, Ginny suggested. I mean, they don't have you-know-who on their side anymore and the remaining Death Eaters are high on the wanted list. Maybe they were afraid of being caught and thrown into Azkaban. Sirius opted to stay with the four teenagers, uncomfortable with leaving them alone with the idea of what had happened, while Snape flowed over to the burrow where the Weasley parents and the rest of the order currently were. A couple hours later, after the kids had all gone upstairs, the Weasleys and Snape returned, the latter to use the fireplace, since Snape Manor's flow system was hooked up to very few fires for protection, the lighthouses being one of these few. Did you find anything? Sirius asked worriedly, immediately placing cups of tea in front of the two Weasleys. Snape had already disappeared back to his lair, as Sirius called it. No, it's the strangest thing. Not a single ward seems to be out of place. The alarms to signal if any were broken haven't been triggered. And we didn't find anyone, Mr. Weasley said in confusion. Dumbledore put up a few more wards and insists it's fine to go back home, but I can't help but worry that he's missed something, since it looks like he missed something the first time, Mrs. Weasley added. But we've searched the house from top to bottom and there's no indication of an intruder or anything. Well, there's not much room, but you all are welcome to stay here any time, Sirius offered. Thank you, Sirius, but if we're ever going to feel safe at home, we really need to get back to it tonight. Dumbledore's insisted it's safe and, just in case, he's placed some order members to be on call and to check on us for the next few nights. And we've set up emergency portkeys in all the bedrooms that will take us immediately to Hogwarts if activated. I'm not too worried about it, Mr. Weasley said. How's Harry doing? Mrs. Weasley asked in concern. I just can't believe he was attacked at our house. He seems to be doing fine. He says his head doesn't hurt and hasn't from the second he came to, Sirius said, pretty confident that Harry was telling the truth about this one. Oh, why can't those nasty people just leave him alone? Mrs. Weasley sighed. Haven't they put him through enough? Well, he killed their master, so I'm sure they all want him dead, Mr. Weasley said quietly, sipping his tea. Even more reason to get them all rounded up and locked away, Sirius said grimly. Then Harry might actually be able to walk around in public without having to be followed by a legal wizard. He could actually be a regular kid for once instead of having to be worried about people trying to murder him at every turn. Harry will be fine. Tonight will be the last time something like that happens to Harry, Mr. Weasley said confidently. The lighthouse is 10 times as protected as the burrow and practically no one knows where it is. And from now on, we'll just have to make sure the kids stay inside while we're having meetings or come here or something. There's no way they can get to Harry. You have nothing to worry about, Sirius. The next day, Draco came through the fireplace into the lighthouse with a troubled expression on his face. Harry stood up to greet him in surprise, but Draco cut him off. I need to talk to you, he said anxiously. Harry nodded and the two boys went up to his room. Draco sat down on Harry's bed and put his head in his hands with a sigh. Draco, what's the matter? Harry asked worriedly. What do you know about the remaining Death Eaters? Draco asked bluntly, lifting his head out of his hands. Harry looked at him in surprise but tried to answer the question. Besides the fact that one cursed me last night, not much. Sirius and Remus don't really talk about the Order stuff. I mean, I figure they're banding together and trying to continue what Voldemort started, but that's all, Harry said, sitting down in his desk chair. Well, Sev talked to me last night about it. You're right with the banding together thing, but they've got a new leader, Draco said ominously. Professor Trelawney. I knew she wanted me dead. Harry joked, but Draco didn't even crack a smile. My dad, Draco said quietly. The two sat in silence for a few moments. Harry had actually guessed that if the Death Eaters were to choose a new leader, that Lucius Malfoy would be a probable candidate, but he had never mentioned it to Draco. He knew this situation must be really hard for the Bee-owned. The man that had brought him up was now on a different side of a war than he was. Draco, you know that's no reflection on you, Harry said cautiously. Draco just looked away and scowled. You know, his first priority is going to be to kill you. He's going to need to show that he can defeat the person that the old Dark Lord could not, he said bitterly. Harry winced and chuckled weakly. He won't get to me, he said with more confidence than he felt. He wants to kill me too. I'm a traitor and you don't want to know what they do to traitors. It's almost as bad as what they do to people who kill their leader, he teased weakly. Oh thanks, Harry murmured. I'm not like him, I swear, Draco said quietly. Draco, Harry said firmly, I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't already know that. He smirked slightly and adopted a lighter tone. But hey, thanks for not wanting me dead. That's the first sign of a strong friendship, you know. Draco rolled his eyes with a small laugh, but it didn't last. He looked up at Harry with a grim expression. Well, everyone else thinks I'm like him. And when the greater public finds out it's my dad who's the new Dark Lord, they're all going to turn on me. It's going to be like being the son of you-know-who. I'll never be able to go back to Hogwarts. It doesn't matter what everyone else thinks, as long as you have a few people to stand behind you. Trust me, I've been through the whole pariah of the wizarding world thing quite a few times. You get through it. Plus, anyone without mush for brains will realize that you are not on that side. I mean, Voldemort's attack on Hogwarts was all over the news, including what you did. People will probably praise you. Hey, maybe they can start doing articles on you now. Then everyone can read about you in class and tease you in the halls. Oh, it's such good fun. Harry joked. Draco glared at him playfully but then couldn't help but laugh. Like the wonderful articles on your girlfriend, Miss Chong. Harry made gagging sounds and motions. He then straightened up and looked at Draco warily. You do know that I never went out with her, right? He asked. Okay, but the question is, did you really fancy her at any point? Draco asked, climbing out of the depressed mood he'd arrived in. Harry blushed. I plead temporary insanity, he muttered. Draco laughed. Well, everyone's had stupid crushes before, right? He insisted. Yeah, no kidding, Draco said absently. He had gotten up to prod the Tornado team members in the poster to start another fight with the Cannons players in the next poster. Harry looked at him curiously. Well, who was yours? He asked. Draco stilled. No one, he said, a little too quickly. Harry grinned. You have to tell me, that's the rules, he said, matter-of-factly. Come on, Draco, I won't tell anyone, and I'll bet you've never told anyone before. The best part about dumb crushes is telling people about them. Draco glared at him and sighed. Fine, but you have to swear not to laugh. Well, I can't swear that, but I'll try my best not to, Harry compromised. Draco mumbled something unintelligible. What? I can't hear you, Harry said. Draco shot him his best glare and cleared his throat. Granger, he snapped. Harry's jaw dropped. Hermione, he asked incredulously. Draco groaned and slumped back onto Harry's bed. It was a stupid little phase at the end of third year that, believe me, I got over very quickly when I came back to my senses. Don't ever tell a soul, especially not the Weasel or Granger. I swear I won't tell, but Hermione. You hate her. You've always been rotten to her. You think she's beneath you, Harry said, flabbergasted. She is beneath me and I do hate her. It was just a flash of a crush. No girl had ever stood up to me before and I was intrigued. But then I remembered that she was a know-it-all mudball. Draco, Harry warned. Sorry, he grumbled. So, who else have you fancied? Harry asked in amusement. Draco looked more confident now that the subject had drifted from such uncomfortable territory. Well, not many, really. I have dated quite a few though, most of whom I didn't fancy, but who, of course, fancied me, he said smugly. Harry laughed at the Slytherin's arrogance. Draco began going through a list of all the Slytherins, and a few Ravenclaws that he had gone out with. Of course, Draco had found faults with all of them, but still seemed very proud of his dating record. Harry was amazed at the sheer number of girls Draco had dated, especially when so many seemed to hate him. Well, you see, the B.O. explained, they're just entranced by my good looks. They really just flock to me. Only because they think you might lend them some extra hair gel, Harry retorted. Draco glared at him, but the Gryffindor only laughed. All right, well now it's your turn, Draco said. And remember, I admitted the Granger thing to you, so you'd better be honest. Well, there was Cho, of course. And then all right, you can't tell anyone. If Ron finds out, he might murder me. Draco's jaw dropped. You fancy Granger? He asked incredulously. What is it with her? No, Hermione has been and always will be just my friend, Harry clarified. Draco raised an eyebrow. Then it's the Weaslette, is it? Harry said, his blush confirming the question. Oh Merlin help us. A Weasley. I don't even understand how you could be friends with a Weasley and now you want to date one. Draco asked with a groan. Why do you do this to me? Harry grinned. Well, the entire goal behind it is to annoy you, of course, he said. But seriously, you'd like her. You know, I think it's good we're friends now. You need my influence to clear up your head. We're going to get you a nice high-class girl with no interest toward muggles, Draco said haughtily. You do realize I grew up with muggles, Harry reminded him. An unfortunate mistake. And my mum was muggleborn. Draco blanched at him. What? No, she wasn't. You're pureblood, he said seriously. Harry looked at him bizarrely. I think I would know. She was my mum. Why do you think her sister's a muggle? Draco looked at him incredulously. I thought she was a squib. I was always told you were a pureblood. That's what all the Death Eaters think, or at least what they've told us. Really? Why would they tell everyone that? I mean, some of them have to know since they went to school with my mum, Harry said confusedly. I guess it's to make you look more powerful. That way, the Dark Lord wouldn't have looked as bad failing to kill you and you'd look like a greater threat, more equal to the Dark Lord or something, Draco said thoughtfully. But we'd be more equal if they didn't go around telling people that I was pureblood. I mean Voldemort was a half-blood. What? Draco yelled, looking at Harry with wide eyes. No way. His dad was a muggle. He told me himself. I think that's one reason he hates muggles so much, since his dad left when he found out his mum was a witch, Harry said. I've been to his grave, in a muggle cemetery. You just decided to pop over and say hi to the Dark Lord's muggle dad. Draco asked incredulously. Well, it wasn't exactly a choice. I'm sure your father told you about what happened at the end of last year, Harry said darkly, pushing away the memory. Oh yeah, sorry. Draco apologized quickly. But I can't believe this. I'm pretty sure at least most of the Death Eaters think that he was pureblood. Wow, I can't imagine what most of them would do if they found out they were bowing down to a half-blood. Maybe I should send them a letter, you think? Harry joked. How about a greeting card saying, surprises are fun, aren't they? On the cover. Suddenly Harry's face turned serious. Wait, you're okay with me being part muggle, right? Draco groaned and made a face. Are you sure you're not a pureblood? He asked hopefully. Positive. Fine then. I guess I'm okay with it, he grumbled. But you're the only exception. This doesn't mean I'm going to start liking muggles and mudder people with muggle blood in them in the general sense. Oh, I feel so honored, Harry said sarcastically. Draco looked at him and shook his head. He sighed. So, the Dark Lord was defeated by a half-blood and was a half-blood himself. My ex-dad is trying to kill my only friend, and started by attacking him last night. I'm probably number 2 on the hit list. I'm living with someone who's trying to get me to do potions homework within the first month of summer holidays. My worst enemy is now my friend and trying to press upon me his muggle and low-class ways. I've just revealed my darkest secret about my crush on a muggleborn. Is it sad that the thing that's most forefront in my mind is the fact that I want a grilled cheese sandwich? Harry burst out laughing. Hey, that's the power of the grilled cheese sandwich. I tried to make one at home, but I kept burning it. It didn't taste the same, Draco pouted. All right, I'll make you one. Draco's face lit up. Under one condition. The B.O.'s expression turned suspicious. What condition? He asked warily. You're helping me wash the dishes. What? Draco yelped. I don't do dishes, or cleaning of any sort for that matter. Well, that's sad that you're just going to have to watch me eat my sandwich without one yourself, Harry said with a shrug, getting up. Fine, but I really hate you for this, he grumbled. I'll have to introduce you to macaroni and cheese. That way, I can get you to help me on all my chores. Harry said brightly. Draco chucked a pillow at him. So, Harry, I keep forgetting to ask you, did you ever have the ferret face over? Ron asked. Hermione looked over interestedly. The three were lying out on a hammock that Harry, Sirius and Remus had constructed between 2 trees. Harry and Hermione were stretched out next to each other, with Ron lying the opposite way, his head on the other side of the hammock. They were all sipping lemonade, and Harry was doing his best to ignore the fact that Ron and Hermione kept playing footsie every time there was a lull in the conversation. Yeah, I did. I've been to his house too, Harry said, taking a sip of his lemonade. 2 pairs of eyebrows shot up. His house. Meaning Snape's house. Ron asked incredulously. Are you mad? Well, are you going to tell us how it went? Hermione asked interestedly, ignoring the indignant looks of her boyfriend. Actually, it went well. I'd say we're friends now, Harry said. Ron's jaw dropped. Even Hermione looked shocked. Friends. Ron choked. He's changed, guys. I don't know if he was ever really that bad. I mean, he had a father who was the Dark Lord's right-hand man, and he was brought up to think he was better than everyone. But he's really trying now to change certain things. As long as you don't really take the arrogance thing personally, it's sort of funny, he said with a shrug. Harry, come on. This is Malfoy you're talking about. Mr. Spoiled, rich kid brat. You know, the one that calls Hermione a you-know-what and insults my family on a regular basis. Are you just going to ignore that fact? Ron asked, very annoyed. He's trying, Ron. And it's not like I let him insult you guys. If you guys just started over with a clean slate, I think you guys might get along. Harry, I'm with Ron on this one. You might be ready to forget it all, but I don't think we're quite ready to, Hermione said gently. That's all right. I'm not going to try to force you all to be best mates or anything. I mean, I would like to keep all my body parts intact. Just, please don't be mad that I'm friends with him. You're not going to ditch us for Malfoy, are you? Ron asked with true worry. Harry laughed. Of course not. You guys are my best friends forever. Just because I have someone to hang out with while you guys are playing footsie. His two friends blushed crimson and Ron jerked his bare foot away from Hermione's with a guilty grin. Doesn't mean we're not best mates anymore. Ah, Hermione cooed with a chuckle, ruffling Harry's hair fondly as he blushed. Group hug, Ron announced. Harry's eyes widened as his two friends pounced on him, laughing heartily. Then the hammock flipped over, sending them all crashing to the ground. Ouch, Ron groaned. The three dissolved into fits of laughter. What the hell, Harry? What do you mean you're friends with Malfoy? Are you psychopathic? Eloise exclaimed. How could you be friends with someone who says my face looks like a pizza? Neville was gaping at him in shock. Malfoy, Harry, Malfoy, he asked incredulously. You guys, he's a product of his making, or however that expression goes. He's trying to change. He has no one, Harry explained with a sigh. They were sitting out on the porch steps of the lighthouse, except for Eloise, who was now pacing wildly in front of them. Let somebody else be his friend, Harry, you're not the lonely person rescue committee, Eloise said agitatedly. Well, I know what it's like to have no friends and be sitting all alone through the entire summer. His only company is Professor Snape, Harry tried. This seemed to gain their sympathy a little bit, especially Neville's. He's not horrible like he used to be. He was just a bit misguided. And if he ever calls you anything like that again, Eloise, I'll punch him myself, okay? Eloise plopped down with a huff on the steps. How did this all happen so quickly? Neville asked, bewildered. A few weeks ago, you were enemies, and now you're friends. Well, as I said, he's changed a lot. I think he was sort of in the process of changing all last year and then the thing with his father happened and that did it. I don't know. I guess it was just one of those times, one of those crossroads in life where a bunch of stuffs just happened and a bunch of stuffs just changed drastically, so you might as well add one more change to the bunch before the opening's gone, you know. Harry tried to explain. It probably wouldn't have worked at any other time, but his friends have all abandoned him. He's looking to get away from who his father wanted him to be, and I stepped in because after all the stuff from last year, I've realized that I don't want to waste my energy on having him as an enemy, and everything just sort of clicked. Are you saying it was fate? Eloise asked, now intrigued. She was a big believer in fate. Her parents had become friends during one fateful detention. The three of them had become friends because of an understanding of potions that Harry wasn't supposed to have. And now her dream guy was owling her, but they only met because Roger's date happened to have a major crush on her date. She had always believed in fate, but her beliefs had really solidified because of the events of the previous year. Maybe, Harry said without the slightest clue, but if it would gain Eloise's support, he'd go with it. Maybe you're right then. Who knows, maybe one day something really great will happen, all because of this random friendship, Eloise said with a little more enthusiasm. Harry and Neville rolled their eyes and chuckled. Hey, you'll see, Eloise said matter-of-factly. Fate works in strange ways. Especially in love, right? Harry teased. Of course. Think about how fate let you meet and get close to Ginny, Eloise pointed out. Harry blushed. We're just. Shut it, Harry, you're not just friends and you're messing up my point. Okay, onwards. If that troll hadn't gotten into the school first year, Ron and Hermione would never have gotten together. If that guy hadn't stood up my mum, my parents would never have gotten together. Fate is everywhere. Harry put a shocked look on his face, as if he had just had an epiphany. And if the world didn't turn, the sun wouldn't come up and you would never have seen Roger and gotten a crush. Oh my God, Eloise, you're right, it's fate, Harry exclaimed, standing up and throwing his hands toward the sky. And because I've even met another human being, it must have been fate. Oh shut it, Harry, Eloise said with a playful glare, chucking a dirt clod at him. But seriously, Eloise, don't you think people have some choice in the matter? I mean, I probably would have ended up in Slytherin, but I chose to go to Gryffindor. Is that fate, or is that choice? Harry asked. I agree with Harry, I think, said Neville thoughtfully. I mean, you choose to fall in love with the people you do. Neville, don't you know? If there's anything you can't control, it's love, otherwise, it would be far too boring. Neville and Harry exchanged a look, knowing Eloise was on another one of her rants. Everyone would love the easiest person to love in their situation, and there would be no lovely complications that bring about the greatest love stories of our times. If you had control over the matter, it wouldn't be love, it would be like picking out groceries or something. But doesn't who you are affect who you love? And you choose to be the way you are, Harry interjected, but Eloise cut him off. You choose who you are to some extent, but if we were completely who we chose to be, then what is your excuse for Malfoy again? She said with a smirk, knowing she had turned Harry's words against him. Harry held up his hands with a chuckle. I surrender. I don't know, Eloise, I mean, if people were fated to love certain people, then why wouldn't everyone just pair off easily? Why would some people get stuck loving a person who already loves someone else? Neville asked. Harry noticed a slightly sad twinge to his voice, and wondered if he was speaking from personal experience. I never said fate was nice. I mean, you just kind of proved my point. Why would you choose to love someone who wouldn't love you in return? You don't. That's fate playing games with you. Of course, I also happen to believe in karma. I think if you're a good person, fate will treat you nicely, and even if it seems like it's dealing out a rotten deal, it'll all work out for the best in the end, Eloise said confidently. We're all good people, so we don't have to worry. We'll all end up with very happy love lives. Neville looked away sadly, as if he didn't believe what Eloise had just said. For Neville's sake, Harry hoped what Eloise was saying was true, because if he was right in his guess about who Neville fancied, fate was working in some strange ways. What the heck are those? Harry asked as he walked into Draco's room to find the bee, owned holding strange long pointy things. These are fencing foils, Draco said dramatically. Harry looked at him in bewilderment. You want to make a fence out of foil? I don't think those look like they'd make a great fence, Draco. The bee owned rolled his eyes. Fencing is a sport for the civilized, obviously you wouldn't be familiar with it, he said with a smirk. Harry pulled a face at him. It's like sword fighting, but with these. I'd teach you with real swords, but I doubt our godfathers would be really happy if one of us lopped off the other's head. Catch, he called, tossing one to Harry who deftly caught it. So you're going to teach me to fence? Harry asked excitedly, swishing the foil around in the air. Yes, I feel it's my duty to teach you some sort of culture. Now I don't have any of the protective gear, so you're going to have to be really careful about not gouging out my eye, because I assure you, if you do, I'm taking one of yours to replace it. The next several hours were spent with Draco teaching Harry the art of fencing. Harry was a fast learner at all the movements, blocks, jabs and whatnot, but Draco kept informing him that he lacked the graceful poise that Draco had. The Slytherin kept frowning and told Harry he looked like a pirate in a sword fight. Harry, unfortunately for Draco, thought this was a much cooler way to look than the prim and proper standard. You're hopeless, Draco declared at one point. Harry just grinned at him. Well, I still seem to be a bit difficult for you to beat, he pointed out. That's because you don't follow the etiquette standards of fencing, Draco exclaimed in annoyance. Well, this is good for you then. You already know how to fight people who follow the etiquette, and now you can learn how to fight people who don't, aka me, Harry said, swishing the fencing foil around in the air so he could hear the satisfying whoosh sound. All right, let's go again. And this time, keep that thing out of the general vicinity of my head, Draco warned. Aye, Captain, Harry said with a smirk. En garde, Draco said, and the two rested the tips of their fencing foils against each other's. And fence. Immediately, the two began fencing. The foils clanged together. While Draco's face was cool and passive, Harry's flipped between being screwed up with concentration to laughing with joy each time he felt he did something especially cool. The two shuffled as they dueled, so they ended up near the back steps of Snape Manor. Draco smirked and threw his foil up in the air. Harry was distracted with watching the foil sail over his head. Draco dodged by Harry and darted up the 3 stairs, deftly catching the foil with a smug expression. Whoa, that was a wicked move. Harry exclaimed in awe, ducking as Draco swung at him. Of course, Draco said smugly. Harry swiped at the B's feet, but Draco jumped to avoid it and shuffled backwards into the house, Harry following him the whole way, foils clanging. The two made their way into the living room where Snape was reading. The potions professor looked up with a raised eyebrow as the two boys entered the room. Not on the, he protested with a wince as Harry jumped up onto the couch to gain the advantage of height. Off the couch, he snapped. Harry saluted him and stepped up onto the back of the couch and jumped off, followed by Draco who walked up the couch and jumped off, swiping at Harry who deftly blocked him. Harry spun around and clinked foils with Draco with a proud smirk. Draco rolled his eyes. What? You know that was cool, Harry said, dodging a jab from the B's. For an amateur, Draco smirked. Harry grinned, turned, and ran into the hall, Draco trailing after him. The two resumed their sword fight in the foyer. House elves dodged out of their way as they made their way down the hall, the clanking of their foils echoing loudly. Sorry. Hey, Senri. Oops. Sorry Bibbs. Harry apologized as the house elves scurried out of the way. Draco looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Sev was polite to house elves, unlike anyone at Malfoy Manor, but it always boggled him that Harry was actually friendly with them. He had learned the names of quite a few of the ones in Snape Manor and always asked how they were. The house elves were very fond of him. The two backed up into the dining room. The house elves raced in after them and quickly grabbed away all the breakable things. Thanks, guys, Harry called. Draco stepped onto a chair and jumped up on the table. Harry ducked a swipe of Draco's foil and raced to the other end of the long wooden table, quickly climbing up. Kind of familiar, Draco mused as they clashed foils again. It was oddly reminiscent of the time they dueled on stage in their second year. Yeah, maybe I should get Lockhart over here to give me some more of his wonderful advice, Harry said sarcastically as the two circled around each other as they dodged and jabbed. Have any snakes up your sleeves? Why, you want to have a chat with one? Draco smirked. That's really unfair, by the way. You get the coolest Slytherin talent and you're not even in Slytherin. Well, let's just say that little talent doesn't exactly go over big with the general public. It would with snakes, Draco pointed out. Harry chuckled. Draco fainted up, and when Harry brought his foil up to block it, he switched and jabbed it into Harry's chest, sending the dark-haired boy crashing down. Harry landed flat on his back on the table and dropped his foil off the side. The wind was knocked out of him and it took him a second to regain his senses. Ow! Ned with a chuckle. I think you win. Draco offered his hand and helped Harry to his feet. They shook hands to conclude the duel and climbed off the table before Snape could find them there. I think I'm done for the day, Harry announced, rubbing his sore chest that had now been jabbed hard with the fencing foil 3 times. The house elves reset the table and one announced that dinner would be served shortly. Draco decided that Harry would be staying for dinner. The house elves eagerly nodded their heads and set an extra place at the table. When the boys were done getting cleaned up, they came down and entered the dining room. Harry stared in wide-eyed awe at the dinner table, which was covered by a fancy tablecloths. Every place was set with far too much silverware, in Harry's opinion. Snape was already seated at the head of the table with the Prophet open in front of him. He was shaking his head with a scowl as he was reading it. Suddenly, Harry, who hadn't been looking where he was going, ran into something very solid. There was a loud crash as Harry and the house elf he had run into fell to the ground, along with the tray of condiments the house elf had been carrying. Snape and Draco exchanged a look and rolled their eyes. Oh my God, Senri, I'm so sorry. Harry apologized to the house elf. He crawled around on the floor picking up the things he had knocked over. Harry Potter mustn't worry about it, sir. Senri will clean it, sir, the house elf assured him. No, here, let me help. Here's all the, stuff, he said, setting all the salt and pepper shakers and small bowls back on the tray. With his hands, he began scooping a pile of some sort of thick sauce from the floor onto the tray. A bunch of other house elves ran over and insisted that Harry didn't have to help, while he insisted that he wanted to and that he was sorry for being so clumsy. Harry, Snape snapped. Harry looked up from the fray apologetically. Snape shook his head. Just sit, he said exasperatedly. Draco sniggered. Smooth one, he commented. Harry blushed and sat down. A house elf ran up and gave him a moist towel to clean his hands, which were now covered in sauce. Harry quickly got his hands clean and handed the towel back to the house elf, apologizing once again. Who knew that we'd get dinner and entertainment by inviting you over? Draco said with smirk. Guess I'm not quite used to the whole high-class dinner thing yet. Suddenly there was a house elf at his side dishing food onto his plate. Harry looked up and saw that there were house elves at the other sides as well. Snape was asking Draco about how he was coming along with his summer homework. Both were ignoring those serving them except for an occasional, "Thank you," from Snape and awkward thanks from Draco, who wasn't used to even acknowledging house elves. Senri, what is all this stuff? He whispered as the house elf placed a slab of spice-covered meat on his plate. This, Harry Potter, sir, is ostrich meat. The soup is a bouillabaisse, which is a French fish stew. The salad contains tossed spinach leaves, tomato, cucumber, goat cheese, and a vinaigrette dressing. The pasta has angel hair noodles and... Actually, Harry interrupted as politely as he could, you know, I don't think it's a good idea to tell me anymore. Thanks, Senri, Harry said, looking at the food apprehensively as the house elf bowed and left. Why did rich people eat such weird food? A house elf handed him a material napkin. Harry thanked him and placed it beside his plate without paying much attention. He grabbed a fork and looked at it confusedly. It was tiny and only had 2 prongs. He supposed it was another rich people thing. Maybe it was so they would take smaller bites and look classier or something. Harry tried using it with the pasta, but failed miserably on getting any to stay on the tiny fork. He found something small on his plate and figured it would be easier to start with that. He poked the foreign substance with the tiny fork and popped it into his mouth. He chewed and kept chewing. It tasted like rubber. When the other 2 were distracted, Harry quickly spit the thing out into his hand and put it back on his plate, hiding it under the ostrich meat. He wished he had a paper napkin to spit things out in and wipe his hands on, not wanting to get the material one dirty. Not a fan of the escargot? Snape asked suddenly. Harry looked up guiltily to find Snape watching him with a raised eyebrow. Harry started, trying to figure out how to avoid insulting anyone. Yes. Well, spit it out, Snape said snappishly. Already did, Harry said with an embarrassed grin. Draco burst out laughing. Did you actually try it, or did one of the house elves tell you what it was? Snape asked. No, I actually tried it. It was quite chewy. Why? What is it? Harry asked warily. Escargot is French for snail, Snape informed him. Harry looked at him blankly for a moment before realizing what Snape was saying. His face quickly paled a few shades. You're joking, he said in horror. Do I ever joke? Snape asked. That's a snail. Harry gulped, pointing at another one. Yes. You eat things that leave slime trails when they move. Harry asked incredulously. Well, they don't exactly move anymore, Draco pointed out. How have you not tried escargot? Well, I've done quite a bit of gardening in my day, and you know, I've never once thought about picking up a snail and eating it. Strange how that happened, Harry said, pushing the rest of the strange food around on his plate. He forced himself to eat the rest. You've gone up against Death Eaters. You can do this. Cavemen ate weird stuff like this, you can too, he thought in a silent pep talk with himself. He liked some of the things on his plate, but for the most part, he wasn't used to the intense flavors and strange tastes of the food. He would take a meal put together by Mrs. Weasley over this any day, but he politely made sure to at least try everything. While he ate, he imagined with amusement the well-dressed table being covered with elegant platters of hamburgers and hot dogs. He would love having the 2 nervously ask him what the hot dogs were exactly and telling them that nobody really knew for sure, but it was better not to ask. Suddenly he realized that Snape was looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Harry, hold up your fork, he instructed. Harry warily showed it to him. Draco burst out laughing and Snape rolled his eyes. Are you having a difficult time eating with that? Snape asked with an undertone of amusement. Well, yes, actually. Quite difficult, in fact. It's a bit smaller than what I'm used to, he said awkwardly. Well, then why not use one of the other forks that are a bit bigger? Snape asked. Harry looked at him confusedly and looked down near his plate. He lifted up his napkin and blushed to see 4 other forks there. Oh, whoops, he said with a sheepish grin. But honestly, why are there 5 forks? I only need 1. 2 etiquette mess-ups and 1 spill later, Harry was proclaimed an official dining disaster. Harry, wake up. In his semi-conscious state, Harry finally realized someone was there, calling his name. He quickly opened his eyes and squinted through the darkness. Without his glasses and with the sleep in his eyes, he could only see the general shape of a person. He could see that he was indeed in his bed where he was supposed to be at this time of night. Siri, is something a matter? He asked, not awake enough yet to form words that could be truly classified as belonging to the English language. Glasses were placed gently on his face and his godfather's face showed up more clearly. The ex-convict's face, however, was not filled with worry. Instead, Sirius looked rather excited. Come on, Har, out of bed. You can stay in your pajamas, but put on your cloak and some shoes, he instructed. Are we going somewhere? Harry asked as he sluggishly followed the directions. Sirius grinned at him, pulling the top blankets off Harry's bed and gathering them into his arms. You'll see, he said mysteriously. Harry followed him from the room confusedly. Padfoot, he questioned, but the animagus just gestured for him to follow. The two walked out the front door and Harry broke out into an excited grin. There was a motorcycle parked out front. Sirius, is that your old motorcycle? The one that flies? Harry asked excitedly. The one and only, just got it back. Hagrid had stored it away somewhere in the dungeons, but he dragged it back out for me, Sirius said proudly, securing the rolled-up blankets to the back. And we're going to take it for a cruise. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, Harry reminded him. I know. I have something to show you. Show a little faith, Harry, Sirius said as he got on the bike and put his helmet on. Climb on behind me. Harry eagerly got on behind Sirius, never having been on a motorcycle before. All right, hold on tight, Sirius warned before starting up the engine. Harry wrapped his arms around his godfather, and held on even tighter as Sirius took off. They sped along the dirt road for a few minutes before Sirius popped a wheelie and flew the bike up into the air. The sensation was different from flying a broom and more like riding Buckbeak. It made a difference to not have control of what he was flying on. Harry breathed in the cold air and looked down over the landscape below. They were definitely past the wards around the lighthouse now, so Harry had never been allowed to fly out over the trees and fields like this. He liked the sensation and hoped that one day, Sirius would teach him how to drive his bike. Oh look, Sirius said with amusement, Buckbeak's decided to join us. Harry looked to his left and grinned. Sure enough, the hippogriff had left the pen at the lighthouse to fly beside them. Harry was glad he was on the motorcycle rather than on Buckbeak. Sirius finally brought the bike down on the top of a tall hill. Buckbeak continued to circle around the hill, content to be with some company while he was out flying. The hippogriff had grown very fond of the two and didn't like going far from the lighthouse when the two were at home. Sirius pulled the blankets off the back and laid one down for the two to sit on. Sirius plopped down on the blanket and lied back, sticking a pillow under his head and pulling a blanket over him to protect him from the chill of the gusts of wind. Harry looked at him curiously before following suit. Siri, what are we doing exactly? Harry asked warily. Just watch, he said mysteriously, gesturing toward the sky. Harry lied back and watched the black blanket of night above him. See that star right there? Sirius asked, pointing to one. That's Sirius, the dog star, he said with a grin. Best damn star in the sky. Wow, it's really big. It must represent your ego, Harry teased. Suddenly, a star shot across the sky. Siri, did you see that? A shooting star, Harry said excitedly. Sirius grinned in a knowing way. Just keep watching. Suddenly another one shot across, followed quickly by another. Harry watched mystified as more and more streaks of light filled the sky. Soon there were almost 1,000 shooting stars a minute. I've never seen a meteor shower before, Harry said in awe. Well, hopefully it won't be your last. The good ones are rare, but I know someone who's an astronomer who used to send me owls every time there was a good one we could see. Once my name got cleared, I contacted him and he promised to start owling me again, Sirius said, watching the mystifying show of nature above him. This is one of the best parts of the lighthouse. It's away from all the lights of civilization, so you can really see the stars at night. So what do you think? I've never seen something so amazing, Harry said in wonder. It's like magic. Sirius looked over at him in surprise. What? Harry asked. Your mother said the exact same thing when James and I showed her one for the first time. I mean, almost those exact same words, Sirius said with a wistful smile. Really? Harry asked quietly. He knew that Sirius, consciously or unconsciously, compared Harry to James a lot. It was nice to be compared to his mother instead. When he was compared to his mother, it felt like something to be proud of, rather than something to compete with. Yeah, let's see. It was right after she found out she was pregnant with you and we were saying that the meteor shower was really the universe celebrating it with her. I mean, it was a perfect coincidence that the two events happened to coincide. It was at a time where Peter had been gone a lot, probably at Death Eater meetings, but anyways, he wasn't there. It was the one time I ever let anyone, including James, drive my motorcycle, or even let him be on it without me there. He drove, with Lily on back, since we all were so concerned about her safety with you in her belly. Harry smiled shyly, soaking in the fact that they had all seemed to care about him so much at that time. Mooney and I flew on brooms. When we got there, we laid out blankets to lie on, just like this, he said, gesturing to the two of them. Lily and James lied next to each other, of course, and during the entire thing, they both had their hands on Lily's stomach and kept glancing down at it, as if you were suddenly going to pop out of it. The two chuckled. Sirius looked at Harry regretfully and sighed. You were the best thing they ever did, and they knew it even back then. I wish they could be here now. It could have been the same scene as it was back then, but with you at their side, he said with a sad smile before going back to watching the sky. Harry swallowed hard, imagining the scene and how wonderful the imagined scene would be if it were real. Well, at least part of it's real. We're here and that's a big improvement on last summer, Harry said softly. He peeked over at Sirius anxiously out of the corner of his eye. He hadn't planned doing so, but he had just given Sirius a perfect opportunity to bring up what had happened with the Dursleys. But Sirius was too wrapped up in his memories to notice. They would have been really proud of you, Sirius said quietly. He wasn't good at the emotional conversations, as was made quite obvious with the awkwardness each time he said something sentimental. Because of this, the comment both really touched Harry, and suddenly made him not want Sirius to catch on to his reference to the Dursleys. He wanted so badly for Sirius's words to be true. Ah, Sev, come on. Why can't we go to the Quidditch shop while you go to the apothecary? Draco whined. Because I said so. Now stop whining, Snape said with authority. Harry rolled his eyes at Draco's pouting. The B.O.N. saw this and glared at the offending Gryffindor as they walked in after the potions master. Snape had taken the two to Diagon Alley for a few hours. The two had been excited to go until they discovered that the main purpose of the trip was to get potions ingredients so that Snape could start tutoring them for next year's potions class. Draco blamed Harry for this turn of events, since it had been the Gryffindor who had first admitted that he didn't understand the summer homework. It was true that Draco didn't understand it either, but he would have rather left that revelation until later in the summer, knowing how the potions master would jump upon the opportunity to teach them potions. Now I want you two to find 10 potions or ingredients that you don't know about and be prepared to tell me their names and any information it gives on the label. The two boys gaped at him momentarily. Evil, Draco announced accusingly. Thank you. Now off with you two, Snape said before walking off to find the ingredients he needed. The two boys walked off grumbling about sadistic potions masters. You're right. He does need a girlfriend. Desperately, Draco said as he began taking notes off a jar of some green, flaky substance labeled Reslabats. He was referring to a conversation they had had a few days before, where they had come to the decision that Snape needed a life besides his potions, as much as the idea disturbed them. He paused, waiting for a response. When he didn't receive one, he looked up curiously. Harry. The boy in question was at the end of the aisle, peeking around the edge and watching something with interest. Harry. He asked again with a raised eyebrow. The Gryffindor turned to him and motioned for him to come. Draco crossed his arms in protest, not used to taking orders, only giving them, but curiosity got the better of him and he walked over to Harry, who was back to watching whatever had grabbed his attention. What is it? He asked, not seeing anything particularly unusual. Shish. Look there. See that blonde woman? That's the one, Harry said matter-of-factly. Her. Why her? Draco asked, trying to get a closer look at the woman. She had long, blonde hair and blue eyes. Light freckles were splattered across her nose and cheeks. Draco suspected she might be Irish. She doesn't exactly look like Sev's type. Trust me, she's the one. Watch Professor Snape, Harry said quietly. Draco looked to his godfather, who was examining labels on jars, occasionally sticking one in his basket. I don't see, he started, but just then he noticed Snape's eyes flick over to the woman who was now conversing with the shop owner. No way, he said, mystified. You know, an apothecary is really the perfect place to find a girlfriend for him, if you think about it, Harry pointed out. That's so sad, Draco said. We even have to pick out his girlfriends in a potions shop. He really needs a life. I've got an idea. Let's get those 10 ingredient things done with quickly. Draco nodded and the two rapidly picked bottles off the shelves and jotted down notes, intermittently checking to make sure the woman was still there. As the woman went up to pay, Snape found the boys and announced that it was time to go. They got in line behind the B-owned, who grabbed her bags and, after telling the shopkeeper to have a nice day, turned to leave. Harry watched the woman out of the corner of his eye and stepped back, crashing right into her, sending her bags to the floor. He whirled around and put his hands over his mouth. Oh, I'm so sorry, he exclaimed, bending down to help her pick up the bottles that were now rolling everywhere. The woman chuckled. Oh, don't worry, you're talking to a certified walking disaster. I crash around into people like a crazed bludger, she said with a warm smile. Harry glanced back at Snape, who looked ready to kill him. He cast a desperate look at Draco, who thought quickly. Hey Sev, what's this? Draco asked, picking up a fallen bottle. Merpeople scales, he announced after a glance, looking vaguely impressed. They're used in very complex potions. Yes, well, it's a bit of a hobby of mine to brew potions, well, attempt to at least. I've been attempting to make this new invisibility potion featured in this potions magazine I subscribe to, but it unfortunately keeps exploding. The Lucent Draft? Snape asked in surprise. The woman stood up with her bags now full with potions once again. She looked excited. Yes. Have you heard of it? Yes. It doesn't specify in the article, but remove the potion from the heat before mixing in the scales, he said in a much gentler tone than he used in class. He, himself, sounded more animated, eager to talk to someone who was interested in his favorite hobby. The woman looked as if she had just had an epiphany. Of course. Hot diminutive can't mix with the scales. I can't believe you caught that, she exclaimed. Snape couldn't take her eyes off her. Well, he is the potions master at Hogwarts, Harry informed her. Snape shot him a glare and Harry just grinned innocently. Harry, he snapped warningly, but the woman just looked at him in awe. You teach potions? That's amazing. From what I hear, you must be extremely skilled to work there, she said warmly. He is, Draco said with pride. The woman shifted her bags and held out her hand to Snape. I'm Laura McCormick. Snape awkwardly shook it, looking oddly uncomfortable. Severus Snape. The woman smiled and then turned to the boys for introductions. Draco Malfoy, or I mean Snape, he corrected himself awkwardly, casting a questioning look at Snape, who nodded reassuringly. The woman gave him a sympathetic smile. I read about you in the Prophet. That was a very brave thing you did, especially for Harry Potter, if you're enemies with him as the article says, she said kindly. Draco cast an awkward look at Harry. Yeah, well, things change, he said with a shrug. Yeah, Draco and I are friends now, Harry added. The woman turned toward him questioningly. Oh, I'm Harry Potter, he said, slightly wary of the woman's reaction. Laura looked a bit surprised. Oh, well, you seem very down to earth for someone with your fame. Harry thought Snape looked slightly disappointed, expecting the woman to pay all her attention to the boys, but suddenly Laura's expression turned to one of shock and she whirled around to face Snape. You're the one that invented the Wolfsbane potion, she exclaimed with a gasp. I knew your name sounded familiar. Harry looked at Snape in shock as well. How had he not been informed of that? Oh well, yes, actually. About 10 years ago, he said indifferently, but Harry could tell he was flattered at the recognition. That is amazing. The only potion I've ever managed to make was by accident and its only function was to turn everything it touched black. How useful, he said sarcastically with a raised eyebrow. The boys winced at the man's crass sense of humor, thinking this would be the end of Laura. But the bee-owned just grinned. But of course, I could market it as a decorating tool for vampires. Snape smirked appreciatively at the joke. Well, it was nice to meet you, said Laura, preparing to leave. Wait, Draco blurted out desperately. We were just about to go get some ice cream. Do you want to come with us? Harry quickly improvised. Yes, Ev, you promised, Draco added. Snape looked at the two as if they had lost their minds, but quickly changed his expression when Laura turned to him. Yes, you should come, he said awkwardly. Laura grinned and nodded. I'd love to. Snape quickly paid for the potion's ingredients and the four walked to the ice cream parlor, the two adults in front, walking side by side, immersed in conversation about potions. Draco and Harry trailed behind, congratulating themselves. The four eventually sat down at a small table with their ice cream, Harry and Laura with messy cones, and Draco and Snape with more dignified bowls. They were all delighted with Laura's sense of humor and her appreciation of Snape's sarcastic one. The conversation eventually rolled around to Draco and Harry's favorite topic. So, Laura, do you like Quidditch? Harry asked eagerly. She chuckled at the question. You know, I never really got into the sport, but my daughter's crazy about it. I took her with some friends of mine to a match and she fell in love with it. She may only be 4, but she knows what she likes. The other three froze. Draco shot Harry a panicked look. Are you married? Harry asked in a curious tone. When my daughter, Anna, was born, her father decided he didn't want to be a dad and ran off with some young knockout. He threatened to try to get full custody of Anna unless I gave him the house, so I let him have it. Best deal I ever made. He left you. What an idiot. Snape blurted out bluntly. Laura smiled at him. Yet after Laura's announcement that she had a kid, the boys could tell Snape's attitude toward her had changed slightly. Harry whispered for Draco to distract the woman, and he convinced her to buy some ice cream for her daughter. The two bee-owned went back inside to pick out a tub. Ask her to dinner, Harry hissed to Snape as soon as they left. She has a kid, he hissed right back. So what? You like her, Harry insisted. Besides, you do too, remember. He's named Draco, extremely blonde, about yay tall, he said, gesturing above his head. Don't be a smart ass, Draco is different and you know it. He's a teenager, and though teenagers have a whole set of their own difficulties, they're generally past the sticky fingers, sticking everything in their mouths, babbling nonsensically phase, he said. I'm not good with kids. They hate me and I'm not fond of them, especially that young. They just whine, cry and smell, he said with distaste. When have you ever been around kids? Harry asked skeptically. Never, because kids and I are not a good mix, he snapped. How would you know then if you've never been around them? Harry challenged. Snape scowled at Harry but was at a loss for a reply. Just try it because you fancy her, and let's face it, you need a life, he said before biting off a piece of his cone. Watch it, Harry, Snape said threateningly. It's true, Harry said matter-of-factly. I have a life, thank you, Snape snapped. Being stuck in a potions lab all day does not count. You like her, Draco likes her, it's perfect. You always tell me to put in some effort. As my professor, you need to set a good example, Harry pushed. I always knew you were a cheeky brat, Snape growled. And I always knew you had some brains, now use them. Harry hissed. Boy, do you have guts, Snape said menacingly, but Harry wasn't affected by it. Anyways, she might say no. Of course she might say no, but you were a spy for how many years? I think you've taken bigger risks than asking someone to dinner. Somehow, facing the Dark Lord is easier than this, Snape admitted with a scowl. Cheers to that, Harry said with a smirk. The pair looked up to see the two owned coming back. Ask her and tell her to bring her daughter, Harry said once last time before Draco and Laura got back. Well, I guess I better get going before my pint of ice cream melts. It was lovely to meet you all. I hope to run into you again sometime, Severus, she said, pushing in her chair. Harry shot Snape a pointed look. Would you and your daughter like to have dinner at my home sometime? He asked, sounding uncharacteristically nervous. She looked at him in mild surprise. I would love that, she said warmly. Are you free tonight around 7? Fantastic. Are you connected to the Flow network? She asked. The two adults exchanged information so Snape could set his fireplace to allow her in, since it generally only allowed a few connections for his and Draco's protection. When Laura disapparated, Snape sat back down and groaned. The two boys sat down with him. Come on, Sev, it'll be great, Draco said encouragingly. I can't believe you two got me into this. She's going to expect her kid and I to get along. What a disaster. This is going to be like Longbottom with a cauldron. Draco laughed loudly at this while Harry looked at them disapprovingly. Neville tries really hard, you know. And he was loads better last year. Before an argument began, he shook his head. But let's not get off topic. My friend Coda babysits all the time for little kids, so I'll go do kids research. Snape just groaned, and mashed up a bit of ice cream with a scowl. Sev, when was the last time you went on a date? Draco asked cautiously. Snape lifted his head and glared at his godson. I've been involved with other things, he said indignantly. Sev. Snape just groaned again, putting his head into his hands. The man mumbled something. What was that? Draco asked. I said, about 10 years ago, he said with a glare that threatened a swift death if either made any jokes. Draco gulped. That's okay. Sirius hasn't been on one for 16 years, Harry said reassuringly. He's been in prison and on the run from the ministry, Snape pointed out snappishly. True, Harry said, trying to think of some assurance. Well, I've never been on one. I have, Draco announced proudly. Many times, actually. The two brunettes glared at him. What? He asked innocently. Snape and Harry rolled their eyes. You're 15. I'm 20 years older than you. Well, now's as good a time as any. And who cares that you've been busy with other things for the last 10 years? Laura obviously likes you, so you'll be fine. And I'll find out about the whole kid thing and Draco can help you with what to have for dinner and all that junk. This is humiliating, Snape groaned. Don't worry, Sev, we all have to start somewhere, Draco said, patting his godfather's back. Snape practically snarled at the owned. Dre, I don't think you're really helping, Harry said quietly. I know. It's hilarious, isn't it? He asked, sounding quite entertained. Draco, do you want to be cleaning the manor for the entire rest of the summer? Touchy, Draco said with a smirk. Fine. Draco, you helped get me into this, so you're going to help me get through this. Sev, I've been to more parties and dinners in my life than I can count. I've got food and clothes covered, he said smugly. All right, let's do this, Harry said, popping the last bit of cone into his mouth. Hello, Harry called out into the Stenson's home. He had just flowed in. Harry, Coda asked, coming down the stairs. Hey Coda, what do you know about 4-year-olds? He asked. Why? Decided to boost your maturity level up a year. She asked with a teasing smirk. Oh ha ha, he said sarcastically. But seriously, my friend's godfather is having a date with a single mother of a 4-year-old girl, and she's bringing her daughter. He's never been around children in his life. Alright, what do you need to know? Okay, so they're out of diapers and they run around. They can talk pretty well but don't generally follow sarcasm. They can still be a bit messy and they still need people to help dress them, Harry said, following Snape around as he paced throughout the house. Draco was down talking with the house elves about what to make for dinner. Dinner things, Harry, dinner things. Do they still drink out of a bottle? Do use silverware? Do they eat solid food? He asked, sounding very stressed out. No on the bottle, yes on the solid food, though it might need to be cut smaller for them. And I'm pretty sure they can use silverware. Not knives, but spoons and forks, I think. Though maybe you shouldn't confuse the girl by putting 5 forks next to her plate, he suggested with a grin. Oh, and curse words. Not good, even stuff like bloody and hell. This isn't going to work. Yes, it is, Harry insisted. You're prepared. She's going to be here in about 10 minutes. It'll be fine. Good luck, he said as they made their way into the living room. Harry began walking over to the fireplace. Where are you going? Snape asked sternly. Harry turned around in confusion. Home. Aren't you staying for dinner? I didn't know I was invited. Besides, as you've seen, I'm probably not the best person to have around for a nice dinner. I'm not really in with the whole high society behavior thing yet, he reminded the potions master. I'd just mess it up. Don't be ridiculous. You helped get me into this. You're staying, Snape said firmly. Harry blinked at him. Are you sure? He asked in surprise. Of course I'm sure, or I wouldn't have said it. Besides, it's not going to be a fancy affair, but a casual one. Harry looked at him incredulously. Apparently we have different definitions of casual. Well, I'm allowing you and Draco to wear Muggle clothes, aren't I? He asked as if that settled it. Draco chose that moment to enter the room looking pleased with himself. Well, I've just checked on dinner and it's coming along perfectly. The house elves have been working on it for hours and it shows. Thank Merlin. Then everything should go smoothly. Snape said coolly, sounding a bit relieved. Of course it will, Draco said knowingly. I planned it, didn't I? Snape rolled his eyes and Harry chuckled at his friend's arrogance. Let me just go tell Sirius I'm staying here for dinner, Harry said. He quickly talked to Sirius through the fireplace, who got quite a kick out of the fact that Snape had a date until Moony pointed out that at least Snape had a date. That shut Sirius up. As 7 o'clock approached, the flames in the fireplace roared to life in emerald green, and Laura stepped out, setting her daughter down on the floor of the living room. Both were dressed in light blue robes that showed off their eyes. The 4-year-old girl was a carbon copy of her mother, just smaller, with larger eyes and more freckles. She stuck close to her mother, peering out from behind the woman's legs. Hello Severus, she said pleasantly. Hello Draco. Harry, she said nodding to each of the boys. The 2 boys greeted her in return, while Snape was looking warily at the little girl. And this is my daughter Anna, she said gently patting the young girl on the head. Anna, say hello. Hello, she said shyly. Harry looked at the other 2 males and seeing that they weren't going to do anything, he stepped forward. Hi Anna, I'm Harry, he said, holding out a hand. The young girl giggled and shook his hand with her tiny one. I hear you like Quidditch. The girl smiled brightly and nodded enthusiastically. Seeing that her daughter was occupied, Laura went over to talk to Snape. Well, Draco and I play Quidditch. We're seekers. Do you know what those are? Yes. They're the ones that look for the snitch, she said knowingly. I like them. Draco walked up to them, looking slightly unsure of himself. This is Draco, Harry introduced when the Slytherin made no move to do it himself. Draco nodded at the girl and said a stiff hello, but Anna was not put off by him. You have pretty hair, she said, causing Draco to look mildly startled. It's white and shiny. Draco smirked. The girl's got good taste, he said to Harry, who rolled his eyes. Anna, come meet Severus, Laura called. Harry saw Snape quickly hide the horrified look that flitted across his face. The young girl ran over and looked up at Snape with her big blue eyes. Snape looked wary of the small child, as if she were planning to attack him. Of course, this seemed to slip right past Laura. Hello, Snape said awkwardly, looking down at the child suspiciously. Hi, she said back. You're tall, she said bluntly, as if it were a very necessary thing to get out into the open. Yes, well, you're short, he said awkwardly. Laura chuckled and Anna broke out into giggles, while Snape remained bewildered at what he was supposed to say to such a young child. A house elf popped into the room and announced that dinner was served, saving Snape from conversation with the child. As they walked to the dining room, Anna ran back to the boys and began asking questions. Do you have brooms? She asked excitedly. Yes. Are they fast? Yes, but Draco's is faster than mine. He has a lightning strike and I have a firebolt, Harry explained. Well, actually, it's more like 2 pieces of a firebolt, but Draco lets me borrow his extra broom. I don't know those. Who is better? I am, they both said at the same time, simultaneously shooting playful glares at one another. Anna looked between the two of them before putting her hand over her mouth and giggling. Do that again. That was funny, she declared brightly. Maybe later, Draco said vaguely. Is Severus your daddy? She asked them both. Severus, Draco corrected. That's what I said, Anna insisted. No you didn't, Draco argued. Draco, are you really going to start fighting with a 4-year-old? Harry said quietly. Draco scowled at him. So is he, she asked. No, he's my godfather, Draco said. What's that? She asked curiously. It's someone who your parents choose to take care of you if they can't. And Harry is your brother, right? She said knowingly. No, he's my friend. No, he should be your brother, she insisted. You look like brothers. Harry and Draco looked at each other. Draco raised his eyebrow and Harry tried not to laugh. How the girl could think they looked related was beyond them, as they were hard-pressed to think of any 2 people that looked more different. They finally arrived at the elegant dining room. Laura exclaimed how nice it looked, as Harry's eyes grew wide, having never seen such a picturesque table. The lights were dimmed and much of the light was coming from the beautiful candelabras strategically placed at the table. House elves waited around the edges of the room, holding large covered dishes. Snape pulled Laura's chair out for her and Anna insisted on sitting next to Harry, who lifted her into the chair before taking his own seat in between the girl and Draco. After they were all seated, the house elves approached, setting out all the food, the larger dishes in the middle with appetizers surrounding it. Harry couldn't imagine the 5 of them being able to finish it all. He wasn't too sure about the food either, especially after his last meal at Snape Manor. None of it was recognizable to him and every dish looked very elaborate. He knew his taste buds weren't used to all the spices, so he couldn't bring himself to be very excited about eating all the alien foods. This is wonderful, Severus. Everything looks great. Oh calamari, I love that. She exclaimed as everyone began to put food onto their plates. What's calamari? Harry whispered to Draco. Squid in fried batter, he whispered back. Harry looked at him in horror. You're joking, he said hopefully. You are so uncultured, Draco said in response. Just try some, he said passing the dish to Harry, who reluctantly put a couple of pieces on his plate. Just as everyone was about to begin their meal, Anna stood up on her chair and reached across the table to grab her water. Unfortunately, the glass was too heavy and she only succeeded in knocking it over, right into the candelabra. The candles tipped over and in a flash, the tablecloth caught on fire. Everyone jumped up. Harry plucked up Anna out of her chair and carried her back from the table, the top of which was now completely engulfed in flames. Anna looked at the fire in horror and began crying loudly, hugging Harry's neck and insisting repeatedly that she was sorry and that she didn't mean to. Harry patted her back and told her it was okay. Laura and Snape were dousing the flames with water from their wands as quickly as they could, but by the time they succeeded in putting them all out, the room was filled with smoke and the dinner was charred beyond recognition. They all went out into the hallway as the smoke got too bad. Snape looked flustered. Draco seemed to be in mild shock. Laura was apologizing over and over, saying that she'd pay for any damage, while Harry held the sobbing Anna to his chest, trying to comfort her, saying that it was all right, that it was just an accident. Don't worry about it, Snape assured her, looking extremely disappointed. He called for a house elf who reluctantly told him that there was no more food, that everything they had bought and prepared was now burnt. Oh Severus, I'm so sorry. Everything's ruined, Laura said in distress. It's okay. I should have been more prepared. Now there's nothing to eat. Harry stepped up. If you guys don't mind a lower class meal, and if I could use the kitchen, I could make dinner, he suggested. I'd only need about 15 minutes. Laura brightened up and looked at Snape. That would be great with me. Snape nodded at Harry in a slight daze. All right, he said cheerfully, handing Anna to her mother. You all go relax in the living room and I'll make you a muggle meal. He darted off into the study to use the fire and quickly flowed to the lighthouse. Harry, Sirius asked as his godson darted through the living room into the kitchen. There was a bit of a disaster with the food, so I'm doing a rescue mission, Harry called out as he loaded his arms with dry spaghetti, a big jar of marinara sauce, boxes of macaroni and cheese, a few sticks of butter, a spatula, a loaf of bread and a stack of cheese slices. He grabbed cans of ginger ale and cranberry juice and stuck the lot of it in a big pot. He darted back through the living room, shouting goodbyes to Padfoot and Moony before flowing back to Snape Manor. He raced down to the kitchens, which were spectacularly large, with tons of stove burners. There were immediately 2 house elves at his side awaiting instruction. Senri, Baz, how are you two? Harry asked politely. The 2 gleefully told him they were good and asked how they could help. All right, I need another large pots and a medium-sized one. I also need a frying pan, butter, 2 strainers if you have them and 3 stirring spoons, please, he said as he began opening up packages. Oh, and a large pitcher, if it's possible. The house elves immediately scurried off, bringing back the supplies he needed. Harry thanked them profusely, much to their delight, making them more eager to serve the friendly boy. He had the elves fill 2 of the pots with water and began preparing the meal. He made up a bunch of macaroni and cheese, a whole package of spaghetti and as many grilled cheese sandwiches as the serving platter would fit, cutting each into 4 triangles for appetizers. He mixed the cranberry juice and the ginger ale together in the pitcher and had the house elves put the other food into nice-looking dishes. Exactly 15 minutes after he had left, he was walking back up to the living room, carrying the platter of sandwiches as house elves trailed behind him to carry everything else. As Harry had instructed, 2 house elves lay out a blanket on the floor and the others set the food on top of it. They lit a fire in the fireplace to eat by, but put a screen around it to make sure Anna didn't have any more accidents. We're eating on the floor? Snape asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, like an indoor picnic, how lovely. Laura said excitedly, taking her seat on the blanket. Grilled cheese. Draco exclaimed as he saw what was on the platter that Harry set down, and immediately took his place on the blanket. Snape also sat down, looking slightly lost as to this new concept of eating on the floor. What is that? He asked suspiciously. Macaroni and cheese. A Muggle delicacy, he joked, taking a seat as well. Nobody can resist. Everyone piled food on their plate, and the 2 adults tried the food somewhat cautiously. Wow, Harry, I'm impressed. This is delicious, Laura exclaimed. Mummy, I like this. Can we have this again? Anna asked, her hands and face covered with cheese and marinara sauce. Snape looked at the mess in distaste, unnoticed by Laura, who leaned over and wiped her off with a napkin. Draco contentedly ate grilled cheese sandwiches to his heart's content. Okay, I still am not fond of Muggles in general, but I must admit they have good food, Draco announced as he tried the orange noodles. Harry, this is excellent, Laura said. Well, it wasn't hard to make or anything, Harry said with a modest shrug. He was slightly disappointed that Snape hadn't made a single comment about the food, not that he had really been expecting him to. But now he was a bit nervous that the man didn't like it, and was just eating it since it was their only option. He quickly reminded himself that Snape didn't give compliments. It would go against his moral code. They all chatted about various things, Draco and Laura doing most of the talking. At one point, Anna crawled over to Snape and began asking him questions. While Draco and Laura were immersed in a conversation about how corrupt the Ministry was, Harry watched Anna and Snape in amusement. Do you like black? Anna asked curiously. What? Snape asked in annoyance. Your robes are black and your shoes are black and your hair is black and your socks are black, she explained all in one breath. Do you always wear black? Yes. So you like black, Anna stated in conclusion. Yes, I suppose so, Snape said cautiously. Why? Why what? Why do you like black so much? Snape stared at her in apprehension. Because I just do, he snapped. Anna didn't seem to pick up on the annoyed tone of the man's voice. You look like a vampire. Snape scowled at her and hissed, I do not look like a vampire. Do you have fangs? She asked excitedly. No. Can I see? No. If a werewolf and a vampire were in a fight, who would win? I don't know. What kind of question is? Do you eat a lot of chocolate? Anna interrupted. What? No. I think you do because your hair is brown like chocolate. Snape looked at her as if she were insane. Do you like kids? No. Snape snapped. Why not? Because they ask too many questions, he growled menacingly, but Anna only giggled. You're funny. I am not funny, he said indignantly. You're funny and grouchy. Do you need a nap? She asked innocently. Harry bit back a laugh at the look of horror on Snape's face. Before he could say anything, Anna grabbed his hand and placed her palm on his. You have big hands, she declared. Snape pulled his hand away with a scowl. You teach kids, right? Yes, he said with an aggravated sigh. Do you like it? I only enjoy teaching students who are interested in learning. Unfortunately, my classes are filled with incompetent fools who wouldn't know how to make the simplest potion if their life depended on it, and those students are a waste of my time. Anna stared at him blankly for a few moments, not understanding what he had just said. What do you like? Snape's eyebrow shot up at the question. He wasn't asked it very often. Potions. And defense against the dark arts and dueling, he said in a hurried, hushed tone. Do you like Draco? Yes. Do you like Harry? Snape's eyes glanced up to find Harry watching them. Harry blushed guiltily and looked down at his plate. Why don't you go back to your mother? He asked the little girl, trying to shoo her away. Harry's heart sank a little at the answer. Do you like my mum? She asked curiously. Snape looked slightly flustered. Yes. She's a very nice person, he said quietly, looking up nervously at Laura to make sure she wasn't paying attention. I mean, do you want her to be your girlfriend? The girl asked in frustration that Snape was trying to get around her questions. Harry could have sworn Snape looked a bit afraid of the girl at that moment. Anna, are you bothering Severus? Her mother asked sternly. Anna's head whipped around. No, I was just talking to him, really. He's my friend now, she announced. Harry quickly turned his laughter into a cough, as Snape shot him a glare. The rest of the night went fairly smoothly. Both Anna and Laura became quickly attached to the three males. Laura and Snape set up a proper date to the opera. Harry and Anna made faces at this, while Draco looked slightly jealous. Harry volunteered himself and Draco to look after Anna if Laura couldn't find a babysitter. Laura had to pry Anna from Snape, since she had locked onto his legs and wouldn't let go, much to Snape's surprise. As soon as the females were gone, the two boys looked at Snape, waiting for him to give his opinion. He did his best to ignore them. Well, Draco asked impatiently. 10 minutes and the kid nearly burned down the manor, he scowled. I think she liked you, Draco teased. You're her friend now, right? Draco, you do realize there are dungeons underneath the manor, Snape said sharply. So, you obviously liked Laura if you're taking her to the opera, Draco said matter-of-factly. If only she didn't have that child, he said as if he had a bad taste in his mouth. She didn't even scold her for lighting fire to my dining room. It was just an accident, Harry piped in. Obviously, fire and 4-year-olds aren't a good mix. I told you I didn't know about kids. Wasn't it your job to figure that sort of stuff out? Snape snapped. Harry blinked. Sorry, he said defensively. It all turned out all right in the end anyways. Oh yes, sitting on the floor eating low-class, Muggle food cooked up in 15 minutes, how magical, Snape said sarcastically. Draco rolled his eyes at his godfather. Well fine then, Harry snapped, feeling stung. I'm sorry I tried. He stalked off with a huff down to the kitchen and began gathering up the unused food and put it back into the pot from the lighthouse. Snape burst through the kitchen doors. Didn't anyone ever teach you it's rude to walk out in the middle of a conversation? I wasn't aware we were having a conversation, Harry said coldly. Snape looked around all the ingredients Harry was packing up. So did you help cook it then? He asked casually. Harry looked up at him with an odd expression before focusing back on gathering his things together. Of course I did. It's not like the house elves know how to make low-class, Muggle food, he said, mocking Snape's earlier words. I didn't mean it like that. Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. There's another meaning for low class. Or do you mean there was another meaning behind the condescending tone? When did you start talking back to me? Snape asked sternly. Harry sighed. Sorry, he said, picking up his pot, packed with cooking supplies. I won't do it again, sir. Now if you'll excuse me, he made to leave the kitchen. Snape rolled his eyes. Wait. Look. Snape just couldn't bring himself to apologize. It was just something he didn't do. I didn't mean it. Besides, the food wasn't that bad, he said with a lot of effort. Harry looked over at him and sighed, realizing that he wasn't going to get an apology. It was obvious the man was stressed, and Harry knew from experience that Snape liked to take out his anger on others. It really should be expected that the target would be Harry for a while until they hopefully got out of old patterns. It's okay, he said with a sigh. Snape looked mildly surprised that his feeble attempt to apologize had worked so easily. I better go. Don't worry, Laura and Anna both like you and you'll learn all about dealing with kids soon enough, Harry said with a nod before exiting the kitchen. He ran into Draco on his way back to the living room fireplace. You know Sev's just a bastard when he's stressed. He always has to complain about something, the Owen said, annoyed with his godfather. Besides, I thought the Muggle food was great and we both know that my opinion's the only one that matters. Harry smiled at Draco's arrogance, but didn't feel the same way. Snape's opinion did matter, though Harry wasn't sure why. As Harry finally decided it was time to build the Quidditch pitch in the backyard of the lighthouse, he also decided that it would be the best time to start trying to get Draco to interact with the Weasleys. He proposed the idea to Draco, who, after failing to convince Harry to not invite the Weasleys, promised he would try his absolute best to be well behaved. The Weasleys boys weren't too enthused about the idea, but Ginny helped Harry talk them into giving the Slytherin a chance. Granted, Ginny hadn't really known the Owen that well at Hogwarts and wasn't all that familiar with his former self, but after what Draco's father had done to Ginny in her first year, Harry thought it was pretty noble of her to insist they give the younger Malfoy a chance. Ron and the twins eventually gave in, but made it clear that they would exact quick revenge if Draco said anything derogatory about their family. Draco walked gracefully out of the fireplace into the living room of the lighthouse. Harry was talking quietly to the three Weasley boys who were looking less than pleased. Ginny was the first to see him and gave him a nodded at him politely, giving him the best smile she could muster given who it was. The rest of the Weasleys simply did their best not to scowl at him. Harry turned around and shot Draco a supportive grin. Hey Draco, did you bring your extra broom for me? He asked brightly. Draco bit back the sarcastic reply of, No, Harry, I was planning on riding these both myself, and simply nodded and held his nimbus out to Harry. Great. Let's go, Harry said. The Weasley boys led the way outside, with Harry, Draco and Ginny following. So, Draco, Ginny said with difficulty, trying to think of something to say, how has your summer been so far? Draco looked at her in surprise, shocked that any of the Weasleys was going beyond just tolerating his presence. It's been surprisingly good, thank you, he said with as much politeness as he could muster. How about yours? Harry shot him a proud look. Mine's been good as well, except I'm sure Harry told you about how I smashed his broom into oblivion, Ginny said with a guilty smile at Harry. Harry just chuckled. Oh yeah, nearly as smooth as being knocked off your broom by a bludger from your own team after everyone stopped playing, Draco said, referring to the Quidditch game from the previous year. Ginny and Harry both laughed, the former surprised at the effort the Owen was putting into getting along with her. Plus, she had never suspected he was one to have a real sense of humor. Seems Harry here's saved both of our asses at some point, Ginny said with a grin as Harry blushed. What can I say? It's a hero complex thing, Harry said with a shrug. The three Weasleys looked back curiously as they heard their sister, friend and enemy all laughing together behind them. Finally the six got out to the field where Sirius and Remus were lying out on lounge chairs sipping margaritas and chatting. Oh, I'm glad to see you two are going to be a great help, Harry said with a roll of the eyes. The two Morators grinned at him and took sips of their drinks. We're on spell duty, Sirius said with a shrug. You need to have someone down here to make sure everything's even, Remus added, taking a sip of his margarita with a wink. The six walked over to the field and began discussing measurements. They pulled out wizarding tape measure that would stretch as far as they wanted, never ending if needed. They were soon all running across the field in different directions, pulling the measuring tape between them and marking where each goal post would go with bright red X's. Next, they all worked together to carry the huge poles that Sirius had brought over to the pitch. Luckily, Fred and George were able to cast spells on them to make them lighter and easier to carry. Harry, Draco, Ron and Ginny tied ropes to the circular part of a goal post and mounted their brooms. They flew up together slowly, pulling the ropes so the huge goal post was pulled upright. Once it was vertical, Fred and George guided the bottom to the red X. Remus and Sirius shouted directions from the ground, telling the flyers to move one way or the other to make the pole straight. When everything was right, Remus, Sirius, Fred and George all pointed their wands at it and said a joint spell, which sank the post several feet into the ground. They repeated the process with each goal post until all six were up and even. All they had to do was paint in the lines needed and they were done. Draco and Ron had done a pretty good job at staying out of each other's way the entire day, not saying a single word to each other. Yet, unfortunately, their paths met when drawing the lines and Draco accidentally, or purposely as Ron insisted, got the white paint on Ron's pant leg. Idiot! Ron snapped as he saw his ruined clothes. Draco glared at him. Oh, I'm the idiot. You're the one who walked into where I was painting. It's not my fault you didn't look where you were going, Draco said in annoyance. You did it on purpose. Ron accused him. Sorry to break it to you, Weasel, but I wouldn't waste the paint on you, Draco said imperiously. What, are you saying I'm not as good as you? Ron asked hotly. You said it, not me, Draco said challengingly. You guys, what's going on? Harry asked worriedly, jogging up to the pair. The other three Weasleys were right behind him. Remus and Sirius hadn't noticed anything yet as they were deeply involved in their conversation. Harry, how can you be friends with this spoiled little brat? Ron asked angrily. Ron, come on, Harry started. Maybe he was tired of being stuck with a dimwit like you all the time, Draco snapped to Ron. Draco. That isn't TR, Harry protested, but the two were no longer paying attention to him. News flash, ferret face, Harry's still my best friend, Ron yelled. Not yours. Getting territorial, Weasel, you obviously know I'm a threat then. Well, I can't help it if I have more class than you will ever even come close to. But don't worry, you must have something to offer. Let's see, that's strange, I can't think of a single thing. Arrogant, ass key. Dotting ferret. Ron shouted furiously. Sniveling little weasel. Draco shot back heatedly. Death Eater. Popper. Draco. Ron. Stop it. Harry yelled angrily. Now, I'm friends with both of you and you're going to have to learn to deal with that. I'm not going to stop being friends with either of you, and if you two could just try to get along for about 5 minutes, maybe you'd see that there's a reason I am friends with both of you. I mean, Ginny's getting along with Draco fine, why can't either of you just try? There was a momentary pause before Draco and Ron rounded on each other again, each blaming the other for being the one that wasn't putting in the effort. Harry let out a cry and grabbed his head. Oh, very funny, Harry, Ron snapped. If our fighting's giving you a headache, then you shouldn't invite. Harry looked up at Ron with wide eyes and blood trickled out of his nose. He pressed the heels of his palms into the sides of his head with a gasp. The redhead's face paled. Harry? Draco asked in fright, but Harry's eyes closed as he lost consciousness. Draco darted forward and grabbed him before he could hit the ground. Oh gods! Oh gods! Ginny shrieked. Sirius! Fred yelled frantically as Draco lowered Harry's unconscious form to the ground and turned him onto his back. Sirius and Remus raced across the field. The two men pushed their way through the kids and knelt by Harry, trying to wake him. Oh no! It wasn't an attack, was it? George asked fearfully, referring to the night where Harry had collapsed at the burrow. They had all just assumed it was an attack. None of them had thought it could be something with his health. Wouldn't Snape have caught it? Draco, Go get your godfather and hurry, Remus instructed. The bee-owned nodded in fright and sprinted to the house as fast as he could. Ron, did anything like this happen when Harry had his cancer? He asked seriously. Everyone's face paled. No, not like this. He collapsed in the hall once, but that wasn't like this. He was just really sick and had a lot of other symptoms than a headache, and he did again when George and I were flying around, but that was because he didn't take some medicine he was supposed to. This can't be like that. He doesn't have cancer anymore. He's fine. Ron insisted, sounding a bit panicked. There was a soft moan from Harry. I think he's coming to, Sirius announced, petting Harry's hair encouragingly. Come on, Harry. That's it. Just wake up now, he coaxed as Harry struggled to open his eyes. What happened? He asked confusedly, sitting up with great effort. He looked around and his expression grew slightly scared. It happened again, didn't it? It wasn't an attack at the burrow, was it? Harry, we don't know what's going on, but it doesn't look like it was an attack. Draco's getting Snape, Sirius explained, just as Draco and Snape came running from the house. Harry wiped the blood from under his nose with his sleeve as Snape marched up authoritatively and knelt by Harry to start checking him over. Was it the same type of headache? He asked. Harry nodded. Do you feel any remainders of it? Do you feel anything out of the ordinary at all? Harry shook his head. I feel fine. I can't find anything wrong, but then again, I couldn't find anything wrong in your blood samples, though something's obviously wrong. We're going to have to take you to St. Mungo's, Snape concluded. We'd better go right now. But I feel fine, really. Harry insisted. That's what worries me the most, Snape said grimly. Sirius pulled Harry to his feet and led him back inside, everyone else following in a frightened silence. Once they got to the fireplace, Snape asked Lupin if he could stay with Draco. The werewolf agreed, though he would have really liked to come along. Wait, no, Draco protested hotly. I'm coming. So am I, Ron announced vehemently. Me too, said Ginny. Same here, the twins proclaimed simultaneously. None of you are coming, Snape said sternly. If something's wrong with Harry, we want to know, Ginny said firmly. There's nothing wrong with me, I'm fine, Harry insisted, clearly embarrassed. Everybody rolled their eyes at the typical Harry line and ignored him. If you're going, I'm going, Draco informed his godfather. I am going because I am the only one familiar with Harry's medical condition and am the one who invented what brought him back and got rid of his cancer, Snape said sharply. Sirius is going because he's Harry's godfather. The rest of you are not coming. You'll get in the way. No, we won't. We'll just stay to the side and won't bother anyone, Fred insisted. Yeah, we just want to know what's going on. We must have some unofficial Big Brother rights here. George added. Or one of us could just go so they can act as the messenger if they find anything. And being Harry's best friend, that should be me, Ron declared. We're wasting time arguing about this, so you might as well just let us all go so we can get Harry there, Ginny said firmly. No more arguing. You are not coming, Snape commanded. The kids began arguing again but immediately stopped when Harry let out another cry of pain and grabbed his head, doubling over in pain. This time he did not pass out, but blood streamed out of his nose and down his face. The pain quickly passed, but the blood didn't. Snape made Harry tilt his head back and pinch his nose. That's it, I'm taking him, Sirius said quickly, a bit panicked. He guided Harry to the fireplace and the pair quickly flowed to St. Mungo's, Snape following right behind them after dishing out threats on the lives of any who dared to come after them and get in the way. Fred and George immediately flowed home to inform their parents of what was going on, while Ron and Ginny adamantly refused to leave, wanting to hear any information as soon as possible. There was nothing to do but wait. Harry nervously sat on the examining table in one of the many sterile rooms. He struggled to fill in the many forms with one hand while pinching his nose with the other. The blood was slowing down, but an occasional drop would drip down onto the form, something that Harry was sure would be frowned upon by those who had to handle it. Yet he was the only one who could answer most of the questions, so he had opted to fill out the form himself while Sirius paced the room and Snape sat in the corner, occasionally sneering that the healers were taking too long and wasting their time. Are you sure you don't want me to help you fill that out, Harry? Sirius asked for the 10th time. No, I got it, Harry said quickly. He found many of the questions rather embarrassing and would not like his godfather dictating them out loud or even considering them. There were a few types of talks he was absolutely certain he did not want to have with his godfather. Finally, a healer entered the room, shutting the door behind him. He was a kind-looking man with floppy brown hair. He gave Harry a comforting smile. Good afternoon. I'm Healer Callahan, he said brightly. You're lucky. I've just finished my studies in Muggle illnesses and I'm the only healer here who has studied them. I'll say we don't get too many cases like yours, Mr. Potter. Now do I understand this correctly? You had Muggle leukemia and carried it to its last stages and was cured of it, and you were killed but was brought back to life. I read the story in The Prophet and thought it was just another fabrication, but you've told Nurse Johnson that it is in fact true. Does somebody in here know the details of that? He asked hopefully. Snape stood. What do you need to know? How much do you know? Well, I invented the potion and spell that did it, so I probably know the most out of anyone, Snape said, constantly sounding snappish, suspicious and annoyed. Healer Callahan didn't seem to mind. Snape tried to explain the details of what he had done to our Callahan, who listened intently, seeming to understand it all. While the two other men talked, Sirius came over and cleaned the blood off Harry's shirt with a wave of the wand. How ya doing, kiddo? He asked quietly as to not interrupt the others. Harry tentatively pulled the paper towels away from his nose to find that the bleeding had stopped. He pointed that fact out to his godfather. I'm feeling fine. I just hope we can get out of here soon, he said quietly with a sigh. I know. I don't like hospitals much. I want to get out of here just as much as you, but we need to find out what's wrong first. Your health is #1 priority. It's probably just some wacko side effect from going from so sick to healthy so quickly, Harry said reassuringly. Sirius's expression seemed a bit lighter as he agreed with the statement. I mean, really, Harry continued, I really don't think it's anything serious. Suddenly, pain shot through his head again. He distantly heard Sirius call his name, right before he blacked out. Harry woke to bright light shining in his eyes. Our Callahan was looking down at him. Harry squinted into the light. An hour. Callahan quickly said, Nox, and pulled his wand out of Harry's eyes. The healer helped pull Harry back into a sitting position and cleaned him up with a quick cleaning spell, as his nose had started to bleed again. Okay, so I take it that was a little demonstration of what's been happening. Can you describe exactly what you felt there? Harry once again tried to describe the flash of pain in his head that disappeared as soon as he woke, leaving him just feeling momentarily drowsy before any evidence of it disappeared altogether. All right, Harry, I'm going to take you down to the lab and perform some tests and get some head scans. I must admit I have no idea what's causing this, but my best guess is that it's some sort of after effect of the experimental spell used to bring you back to life. Hopefully it'll just be a temporary condition, but since this is obviously unfamiliar territory, it could mean anything, he said, somehow managing to soften the blow with his comforting tone of voice. He then turned to Sirius and Snape. You two can wait in the waiting room, or there's a tea room on the 5th floor you can. Whoa, wait, we're staying with Harry, Sirius protested, sounding slightly alarmed. Snape is Harry's physician, he said, stretching the truth slightly, much to Snape's surprise. He knows more than any of us about Harry's condition and what that spell did. I really think he should be involved in whatever you're doing. And I am his godfather and refuse to leave him. I understand your concern, but, our Callahan began apprehensively. Look, Snape stepped up in his usual menacing sort of way. Harry's still under a considerable amount of danger, and for safety reasons his godfather will be near him, and for medical reasons, I will be involved in whatever tests are done. Otherwise, we will bring Harry elsewhere. Our Callahan sighed in surrender. All right, I guess we could use your expertise in this area anyways, Professor. If you will all please follow me then. They spent hours in the lab drawing blood, giving Harry's head the wizarding equivalent of an X-ray, and hundreds of different tests for different types of illnesses that Harry could possibly have. However, everything indicated that he was healthy, aside from his weak immune system. Harry was relieved to hear that even with extensive testing for it, there didn't seem to be any cancer left in his system and that all the cells it had mutated were back to normal. Yet all this seemed to trouble the adults more, as they weren't able to find the problem but knew there was one all the same. Well, it seems that we can't find the source of this. The only thing I can think to do at this point, said our Callahan, looking troubled, is to start trying to figure out what exactly it's doing to Harry, what technically causes the fainting and nosebleeds, and work from there. We'll just have to start testing out things and see what has an effect. So we're just going to fiddle around with Harry's health trying to fix a problem we don't understand. Sirius asked worriedly. That doesn't seem safe. Harry silently agreed. Well, we seem to have no other choice at the moment. You're right, we don't understand the problem and therefore we don't understand the degree of seriousness it could entail. It could be a temporary side effect, or it could be indicative of a larger problem. You said yourself that it only happened once a few weeks ago, and then today it happened 3 times. It seems it may be increasing in severity and we have to try something, our Callahan gently argued. How often am I going to have to come in? Harry asked apprehensively. Well, I think it'll depend somewhat on what happens with these little attacks of yours and how successful we are to begin with. Since it'll be difficult to continue these sorts of tests often once you start school, I think we should really try to get a solution as quickly as possible. How does 3 times a week sound? 2 to 4 hours a day depending on what we need to do. I'll even let you choose the days, the kind man suggested. Harry gaped at him. 3 times a week. No, that's way too much. It's not that bad really. Harry, we need to figure out what's causing this, Snape said sternly. 3 times a week is hardly a sacrifice. You're lucky we're not hauling you in here every day. Harry sighed and reluctantly relented. He grudgingly agreed on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. They agreed to have the appointments in the mornings. Our Callahan kindly offered to change any of Harry's appointments if given notice, in case something came up. Finally, after night had long since fallen, the 3 flowed back to the lighthouse. When they arrived, Harry was taken aback to see that not only were the Weasley kids still there, but so were their parents. He was pleasantly surprised to see that Ginny and Draco were playing chess together, even if the 3 Weasley boys didn't look too pleased about the fact. Everyone jumped up to greet them, all looking extremely worried and asking 1,000 questions at a time. So what's wrong? Ron asked loudly over the voices of everyone else. Harry shrugged with a sigh. They don't know, Sirius explained gently. And I have to go to stupid testing 3 days a week. Harry said indignantly. Yet, he didn't get very many sympathizers, since everyone else's first priority was Harry's health, even if Harry's was not. As long as they can help you, honey, it's for the best, said Mrs. Weasley. Oh, by the way, Harry said, blushing slightly, sorry about the scare with the whole attack thing. Don't be silly, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said in a rush. Now we just have stronger wards than we did before, which is always a good thing. All right, I'd reckon it's time to get home, Mr. Weasley said to his kids. Harry, you get some rest. His kids groaned and whined as their parents shuffled them through the fireplace. Sirius and Snape went into the kitchen with Remus to talk about the latest developments in Harry's health. So, that went well, Draco said sarcastically as soon as the Weasleys were all gone. Harry sighed. Well, you didn't have to call him those things. Draco opened his mouth to protest but Harry put up a hand. I know. He insulted you too. Well, it's both of your faults then. At least you got along with Ginny all right. Well, the Weaslet seems decent. It's unfortunate about that family of hers, he drawled. Draco. Harry said warningly. What? He asked innocently. It would be so much easier if you could just get along, Harry sighed. Now, if I ever want to do anything, I have to choose which one of you to invite or something. Well, there's your solution right there. Just always invite me, Draco said with a satisfied smirk. Harry rolled his eyes. Remus and Harry were sitting in the living room talking when Sirius ran down the stairs excitedly. He had been looking for something in the attic and dust clung to the bottom of his robes. He was carrying something that looked like a large box, with large, skinny square envelopes under his arm. Did you find that book you were looking for? Remus asked. No, Sirius said brightly, I found something better. He set the box on the table and opened the lid. It was an old record player. Lily got it for me when she was in her phase of giving us muggle lessons, he explained to Harry. And Remy, look at this. He said, holding up a dusty record case, which he wiped off on his robes. Oh Merlin, is that what I think it is? Remus said excitedly. Sirius shot him a huge grin and put the record on. It was a disco song. Harry and Remus laughed as Sirius looked at them and began doing disco moves. Remember this song, Moony? Sirius asked enthusiastically. Of course I do. How could I forget? Remus said with a laugh. Do you remember the moves Lily taught us to go with it? Sirius asked with a bright grin. Remus nodded with a chuckle. Then get your ass up here and boogie down with me. Sirius ordered cheerily. Harry laughed and Remus shook his head vehemently. No way, he said. Remy. No. Remy. No. The chorus is coming. Get up here, Sirius said, pulling Moony to his feet. The defense professor protested continually until the chorus struck and he was suddenly compelled to join Sirius in what appeared to be a coordinated disco dance. Harry laughed hysterically and the two men began to sing to the 70s song. Do you know this song, Har? Sirius asked, continuing his outrageous dancing. Harry chuckled. Frighteningly, yes. Then what are you waiting for? Sirius exclaimed. Harry, if I'm looking like a fool, you have to as well, Remus said. No way, he said, mirroring Remus's earlier words. You two look ridiculous. Harry, the two men called, grins on their faces as the chorus began approaching. Sirius grabbed a spoon out of an empty bowl on a side table and shoved it into Harry's hand for a microphone. No way, you guys, Harry protested. Come on Har, here's the chorus. We're just the backups. You're our main singer. Sirius shouted gleefully. Harry made a face and jumped to his feet on top of the couch and began belting out the words with Sirius and Remus. All right, Har, Sirius said as soon as the chorus was over, now you have to work in the moves. There is no better guarantee to make yourself look like an idiot, Remus said enticingly. Harry laughed as he began imitating the dance moves the two men were teaching him. Congratulations Harry, Remus laughed over the music, you now have the skills to look like a complete prat while dancing. A prat with style, Sirius corrected. Oh joy, Harry said sarcastically with a huge grin as three once again broke out into the chorus. Come on, Ron. You can do this. He's not that bad, really. Harry insisted as Ron stood rigid before the lighthouse's fireplace, looking oddly pale. You know, he started in a higher voice than normal, being a healer was a dumb idea. I don't need advanced potions after all. He turned around to walk away but Harry grabbed his shoulders, turned him back around, and marched him forward to the fireplace. Ron, you have to at least ask. You'd make a brilliant healer and Madame Pomfrey already talked to Professor Snape, but he refuses to let you in unless you ask him yourself, Harry said for the 10th time. I doubt he'll be so forgiving after the fight Malfoy picked with me, Ron said bitterly. Harry raised an eyebrow. What? Ron asked innocently. I tried to be civil. Oh, so calling him an arrogant ass dotting ferret was really a call for peace. Ron shrugged. He deserved it. No he didn't, Ron. And you didn't deserve the things he called you. I just hope you'll both see that one day, Harry said with a sigh. Anyways, back to the subject at hand, he said, gesturing to the fireplace. Ron gulped. You're coming with me, right? You're not going to leave me alone with him. No, I'll be right there the whole time. Ron, he's not that bad. He's not going to attack you, maybe poison you, but all you have to do is make sure you don't drink anything. Ron looked at him in horror. Joking, Ron. Just joking, Harry said with a chuckle, handing him the pot of flow powder for the redhead to take a pinch. How about you go first? Ron suggested. No, because then I know you'll never come behind me and that would look even worse if I had to go back for you. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you, I swear, Harry said reassuringly. Ron took a deep breath and threw his powder in, stepping into the green flames. Snape Manor, he squeaked in a frightened voice. Harry followed right behind him, nearly knocking into Ron as he came through the other side. Snape was sitting in his favorite chair. He looked up and raised an eyebrow. Harry rolled his eyes as Snape put on his cold, menacing look he liked to wear when in the role of greasy potions master. Weasley, he said coldly. Hi, Professor. I am wondering if I could maybe be in advanced potions next year. Ron asked nervously. I know I didn't do well on my potions OWL, and I haven't gotten great marks in your class, but Madame Pomfrey said I need it if I want to be a healer, and I really want to be one, so I would try really, really hard. So yeah, he finished lamely, sneaking a worried glance at Harry, who nodded reassuringly. What makes you think you deserve to be entitled to a privilege given to those who have actually worked hard for 5 years in my class? Do you think that even though there are students who have worked toward doing well on their potions OWL and getting good marks in my class, I should accept you anyway, even though you have been a complete failure in it so far, just because you changed your mind? Snape asked in an intimidating tone. I'll try really hard, Ron offered weakly. So you can try hard for 2 years while everyone else has to try hard for 7. Is that fair? Ron was at a loss for words and shot a desperate look at his friend. Harry stepped forward next to Ron. You accepted me into your class and I slacked off the first 4 years, and last year I made the marks only because of an unfair advantage, but you said I could be in as long as I work hard, which is exactly what Ron's offering to do. Snape shot him a glare, but Harry just smirked back, knowing he had won. Weasley. Snape snapped sharply just to see Ron jump. He needed to occasionally reassure himself of his ability to intimidate, since it wasn't working on Harry and Draco. Despite my predictions that you will fail miserably if allowed into advanced potions, I will give you a chance to get in. I only let those who are able to understand the material on the potions OWL into the class, no exceptions. I'll give you a test equal to the Owls in 2 weeks. If you are up to satisfactory standards, I'll let you in. You should thank Madame Pomfrey because she is the only reason I'm even considering this. Thank you, Professor, Ron said quickly. Don't thank me, Weasley. Use your efforts to start studying because your current level of competence in this subject will not even get you close to passing the test I'll give you. Yes, sir. Now get out of my house, Weasley, Snape said with a sneer. Ron nodded and hurried back to the fireplace. Harry caught Snape's eye as soon as Ron turned. Harry rolled his eyes. Snape smirked in a self-satisfied way before going back to his reading. The two boys flowed back to the lighthouse. He's not that bad, Ron asked incredulously. That felt like visiting the head of some crime ring and begging for my life. He's not always like that. He was just trying to intimidate you, Harry said with a shrug. Well, it bloody worked. I'm never going to be able to pass that test, Ron said in exasperation. I'll help you study. I still remember everything I knew about potions last year, and I tutored Neville and Eloise, so I can tutor you as well. Of course, this next year, you might be on your own since I'm having to get tutored myself on the summer homework. Tutored by who? Professor Snape. Ron shuddered. You always call him Professor Snape now. What happened to just plain old Snape? Harry shrugged. Respect. Oh Merlin, you've gone nutters, Ron proclaimed. Harry laughed. Maybe, but at least it's a new development for me, he teased, giving Ron a pointed look. Hey, Ron said, making a face at Harry. Come on, let's go look through my old potions books. We're getting you into advanced potions whether you like it or not. That night, the Harry and Draco were called upon their offer to babysit for Anna so Snape and Laura could go on their first real date, a thought which would have made the entire student body of Hogwarts shudder. The night was mostly spent with Anna making up games and Harry playing along with her, while Draco watched with a raised eyebrow. They eventually got the Slytherin to join in on the fun by hiding some of his things and drawing coded treasure maps he would have to follow to find them. Of course, Harry had to mouth to him over Anna's head what some of the symbols were, since Anna had drawn them and they didn't make logical sense to anyone above the age of 5. Harry, Draco, Anna squeaked at one point as they were going to turn a corner. I hear pirates, she whispered urgently. Harry put his finger to his lips and pulled out the fencing foil he had sheathed in his belt loop. Anna did the same with the one she had been carrying. Draco couldn't help but be enticed into joining into the childhood world of pretend he had never been allowed to participate in when he was that age. Anna whispered for him to pull out his sword, and Draco embarrassedly pulled out the foil that Anna had insisted he put through his own belt loop. Harry chuckled slightly and Draco made a face at him. Right when they got to the end of the map, Harry pretended to turn against the other two, wanting the treasure for himself. This, of course, led to a duel which Anna watched in amazement, calling to Draco every 5 seconds that she had his back, dragging along the large fencing foil as she ran on little legs in circles around the two to get the full view. Finally, Harry was defeated, knocked to the ground. Anna sat on his chest to keep him down as Draco claimed the treasure, which turned out to be a stack of Draco's boxers crammed into a shoebox. The Slytherin looked at Harry indignantly as the Gryffindor broke out into hysterics, still lying with Anna perched on top of his chest. Harry! Draco cried in embarrassment. I didn't know. Anna picked it out. He laughed. Anna looked at the two curiously. Harry said to find something that couldn't be broken. He said clothes would be a good idea, so I got some of your shorts. How come you don't wear your shorts, Draco? Anna asked innocently. Yeah, Dre, why don't you wear your shorts? Harry asked, echoing Anna's innocent tone while he had a knowing grin on his face. He lifted Anna off his chest so he could sit up, but she scrambled onto his lap as soon as he was situated. I do wear them, thank you very much. Ooh, can you try them on so I can see? Anna asked innocently. I think the green ones are pretty. Harry burst out into peals of laughter and Anna looked at him in confusion. Draco just huffed and stalked off to go put his boxers away. Is Draco going to go put them on? Anna asked excitedly. I don't think so, Anna, Harry chuckled. I don't think it's a good idea to go through Draco's things anymore. Okay, Harry, she said, hugging him around the neck. Do you think Draco needs a hug? She asked him seriously, her big blue eyes meeting Harry's green ones. Harry grinned mischievously. You know, I think he does. As soon as the Slytherin walked back into the room, Anna ran up and demanded a hug. I don't do hugs, Draco said, flabbergasted. Anna looked at him with a hurt expression and Draco immediately corrected himself. Just joking, he said weakly. He glared at Harry, daring him to say a word, as he awkwardly bent down to the girl's level and let her wrap her arms around his neck. Draco patted her on the back a few times before breaking away, looking very relieved to get out of that awkward situation. You're the best pirate ever, Draco, Anna said sincerely. Oh joy, he said with a sarcasm that was beyond the 4-year-old's grasp. Harry and Draco weren't the only ones who ended up babysitting Anna. Snape and Laura had begun to see each other very often and Anna had taken an unexplainable liking to Snape, and Laura seemed to be oblivious to the fact that the feelings weren't quite reciprocated. Therefore, when she had to go out of town unexpectedly, she asked Snape if she could leave Anna with him for a few days. Snape was still positive he had meant to say no, but somehow a yes had stumbled out of his mouth. Draco had made it quite clear that he wasn't having the responsibility dumped on him and hid out at Harry's for a while, leaving Snape alone with the 4-year-old girl. Of course, when Harry found out, he had to see it for himself. As much as he had tried to encourage the potions master to try with Anna, Harry truly couldn't picture Snape dealing with kids. He was a little worried for the girl, wondering if Snape was planning on just putting her in a full-body bind for the few days. Draco had to admit he was curious to see how it was going over at Snape Manor. The two flowed over and Baz the house elf told them that Snape was giving Anna her dinner. Harry could have sworn the house elf was biting back a laugh. The boys walked to the kitchen and opened the door. Snape was standing near the table, looking as if he was in shock. He was covered with what looked like powdered sugar and was dripping with syrup. Anna was in a similar state, but while Snape was looking as if he were lost, Anna was standing on her chair biting holes out of the middle of her pancakes and slipping them on her wrists. Harry! Draco! She squealed in delight, running toward them. Draco jumped behind Harry so the little girl ran to the Gryffindor, wrapping her arms around his legs. Do you like my pancake jewelry? She asked proudly, holding up her hands to show them. Harry and Draco looked questioningly over at Snape. She said she wanted pancakes. he muttered, still in some kind of shock. Harry lifted Anna up and carried her back to her chair as she ked syrup from her fist. He gave her a gentle lecture about playing with her food as he took the pancakes off her arms, pointing out that she wasn't the one to have to clean it and that Snape was now messy too when he didn't want to be. Anna turned around in her chair and looked up at Snape with innocent eyes. "Ah, Sevi, are you mad at me?" Anna asked. Snape opened his mouth and Harry thought he might berate her as he did his students, but instead he just sighed. "No, but don't play with your food anymore." Anna jumped out of her seat and hugged Snape around the knees. "Ah, Sevi, I love you. I want you to be my daddy." Snape coughed in surprise. I think you need a bath," he countered. "No," Anna whined. "You have to take a bath because you are too messy to sit or walk anywhere in the house. The sooner you take a bath, the sooner you can have dessert, which you can only have if you don't play with it." Harry looked up at Snape in surprise while Anna lit up. "Dessert. Okay," she agreed happily, holding up her arms as a signal to be picked up. Snape lifted her up into his arms. "Draco, can you call a house elf to clean this up?" he asked as he walked out the door. Was Professor Snape just being fatherly? Harry asked in amazement. "Sev can surprise you with the fatherly thing on occasion," Draco said with a shrug. "He tries. There's just the small barrier of having absolutely no experience in caring for anyone that he's working on getting over. It's so weird having him do the serious talks. He gets all nervous. It's sort of funny, really. Just don't tell him I told you that or he might kill me." Harry felt a pang of jealousy that he couldn't explain. Harry was sitting at the kitchen table moping slightly. He had just gotten back from another one of his medical appointments, and was positive they were wasting his time. They had gotten no closer to figuring out what was wrong with him, and the only progress they had made was in making it so he stayed conscious longer when the headaches hit. Callahan assured him that this was a good development, but all Harry knew was that the headaches were painful enough to make him long for unconsciousness when they struck. Most of the times, it was like the Cruciatus curse being focused in on his head. Callahan asked him to try to figure out where the pain originated, but it was too intense to sort out. Sirius and Snape weren't too happy with everything either. The headaches coincidentally hit most of the time during the appointments, and they all had to watch as Harry writhed around on the table, biting back screams of agony. All Callahan could do was continue to test him, to try to study the headaches, and give him a new potion to try with each visit, making him swallow the entirety of it in his office and report the effects to him the next time he came in. The tension between Callahan and Snape was obvious as well. Snape was constantly trying to question the healer and kept making sarcastic comments about the things the healer had tried. Callahan dealt with it well, in Harry's opinion, being very calm and patient, but struck back at the potion's master in his own way by no longer letting him take home and critically examine samples of the potions he was giving Harry. Harry figured the man was probably sick of Snape's comments on how the potion could have been made slightly better. Hedwig flew through the window, landing on Harry's head to tease him and try to cheer him up. "Hedwig," Harry chuckled, reaching up to get her off, but she dug her talons into his hair. All right. Can I have my letter at least?" Hedwig stuck out her leg with a hoot and Harry pulled off the letter. "Harry, big news. Fate is in the making. Come over at 7. Major help needed. Eloise. What do you think, girl?" Harry asked the owl on his head. "Fate in the making." Hedwig hooted in a way that sounded like a scoff and ruffled her feathers. "Yeah, I agree," Harry said, taking a sip of his tea. At 7, Harry found himself and Neville being escorted to Eloise's room where she sat them down on her bed. "So what's this big news, Eloise?" Neville asked. "All right, are you ready?" she asked, taking a deep breath. "Ready," Harry and Neville said together. "Roger Davies asked me on a date, tonight," she squeaked excitedly. Neville's and Harry's grins faded, though the both plastered them back on half-heartedly as Eloise looked at them. "Oh, that's good," Harry said. Neville only managed a weak smile. "All right, he's going to be here in an hour. You stay here and I'm going to try on the outfits I'm thinking about and show them to you and you can help me decide," she said, jumping around. "Eloise, You know we're not girls, right? Harry asked. Eloise happily ignored him and ran off to go put on the first prospective outfit. The whole time, Neville was pacing the room, only stopping when Eloise would show them another outfit. Then, Neville would smile and compliment her, but as soon as she would leave, the act would drop and he would begin his pacing again. Harry, what do you know about this Roger bloke? He's a pretty decent bloke from what I can tell. He seems nice enough, he said truthfully. Why do you think he's suddenly so into Eloise? He asked suspiciously. I mean, why now? Why not before? It's sort of fishy. Well, now he knows that she exists for starters. He's popular, so he's mostly surrounded by a certain type of girl, the completely into looks and reputation sort. I mean, Cho was his date to ball. Eloise is probably one of the first girls he's met who actually has a personality, Harry said thoughtfully. Neville sat down on the bed miserably. Eloise popped back in the room and Neville's solemn expression instantly transformed into a cheery grin. Okay, so here's the yellow skirt with the white shirt. Do you have it committed to memory? The two boys nodded and Eloise popped back out. As soon as she was gone, Neville's expression turned depressed once more. Do you think they'll start dating a lot? You know, become a couple? Neville asked weakly. Harry looked at him sympathetically. Why don't you tell her how you feel? He suggested cautiously. Neville's head shot up. What do you mean? He stammered. Harry quickly glanced at the door to make sure Eloise wasn't there. That you fancy her, he whispered. Neville's face went pale. He let out a forced chuckle and shifted uncomfortably. What? I don't. Really? I don't, he insisted. Neville, it's obvi. Harry abruptly shut his mouth as Eloise popped in again with her last outfit of consideration. After a thoughtful discussion of all her outfits, by Eloise herself since the boys had secretly forgotten all the choices. They just nodded along with whatever she said. Eloise did her hair in her bedroom, which killed any chance of conversation between Neville and Harry. As 8 o'clock drew nearer, they made their way down to the living room. Eloise grew more and more nervous and Neville began to sigh more and more often, leaving Harry to calm Eloise himself. Why is he asking me to go on a date? He has so many pretty popular girls after him. That 6th year, Mindy Morganson, obviously fancies him. He's got to know that. And she's bloody gorgeous. Oh, maybe I should have worn something different, she said anxiously, pacing the room and jumping sideways into the bathroom to look at herself in the mirror every so often. Eloise, you look fine. He asked you out for a reason, so stop worrying. Besides, he tried to think of something that would make her feel better. Mindy's an idiot with a fixation on shopping, he finished lamely, but it seemed to do the trick. Really? She asked as though it was the sweetest thing anybody had ever said to her. Yup. Complete Cho clone. He followed her into the bathroom as she played with her hair with a sigh. But Eloise, are you sure this is your fate? Harry asked. What do you mean? She asked. I just thought you were always a step ahead of the game with the romance stuff. I am, she said proudly. Are you sure? Harry asked, looking over to Neville. Eloise followed his gaze to find Neville looking at her sadly. When she caught his gaze, he smiled fondly. He stood up and walked over. You look nice, Eloise. Roger won't know what hit him, he said with a forced smile. Eloise was looking at him curiously when the bell rang over the fireplace, signaling that someone was flowing in. A very handsome Roger stepped out with a smile. Hi Eloise. Hey there Harry, he added in surprise. And Neville. Right, Eloise told me about you, he said charmingly. He pulled out a flower. It's a portkey, he explained to Eloise, to take us to the restaurant. Well, you two have fun, Harry said. Neville managed a weak smile. Roger held out the rose to Eloise. Ready? She nodded and tentatively touched it, shooting a searching look over at Neville just before she disappeared. Eloise's parents burst into the room with cameras. Oh shucks, Eloise's mum said disappointedly, we missed them. I wanted to get pictures of our baby's first date. She would have killed us, wouldn't she? Her dad asked. The two boys nodded. All right, well you two have some cookies before you leave. I want to hear about what's been going on with you lately, Mrs. Midgen said warmly, leading the two boys into the kitchen. Harry, how did the date go? You ask. I know you're not a girl, but humor me for a while. Well, it was really nice. Roger was great. Handsome, nice, blah blah blah, but to tell you the truth, I couldn't concentrate the whole night. I felt bad, but my mind just kept wandering. I couldn't stop thinking that something wasn't right about everything. I've always dreamed of Roger being this sweet, clumsy, lovable bloke who in the future would always do these goofy things where I would just laugh and joke with him that I loved him no matter how many things he goofed up. And he would smile this crooked, playful, shy smile and would blush whenever I would plant a quick key on his cheek. And I imagined him doing these sweet things for me that would sometimes work out, sometimes not, but we could always laugh about it if it didn't. I imagined he and I burning dinner or getting caught in a rainstorm unprepared or him being late meeting me at a restaurant and feeling so guilty about making us lose our reservations, but we'd order takeout and go home and have a great time anyways. But I was sitting there and I realized that Roger wasn't that person. He would never mess up. He's far too perfect to do something like that. He'd never be late. He'd never burn dinner. Everything he'd do for me would turn out exactly as planned, and if it ever rained, he's the type of person that would always have an umbrella. He doesn't have a crooked smile, his is very symmetrical and white and not shy at all. He's not the type to blush at compliments or stolen keys. If things ever went wrong, I don't think he'd be able to laugh it out because he needs things to be as perfect as he is. Everyone thinks I set my sights so high when I told them I wanted Roger, but really, I hadn't set my sights high enough. I went after Roger, a mere shadow of the person I modeled my fantasy after. It was never Roger the first was in love with all along, but you helped me figure out who it was that I really wanted. I always thought fate would show me the path, and it did, but it didn't make it all that obvious. I guess you sometimes have to put in some effort into figuring stuff out for yourself as well, along with getting what you want. That's why, I've just gotten back from Neville's house, where, in an act of extreme bravery on my part, if I do say so myself, I walked right up to him, said, "Neville, I think I love you," and snogged him senseless. It was so wonderful, and after I pulled away, he smiled at me with a crooked smile and he blushed, and I knew he was the one, and had been the one all along. So, we're officially a couple now. I've set my sights higher, and I definitely got what I wanted. Fate works in strange ways, but as I always tell you, love will prevail in the end. Now it's time for you and Ginny to get together. Talk to you soon. Eloise. Harry laughed with delight, even though he wasn't sure he had needed all the gory details of Eloise's girly thoughts, and opened the second letter. Harry. Merlin's beard, you'll never guess what happened. Eloise Key. Ed me. She chose me over Roger. Thought you ought to know. Talk to you soon. Neville. Harry shook his head with a grin, quickly pulling out some parchment to send congratulations out to both of them. He ended Eloise's letter with, "It looks to me like you chose your own fate." The next day, Harry showed up at Snape Manor since Snape was forcing Draco and him to make some of the potions they'd be brewing next year. He wanted to make sure Harry especially didn't fall behind, since he had never been a great potion student except for that one fluky year. But Snape quickly informed him that Laura had taken Draco and Anna to a play that Snape had no desire to see. "Oh, okay, so I'll come back some other time," Harry said, but Snape stopped him. "Draco's already made the potion. It was the conditions he had to meet in order to go out today. You still have to make it. Now, let's go to my lab," he said firmly. Harry followed him somewhat reluctantly. It was weird to be with the potions master for so long without Draco there, and Harry was slightly afraid he would resort to picking on Harry again. Surprisingly, however, he didn't. Snape was, in fact, very patient with Harry, and as they waited for different ingredients to simmer, they somehow got around to talking about random things, including Snape's new relationship with Laura. "Well, it seems to be going great so far, even if Anna thinks you look like a vampire," Harry laughed. Snape glared at him. "Sure, it's going well now, but that's precisely when these things are bound to fail," Snape said bitterly. "You do realize that life's sole goal is not to screw you over, right?" Harry asked. "Things are going great now and they'll keep going that way," he assured him. "How do you know?" Snape asked skeptically. "Because that's just the way these things go. You deserve it, so why not?" Harry said with a shrug. I don't understand you. How can you be so optimistic about life when it just keeps dealing you bad hands? Snape commented. Harry shrugged with a smile. Well, look where I've ended up. My life's perfect now. Perfect. Life's never perfect, especially not yours, Snape said with a snort. Harry thought about it momentarily. You're right. Life's never perfect, but that's what makes it life. I guess it's more of a flawed perfection, but really, it's better that way. Snape looked at him skeptically. Oh, really? Well, I'd love to hear how you're going to argue that point. Well, the way I see it, I have money and fame at my fingertips. I had the most popular girl in school after me. What do most people think of as the perfect life? Fame and fortune. I could indulge in both and lead the so-called perfect life, but it would be so boring and would be the furthest thing from what I want in life. I think the perfect life is one where you have people who you love and who love you in return, but you then have to deal with all the complications that come with that. You have their problems as well as your own. You can't just pay them off when you get into fights, and you risk getting hurt. So, if you want a real life, you have to deal with the bad, but with the bad you get the good. Well, that may work in your little optimistic view of the world, but that doesn't work with everyone. Some people just keep getting the bad without the good, Snape said bitterly. Harry could tell he was speaking about his own life. I think it's just that sometimes the flaws can seem so overwhelming that you forget how to see the good, and then you get so scared that everything that comes along might be bad, because you just don't think you can take one more bad thing, so you push it away whether it's good or not because you just can't tell. Snape looked at him with a sideways glance. So then what happens? You just get stuck like that? He asked. Some people do. I think at that point you're stuck unless somebody, either intentionally or not, helps you out of it. It's just a question of whether or not they get to you before you completely give up. Snape considered this idea. When did you become the philosopher? Your class. I have to keep my mind entertained with something, Harry said with a shrug. Snape's glare was met with a cheeky grin. It was another lazy day around the lighthouse. Harry and Hermione lay sideways on Harry's bed with their bare feet propped up on the windowsill as Ron wandered around Harry's room. Okay. See that one there? Hermione said, pointing to a cloud passing by. I'm seeing a rabbit. There's the head and the ears and the fluffy tail at the end. I see it, Harry said in agreement. Though it is a deformed rabbit. I'm seeing 5 feet. Oh, poor thing. It must have had such a hard life, Hermione said with a giggle. It probably got made fun of by all the other cloud bunnies, Harry said in mock sympathy. And now he just floats around the sky, searching for acceptance, Hermione said with a sigh. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. Okay. That one looks like a cake with some candles on top, Harry said, pointing to a new one. All right. Give me a second to try to see that one, said Hermione, cocking her head to the side. Harry, what's this? Ron asked curiously. Harry tilted his head back so he was looking at Ron upside down. He was holding up a folded piece of paper. I dunno, he said nonchalantly, looking back out the window. Can I look at it? He asked. Sure, Harry said dismissively. Okay. I see it now. You're right. Definite cake with candles, Hermione said. Eloise's plan for Harry's future, Ron read aloud as he continued to unfold it. Harry's eyebrows knitted momentarily before he remembered what was on the paper. The blood instantly drained from his face. Ron, don't read that. He yelled suddenly, flipping over on the bed and standing up on top of it. Why not? I want to know what it is now. I want to see what your future's like, he said and unfolded it completely. Harry jumped off the bed and raced toward Ron, who darted to the side, attempting to read the paper as he ran around Harry's room. Ron, give it back, he yelled, tackling the redhead to the ground, but Ron was already reading it in surprise. Eloise's wonderful plan for Harry's future. Harry and Ginny Potter. Marriage proposal. To be written when Harry comes out of denial. Marriage. Oh. Age. 22 and 21. Oh. Location. A deserted tropical beach that reporters and rabid fans can't get to. Oh. Small wedding. Only close friends. Oh. Best man. Ron. Oh. Maid of honor. Hermione. Oh. Groomsman. Neville, maybe Ron's brothers. The twins. Oh. Bridesmaids. Eloise, others to be added. Honeymoon. Travel around world. Residence. England, must stay close to friends, of course. Kids. 5. 4 close in age, 1 younger, but age will match with friends' kids so they can play. 1. Boy. Alexander. 2. Boy. Brian. 3. Girl. Kenzie. 4. Boy. James. 5. Girl. Eloise, the cute one. Ron looked up at him in surprise and Harry cringed. Ron handed the paper to a very curious Hermione. Harry backed away from Ron warily. Eloise has a bit of an overactive imagination. I thought you were still in denial, Ron said with a grin. 5 kids, Have you run that idea by Ginny yet? He asked mischievously. Harry glared at him. Don't you even start, he said warningly. Oh Harry, will I really get to be the maid of honor? Hermione asked excitedly. Of course, Harry said with a sigh. How did you come up with the names? She asked curiously. I didn't, Eloise did. Well, do you think you really will name your kids some of these? Harry blushed. Hermione, I'm not even 16 yet. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. I think it's a little early to be talking of kids, he said in exasperation. Ron laughed at him, so Harry smirked at him evilly. Of course, you two are a couple. Maybe you should be discussing your future. Let's see, you'll have to have a bigger wedding to fit all the relatives, and you'll have to keep the big family Weasley tradition alive, so I'd say you can have 5 or 6 kids yourselves. Ron looked at him in mortification and Hermione blushed violently, but Harry continued. Let's see, what shall we name the kids? Harry said in mock thoughtfulness. Ron made to hit him on the head with a rolled-up Quidditch magazine, but Harry dodged with a grin. Oh, you want one named after a Quidditch player, Ron? How about Victor? Then, if it's a girl, you could name her Vicky. His 2 friends nodded at each other and tackled him to the ground. Harry laughed helplessly as Hermione began poking his sides. And you have to name one after their dear stop Uncle Harry. He gasped, finally wriggling out of their gasp. He raced out of his room and used the banister to make the sharp turn down the staircase. His friends chased right after him, yelling that he was going down. Have you decided how you're going to propose, Ron? Harry yelled over his shoulder, causing Ron's face to go bright red as he put on an extra burst of speed. Harry laughed and raced out the front door. Hermione and Ron raced behind him as he ran through the tall grass, into the thick trees. He followed the dirt trail that they had, by now, been down several times. The laughter of the 3 echoed through the small forest as they trailed after Harry to the pond they had discovered earlier that summer. Harry ran to the very edge, shoving his glasses into his pocket at the last second and jumped. He landed in the deep part in all his clothes. The water felt nice and cool around him as he furiously dog-paddled to the surface. Just as his head broke the surface, Ron cannonballed in next to him, causing a wave of water to splash over Harry's head. The 2 had a brief splash fight, when they realized that Hermione was simply sitting at the edge with her feet dipped in. Come in, my own, Ron called. I don't think so. It's too cold, she said firmly. You get used to it quickly, Harry assured her. Besides, it's so hot out there that it feels good. Hermione shook her head adamantly. Harry and Ron looked at each other and nodded. They both took deep breaths and slid under the water. Hermione immediately pulled her feet out of the water and tried to look through the murky surface for them but couldn't even see their shadows. She backed away from the edge a bit, but felt compelled to stay. She knew that Harry wasn't a great swimmer and wanted to make sure he came up okay. Suddenly, the 2 boys emerged from the water at the edge and quickly climbed out. Hermione turned to run with a squeak, but Ron caught her, hugging her from behind and getting her all wet. Ah, Ron, she cried indignantly as the cold water dripped down her neck. He nuzzled his hair all over the side of her face with a laugh. He stuck his arms under hers as Harry lifted her feet into the air with an evil grin. Don't you dare. Put me down or you 2 will be in so much trouble. She shrieked as they carried her to the edge. All right, Ron said. The 2 swung her back and tossed her far out into the pond as she screamed. She came up looking at them murderously. They both cannonballed in on either side of her, drenching her once again. They splashed around until Hermione shrieked and looked down into the murky water. I think I just stepped on a fish. A big fish. She screamed in disgust. There aren't any fish in here. My own. Sirius dug this himself a while ago, Harry assured her, but just then, something large and slimy brushed against his leg. Gah, he sputtered. Okay. So I think he put one in. I just felt it again. Hermione screamed. Ron was next to feel it. The three instantly scrambled out of the pond and raced back through the forest. When they broke through the trees into the field, the three collapsed into the grass in laughter. They scooted so their heads were together, looking up at the sky. Hey, look, that one looks like Buckbeak. Ron said, pointing up at a cloud. Why is it so dark up here? Harry asked as he stepped onto the second-story landing and the lights suddenly shut off downstairs. The adults were at another order meeting and Harry was, as usual, at the burrow. He had been walking upstairs with Ron, but had never remembered the house being so dark. He couldn't see anything. Ron, he prompted, but was only answered with silence. He turned around and though he couldn't see, he could sense the absence behind him. Ron. He turned all around, squinting through the darkness. He felt his way to the wall and began groping for a light switch of some sort. For the first time he wondered if the burrow even had light switches since they didn't have conventional light bulbs. He had always taken it for granted that the light in a room or hall always seemed to be just as bright as he needed it, except for now of course. Oh very funny Ron, he snapped. Images of the scary movie he had seen with Ginny were flashing through his mind. The more he tried not to think about the movie, the more he remembered it. Bloody hilarious, he muttered. Silence bore down upon him. Ron, come out, this isn't. Harry. A voice called out in relief from over where he believed the stairs to be. Ginny. He called back. Where are you? He asked quietly, not quite sure why he was lowering his voice. He edged his way forward and smacked into someone, nearly causing him to jump out of his skin. Right here, came a hushed voice right in front of him. You realize they're trying to scare us because of that movie, right? She asked timidly. Yeah, he said softly. He called out into the darkness, and it's not working. It's not. Ginny whispered. It so is, Harry whispered back. Let's try to make it to my room. If they're already controlling the lights in there, at least I have some candles we could use, she said quietly. Harry felt her hand hit his forearm and feel its way down to his hand, taking it in hers. She slowly led the way to the stairs. Oh Merlin, I just remembered the scene where the power goes out and the guy gets pulled into the closet and brutally murdered, Ginny said quietly. Oh thanks, I was trying to get myself not remembering scenes from the movie, Harry said sarcastically. Ron, when I find you, you're a dead man, he called. He suddenly felt Ginny's hand jerk in his as she stumbled. She screamed and backed up into him, desperately grabbing at his shirt. She grabbed my ankle, she shrieked. I think you just tripped on something, Harry said, trying to sound fearless and failing miserably. Let's just get out of here, Ginny said, frightened. She pulled him along at a quicker pace. She smacked into a wall before finally finding the staircase. The two practically raced up the stairs. They were halfway down the hall toward Ginny's room when Ginny froze, causing Harry to run into her from behind, nearly sending them both crashing to the ground. What? Harry asked breathlessly, but Ginny clamped a hand over his mouth. Did you hear that? She hissed. The two stood there for several moments, straining to hear anything, but there wasn't another sound to be heard. Ginny took Harry's hand again and the two ran to Ginny's room, shutting the door behind them. Damn, they've messed with the lights in here too, she groaned. Okay, wait, just let me find my candles, she said. Harry heard a small bang and Ginny cursed. Ow, that was my nightstand. I'm going to kill Ron, Harry muttered. And Fred and George, Ginny added. They're not innocent in this, I can assure you. Both gasped as they heard a slow scratching sound. What's that? Harry asked nervously. Oh Merlin, Ginny chanted in terror. Suddenly, the closet door burst open and three figures jumped out screaming. Ginny and Harry started screaming as well. There was a smacking sound and a loud curse. Finally, the lights turned back on to reveal the three Weasley boys laughing hysterically. George was holding a hand to his head. "You threw something at me," he said indignantly to his sister. "You bet your ass I did," Ginny shrieked angrily. "That was not funny," Harry said with a glare. That's because, Ron gasped, barely able to breathe from laughing so hard, which only made the twins laugh harder. "That's because you didn't see your face." "Oh, you guys are going down," Harry said. "We're going to get you back so bad." The Weasley boys only laughed harder. "Come on, Ginny. Let's go plot our revenge," he said. Ginny shot another glare at her brothers before following Harry out into the now lighted hall. Snape was in a foul mood, there was no way around it. He had always had a bad temper and it was flaring up. He had just spoken with Dumbledore, who had told him that he had reason to believe that the Death Eaters were becoming more organized and that several key Death Eater prisoners in Azkaban had disappeared. As soon as the Ministry had discovered the disappearance, they quickly moved the remaining Death Eaters to another prison with guards whose loyalty wasn't in question, but if the Ministry had only listened to Dumbledore earlier, they wouldn't even be missing the ones they were. With all their recent efforts, they weren't any closer to finding the Death Eaters' headquarters. Even the Death Eaters they had captured didn't know where they were located. Snape was very well aware of why. Whenever Voldemort had summoned his Death Eaters, they simply touched their scars and apparated and were automatically brought to their master. The most Snape ever knew about the locations was that they were always surrounded by dense trees, most likely far away from all civilization and near impossible to find. Draco had been occasionally asking him to go to Malfoy Manor to get his things, but Snape kept having to deny him. Snape couldn't bring himself to tell Draco the reasons behind it. It was simple, really. The Order was sure that Lucius Malfoy would kill his son if he had the chance, and there was no telling what traps could be laid out for Draco. His things could have been cursed for all they knew. Yet how do you tell a teenager that their father wants to kill them? In time, the Order would be able to clear out Draco's things and check them over for contamination curses, but they didn't yet want to touch anything in the house, having set alarms that would inform them the instant Lucius stepped into the house. They were sure the man would be back for some of his things, unless, of course, he heard that the Order or the Ministry had been poking around the place too much. Each time Draco asked him, it just stressed him out a little more. All he wanted to do at that moment was be alone, but not only was Draco there, but Harry as well. He had tried to convince the two to go over to the lighthouse, but Draco flat out refused, since the two were in the middle of a game of chess, and Harry just rolled his eyes at Snape's sarcastic comments about annoying teenagers. Lately, he had actually thought he liked Harry's confidence around him, but today, it was just incredibly annoying and struck him as arrogance. He could have just left the living room, but he had been there first and this was his house. Each time a chess piece smashed another to pieces, the loud noise associated with it made Snape's head throb. One of Draco's castles smashed one of Harry's pawns and Harry laughed loudly as the other pawns were cursing Draco out. "Ooh, Dre, those are fighting words," Harry chuckled. "I think my pawns want to exact revenge for their friend. Why don't you two go somewhere where annoying noises are the norm?" "The lighthouse should be perfect," Snape growled. Draco laughed while Harry looked over at the professor and rolled his eyes before the two went back to their game. Snape sneered at him when he wasn't looking. He remembered how James Potter, back in school, used to roll his eyes every time Snape had spoken in class. Popular, perfect Potter. Sometimes Harry just looked too much like his father for Snape to stand. He looked over at that messy raven hair, and those stupid glasses. He began to forget what the differences were supposed to be between James and Harry. Snape scowled as he watched Harry make sarcastic comments to Draco, ignoring the fact that his godson was joking back, not taking any offense at all. He tried to tell himself that Harry was different, but all he could think of was Harry's look-alike father sneering over at him. He could only remember the jeering laughter from the crowds of his peers inspired by sarcastic comments coming from a 16-year-old James's mouth. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He stood up sharply. "Potter," he snapped. Harry looked up in surprise. He hadn't heard Snape call him by his surname or use that hateful tone with him for a long time. "Yeah?" he asked, hoping he had just been imagining the annoyance in the man's voice. That's, sir, to you. I am sick and tired of you talking back to me in that disrespectful tone. I am your professor and you shall treat me with respect, understood? He sneered. The two boys looked up at him in surprise. Harry's eyes shined with hurt. Yes, sir, he muttered, feeling humiliated for ever thinking that Snape thought of him as anything more than his most hated student. Sev, what the hell? Draco asked, utterly bewildered by the sudden alteration his godfather's attitude toward Harry. Snape, however, deftly ignored him and looked tersely at Harry. I believe you have overstayed your welcome, he said coldly. Have I done something wrong? Harry asked in confusion. I didn't mean to. Snape strode over and loomed menacingly over him as Harry sat nervously on the floor. You are playing on my last nerve, Potter. Can't you tell you aren't wanted here, or are you able to get that through your thick skull? Or perhaps you fancy that no one could ever get tired of having the famous Harry Potter showing up at their house at all hours, and staying as long as he pleases, he said bitterly. I knew you had absolutely horrid, low-class manners, as you show at the dinner table, but I hadn't realized they were coupled with an arrogance not even your father could have achieved. Draco gaped at him in disbelief. It was as if they had suddenly gone back a year in time. Harry nodded, looking miserably down at his lap. I'm sorry, he said quietly after a moment. I didn't realize I was such an inconvenience. I am glad to enlighten you, Potter. Harry climbed to his feet and said a sad goodbye to Draco. He walked over to the fireplace, Snape's hateful gaze on him the entire time, and took a pinch of flow powder. Just before flowing away, Harry's emerald eyes flicked up and met Snape's. They were filled with such sadness and hurt, that they snapped Snape back to reality. Snape suddenly realized what he had just done, but Harry had already disappeared. Sev, what the bloody hell was that? Draco yelled, jumping to his feet. Snape put on an indifferent expression and sat back down in his chair, picking up his book. No, Sev, put the book down and answer me. What the hell? Why did you yell at him like that? Draco shouted angrily. I just lost my temper. He'll get over it, Snape said dismissively. You were thinking about his father again, weren't you? Draco said accusingly. Snape glared at him in response. Merlin's beard. Sev, Harry isn't his dad. Just like I'm not my dad and you're not your dad, otherwise we'd be Death Eaters and Harry would be an arrogant bully, but we're not and he's not. And how can you just say he'll get over it? He's not a moron, Sev. He's not just going to forget this. Draco raved. Draco, don't worry about it, Snape said warningly. I've been acting like that to him in potions classes for years and he's yet to have a mental breakdown because of it, he said in a sarcastic tone that only seemed to fuel his godson's anger. You know, you're just like everyone else. You just think he's some idol that doesn't let anything bother him. You think that just because he's famous means that he's not allowed to be hurt by things people say and do. Like he's not allowed to just be a person but he always has to be some strong hero, Draco yelled heatedly. Draco, that is enough. I do not think that and you know it, Snape said sharply. Yes you do. Yes you do. But you're even worse because you think that you have some right to act any way you please toward him just because his dad was mean to you. Merlin, if you're mad at anyone you should be mad at me. I'm the one who bullied him and his stupid friends for 5 years. I'm this generation's James Potter. Draco bellowed. No you're not. Don't be stupid, Draco, Snape snapped. Oh I'm the one being stupid. You know what, I'm right. I really am like James Potter, and you know what that makes Harry. The one that I bullied. That would make him this generation's you. So really, maybe it's me you want to be kicking out of your house. Draco, I would never kick you out of this house and you know it. Now stop being ridiculous. You are nothing like James Potter and Potter is nothing like me. Potter will get over it like he has 1,000 times before, and when he comes tomorrow to go to the Quidditch game, you'll see that back to his energetic, carefree little self, Snape said with a slight sneer. Draco glared at him. Don't you dare go back to calling him Potter. I hope you realize that you've turned into James Potter yourself, picking on people who don't deserve it, he said coldly. Before Snape could get past his shock at Draco's words, the young Own strode angrily from the room, shouting back over his shoulder, if you've chased away my one real friend, I'll never forgive you. There was loud stomping and the sound of a door slamming overhead. Snape sat in silent shock at his godson's accusations. They were ridiculous, really. He was nothing like James Potter. Harry wasn't really hurt. Snape would just act like nothing happened when Harry came over the next day for the Quidditch match they were going to, and they could both just forget it ever happened. Harry had put aside all the cruel things Draco had said to him in the past, and he had done the same with Snape. He could do it again. That was Harry. But Harry didn't show up the next day. When it was time to go, Draco came down the stairs with a cold expression. I just talked to Harry. He's not coming. He said you're right, that he's been really inconsiderate about butting into everything. Doesn't want to bother you. He told me to tell you he forgot he had promised to help Sirius with something, Draco said coldly to his godfather before picking up Anna, who was tugging at his robes. Don't be sad, Draco. We get to see the Seekers and Harry's going to meet us there, she said confidently, stroking his hair lovingly as if she were petting a cat. Harry's not coming, Anna, Draco informed her, striding past Snape and Laura. Yes, he is. He wouldn't miss the Seekers. Harry loves the Seekers, she said firmly. Yes, he does, Draco said with a pointed look at his godfather. Snape was looking slightly guilty and a little angry. Laura put a comforting hand on his arm. He could have at least shown up. Now he's gone and ruined everybody's mood, Snape said quietly to Laura, who had heard about the incident from both points of view. It probably would have been worse if he had come, Sev. It would be far more tense, she said quietly. I think we should call off the game for today. Nobody's in the mood for it. Let's just go out to lunch instead and go to the next match when this little problem has been solved, all right? Draco and Snape sighed and nodded in agreement. Anna looked around in confusion. We're not going, she asked, looking as if she was trying to figure out how to feel about this. Do you want to go, Sev? Not today, Anna, Snape said tiredly. Then I don't want to go either, she announced proudly. Is Harry still coming though? Not today, darling, Laura said. Why not? She asked disappointedly. Because somebody made him feel like he wasn't wanted, Draco said with a meaningful glare at his godfather. Why? Anna asked. Because this person doesn't see Harry as a human being. He thinks Harry can be used as an outlet for his anger without there being any repercussions, and a part of him believes Harry deserves it, even when he doesn't, Draco said stiffly. Snape looked at him with an unreadable expression. Anna just looked at Draco in confusion, not understanding what he had just said. Laura looked between the two males and walked over to Draco, gently taking Anna from his arms. You know, I think Anna and I are going to have a girls' day out, she said. No, you don't, Snape started, but Laura cut him off. I think you two need to work some things out with a nice long talk. We'll reschedule Quidditch for another day, she said, giving Draco a one-armed hug before bidding them farewell and flowing away. Snape and Draco stood there in silence for a few minutes. Draco, look, I apologize for what I did yesterday, Snape said with a sigh. Why are you apologizing to me? Don't say you're sorry unless you're really sorry. And I don't think you can be really sorry until you do something about it, Draco said sternly. You don't understand, Draco. I can't just apologize to Harry, Snape said. And why the hell not? Draco asked in annoyance. It's complicated. My relationship with him is not as informal as it is with you. I still need to maintain my authority in order to have his respect. Sev, Harry already respects you. Respect isn't something you can get by intimidating people or scaring them or being cruel to them. Respect is something you have to earn, and in my book and in Harry's book, the only way to do that in a situation like this is to admit when you're wrong, and work to make things right. That's why Harry and I respect each other, because we both have admitted that we've been wrong in the past and have worked to make up for it. It's called taking responsibility for your actions. If you think that you can just do these things and not try to fix them, then you'll never get Harry's respect and you'll lose mine. Draco, it isn't that simple. If you put aside your pride for 5 seconds, and quit acting like a coward, then it becomes a lot easier than you think, said Draco. It's too late for apologies now. It's best to just let things blow over at this point, but next time, I'll apologize, okay? Snape compromised. Next time. There's going to be a next time. Draco asked incredulously. People make mistakes, Draco. Draco shook his head disappointedly. You're not going to even attempt to make things right, are you? Of course I am, Snape protested. How? I'll make sure he knows I didn't mean it. How? Draco insisted. You said actions speak louder than words, so I'll just show him through the way I act toward him that I didn't mean it. Sometimes, people need both, Sev, the actions and the words. Harry and I aren't on that level, Snape said. You aren't on the level where you treat him like a human being. Draco asked in annoyance. You're one of many, then. What's that supposed to mean? People either treat him like dirt or like some indestructible hero. I can't tell which group you fall into yet, Draco said bitterly. You know, he mentioned that his godfather never talks to him about anything serious. Nobody does. And I told him that he should go to you if he ever felt like he needed an adult to talk to. He told me you wouldn't want him coming to you, but I insisted that you wouldn't mind, that you liked him. Wow, do I feel like an idiot now? I got his hopes up and you just smashed them into pieces. I hope you're pleased. You told him that? Snape asked weakly. He was definitely feeling guilty now. Yes. But that was before I knew you'd go and prove him right, Draco said, moving toward the stairs. Please inform me when you've decided to descend from your pedestal and act like the Severus the first thought I knew. With that, Draco walked stiffly up the stairs and Snape didn't bother calling him back, having nothing to defend himself with any longer. He didn't feel like he deserved to be defended. For the next few days, Harry didn't even consider going over to Snape Manor, and Draco soon stopped trying to convince him to, settling for coming over to the lighthouse instead until Snape came to his senses. Of course, aside from Harry's reluctance to see the potion's master, the Gryffindor acted as if nothing had even happened. He didn't tell anyone about it, especially not Sirius. He didn't want to cause trouble between the two rivals, and Harry was well aware that they both had hot tempers. He occupied his mind with light things to keep his mind off of what had happened. He plotted against the Weasley boys with Ginny, contacting Coda and Hermione for help. He played Quidditch with the Weasleys, on a borrowed broom. He tried to train Buckbeak to sit, which soon proved to be a hopeless endeavor, anything to avoid thinking of Snape yelling at him. He cursed himself for letting it bother him so much, but it did bother him. The humiliation and the pain that came from thinking Snape had liked him and being proved otherwise struck deep. But it was best not to think of such things, and so Harry did his best to push them out of his mind. Oh, you're here, Mrs. Stenson exclaimed in surprise as the Weasleys walked into the room. I know we're a bit early, Mr. Weasley started apologetically as his children finished coming through. Oh, don't worry one bit, come on in. Never thought I'd be having guests arrive through the fireplace, she said with a smile. She motioned them all forward into the living room. The 6 Weasleys looked around with undisguised awe at all the Muggle gadgets. Mrs. Stenson chuckled. I think Rick and Coda are planning to give you all a demonstration of how all this stuff works later. I was going to have Coda and Harry run to the store for some groceries, but Harry said you might want to go to see all the Muggle things, she said with a grin. Mr. Weasley looked very excited at the prospect. So that's where Muggles do their food shopping. Fascinating, he said in awe. The twins rolled their eyes. Well, Remus and Rick are outside chatting. Harry, Coda, and Sirius are in the kitchen. They're supposed to be doing dishes since they made a royal disaster in the kitchen earlier, but it's been a bit difficult to get them to concentrate on the task, she said with a roll of the eyes as she led them to the kitchen. She opened the door and gestured inside to make her point. The radio was playing quite loudly. There were still dirty dishes near the sink which seemed to be covered in dark brown goo. The 3 occupants of the kitchen hadn't noticed that anyone was watching. Harry and Coda were rubbing dish soap all over their hands and blowing huge bubbles through their fingers and then trying to hold them in their hands. They were all singing along to the chorus of the song and would intermittently pick up spatulas or spoons and dramatically belt the lyrics into them as if the objects were microphones. The 2 teenagers watched with glee as Sirius joked around with some very extravagant dancing, still not noticing the small audience at the door. They laughed as Sirius jumped away from the sink and began tangoing with a cookie sheet. Harry spun around to face him singing loudly into a spatula and froze as he saw the Weasleys in the doorway. Coda hadn't yet noticed and began doing exaggerated disco moves. Sirius, Harry said with an embarrassed grin. Sirius ignored him and brought the cookie sheet into a dip. Harry nudged Coda and she slowly turned around with her arm stuck out in front of her holding a plate in some strange mock disco move. When she caught sight of the Weasleys, she shrieked and dropped the plate, which clattered on the ground. Sirius's head shot up and followed their gaze. In seeing all the laughing redheads, he immediately straightened up and with a God help me grin, took a deep bow. The Weasleys all clapped appreciatively and the twins called for an encore. Coda and Harry both groaned in mortification but soon joined them in laughing. The Muggle girl walked over and turned down the music on the radio. So, why didn't you two pull those moves at the ball? George asked with a grin. We save them for special occasions, Coda responded with a smirk. We only bring them out when we feel like embarrassing ourselves shamelessly. And whenever we feel like procrastinating doing any actual chores, Harry added, gesturing toward the dishes. So do you want to come shopping for food with Harry and I? She asked excitedly. There are tons of Muggles there, Mr. Weasley, she added enticingly. Mr. Weasley chuckled. Am I really that predictable? Unfortunately so, Dad, George said, clapping a hand onto his father's back. That's not a bad thing, Hermione protested. Harry and Ron caught each other's eye and grinned. Whenever Hermione had her nose stuck in a book or announced that she was off to the library, the two accused her of being predictable. Well, thank you, Hermione. At least somebody's standing up for me. Well, anyone who is brave enough to ride in the car with me behind the wheel can come to the grocery store, Coda announced. We can take the SUV. All the Weasley children announced that they were in, along with Hermione and Mr. Weasley. And what about the dishes? Mrs. Stenson asked, gesturing at the pile of dirty ones next to the sink. Mrs. Weasley pointed her wand at the mess, muttered something and the dishes began washing themselves. I need to learn that one, Sirius muttered. Harry and Coda quickly rinsed the soap off their hands. Coda got the grocery list and credit card from her mother and they all went out to the driveway and hopped in the car, with Coda in the driver's seat and Mr. Weasley next to her, the rest of the kids in the back. I can't believe you can drive, Ginny exclaimed. Yeah, that's so wicked, George added. We've driven a flying car before, but then Ron and Harry lost it. The two boys grinned guiltily. Of course, it was easier to drive, because you didn't have to really worry about hitting anything except for birds. Coda grinned into the rearview mirror as they drove along. Harry can drive a bit as well. I started teaching him last winter, she said with a giggle. Right, Harry? Yeah, it didn't go over too well, Harry admitted with a sheepish grin. But it wasn't my fault, he said firmly. Yes, it was. You were the one who started joking about that van in the parking lot having a masked murderer inside in the middle of the night. Yeah, but you were the one who thought you actually saw a person coming out of it, he reminded her. His voice turned into a mimic of Coda. Harry, I think I saw someone. He's coming. He's going to chop our heads off with an axe. Oh, like you weren't scared, mister. Oh my god. Get us out of here. How do you drive this thing? Coda said, now mimicking Harry. The rest of the car was now laughing at the story. Maybe we should hear the story from the beginning, Hermione suggested. Coda chuckled. Well, I decided to teach Harry how to drive, but since he doesn't have a license, it's a bit, illegal. Harry volunteered. Yeah, so we decided to go to a deserted parking lot in the middle of the night to avoid the police and other things that Harry might run over. Hey, Harry interrupted indignantly. Coda ignored him. So I drove there and then we switched seats and I started explaining what different things were, and just because I was slightly teasing Harry. Slightly teasing. Okay, Harry, this is what they call a mirror. You look in it and see things behind you. Can you say mirror? Mirror ROR, Harry scoffed. Hey, it was funny. Anyways, our dear dark-haired friend thought it would be amusing to point out a creepy-looking van that was parked sort of near us. One of the street lights was sort of flickery and we kind of let our imaginations run away with us. I just mentioned that it was probably a serial killer's and that the murderer had most likely crept up to the car already and was crouching right outside one of our doors. Only then does she inform me that her locks don't work from the inside, Harry explained. And we could have gotten out of there, but Harry wouldn't switch seats with me so we could drive, said Koda. Harry gaped at her incredulously. That's because you wanted me to get out of the car and run around while you slid over. You wanted to sacrifice me to the killer. You know what, Harry? Sometimes you just gotta take one for the team, said Koda. Everybody laughed. So then what happened? Ron asked curiously. Harry blushed slightly. Well, then we heard a small crash, probably from a cat knocking something over, but Harry freaked, Koda explained. I freaked. You freaked. It was a group freakage, all right. Koda exclaimed with a glare back to Harry in the rearview mirror. Well, you were the one who grabbed the wheel and started screaming at the top of your lungs for me to step on the gas, said Harry, indignantly. Well, you were the one who listened to me. And I never meant for you to step on the gas so hard. Besides, then you tried to grab the wheel from me, Koda reminded him. That's because you were looking behind us while you were steering. Somehow this doesn't sound like it would be all that safe, Mr. Weasley piped in. Oh, it was fine, Harry said nonchalantly, until we hit the tree, he added sheepishly. Not hard, just a scratch, Koda added. Just don't mention it to my parents because they think a really aggressive jogger swiped it or something. Finally they arrived and piled out of the car. The Weasleys were amazed when the automatic doors opened, revealing a Muggle wonderland inside. Koda, Harry, and Hermione exchanged grins as the redheads looked about in wonder. Koda steered the basket down the first aisle. All right, Harry, grab some bread, Koda instructed him. The two of them were familiar with the supermarket and therefore decided to take over the actual shopping themselves, especially since the Weasleys were busy gaping and giggling at all things Muggle. Bread check, Harry announced as he set a loaf into the cart. Harry, what is that line for? Mr. Weasley asked eagerly. That's the pharmacy. It's where you get medicine. They're mostly pills though, not potions, he explained as he grabbed some milk and put it in the cart. Amazing. Just amazing, the adult Weasley muttered. Ron came up to him chuckling. Harry, look, that man's talking to himself, he said quietly. Harry grinned when he saw the man Ron was talking about. No, he's not, Hermione cut in, he has an ear and mouthpiece attached to his cell phone. See that wire? He's listening to the person through the thing in his ear and talking back to them through that part near his mouth, she explained. Ron looked at the wire in wonder. Seriously? Whoa, that's brilliant. Genius, said Fred, who had been listening. He ran over to tell his dad and George that the man wasn't actually schizophrenic. Ron and Ginny were caught up eavesdropping on two teenage boys arguing over rides at a theme park. Hermione and Koda went down an aisle, chatting about Muggle songs, while Harry was sent down the next aisle to grab some tomato sauce. He was looking for the brand Koda had told him to get when he heard a familiar voice that caused him to freeze. No dudders, honey, sweetie. We can't get magazines all the time. They cost a lot of money, came a sickly sweet voice. Harry's head shot up and sure enough, he saw Dudley whining and stomping his foot as he held a pile of magazines out to Aunt Petunia, who was wearing a rather large hat. Harry quickly whipped around so his back was facing his former family. He briskly walked out of the aisle and quickly found Hermione and Koda in the next one. Could you find the sauce? Koda asked when she saw him empty-handed. Is something the matter? Hermione asked in seeing his expression. Can we go? He asked. Sure, as soon as we finish getting the groceries, Koda said with a bit of a confused expression. No, I mean, now. Can we go now? He pleaded, looking over his shoulder. Harry, what's the matter? Hermione asked worriedly. Harry opened his mouth to speak but froze, looking past the girl's shoulders. You. Aunt Petunia spat as she caught sight of him. The two girls whipped around to face Harry's relatives. Dudley and Koda glared at each other intensely. Hey fatty, found any friends yet besides my pathetic cousin, or are you just too much of a loser to find anyone else? Dudley sneered at Koda. Hey asshole, beat up any little kids lately, or are you too busy doing drugs in the alley? Koda retorted. Dudley's eyes widened momentarily and he snuck a quick glance at his mother. Lucky for him, his mum wasn't paying attention, but was glaring at Harry with intense hatred. What are you doing back here, you little freak? She hissed at Harry. Hermione's jaw dropped, but nobody noticed. I wasn't aware you owned the place, Harry said defiantly. Without his uncle there, the other two didn't scare him. You are not welcome in this neighborhood, she said with a scowl. Oh yes he is, Kota said. He's staying with us and there's nothing you can do about it. Are you so sure about that, Missy? Aunt Petunia asked ominously. Hermione decided that this was getting too out of hand and ran to get Mr. Weasley. Don't Missy me. Why don't you go complain about it to your husband, or do they allow prison visits for child abusers? Aunt Petunia's eyebrow shot up and Dudley opened his mouth to say something, but stopped when his mother quickly whispered something into his ear. Oh, that's really mature. Let's all tell secrets to each other. We're really jealous, I'm sure, Kota said patronizingly. Aunt Petunia shot Harry an evil look. Oh, Harry deserved everything he got. She leaned close to him and hissed in his face, and everything he's going to get. Harry looked at her in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? He snapped. It means that nasty little things like you always get their comeuppance, she said threateningly. Yeah, better watch your back, Harry, Dudley said wickedly. Better watch your weight, Dudley, Harry retorted. Listen, boy, the fact that you are even alive is an abomination and a curse, Aunt Petunia spat. Your death was a punishment from God for being such a little freak with all your witchcraft. It was a gift to us for having to put up with you for so long. And whatever brought you back was the work of evil. Harry glared daggers at his aunt. Why she was going on about all this religious stuff was beyond him since she wasn't religious, but his aunt seemed firm in her beliefs about this. He didn't realize that Hermione had returned with the Weasleys until a hand was placed on his shoulder. He looked up to see Mr. Weasley standing next to him, looking furious. Aunt Petunia looked up in surprise and jumped with a shriek. Dudley paled in seeing the Weasley boys, remembering the Tung-Tung Toffee incident quite clearly. Get out, Mr. Weasley growled, fuming. Get out of this store right now before I hex you so hard your ancestors will feel it. His children and Harry looked at him in surprise, never having seen him so angry. Aunt Petunia stuck her nose up in the air and glared at the entourage in front of her. Come along, Dudley. We'll come back when there's no filth dirtying up the place, she said snootily. Dudley sneered at Harry and Kota, the latter who stuck her middle finger up at him. You'll be sorry, boy, for everything you've done to ruin my family, Aunt Petunia said maliciously before grabbing Dudley's hand and hurriedly leading him away. Ron grabbed a can from the shelf and made to chuck it at Harry's aunt's head, but Harry stopped him. Don't, Ron, it's not worth it, he said with a sigh. He turned back to Kota. Right, then, I'm going to go find that sauce. He briskly walked off. Hermione gestured for Ron to stay there and jogged off after him. The rest looked at each other with grim expressions. Well, let's not let it ruin our night, Mr. Weasley said with some effort to get the anger out of his voice. Let's finish up the shopping and get back. Hermione caught up with Harry in the next aisle. Hey, my own, do you remember if Kota wanted original or chunky? He asked, holding up 2 jars. Harry, she said softly, are you all right? Of course, Harry said brightly, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. It doesn't bother me, really. Harry, seriously, my own, it's fine, he said firmly, avoiding her eyes. I didn't know your aunt was so horrible, she said apologetically. Yeah, well, she is, okay. Just drop it, he snapped. He winced at how mean he had sounded. I'm sorry, Hermione, I didn't mean to snap at you. Hermione smiled at him comfortingly. Ah, I think I can let it slide. She pulled Harry into a hug. Don't listen to her, Harry. You're the best. Harry pulled away and rolled his eyes with a laugh. Oh Merlin, don't get all mushy on me, my own. Hermione ruffled his hair playfully. Hey, he cried indignantly. It's messy enough, thank you. Now, which one? He asked, holding up the 2 jars. She picked out original and walked with Harry back to Kota, who had the basket. They finished up the shopping quickly and stood in the long line at the checkout. So, guys, tonight, we're watching a scary movie, Kota said excitedly, trying to get the focus off of what happened earlier. Harry, Ginny, and Hermione exchanged a knowing look. Fred, George, and Ron rolled their eyes. As this one as scary as the one that freaked out Whittle Howie and Ginny Gins so bad? Fred teased. Not quite. Death Wish, the movie that Harry and Ginny saw, was scarier, I would say, though this one's a close second, Coda said thoughtfully. A small group of teenagers in front of them turned around at this. You saw that movie? One asked incredulously. Wait, which ones of you saw it? Harry, Ginny, and Coda raised their hands slightly. Did you actually stay until the end? A guy asked. I didn't. My friends wimped out too quickly, Coda said regretfully. We did, Ginny said. Oh my god, you're mad. You're absolutely bonkers, another exclaimed. I tried seeing that movie, one guy said, in a haunted tone. My friends and I were out of there in 10 minutes flat. I couldn't sleep for 3 days after just seeing the previews. Another admitted. Wow, I can't believe you guys stayed until the end. I don't know anyone who's been able to do that, another said in awe. The theater was significantly emptier at the end, Harry said thoughtfully. I made it to the part where the girl's home alone and she looks out the window and the freaky demon ghost girl thing was standing right outside, Coda said. I couldn't get near dark windows for 2 weeks. Oh god, what are you doing? The guy who had started watching it asked, sounding a bit panicked. You don't bring it up. I've spent a month or so trying to forget the movie. So, what was the scariest part? A girl asked curiously. Harry and Ginny exchanged a knowing look. Okay. There was this part near the end where the main guy was in his bed at night, and he keeps hearing noises outside his window, but he's too scared to go see what it is, Ginny explained. So he's staring at the window, and you're sure the ghost girl's going to pop up, so you're already tense, and then, he tells himself he's stupid and turns over in bed, and she's lying right next to him. Harry and Ginny both shuddered, remembering the freaky scene. Of course, Harry continued, then he's found hanging from his ceiling fan. That's the scene that really sticks with you, especially in the middle of the night when you find yourself lying there, looking out the window. All of a sudden, you don't want to turn over. Ron snorted. These three, said Coda, gesturing to the 3 Weasley boys, have never seen a scary movie, and don't think it's possible for a movie to be scary. We're going to start them out on a nice scary movie called Night Terrors. Ooh, that's evil, one of the girls said with an amused smirk. You boys have fun. The group of teenagers laughed knowingly before leaving with their groceries. Why did they say you were evil? George asked. Is that a really scary one? He teased, obviously not believing it would be scary at all. Well, I'll leave that for you to judge, Coda said with a grin before calling Mr. Weasley over to show him the wonders of using a credit card. Okay guys, time for the movie, Coda said with a quick glance at Harry and Hermione. The Weasley parents had left an hour ago, while Remus had made sure to leave well before nightfall, since it was a full moon that night. When they had explained the reason for Remus's early departure to the Stensons, the three had laughed until they realized they were serious, at which point the Muggle family had to once again reform their beliefs. Now, they were preparing to scare themselves with the scary movie they had decided on. Harry snuck an evil grin at Ginny, who was trying to hold back her excitement. Coda popped the video into the VCR and Harry flicked off the lights before bringing in the bowl of popcorn. He plopped down on the floor next to Ginny, leaning against the couch. A bunch of hands reached around Harry to grab handfuls of popcorn. It had taken a great deal of brainstorming to come up with a movie that could have a manageable prank attached to it. As Ginny had made clear, their revenge had to be swift and harsh, something that she could tease them about for years to come. Harry agreed wholeheartedly, remembering the scare they had given him when he had been sleeping on the couch with Ginny a few months earlier. Coda and Hermione had become involved just to see the looks on the 3 redhead boys' faces and to prove to them that Muggles did, in fact, have enough imagination to make things scary. The final key player to their plot had been Sirius, who was more than ready to represent the Morators as the prank war between he and the twins were starting. He had left with the other wizarding adults, but had immediately apparated back. Mr. and Mrs. Stenson had set up the guest room for him, since he explained that there should be a trained wizard around for Harry's safety against Death Eaters and such. Of course, everyone had conveniently neglected to relate this fact to Ron, Fred, and George. Sirius was due to sneak downstairs when the movie was over before initiating the prank. The movie was one that had given Coda nightmares for weeks. It was another supernatural one. When a victim was about to be killed, the power in the house would go out except for the clocks, which would turn to the time 11:27, the time when the murderous spirit had been killed long ago. Then the victim would disappear, be taken to the place in the forest where the spirit had been murdered and be killed in the exact same fashion, as discovered later in the movie. It was an incredibly frightening movie, and absolutely perfect for the plan that the four teenagers had formulated. Harry and Ginny kept sneaking glances at the male redheads during especially frightening parts of the film. Fred and George were trying to disguise their fright, though the occasional jump in their wide eyes betrayed that they really were scared. Ron was engrossed in the film, utterly terrified, clutching Hermione desperately as if she would protect him. The bushy-haired girl was too much of a realist to let the movie affect her too much, allowing her to simply roll her eyes and hold her boyfriend close. Coda was basking in the delight of already knowing the scary parts, allowing her to giggle each time George jumped at a part. He simply glared at her in return and kept whispering questions to her, begging her to tell him if there was a scary part coming up. Ginny and Harry had scooted close together for comfort as the movie got increasingly scary. They munched popcorn mechanically, until Ginny accidentally threw the bowl in the air at a pop-out scene, spraying popcorn all over the floor and Harry's lap. Now that she didn't have the popcorn to comfort her, she settled for gripping onto Harry's forearm until his hand began to go numb. Gin. He finally had to whisper, "I can't feel my hand." Ginny looked down and uncurled her fingers with a sheepish smile. Suddenly, there was a piercing scream on the television and Ginny immediately grabbed Harry's arm again in fright. He chuckled quietly and pried her fingers from his arm, and linked his arm through hers. She hugged his arm tightly through suspenseful parts. One particular pop-out scene was so terrifying that there was not a single one of them that didn't scream with fright. Ginny buried her face in Harry's shoulder as he grabbed her wrist in fear. Ron scrambled onto Hermione's lap, pulling his legs up off the floor with incredible speed. He wrapped his arms around her neck and buried his face in his shoulder, peeking out at the screen in unbridled terror. Hermione chuckled silently and rubbed her boyfriend's arm reassuringly. Finally, the movie ended, leaving most of them in a slight shock. It took a second for Harry to remember about the plan, but as he saw Hermione discreetly point the remote at the television, he shot a conspiring look at Ginny. He saw the clock move slightly and knew Sirius was in place. Hermione saw the signal and clicked the power button on the remote, plunging the room into darkness. "What's going on?" Ron yelled, terrified. Whoa, is it supposed to do that?" Fred asked frantically. "I don't know what happened. Nobody was even near the telly," Coda said in false confusion. They had conveniently failed to mention the existence of remote controls to the Weasley boys. "It must be a power outage," Hermione said reasonably. "Oh, Merlin, the clock," Ginny said in fake fright, pointing at the digital clock. Sirius, under Harry's invisibility cloak, adjusted the time. The glowing numbers flew by until they landed on 11:27. Ron began to freak out. We're gonna die, he shrieked. As Harry's eyes adjusted, he saw that he nearly had Hermione in a headlock through his panic. "Ron, calm down. I'm sure it's nothing," Harry said, purposely sounding unsure of himself. "Does this ever usually happen with the television and the clock and stuff?" George asked nervously. "Well, the telly could just be the power, but I don't know about the clock," Coda muttered, biting her lower lip. "What are we gonna do?" Fred asked shakily. Hermione shook her head. "Mr. and Mrs. Stenson," she called. They had previously warned the two parents not to pay attention to the calls, and after being informed of the prank, they had agreed as they rolled their eyes. "They went out," Coda said quietly. "They what?" Ron shrieked. "I forgot to mention it. They went out to the theater and won't be home for a few hours," Coda said, making sure she sounded frightened. "Maybe it was just the telly that went out. Maybe the lights still work," Harry suggested. The room was momentarily silent as everyone waited for someone to volunteer to walk across the dark room to the light switch. "Oh, brother. This is ridiculous. We're getting scared over nothing. Ron, get off me. I'll go turn on the lights," Hermione said, trying to push Ron off of her. Ron's eyes went wide. "No, you're not. You'll be killed," he protested, refusing to budge. "Don't be ridiculous, Ron," she said with a roll of the eyes. It's okay. I got it. I'm closest anyway, Harry said, making sure he sounded apprehensive. No, Harry, don't, Fred said breathlessly. It's okay. I'm sure it's nothing, Harry said with an audible deep breath as he started across the room. As he got 3/4 of the way across the room, he felt a tapping on his shoulder. He gasped dramatically as Sirius threw the invisibility cloak over him with his back facing the others so they wouldn't see him as the cloak was lifted up in the front. The rest of the kids started screaming in terror as they saw their friend simply disappear. Just as planned, Ginny screamed, "Harry!" Before darting out, Harry helped Sirius lift the cloak over her as she let out a piercing scream before Harry cut it off with a hand over her mouth for appropriate sound effects. The three clasped hands over their mouths to make sure they didn't make a sound as they silently shuffled to the next room. Once they were out of sight from the others, Harry and Ginny slipped out from under the cloak, allowing Sirius to go back into the room to finish the job. They had to fight giggles as they heard the commotion coming from the next room, complete with dramatic lines from Kota such as, "We're all gonna die." And, "What do you want from us?" These lines were cut off as she slipped into position, allowing Sirius to catch her under the cloak. A moment later, Kota appeared out of thin air next to Ginny, grinning madly. The only one left was Hermione, who was having a more difficult time getting into position, since Ron refused to let go of her arm. Ron, let go. I need to destroy the clock. It might the key to everything. She improvised. No, my own. He cried desperately. But maybe if we destroy it, it'll go away. Hermione insisted. I think something just brushed by me. Fred yelled, backing up into George. The clock. Hermione yelled, trying to yank her arm away from Ron. In an act of extreme bravery, Ron darted forward and grabbed the clock, ripping the cord from the wall. The glowing numbers flickered off, but when he turned around, Hermione was gone. No, my own. He screamed desperately, racing to where she had just been standing. Sirius and Hermione appeared from under the cloak, handing it to Harry and Ginny, who slipped under it for the grand finale. They slipped back into the room as Ron was on his knees screaming out, "What do you want from us?" As Kota had been shrieking before. Harry signaled for Ginny to be quiet and spoke in a whispery voice. "Revenge," he hissed, causing the three boys to jump and huddle together. "For what? We didn't do anything." George shouted desperately. "Please, leave us alone, and give us our friends and our sister back," Fred pleaded. Ginny cupped her hands around her mouth and spoke in a hiss, "Revenge for the picture." She was, of course, referring to the picture the boys had taken of Harry and Ginny asleep on the couch a few months before. Ginny secretly loved the picture, but would never let anyone know that, especially Harry and her brothers. Harry wrinkled up his nose with silent laughter. "Picture? What picture?" Ron yelled. "We don't know what you're talking about," George insisted. "And, for jumping out of my closet," Ginny said in the same whispery voice. All of them froze in confusion. "We told you we'd get you back," Harry hissed. Just as the boys were finally beginning to grasp what was going on, Harry and Ginny ripped the cloak off of them screaming, "Raw!" The Weasley boys all jumped back with a scream before realization fully hit them. The lights flickered on, revealing a hysterical Kota and Hermione, with a triumphant Sirius entering behind them. Ginny and Harry high-fived as the three boys began to look murderous. "That's what you get for trying to scare us so much about that movie we saw," Ginny informed them. "That was not funny," Ron yelled, his face turning red now. Seeing that the prank wasn't going over so well, Sirius slipped away upstairs, hoping the twins wouldn't exact revenge on him. "Yeah, that was just cruel," said Fred with a bit of a glare. Though very imaginative, George said with the appreciation only a prank player could have. Fred looked at his twin contemplatively for a second before smirking. "Well, I'll give you that it was a pretty cool act of revenge. And you did do very similar things to us," Ginny reminded them. "I guess we sort of deserved it," George admitted. "No, you a lot deserved it," Ginny said. "Okay, well, I don't think I could take that again." "Truce," Fred offered. George, Harry and Ginny nodded in agreement and the two pairs shook hands. Ron was still mad, his arms crossed as he glared at all those involved in the prank. "Oh come on, Ron. You did the same thing to them, and you have to admit it was kind of funny, Hermione said calmingly. No, it wasn't. It was mean, Ron said coldly. Hermione chuckled and wrapped her arms around his neck, dotting him quickly on the cheek. Oh, Ron, sometimes you remind me of a little kid, you know, she informed him playfully. Ron glared at her, but she just smiled. And you know, she said quietly, I thought that was very brave how you went for the clock, and very sweet that you wanted to protect me. You did? Ron asked in surprise. Hermione nodded and pulled him into a deep key. Harry, Ginny, Fred and George groaned at the couple. Coda smiled and said it was sweet. The snogging pair ignored them and went into the kitchen for some more privacy. It's just so wrong, Ginny said with a shudder. I may be permanently damaged. Ah, you're already permanently damaged, Fred said, knocking on her head. Harry laughed but immediately shut his mouth as Ginny glared at him. Their gazes held each other's for a bit longer than they had to, and the two suddenly looked away sheepishly so the other didn't think they were staring. The Weasley twins exchanged a knowing glance. Well, for pranking the unprankable pranksters, I think we need to have a victory dance/sing along, Coda declared cheerily. She bounced over to the CD player and put on Celebration by Kool and the Gang. The four laughed, danced, and sang horribly to the songs that Coda played, ones she said were necessary for every person to be familiar with, Muggle or not. They were soon told to go to bed by Mr. Stenson. Ginny, with a hand covering her eyes, went into the kitchen and told Hermione to come to bed. The two girls joined up with Coda and went upstairs to sleep in Coda's room, while Ron stumbled out of the kitchen with a goofy grin. He was immediately pelted with pillows to snap him out of it. The boys all laid out sleeping bags downstairs, though it was too hot to actually get in them. For some odd reason, it seemed that all the parents had agreed that it wasn't a good idea to have the boys stay across the hall from the girls and should remain on separate floors. The boys lay there chatting after everyone left. Despite Hermione's snogging therapy, Ron was still upset about the prank and settled for turning away and ignoring them, namely Harry. What do you reckon the girls are talking about upstairs? George asked. How good our revenge was. Harry tried with a smirk. He turned to Ron. Ron, come on, it was just a joke. It was no meaner than what you've been doing to Ginny and I. Ron muttered something about Harry jumping off a cliff. Aw, come on, ickle Ronikins, Fred cooed, you have to admit, they got us fair and square. HMPH, Ron responded. The other three boys shrugged and continued their speculation on the girls' conversation. D'ya reckon they're talking about us? George asked Harry with a grin. I doubt it, Harry said skeptically. Unless Ginny's entertaining Coda with embarrassing stories of you, he said with an evil grin. George tossed a pillow at his head. Well, for your sake you better hope she's not, 'cause then I'd kill her and you'd be out of a girlfriend mate, George said with a smirk. Harry felt his face grow hot and he threw the pillow back at George. She's not my girlfriend. We're just friends, the Weasley boys, including Ron, finished for him, rolling their eyes. Then you wouldn't be interested in what she has to say about you? Fred asked nonchalantly. Why, has she said anything? He asked cautiously. Not to me, but the way I figure it, I could sit here listening to you two trying to guess if they're talking about you, or I could go do a little reconnaissance mission, said Fred. Also known as eavesdropping, clarified George. Precisely, brother, Fred said before standing up. Well, I'm going to go look for the bathroom, he announced before walking right past the downstairs toilet and heading up the stairs. He tiptoed down the hall to Coda's bedroom door and held his breath as he stood outside, listening to the muffled voices inside. Why don't you two just tell them that you fancy them? Trust me, they feel the same way, but Harry's unfortunately too stubborn and afraid of your brothers, and George is a Weasley boy, meaning it'll probably take him a few years to get around to asking you out, came Hermione's voice. Fred frowned indignantly. Nah, George is pretty blunt. I'm surprised he hasn't already confessed his undying love for you, came Ginny's. Maybe it's because he's only seen me in person 3 times, including today and once in passing at a train station. Coda said in an obvious tone. I can see why he's taking his time. Harry, however, is a different story. He's totally smitten with you, Ginny. No, he's not, Ginny scoffed. I mean, Harry's probably the sweetest bloke in the whole world. He's nice to everyone. Just because he's nice to me as well doesn't mean he fancies me. You guys just like that idea because I've been infatuated with him for so long. Fred honestly wondered momentarily if his sister had eyes. How could she be so oblivious? Harry was always sneaking glances at her and smiling shyly at her when she caught him. Ginny, are you seriously that oblivious? Hermione asked inside the room. Here, Fred said under his breath out in the hall. Trust us, he fancies you, Coda said, whether he'll admit it to you or not. So, Ginny said loudly, hinting for a change of subject, let's get back to you fancying my brother. Do you realize what you're getting into? George is great. He's so hilarious, not to mention completely hot. He has such a gorgeous body, Coda said enthusiastically. Fred grinned, thankful to be an identical twin with that comment. He heard Ginny make gagging sounds inside. You. Please spare me, she said in disgust. Yeah, the Weasley boys are just adorable really. Ron's freckles are the cutest things ever. And he really has the most gorgeous eyes, Hermione gushed, in part because she enjoyed bragging about her boyfriend, and in part to gross out Ginny. Please excuse me while I go gouge out my eardrums, Ginny said dramatically. Besides, I don't know how you can talk about gorgeous and not immediately think of Harry. Sure, Harry's really good looking, but the Weasley boys just have way cuter bums, Hermione said matter-of-factly. Fred's jaw dropped and Ginny shrieked, oh sick. That's just wrong. Ew. Hermione and Coda laughed hysterically. Ginny, come on, I was just joking, well sort of. No wait, come back. Hermione laughed. Suddenly the door flew open as Ginny declared that she was going to go vomit and Fred froze like a deer caught in the headlights. The girls all stared at him in horror momentarily before Ginny reached up, seized him by the ear and dragged him into the room. She looked both ways down the hall to make sure Fred had been alone before closing the door behind them. She pushed Fred into Coda's desk chair and the three girls surrounded him, looking, in Fred's opinion, quite dangerous. So, those Weasley boy bums, he joked, laughing nervously as they glared down at him. How long were you out there? Ginny asked, arms crossed. A few seconds. He tried. The tips of his ears are red, that means he's lying, Ginny pointed out. The thing you have to understand is that Weasley males cannot lie to a Weasley female, she explained. Fred gulped audibly. Don't hurt me, he squeaked. You are never going to repeat what you've heard in this room, understood? Hermione said in her authoritative tone that sounded enough like Mrs. Weasley to always make the Weasley boys cower slightly. Fred nodded fervently. Yes, ma'am. I think we need to make an example of our eavesdropper here, Coda said ominously, turning to her desk. When she turned around holding up a small silver tube, the girls all broke out in identical evil grins, while all the blood drained from Fred's face. Minutes later, Fred stumbled down the stairs. Bloody hell, what happened to you? Ron asked as they stared in shock. Fred's face was covered with lipstick drawings, from whiskers to a scribble of red connecting his eyebrows. Across his forehead was written, Slytherin. I sense it didn't go too well, George said wisely. Did you hear anything good? Harry asked eagerly. No way, I am not testing those girls. They're really scary. All I can say is good luck to you two, and may Merlin have mercy on your souls, he said before going into the downstairs toilet to wash off his face. Cool, our future girlfriends have spunk, George said cheerfully. Harry and Ron both gave him looks that clearly stated that they doubted his sanity. Soon all the boys were lying on top of their sleeping bags, shutting off the last of the lights, checking the clock to make sure it didn't say 11:27, and slipping into slumber, never noticing somebody watching them from the window. An hour later, the back door silently slid open. Vernon Dursley was strangely calm as he walked into the room where the four boys were sleeping soundly. He had been so excited when his wife had told him that she had run into Harry at the store and that not only was the boy staying at the Stensons again, but that they were all under the impression that Vernon was still in jail. The truth was that with the way the law system worked, he could not be held merely for the train station incident and the Stensons' testimony. He had been let out within a day with a small fine and the ban for Harry to visit the Stensons being lifted. He was somewhat surprised the Stensons didn't know he was out, but they obviously didn't if neither their daughter nor Harry knew about it. It wasn't as if he had been roaming Privet Drive a lot. He was spending most of his time searching for a job, something he was still certain that Harry had taken from him in the first place. He knew his nephew had been using his abnormality to make their lives miserable, and now he would pay. Revenge on Harry had grown into a bit of an obsession for Vernon. How many times had he told himself that if he could have just one more chance to get his hands on the boy, he would make him regret all the things he'd done to ruin Vernon's life. Now was his chance and he would make sure to teach that boy a lesson he would never forget. He first crept toward the closest redhead, George, who was sprawled lazily on his back. Vernon ripped off a piece of duct tape and knelt down beside the boy. He slammed the tape down over George's mouth, causing the boy's eyes to fly open. George tried to scream but his cries were too muffled to wake anyone. They were all heavy sleepers. Vernon roughly rolled George onto his stomach and wrestled his arms behind his back where he secured them with a zip tie. George could smell alcohol strongly on the man. Vernon secured another one around his ankles. "I'll be taking this," he whispered evilly, snatching up George's wand, which he had laid next to his pillow. George could do nothing but wriggle around and watch wide-eyed as the huge man made his way to Fred, who was lying on his stomach, fast asleep. Vernon positioned himself over George's sleeping twin. He tore off another piece of the thick tape and slapped it over Fred's mouth as he slammed his knee into the boy's back, pinning him to the ground. The first thing Fred saw when his eyes shot open was his twin. Their eyes both shone with fear and confusion as Vernon zip-tied Fred's hands and ankles and put the second wand in his back pocket. The man was moving to Ron when Harry stirred. The twins began making as much noise as they could with their mouths taped shut to get his attention. The raven-haired boy sleepily began to sit up to figure out what the strange muffled sounds he was hearing were, squinting through the darkness, but suddenly a large, beefy hand covered his mouth and slammed his head back into the floor. Though he didn't have his glasses on, he still recognized his uncle's face looming over him. He desperately tried screaming and thrashing around, but his cries were muffled and he was no match for his massive uncle. Vernon pulled a knife from his back pocket and struck Harry's forehead with the handle with enough force to cause a large gash and nearly cause him to black out. Uncle Vernon fished around in his pockets and, with a malicious grin, pulled out a piece of fishing wire and flipped Harry onto his back where he tied the boy's wrists together. Harry's vision was swimming and his head pounded angrily. As Vernon pulled the wire tight to make a knot, it dug into Harry's skin, cutting into his wrists. He hissed in pain, still trying to fight off unconsciousness from the blow to his head. "Shut it, boy, or I'll just kill you now," his uncle whispered. Harry's cheek was pressed firmly to the ground so that all he could really see was his best friend. Ron stirred and Harry silently willed him to wake up. The redhead's eyes fluttered open and widened as they met Harry's terrified ones. Ron momentarily wondered if this was another joke, but in seeing Harry's uncle, he knew it was something none of them would ever joke about. Ron was about to yell but stopped as the knife was brought to Harry's throat and Vernon's eyes met his. Apparently, the man had noticed Ron's consciousness as well. Harry shut his eyes in fright and inhaled sharply as the blade grazed the sensitive skin. "You make one sound, boy, I'll slit his throat and he'll be dead instantly." "You got that?" Vernon growled quietly. Ron reluctantly nodded silently, his eyes begging Harry for forgiveness. Uncle Vernon placed his hand firmly over Harry's mouth and pulled his nephew to his feet, despite Harry's desperate struggling to escape. "Remember, one noise," he warned Ron as he wrestled Harry toward the door. Harry didn't want to know what his uncle would do to him if he got him out of the Stensons' house. As they passed a small lamp table, Harry kicked it with all his might, causing the table to crash to the ground along with the lamp on top of it. "You little brat," Vernon growled as he dragged Harry toward the door. Harry did all he could to kick his uncle's shins. Vernon, in a bout of fury, dragged the knife across Harry's upper arm, causing Harry to cry out against his uncle's hand as blood seeped down his arm. He put the knife to Harry's neck and shot a warning look at Ron, who was shaking with terror. The redhead didn't know what to do and was so worried that whatever action he took would result in Harry's death. "Boys, What is going on down here? Mr. Stenson called as he began to come down the steps, followed by Sirius. The two froze as their eyes landed on Harry, struggling against his uncle. Harry shot Sirius a look of sheer desperation before he was thrown sideways into the kitchen. He crashed to the kitchen floor as Uncle Vernon slammed the door behind him. In a swift movement, the man upturned the heavy table against it. He then tipped over the huge bureau filled with the Stenson's best china. It crashed to the ground in front of the table, creating a greater blockade. Harry could hear yelling and huge bangs on the other side of the door, but even Sirius's spells couldn't get the door to open with all the furniture blocking it. Vernon turned to Harry, who desperately tried to scoot away, trying to ignore the shooting pains in his head. His uncle was in an incredible rage. Surprised to see me, boy. He laughed maniacally. He picked up a huge glass plate and hurled it to the ground next to Harry. Help! Harry screamed desperately. Harry! Came the muffled cries from the other side of the door, followed by a huge bang that didn't make any difference in the huge blockage. Help me please! Harry screamed in terror as he tried to back away from his uncle as the large man quickly advanced on him. He was stopped by a heavy kick to the side that momentarily stopped his ability to breathe. You ruined my life! Vernon bellowed with pure hatred, giving Harry a swift kick in the stomach. You destroyed everything. He picked Harry up by his shirt collar and threw him into an overturned chair with such force that it snapped off one of the wooden legs. You're pathetic. You're worthless. You only ruin lives. He picked up a broken piece of china and hurled it at Harry, hitting him in the side of the neck. Harry cried out in pain and once again tried to scoot away, knowing it was useless. We tried to care about you, but how could anybody love a piece of trash like you? Look at you. You make me want to vomit. You disgust me so much. We should have thrown you into a river when you were dropped on the doorstep, but we tolerated you when no one else wanted anything to do with you. And this is how you repay us. By constantly ruining our lives. No wonder nobody wants you. No wonder none of your parents' freaky friends ever came to get you or even visit you. You're just a freak. Harry backed up along the ground as best he could. They love me. My godfather. He cares about me. He protested. Even if it only incensed his uncle further, he wanted to make sure he got this across. He loves me. He said so himself, and he's going to kick your fat ass if you touch me one more time, he said in a panic as his uncle quickly approached, while Harry couldn't move very well with his hands tied behind his back and the few injuries he had received thus far. Vernon reached him and kicked him very hard in the stomach, nearly causing Harry to vomit. Don't be AF. King idiot, boy. These people who say they care about you, like your precious godfather, they don't even know you. They haven't been around you long enough to know you like I do. And when they find out how you really are, and find out what a burden you are, they're going to hate you just as much as I do. He growled furiously, picking up the broken chair leg as he advanced on his nephew. Harry pulled himself to his feet with much difficulty and ran toward the drawer filled with knives, hoping to get something to defend himself with, even if his hands were tied behind his back. Halfway there, however, he was struck between the shoulder blades with a china dish that exploded on impact and knocked him to the ground. There was nothing he could do as he felt several more pieces of china crash over his back and the backs of his legs. His body felt as if it were engulfed in flames. He tried to call for help once again, but the words died as his uncle's foot connected with his chest and stomach. When he remained momentarily untouched, he sneaked a peek up at his uncle. The man was holding the chair leg up over his head with a look of unadulterated fury. Harry could not have possibly braced himself for the pain that came from the blow with the piece of wood. His back felt as if it had been ripped open, and the worst part was knowing that there would be more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Mr. Stenson and Sirius were furiously trying to get into the kitchen. The females had heard the commotion and had come down the stairs, shocked to see the twins tied up, Ron shaking violently as he peeled the tape off the twins' mouths. Mrs. Stenson quickly ran to her husband as the girls ran to the three Weasley boys. Hermione, do you have your wand? Fred shouted desperately as Ron tugged helplessly at the zip ties, not knowing how to get them off. No, she said in a frightened tone, I don't carry it around during summer since we're not allowed to use them, but what's going on? Where's Harry? Coda quickly retrieved scissors from her father's office. She raced back in and knelt in between the twins, cutting off the zip ties as quickly as she could with her trembling hands. Hermione held Ron as he shakily tried to speak. I didn't know what to do. He said he'd kill him if I yelled for help. I didn't know, and what if he dies? This can't be happening. It can't. Who said he'd kill who? Hermione asked desperately. Harry's uncle. He's got Harry, George said shakily, face pale with fright. Coda clapped her hands over her mouth. Oh my God, we need to get through that door. His uncle's a bloody maniac. He'll kill Harry, she said frantically. Ron, do you have your wand? Fred asked his little brother. Ron closed his eyes and shook his head. We need to get Mum and Dad, George said wildly. But the wards, we can't apparate home anymore with all the wards. Harry keeps that powder for going through the fireplace up in the guest room, Coda said anxiously. Ginny immediately jumped to her feet and raced up the stairs to find it. Okay, we need to light a fire, but I don't know how without a wand, Fred said, sounding panicky. Coda quickly climbed to her feet and ordered Hermione to grab the lighter from the desk drawer as Ginny raced back down the stairs with a small, green pouch. They were just about to start a fire when flames burst up out of nowhere in the fireplace and the opening grew to allow people to step out. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley hurried through the fire into the living room, looking disheveled. Their clothes looked as if they had been thrown on hastily and their hair was tousled as if they had just woken up. Mum, Dad? Fred asked in shock. Where's Harry? What's happening? Mrs. Weasley asked frantically. His uncle's got him in the kitchen. We're not sure what's happening, but he looked like he was going to kill him. George quickly explained. Mr. Weasley ran to where the Stensons were and told them to step aside, standing next to Sirius. The two simultaneously shot spells at the door, but the furniture blocking it on the other side prevented it from opening. How did you know to come? The family clock. Are you all right? Mrs. Weasley quickly asked her boys. Yeah, Mum, we're fine. Harry needs help, George said quickly. Mrs. Weasley whipped out her wand and going to help her husband. On her way, she knocked Harry's pillow to the side, revealing his wand. Ron crawled forward and grabbed it, furious with himself for forgetting that Harry always slept with his wand under his pillow when he didn't have a nightstand to set it on. They could all hear a big crash coming from the kitchen, followed by an anguished scream. Sirius slammed his body against the door. Dursley, you touch a hair on his head and I will rip out your bloody throat. Sirius bellowed to the closed door. Harry, hold on. He stepped back and pointed his wand at the door. On 3, he instructed to the two Weasley parents. The 3 spells made the door jump with a loud bang, but the furniture against the other side still kept it closed. Hold on, Harry, he muttered before getting ready to cast another spell. Again. Harry distantly heard the muffled cries and banging as the people on the other side of the door tried getting in. China continued to crash to the ground with each blow against the door. Harry had stopped registering what the sounds meant. At that moment he only knew pain and fear as the chair leg crashed over his back repeatedly. At some point he was violently flipped onto his back and the piece of wood slammed into his stomach. He jerked so hard that the wire that bound his wrists became embedded in one, cutting into the vein. He felt warm liquid dripping freely from his wrist, but there was nothing he could do. He quickly brought his knees to his chest and rolled onto his side to protect his stomach from further injury. He just wanted to pass out or die or anything to stop the pain. He prayed it would end. He didn't care how. And suddenly, it did. He didn't want to look up though, not that he had the strength to anyways. He was scared that if he did, his uncle would be standing there with the knife like the night he stabbed him. Hands grabbed his shoulder and carefully pulled him over onto his back, gently coaxing him out of his protective ball. Harry lied flat on his back looking up into the blurry faces of Ron and Hermione. Harry barely registered Mrs. Weasley's voice in the background yelling at the other kids not to enter the kitchen and berating Ron and Hermione for slipping past her. His two best friends paid her no attention. Hearing a commotion to his right, he looked over and saw Sirius, Mr. Stenson and Mr. Weasley furiously kicking Vernon Dursley, who was now in a ball on the floor as Harry had just been. Harry couldn't watch and turned his head away with great difficulty, looking back up at his friends. Harry. Oh God, Harry, Hermione cried, tears streaming down her face. He wanted to tell her not to cry but didn't have the strength. Oh, Ron, there's so much blood. He must have a really deep wound somewhere. It looks like it's under him. Ron whipped out Harry wand and held it over his friend. Sirdetrimenta, he yelled, trying to sort through all the pain he sensed for the worst injuries. His wrist, he announced when the spell was done. I think he might have a concussion as well. He sounded very frightened. All right, I'm going to sit him up and you check out his wrist, he said to Hermione. Ron leaned forward and slid his arms under Harry's arms and around his back. He pulled his friend carefully to his chest and sat up, pulling the raven-haired boy with him. Harry's head lolled forward, resting on Ron's shoulder. Oh God, there's so much blood. He tied wire around Harry's wrists. It's cut into his vein and he's losing blood fast, Hermione said, sounding uncharacteristically panicked. Mrs. Weasley was soon at their side petting Harry's hair and dotting his head as tears streamed down her face. Harry looked over at her tiredly, his head still resting on Ron's shoulder. Hermione showed her Harry's wrist and Mrs. Weasley carefully severed the wire with a spell. This is going to hurt for a second, love, okay? She said to Harry sadly, brushing a few strands of blood-soaked hair away from his face. Harry barely nodded. Mrs. Weasley grasped the wire firmly and, in one swift movement, pulled it out of Harry's wrist. As the pain shot through Harry's body, he felt his stomach lurch dangerously. He weakly pushed against Ron, who loosened his grip on his friend and gave him a questioning glance. Harry turned away as much as he could within Ron's hold before he vomited violently with a mixture of the day's food and blood. Unfortunately, Ron hadn't let go of Harry completely, so the vomit went half on the floor, half on Ron's lap. But instead of scooting away, Ron didn't seem to care that Harry was being sick all over him. He stayed right where he was to continue to help hold Harry upright. When he had finished, Mrs. Weasley lifted his chin up with her finger and wiped the vomit off his face with a dish towel she had fetched. She tried to wipe away some of the blood that covered the left side of his face, but it was just replaced with new blood dripping from the wound. Harry looked at Ron's lap in mortification. "I'm sorry," he murmured, looking up at him with an expression that begged for forgiveness. "Don't worry about it, Ron said with a forced smile to reassure him. Harry looked like a complete wreck. His pajamas were soaked in blood along with his hair and the whole left side of his face. There was a large swollen gash on the left side of his forehead where Vernon had hit him with the knife handle earlier. There was another large cut on the side of his neck and several smaller ones on his arms. The rest of him was covered in blood-soaked pajamas, and Ron knew that was where the real damage was. While he had been throwing up, Harry had placed his right hand on Ron's shoulder to brace himself, and Ron was horrified how quickly his whole shoulder had turned deep red with the blood from Harry's wound. "Mum, we need to wrap Harry's wrist in something. He's losing too much blood," he said, nearly in tears. Hermione wordlessly pulled her bathrobe's belt from around her waist and began wrapping Harry's wrist tightly in it. Mrs. Weasley got up to get some ice for the head wound. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion to the right. Mr. Weasley had gone over to tell Mrs. Stenson not to call the police but that the magical law enforcement would handle it much more efficiently, grabbing the attention of Mr. Stenson as well. Somehow, Vernon had managed to get up. He wrestled Sirius's wand away from him and punched him in the gut. Mr. Stenson dived at him, but Vernon elbowed him in the face. The fat man lunged for his nephew, seizing him by the front of the shirt. Harry slammed his eyes shut and let out a whimper of fright. Uncle Vernon tried pulling the boy up to use as a hostage in order to get out, but encountered the problem of Harry's friends. Ron and Hermione had latched onto the raven-haired boy and refused to let go. They pounded at Vernon's wrist with all their might, and when that proved not to be effective, Hermione grabbed a wand from Vernon's pocket, presumably one of the twins, and touched the tip to Vernon's arm, shouting the first spell that came to her mind. "Incendio!" she yelled, and the man's arm caught fire. He dropped Harry, screaming as he tried to put out the flames. Harry was now shaking uncontrollably. Ron hugged his best friend tight to his chest and Hermione wrapped her arms around him protectively from behind, whispering in his ear that it would be okay. Mrs. Weasley was immediately at their side and pulled the whole lot of them into a giant hug as Sirius and Mr. Weasley put Harry's uncle into a full-body bind, putting out the fire on his arm by stomping on it viciously. By this point, Harry's head was swimming dangerously and his body began to go limp. Ron looked at him frantically. Harry, don't go to sleep, okay? You have a concussion and you've lost a lot of blood. You can't go to sleep, he instructed. Harry was shivering violently. The pain was overwhelming and he thought Ron's instructions were quite cruel. Ron looked up at Hermione. Help me lie him down again. He and Hermione worked together to gently lay Harry back down on the floor. Sirius, Mrs. Weasley called sternly, instantly grabbing the man's attention. Stop wasting your time on that man. Harry needs you. A flash of guilt crossed Sirius's face as he immediately came over, not looking back. He knelt by Harry, really taking in his appearance for the first time. Harry didn't even acknowledge his presence, as he was too busy trying to fight off the fatigue and nausea. I need flow powder, he said suddenly. He turned to the door where Mrs. Stenson was making sure the other children stayed out of the kitchen. Tell somebody to find some flow powder, he ordered. Mrs. Stenson nodded and immediately relayed the instructions to the others, who informed her that they had already found some. Are you going to take him to St. Mungo's? Hermione asked anxiously as Sirius slid one arm under Harry's abused back and the other under his knees. No, he said, carefully lifting Harry into his arms. So where are you taking him? Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley asked. No, he said as he carried Harry from the room. I'll explain later, he called, not wanting to waste any more time. Don't let him fall asleep, Ron warned him. Sirius nodded. George, Fred, Coda and Ginny looked in horror at Harry's condition. Mrs. Stenson ushered George, who was holding the pouch of flow powder, forward. She warned the others to stay back and give Sirius room. Throw some into the fire, Sirius ordered. Mrs. Weasley lit a fire with her wand and George followed the instructions. The fireplace immediately grew, allowing Sirius to step inside, cradling his bloody godson to his chest. Snape Manor, he called, and in a flash of green flames, the pair was gone. Sirius stepped out of the fireplace into the huge living room, Harry cradled to his chest. He ran into the hall yelling desperately. Snape, Snape, please, you've gotta help me. Snape, get down here, he screamed. He looked down at the bloody boy in his arms. Hold on, Harry, he murmured quietly. Help is coming. He looked back up and yelled for Snape once again. Suddenly the lights in the hall turned on as a peeved Snape came into view. What the bloody hell do you want, Black? Do you know what time it is? He asked angrily before his eyes landed on Harry and widened with worry. He ran down to them. What the hell happened? He asked, taking in Harry's injuries. His uncle got to him while he was staying at Harry's Muggle friend's house, Sirius explained desperately. Can you help him? Our Callahan won't be in and nobody else at St. Mungo's is familiar with his immune system and you've got to help him. What's going on? Came a tired voice from the top of the stairs where Draco had just arrived. Sirius, is something wrong? Snape shifted and Draco got a look at the barely conscious boy in Sirius's arms. Oh gods, what happened? Is Harry okay? He asked frantically as he began running down the stairs. Everyone follow me. We're going to my lab, Snape announced and began to swiftly guide the way. What's going on? What happened to him? Draco asked fearfully. Sirius quickly told them the events of the night, holding Harry a little tighter to him. Draco looked utterly shocked while Snape looked no less than furious. They got to the office part of the lab and Snape instructed Sirius to lay Harry down on the couch. Sirius gently followed the directions and reluctantly stepped back to let Snape check the Gryffindor over. He tried casting a few healing spells but obviously wasn't having much luck. What's the matter? Sirius asked in a frightened tone. Most healing spells simply increase immune system power and direct it to do certain things, yet Harry's immune system isn't responding normally to them. I should have foreseen this. With so many injuries, his already weak immune system has basically gone into shock and isn't doing what it's supposed to, Snape explained bitterly. So what's going to happen to him? Sirius asked in a panic. Are you going to be able to heal him? Yes. Potions will work better. I know some that will heal without the help of his immune system. Black, you come with me. I'm going to need your help to brew a potion. Draco, you get a wet washcloth and try to clean up that head wound a bit. Try to keep the bleeding from his wrists from getting out of control. Keep him awake. If he starts going unconscious, call for me immediately, Snape ordered, leading a distraught Sirius into the next room to start a potion. Draco grabbed a clean rag from the cupboard and stuck it under the stream of water from the lab sink. He quickly returned to Harry's side and knelt by him. The raven-haired boy winced as Draco tried to clean up the blood and the wound. Thanks, he murmured weakly. Draco looked down at him worriedly. Your uncle did this. Harry nodded fractionally, too tired and weak to move much. As the minutes ticked by, his eyelids began to droop. Harry, stay awake, okay. Don't fall asleep yet. Here, let me see your wrists, he muttered, lifting up Harry's limp wrist. The bleeding had gone through Hermione's makeshift bandages and was seeping into the couch. Oh shit, Draco muttered, kicking himself for not paying better attention to that. He raced to the cupboard and pulled out more clean rags. Kneeling down by Harry once again, he wrapped the rags tightly around the boy's wrists, especially the right one where the cut had gone deep enough to open the vein. Suddenly, somebody entered the room from the hall. Draco looked up in surprise to find Mr. Weasley entering worriedly. The red-headed man did a bit of a double take in seeing Draco, clearly trying to push away any hatred he felt because of the boy's father. His face fell as he caught sight of Harry, who was desperately hanging onto consciousness. The raven-haired boy was soaked in his own blood, and the crimson liquid had seeped into parts of the couch and the bottoms of the sleeves of Draco's pajamas as well. Why is he still like this? Where's Sirius and Severus? He asked anxiously, kneeling down next to Draco and affectionately brushing the hair away from Harry's forehead. Mr. Weasley, Harry whispered, eyebrows furrowed in pain. Hey there, Harry. You hold on, okay. When you're better, Molly's going to cook you up a feast. Harry nodded tiredly. Sirius and Sev are in there making potions. Spells aren't working because of Harry's immune system problems, so they're making potions that can work without it. I wouldn't interrupt them right now, just in case, Draco explained politely, slightly miffed by the man's presence in knowing how horribly he had gotten on with his own father. He still remembered the fistfight in Flourish and Blots between the two fathers in his second year. I'm trying to keep him awake and keep control of the blood loss situation, but it's hard because he has so many wounds that are bleeding and not stopping, he added miserably. Mr. Weasley nodded. He grasped Harry's right wrist tightly, pressing the rag into the wound. Harry shut his eyes tightly in pain. Draco put a clean rag up to the head wound, now that the other one had become saturated in blood. Everybody's really worried about you, Harry, Mr. Weasley said. They all want to come and be with you right now. When I told them that they would have to wait until later, they nearly turned on me, he said with a sad smile. Harry smiled weakly, his eyes resting closed. Open your eyes, Harry, Draco ordered worriedly. Don't fall asleep yet, okay. Harry wrenched his eyes back open miserably. Sev, you might want to hurry up, Draco called anxiously. Is everyone okay? Harry whispered, though it took a tremendous amount of effort to do so. A little shaken up, but yes. They're all fine. They're just scared because they're worried about you so much, Mr. Weasley said fondly. Seconds later, Snape and Sirius came back through the door. Snape was finishing stirring the potion they had just made and Sirius followed behind him, arms laden with already made potions or ingredients, looking as if he had just grabbed everything and come. Sirius went pale as he saw the condition of his godson and Snape frowned deeply, a fleeting look of panic skittering across his features. Arthur? Sirius asked upon seeing the redhead. Mr. Weasley gently laid down Harry's wrist and walked up to Sirius speaking quietly. Sirius, I'm sorry but as soon as you can, you need to come down. They would usually need Harry's testimony, but I pulled a few strings to allow it to slide, especially since there were so many witnesses. They need your statement as well, along with some other stuff that you need to be there for since you're Harry's godfather. Paperwork, certain decisions about what to do, and such. They're eager to help since they found out who Harry was, but they need you down there, he explained sympathetically. I can't leave him now, he hissed as he set down the beakers of potions next to Snape, who had taken Draco's former position. Black, get over here, Snape ordered. Sirius jumped to his side. Distract him. The initial effects of this potion are extremely painful, he said quietly, preparing to inject a potion into Harry's arm to cure the boy's concussion. Arthur, if you could look through these bottles and find the blood replenishing potion. It should be a deep red. Draco, look for the Kolisk Drought. It's a light brown. And if you see any Aquana, pull that out too to dilute the Kolisk, Snape instructed. All right, Black, I'm going to inject it now. Sirius held Harry's face in his hands and looked into the pain-filled emerald eyes. Harry, this is going to hurt, okay? He warned his godson. Just look at me, I'm here. Snape pushed the needle into Harry's arm and pressed down the plunger, releasing the potion into Harry's bloodstream. Seconds later, Harry's eyes shut as he cried out in agony, too weak to fight the pain. Sirius, he cried out desperately. I'm here, Harry, the animagus said sympathetically. Snape, when's this going to be over? He called over his shoulder. Soon. It'll be over soon, Sirius related the news to his godson. Harry whimpered and clenched his teeth. Then, as suddenly as the pain had come, it was gone. Harry took a deep shuddering breath and closed his eyes. Sirius smoothed his hair away from his face, as Hermione had often done when he was sick with cancer. The action soothed him and he tried to ignore the pain in the rest of his body and focus on Sirius gently smoothing back his hair. Snape got the next shot ready as soon as Mr. Weasley found the potion. Oh good, Draco, you found the 2 potions. Now I want you to pour 10 milliliters of the Aquana into 50 milliliters Kolisk. Then cork it and swirl it until it appears mixed. Can you do that, Draco, or do you want help? He asked in a no-nonsense tone. Draco stood up quickly. I can do it, he said firmly before hurrying into the other room of the lab. Snape was just finishing injecting the blood-replenishing potion, which wasn't painful but did make Harry's stomach feel a bit queasy, when Draco returned with the next one. Looks perfect, Snape announced upon inspection. Draco looked relieved. Snape quickly injected the potion to clot the blood at the surface of Harry's wounds. Besides making Harry's skin tingle a bit, he could feel no effects, much to his relief. How are you feeling now, Harry? Snape asked. Fine, Harry said quietly, looking down at the many gashes and forming bruises on his arms as he sat up. Unfortunately, I think that's all the potions your body can handle for tonight. Those cuts will have to heal on their own. Is anything else major hurting? He asked seriously. Harry shook his head dejectedly. He was aching from head to toe and his skin was sore and stung wherever there was a cut or a bruise. He was feeling slightly nauseous and his head was pounding softly, but all this was to be expected and otherwise, there was nothing that he could feel was physically wrong with him. Sirius, Arthur prompted with a sympathetic gaze. Sirius sighed and turned to Harry with a sad smile. Hey kiddo, I have to go down and fill out some stuff and talk to some people to straighten everything out. I wish more than anything I could stay, but we're trying to get it so you don't have to testify, so I have to go. Are you going to be all right here? He asked softly. Harry nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine, he said quietly, still looking down at his lap. Sirius patted him on the shoulder, but immediately withdrew his hand when Harry flinched. He stood and turned to Snape. Is it okay if, he started. Harry can stay as long as he likes. There are certainly enough rooms, Snape interrupted. He can stay in my room. We can put in an extra bed, or transfigure mine into 2, Draco piped up. Harry looked up at him thankfully, not really wanting to be alone. Thank you, Sirius said sincerely to his one-time archenemy. Snape nodded. Harry's welcome here anytime, he stated firmly. Sirius gave Harry a gentle hug and then reluctantly left with Mr. Weasley, who handed Snape Harry's glasses that he had found next to the boy's sleeping bag. Draco, why don't you go find Harry an extra pair of pajamas and bring them to my bathroom? Harry, let's get you cleaned up, he said, helping the boy slowly to his feet. Harry realized he was weaker than he had realized when his legs nearly gave out. Snape quickly wrapped his arm around the boy to keep him standing. He led Harry through a very large and elegant bedroom to a stately bathroom. Harry looked around in awe as he often did when seeing a new room in Snape Manor. Snape walked over and began filling the bathtub with warm water. Harry was about to protest, since he was more of a shower person, but realized how much the hard water raining down on his skin would hurt at the moment. A wave of dizziness came over Harry. He slid down the counter into a sitting position on the floor. He looked up to where he was holding the edge of the counter and immediately felt bad for the smear of blood on the white tile. He looked down and realized he was getting blood all over the floor as well, but felt too weak to get back up. The whirring sound of the water filling the tub was soothing and he would have been content to stay there for the rest of the night. Snape turned around and saw him on the floor. With a sigh he walked over and pulled Harry back to his feet. Harry clutched the man's arm to steady himself as his vision swam. "I've got you," Snape said reassuringly, making sure to have a firm hold on Harry. "I'm okay," Harry muttered, stepping back out of Snape's hold. "I think I've got it now. Thanks," he said, implying that Snape could leave. The potion's master raised an eyebrow. "I'm staying in here with you, so you can go ahead and get undressed," he said blankly. "Huh," Harry squeaked. "Oh brother," he said with a roll of the eyes at Harry's obvious uneasiness. "First of all, I doubt you could reach your back, which have cuts that need to be cleaned. Second, you can hardly stand. I don't want you passing out and drowning," he explained. "I can manage by myself," Harry said indignantly, swaying a bit as his head swam dangerously. Snape darted forward and caught him as his knees buckled and pulled him back to his feet. "Oh yes, obviously," he said sarcastically. Draco chose that moment to appear in the doorway holding a pair of folded pajamas. As a bit of a joke he had chosen his Slytherin ones for Harry, and Harry grinned at the choice. "I knew you two were trying to convert me," he joked weakly. Draco smirked but looked worried that Snape was apparently the only thing keeping Harry on his feet. "Draco, do you have any swim trunks for Harry to borrow?" Snape asked with a sigh. Harry shot him a grateful look. Draco smirked. "Bashful, Harry," he asked with an evil grin. "Oh bugger off," Harry muttered with a glare. "Draco," Snape said in a warning tone. The B.O. nodded and ran off to find some. Harry stepped back and tried lifting his once white shirt over his head, but quickly found how painful that was. His arms didn't seem to want to move like that. He dropped the edge of his shirt and grabbed onto the counter again to steady himself, kicking himself for being so weak. "Arms up," Snape ordered curtly. Harry blushed and lifted his arms up as Snape carefully pulled off his shirt as if he were undressing a small child. When the shirt cleared his face, he saw the angry look on the professor's face as he saw precisely how bad Harry's torso looked. Harry looked down and winced. The bruises were coming in dark, and though they were closing up thanks to the potion, every gash could be seen and looked nasty. Draco popped back into the doorway holding up a pair of swim trunks triumphantly. "Found some," he announced, voice faltering as he took in the sight of Harry's chest and arms. Harry wrapped his arms around his waist self-consciously and refused to meet Draco's eye as the B.O. looked at the wounds in horror. Snape came to Harry's rescue and taking the swimsuit from Draco, he politely told the boy to get back to bed. But he began to protest. "No, Draco. You don't have to go to sleep just yet, but go stay in your room for a bit," he said in a tone that didn't allow for any arguments. The B.O. scowled at his godfather and stomped away as Snape shut the door. Snape handed the shorts to Harry and turned around to face the corner. "Go ahead and change there. I'm not going to look," he assured him. Harry quickly changed into the swim trunks, or as quickly as his body would let him. It was at least easier than removing his shirt had been. "All right," Harry announced, and the potion's master walked over and turned off the water on the bath. He helped the unsteady boy into the bath and slowly helped him to sit. Harry took a shuddering breath and grimaced as the water stung his wounds like fire. "I know it hurts, but it's best to get this clean now before it gets caked on," Snape said, kneeling by the bathtub so he was nearly level with Harry. The professor rolled up his sleeves and dunked a washcloth into the water. While Snape began to gently clean the blood away from his back, Harry began to rub the red off his arms. At one point, Harry's head began to swim violently and he had to grab the side of the bathtub to steady himself. "I've got you," Snape reassured him, holding him upright in the tub until his head leveled out a bit. "Thanks," Harry murmured once his head cleared. Snape merely nodded and continued with Harry's back. "What did he hit you with?" he asked, clearly trying to restrain anger. "What?" Harry asked, panic gripping him instinctively at questions about his home life. "These injuries," he said, gesturing at the many gashes and bruises on Harry's back, "were not caused by a hand or a shoe." Which one?" he asked, trying to look over his shoulder, but quickly regretted the action as it irritated a cut on his neck. "All of them," Snape said curtly. "A leg of a chair and some broken china that he threw," he said quietly, rubbing blood from his legs. Snape closed his eyes and took a few calming breaths. "He beat you with a piece of wood." Harry looked sadly down at the water and nodded fractionally. "Do we have to talk about this?" he asked quietly. Snape thought about it momentarily. "Not now, but eventually." He stood and turned to face Harry, lifting his wand above the boy's head. "Head back," he instructed. Harry tilted his head back as warm water poured from the older man's wand. Snape ran his hand through the messy locks to dislodge any blood that was sticking. He ordered Harry to close his eyes and moved the gentle stream of water to his forehead, carefully cleaning the large gash there that had been bleeding so profusely earlier. It was still raw and Harry winced as Snape's fingers carefully wiped the blood away. When he was done, Harry opened his eyes and looked at the water he was sitting in. It was an eerie red color. He now remembered why he had initially not wanted a bath. Snape noticed his expression and with a flick of his wand, the water went back to clear again. Snape soon grabbed a towel and helped Harry out of the bathtub. He let the water start to drain and then helped towel off Harry's back before instructing him to sit on the closed toilet seat. He opened a medicine cabinet and returned to Harry's side with a bunch of bandages. There were ones that looked like band-aids, but without the sticky part. It stuck to his skin nevertheless, but Snape assured him they were painless to remove. He gently stuck one to the gash on Harry's forehead and the wound on his neck. Next, he began wrapping gauze around Harry's upper torso, where there were several of the deeper lesions. "You're not going to bandage all of them, are you?" Harry asked apprehensively. His whole body was littered with wounds. If Snape tried to cover them all, Harry would end up looking like a mummy and be unable to move. "No, just the deep ones. After I finish your chest, I'll just do your wrists and that will be all. I don't want them to reopen," he explained. Harry nodded as Snape wrapped the strip of gauze around for the final time and cut it off, using a quick spell to make the end stick to Harry's skin. Harry looked down and frowned slightly. He was wrapped in the bandages from just under his arms to the bottom of his ribcage and couldn't move very easily. Snape finished wrapping up Harry's wrists and stood. "How is that?" he asked. "Am I supposed to be able to move?" Harry asked as he tried to turn his torso or bend forward without much success. "No. Then it's perfect," Harry said sarcastically. "You shouldn't be moving around with your injuries anyways. You'll live as I don't think you'll be doing any gymnastics tonight," Snape said with a smirk. "Aw man, well there's always tomorrow I guess," Harry said in mock disappointment, though the joke didn't have the same affect with the sadness behind his smile. Snape knew the boy was trying to push the night's events out of his mind with his small jokes, but also knew that the task was impossible. Each time Harry pushed his emotions away, they returned seconds later, bringing with them pain that could be detected in his emerald eyes. Snape handed Harry the pajamas and his boxers, once again turning to face the corner so Harry could change. This time Harry had even more of a difficult time since, with the bandages, he could barely bend down to pull the pants onto his feet. Yet Snape exercised more patience than Harry had thought possible for the normally snappish Slytherin head of house. When Harry became frustrated with trying to pull his shirt over his head when his body clearly objected to such movements, Snape asked permission to turn around and then gently helped Harry get the shirt on. "It's okay to ask for help, you know," he said meaningfully. Harry dodged the comment by feeling the fabric of the Slytherin nightclothes. "Hey, how come you guys get such comfortable pajamas? Are these silk?" he asked indignantly. "We just get cotton ones." Snape chuckled, something that neither of them were quite sure they were used to yet. Professor McGonagall believes that school funds are not meant for trivial things such as nightclothes. And you do? Harry asked as he was helped to his unsteady feet, pressing his palm against his head to fight off the dizziness. Only the best for my students, Snape said with a smirk as he aided the Gryffindor in slowly walking out of the bathroom and through the bedroom to the hall. I guess I really did choose the wrong house then, Harry muttered, once again fingering the fine material. Maybe you should show people these before they're sorted. You might get more students that way. Are you suggesting I have a fashion show to entice people to join my house? He asked with a slight air of disgust. Harry burst out laughing, but immediately regretted it as white-hot pain shot through his chest and head. He groaned painfully and grabbed Snape's arm desperately as his legs wobbled dangerously. Snape put one arm around the boy's back and the other under his knees, lifting him into his arms in one fluid motion. I can walk on my own, Harry protested, horrified at the humiliating thought of being carried. Snape showed no sign of putting him down. Swallow your pride for the night, Harry. You are embarrassed far too easily, said Snape as he started up the stairs. Besides, flat ground, maybe, but the stairs are a different story. You need to relax in order to heal, not try to prove yourself. Harry said nothing more, just settling for feeling mortified in silence. He was vaguely surprised at the ease in which Snape carried him up the stairs and down the hall to Draco's room. Just before reaching Draco's door, Snape set Harry down. The boy shot his professor a grateful look, thankful that his new friend wouldn't see him looking so pathetic. Snape held onto his arm to help Harry walk into Draco's room, where the B.O. was waiting anxiously. As the pair walked in, Draco jumped up from his chair and threw his hands in the air. Finally, he exclaimed. He was about to continue, but Snape silenced him with a glare. Draco glared back, slightly bitter that he had been forced to wait alone in his room when he was secretly worried. With a flick of the wand and a quick incantation, Draco's grand bed split into two separate ones. Though the B.O. usually would have been horrified at any of his things being magically spliced, this surprisingly didn't miff him at all. Harry winced as Snape helped him climb into the high bed. He murmured his thanks and refused to meet anyone's eye. Draco shoved past his godfather to Harry's side, causing the potion's master to roll his eyes in annoyance. The B.O. smirked at Harry and crossed his arms. You look like a Slytherin, he informed Harry. Merlin help me, Harry muttered as he settled under the green and silver covers. We'll have to work a bit on your cunning and then we'll have the hat resort you when we start 6th year, Draco said slyly. Harry groaned. I think you should resort into Gryffindor. We've just got to work on that whole chivalry bit, he said, though his usual playful tone came across as tinted with sadness, lessening the effect of the teasing. Draco's expression betrayed his worry in hearing the usually cheerful boy so distraught. It's time to go to sleep, so you two better stop chatting before I have you both resorted into Hufflepuff, Snape threatened lightly. Draco looked especially horrified at the thought and, after casting a scowl at his godfather, retreated to his bed. Snape turned to Harry, strategically moving to block Draco's view of the raven-haired boy. I can't give you any more potions right now, as I need to have the others do all the work they're supposed to. That includes Dreamless Sleeping Potion, he said very quietly, aware of his godson holding his breath to try to catch the words. I'll be in the lab if you need me for any reason. Harry nodded numbly and turned to lie on his side facing away from the other two. Snape walked over to his godson and pulled the covers over him, effectively tucking him in. Draco looked at him a bit oddly, as this was not something the man did often, or at all for that matter. The truth was that though he had been able to keep his cool throughout the night, the situation had deeply disturbed Snape, perhaps even more than it had the first time he had found out about it. He couldn't fathom somebody treating a child, especially the child they had been entrusted with, like Harry's relatives treated him. He never wanted Draco to fear him as Harry feared the Dursleys. Sometime during the night, he had resolved to show his godson that there would never be a reason for that fear in Snape Manor. No talking tonight, all right Draco. He whispered so that only the B.O. could hear. He's been through a lot tonight and he needs to sleep. Draco nodded seriously as his godfather straightened up. Snape looked at his godson sadly for a moment, thinking of all that both boys had been through, before giving a thankful nod. He flicked off the lights and exited the room, slightly doubtful that it would be the last time seeing the boys during the night. Draco turned on his side and stared at the back of Harry's head. He stayed silent, keeping his promise to his godfather. He wouldn't have tried to strike up conversation anyways. Despite his teasing earlier, he did understand the seriousness of the situation. It was his own way of dealing with it, trying to make Harry forget what he had just been through, trying to make himself forget his fears. Usually, making fun of people and barking orders at his sidekicks had the same effect, but he knew he couldn't do that anymore, or at least in this situation. He had never dreamed of Harry's relatives being this bad. When he had come to the top of the stairs and realized that the bloody, limp body in Sirius's arms was Harry, he had thought that Death Eaters had gotten to him and exacted revenge or something. The fact that it had been Harry's uncle nearly floored him. His own father, though cruel in his own way, had never been like this. This was just sick. Sympathy was an emotion that Draco had never understood before now. The combination of worry, fear, and sadness was something he had never felt for his former friends, or what he had called friends. Yet this ability to nearly feel Harry's pain as his own and the desperate desire to make that pain go away for the other boy made Draco wonder if he was finally beginning to understand what friendship really was. Draco closed his eyes and soon fell asleep, his mind full of unanswered questions. Only a few hours after the two boys had gone to sleep, Draco was abruptly pulled from unconsciousness by a loud commotion. For a moment, he was extremely confused and became panicked, wondering momentarily if Death Eaters were there. He looked around, finally recognizing his surroundings along with the dark-haired boy in the other bed. Harry was thrashing around wildly with his eyes shut tight, screaming and pleading with an invisible attacker. Draco leapt out of bed and raced over, shouting Harry's name. He grasped the boy's shoulders and shook him slightly, but this only caused him to become even more panicked. No. Stop it. Uncle Vernon. Please no. Sirius, I'm sorry. He shrieked, trying to push Draco off of him. Harry, wake up. Draco screamed frantically. He was suddenly met with wide green eyes as Harry sat up abruptly, nearly smacking heads with Draco. He was hyperventilating, his face covered with beads of cold sweat. He was shaking uncontrollably as his eyes darted around the room as if someone was hiding in the darkness waiting to attack. Harry, breathe. Breathe, Draco instructed worriedly, but Harry was too panicked to listen. At that moment, Snape arrived in the doorway, looking slightly out of breath. Harry jumped when he saw the potion master's silhouette. Not being able to see clearly who it was without his glasses, he only knew there was a grown man entering the room, causing him to become even more alarmed. No, 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 he muttered frantically. Snape took a few steps toward Harry, but the Gryffindor quickly backed up until he hit the headrest. Please, no more, he pleaded, shaking his head. Snape froze in his tracks. Harry, it was just a dream. You're safe, Draco said desperately. I was there. I was back there. Oh God and Sirius, Harry cried wildly, his breathing becoming increasingly erratic. Calm down. You're not there. You're safe. No one's going to hurt you here, Draco threw out blindly, not sure if he was saying the right things. He had never comforted anyone before. A wave of relief spread over him as Harry closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Though his breathing was no longer irregular, Harry continued to shake like a leaf. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up, he said numbly. Don't be stupid and don't be sorry. That doesn't matter, Draco said quickly. Harry looked away shamefully. Snape risked walking up to the bed now. Harry, why don't you come down for a cup of tea? He tried cautiously. Harry nodded, eyes averted as usual. Draco insisted on helping Harry out of bed, wanting to help his friend in any way possible. Harry, I think you might need to change those bandages on your back, Draco said with a meaningful look at his godfather. Apparently some cuts had reopened, since there was a bit of blood seeping through the nightshirt Harry was wearing. Snape gave him a quick nod as Harry murmured, okay. Snape led Harry out of the room after the boys said goodnight to each other. Harry was shaking so hard he could barely walk straight, but tensed up when Snape tried to steady him. The head of Slytherin offered to carry him down the stairs, but Harry looked so uncomfortable with the idea that Snape decided not to push it and instead stayed patiently at Harry's side as he shakily made his way down the staircase, holding tightly onto the rail. Snape led Harry back to his lab and told him to sit on the couch, which was now clean of any blood, while he hurried off to get fresh bandages. Harry sat wordlessly staring into space as Snape changed his bandages. The potions master cleaned off the Slytherin pajama shirt with a quick spell and helped Harry back into it. Suddenly, Harry leaned forward and wrapped his arms around Snape's torso and laid his head on the man's chest in a desperate hug, reminding Snape of the time he had hugged Harry in the hospital wing. Harry clung to him shakily, praying to just be held and comforted. He needed to know someone cared. Yet, especially after all the recent tension between them, Snape was too shocked to hug the boy back, or comfort him in any way. He just stood there rigidly, staring down in shock at the head of raven-colored hair that was leaning against his chest. Harry quickly came to his senses, remembering that Snape was not a father-type figure, but that the potions master hated him and was probably disgusted by the boy he despised hugging him. Harry jerked away and wrapped his arms loosely around himself, looking down at the ground in mortification. "Sorry. I'm sorry," he said in distress. I need to leave," he said quickly, standing up and backing away. "Harry, no wait, stop," Snape said, mentally kicking himself. "You don't even want me around," Harry Ned in emotional agony. "You said I was an inconvenience. Why did you tell Sirius I could never mind? I just need to leave." "Harry, stop," Snape commanded, reaching out to grab a hold of Harry's arm, but he yanked it away. "Leave me alone," he snapped tearfully before running from the room. "Shit," Snape cursed before running after him, casting silencing charms as he went to prevent Draco from getting worried and coming down. Harry ran as quickly as he could to the living room and grabbed the vase of flow powder off the mantel. He reached his hand in to grab some, but felt someone put a hand on his shoulder and jerked violently. The vase slipped out of his grip and crashed to the ground, shattering as it hit the marble surrounding the fireplace. Harry immediately dropped to his knees and began picking up the shards of glass, apologizing repeatedly. He didn't even notice as the pieces sliced up his hands, but Snape did. Harry, stop this. Forget the vase. Harry, Snape yelled, grabbing the boy's wrists. Harry cried out in pain, but did drop the shards of glass he had collected. Snape pulled Harry to his chest and wrapped his arms around the shaking boy. "No," Harry cried, struggling against Snape. "Let go of me. Leave me alone." "Harry, calm down," Snape said evenly. "You're just like everyone else. You don't give a shit until something bad happens and then you pretend to care just 'cause you feel sorry for me." He yelled, trying desperately not to break down. "I don't need your pity," he spat. "I don't pity you, Harry," he said, trying to hold Harry as he struggled against him. "You don't even want me here. You just think I'm annoying. You never even gave me a chance. Harry, please, calm down and we'll talk about this, but you're going to hurt yourself if you keep thrashing around." "I don't care," he gasped as he struggled weakly against Snape. "It doesn't matter. I don't matter. Not to anyone. Why did you have to bring me back? I just ruined things. Everybody hates me. You should have just let me die." Snape froze in shock, allowing Harry to finally break free, a little more easily than the Gryffindor had expected, causing him to fall back and hit his shoulder on the side of the fireplace. Harry brought his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, even though it was painful to do so. He closed his eyes and imagined his mother being there and hugging him and telling him that she loved him and cared about him. She seemed like the only person who would ever do something like that. It made him never want to open his eyes again. Opening eyes would make him remember that there was nobody there that cared about him, that his mother was never going to be there, that she never had been in the first place. Harry couldn't help it. He buried his face in his arms and broke down. He desperately tried to stop himself, not wanting Snape to see him this way. He held his breath and choked back his tears. A pain spread from his chest to his fingertips as he forced himself to stop crying, making him clench his fists to try to ease the sensation. His head throbbed dully as the tears stopped flowing. He wiped his cheeks on his sleeves and lifted his head now that he had composed himself. You don't mean that, Snape said quietly. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. His throat constricted tightly and he felt prickling at the corners of his eyes but pushed it away. Don't hide your emotions. You're going to end up like me, Snape said regretfully. With much effort, he forced himself to say what he needed to say. I don't think you're an annoyance, Harry. I enjoy it when you're over. And I do care. I wouldn't have worked so hard to bring you back if I didn't care. No matter what I tell anyone else, it wasn't for the research. Harry continued to stare blankly into space. The other day, when I was being a bastard, it wasn't because of you. I somehow got caught up in my memories of your father and took out my anger on you. You didn't deserve that and I should have apologized, but apologies aren't something I do well with. Once again, that's my problem, not yours. I wish I could take back what I said, but I can't. He sighed in frustration and ran a hand through his hair. Merlin, I'm horrible at this, he muttered. You didn't mean what you said about letting you die, right? But Harry wasn't sure of the answer to that question, and that fact scared him. I don't know, he whispered. He was so confused. Snape closed his eyes. He had no idea what to do. Harry, why don't you tell me what happened? Snape suggested cautiously. You already know what happened, Harry said quietly. I know generally what happened, but I want you to hear it from you. Why? Harry whispered. Because that's just what you do, isn't it? Snape said, thinking hard. He had never comforted anyone but Draco, but the Bee-owned was slightly easier since he trusted Snape more and had more practice telling the potion's master what was wrong. He had become more tight-lipped than he had been as a younger boy, when, with each visit, Draco would lay his head on his godfather's lap and complain how his father had yelled at him or how his mother was ignoring him. Snape hadn't known what to say back then, and had somehow gotten worse over the years. After Lucius had disowned Draco, Snape couldn't get him to talk, but every night, the young Slytherin would wordlessly lie down on the couch next to his godfather and lay his head on his lap, as he had when he was little, so Snape felt as he was at least doing something for Draco. But at least he felt more comfortable in comforting his own godson. Harry was a different story and Snape was at a loss. I don't want to talk about it right now, Harry said tiredly. It'll help, Snape tried. Harry looked down and shook his head. Snape sighed. All right, but you'll have to talk with me or Black about it soon, he compromised. Harry nodded, knowing very well that neither of them would ever willingly bring up the conversation and that the talk would never happen. Snape stood and walked over to Harry, who flinched as Snape offered him a hand to help him up. Be careful not to step on the glass, Snape cautioned as he led Harry away from the fireplace. I'm sorry about the vase, Harry apologized softly. Don't worry about it. I have plenty of vases, Snape said dismissively. They walked back in silence to Snape's lab, where Snape had to, once again, change Harry's bandages on his torso. Exhaustion was quickly taking over Harry and his eyes kept slipping closed. All right, I want to check your head wound. Harry responded, half asleep. Just lie down, Snape said, taking in the fact that Harry was quickly falling asleep. Lay your head on my lap so I can check your injury, he instructed. Harry hesitated momentarily, but was too tired to do anything but follow orders. Snape gently cleaned Harry's head wound, and then cast a cooling charm on a rag before laying it on the wound for a few minutes to bring down the swelling. Done, he announced, but Harry didn't move. Snape looked down and realized the boy had fallen asleep, just as Draco had done nightly only a few weeks before. He slowly eased out from under the boy and stood up. He went to put a pillow under Harry's head instead, but found that at the loss of human contact, Harry had curled up and his face had screwed up in misery as nightmares began to creep in. Snape hesitated indecisively, but then quickly grabbed a book. He lifted Harry's head slightly and slid back onto the couch, resting the boy's head softly back onto his lap. The effect was almost instantaneous. Harry's body relaxed and his face grew less tense. Snape sighed, realizing that Harry probably had never had much in the way of comfort from others and was just soaking up any human contact that didn't involve fists. Snape conjured up a blanket and draped it over the young Gryffindor. He briefly entertained himself by picturing what Harry's godfather's reaction would be to find them like this. He almost hoped the ex-convict would see Harry lying on his lap, in part because it would almost feel like he'd won something against his old-school rival, but in greater part because he hoped it would be a wake-up call to him. Draco had told him that Harry had mentioned that his godfather never talked to him about serious things, and though Harry had apparently said it was a relief to not have to deal with the awkward conversations, Snape was better than most at sensing people's emotions, including Harry's. He wondered if Black was blind to be missing how much Harry needed the serious talks. Snape knew they weren't fun, and were very awkward to bring up, but he had done them with Draco and continued to force the two of them to talk about the things bothering Draco every once in a while. They were supposed to be taking the places of parents in the teenage boys' lives, and the Animagus seemed to be missing that fact, wanting to be more of the fun uncle sort than a parent. Things were going to have to change, or Snape wasn't sure that Harry would be able to handle it. The next morning, Harry woke up and found himself staring at the door that led into the working station of Snape's lab. He knew he must have fallen asleep in Snape's office to the lab, but couldn't remember why for a few moments. Suddenly, the memories from the previous night rushed through his mind and it felt as if someone had just poured a bucket of ice water over him. He remembered his uncle's attack, the horrified look on everyone's face, his breakdown in Snape's living room after he had tried to hug the potion's master in a desperate attempt for fatherly comfort. Harry winced with embarrassment, especially at that last memory. Suddenly, he realized his pillow was somebody's lap. He bolted up into a sitting position and gasped at the pain caused by the sudden movement. "You are far from being fully healed, Harry," Snape said, setting his book down. "You don't want to make sudden movements like that. Did you stay up the whole night?" Harry asked incredulously. "Yes. I was concerned about you," Snape said simply. Harry knew he only said it because of his small breakdown the night before. "I didn't mean to fall asleep on you," he said apologetically, not meeting the man's eyes. "You didn't have to stay up with me." "Harry," Snape said sternly, getting to his feet, "it's okay. I don't need as much sleep as most. Now let's get you dressed and change your bandages. You can borrow some of Draco's clothes and we'll have breakfast." "Did Sirius ever come back?" Harry asked as Snape helped him to his feet. "Not yet," Snape said sympathetically. He had been wondering himself what on earth was taking Harry's godfather so long. Snape quickly changed Harry's bandages, noticing that the Gryffindor refused to meet his eye the entire time. Snape made sure that Harry got up to Draco's room, and that the bee-owned was awake, before going down to see about breakfast. Draco rummaged around through his closet, selecting their outfits for the day, as Harry sat in his desk chair. "How are you feeling?" Draco asked hesitantly. "Fine," Harry said with a nod, though he didn't meet Draco's eye. "You want to wear my Slytherin robes?" Draco joked nervously. Harry smiled with great effort. "Yeah, I'll tell Sirius that he left me with you guys too long and you converted me." "Where is he, by the way?" the bee-owned asked. Harry shrugged. "Maybe he went home to catch some sleep before picking me up. I bet he's still filling out forms or something. The ministry really needs to do something about that kind of stuff. When Sev was officially adopting me, we were there for hours filling out forms and trying to get somebody's attention," Draco rambled, something he didn't usually do. "Maybe," Harry said tiredly, looking out the window. Draco handed him some clothes and Harry took them with a weak smile. "Do you need help with?" he started awkwardly, but Harry cut him off. "No," he said firmly. "I could call a house elf. They used to help me dress all the time," Draco tried. "They sometimes still do when I'm feeling especially tired." "No, I can dress myself," Harry insisted. "Do you have a bathroom or something to change in?" "Yeah, right through that door," Draco said, pointing to a door near the one that led to the hall. Harry thanked him and went in to change and closed the door behind him, using the opportunity to get a good look at himself in the mirror. He looked a mess. An absolute train wreck. The bruises that couldn't be healed the night before now showed up in hues of dark blues and blacks. The bandage covering the cut on his head was surrounded by darker color, not being large enough to hide the whole bruise. There was another nasty one on his cheek and his neck, and a couple on his shoulders. His arms were just littered with them and he was thankful that Draco had picked out a long-sleeved shirt for him. He was suddenly glad that the bandages around his chest were covering a lot of his injuries, because seeing them all just made him realize how much his uncle had done to him the night before. They were proof that it all wasn't just a bad dream. He quickly pulled on Draco's clothes so he didn't have to look at himself anymore. He wished the sleeves were longer to cover his hands, which were now covered in small cuts from the vase the night before. The bandages on his wrists poked out whenever he lifted his arms, making him look like he had tried to commit suicide, in Harry's opinion. He shut his eyes tight for a minute to push his emotions away before going back into Draco's room, where the Bee-owned was waiting for him. The two made their way downstairs. Harry ignored his body's protests in order to walk at a normal pace. Draco suggested going slower, but Harry just rolled his eyes and said he was fine. He just wanted everyone to forget the previous night had ever happened. Harry was pushing the eggs around on his plate when Sirius entered looking tired and harassed. "I'm sorry for taking so long. They had me filling out paperwork and stuff all night long, and they kept calling in new people to talk to me and I had to explain everything over and over again," he said quickly. "Anyways, it's been a very hectic night, but I'm finally here. Black, I have a few potions I want Harry to take. The boys can finish up breakfast while we talk about it and then you and Harry can get out of here," Snape said, standing up. Sirius nodded and followed Snape from the room. "How is he?" Sirius asked as soon as they were away from the kitchen. "How do you think he is?" Snape snapped irritably. "For once, would you not snap at me or be sarcastic or act like I'm some inferior moron and just answer the damn question?" Sirius said angrily. "I am well aware he's probably not doing so well with the fact that his uncle beat the shit out of him last night, but would you just give me an idea of how he's handling it?" "Not well. You need to talk to him about it." "I know," Sirius said with a roll of the eyes at the unhelpful advice. "I mean soon, Black," Snape said firmly. "I'll talk to him when he's ready to talk." "No, Black, you have to talk to him now. I don't care if he says he's ready or not, you drag it out of him. Force him to talk," Snape argued. Sirius looked at him in disgust. "He's not one of your students sentenced to detention where you interrogate him with Veritaserum, okay? If he's ready to talk about it, I'll talk to him about it. If he needs time, I'm going to give it to him." "No need to guess which scenario you would prefer," Snape sneered. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Sirius growled. "It means that you need to grow up and stop trying to be his friend and start being his godfather." "Oh yeah, I'm going to take godfathering advice from you," Sirius said sarcastically. "Do you even allow Draco to laugh, or is any sort of fun against the rules in your manner?" "Don't act like you know how I raise Draco," Snape growled. "Then you don't act like you know how I take care of Harry," Sirius snapped. "If you don't talk to him, he's going to close you off and retreat into himself," Snape said warningly. "Harry's been through this before, so if anyone knows how to handle it, it's him. I, unlike you, have trust in him. He'll come to me when he's ready." "Oh yes, because he's handled it so well in the past," Snape said with extreme sarcasm. "He has. He doesn't dwell on it. He doesn't let it interfere with his life. He doesn't have 1,000 piercings or tattoos or some obsession with pyromania or something. He's normal and he's happy, so he must be doing something right," Sirius insisted. "Are you seriously that naive, Black?" Snape asked with a sneer. "Why do you think he took that muggle's cancer on himself? What his relatives have done to him have left him feeling that nobody cares for him and has decimated his self-esteem. Well, now he has me, okay. He knows I care about him. This isn't like before because now I'm around and he can come to me whenever he wants, before he takes any drastic measures. Unlike you, I have a little bit of faith in him and know that he's a strong kid and that he can get over this like he has before. He knows what's best for himself, and he will talk when it's the right time for him," Sirius said confidently. "Well, your faith in him is going to destroy him. He's 15, for Merlin's sakes. Most adults don't know what's best for them, and I would think it's quite obvious by now that Harry does not know what is best for him," Snape said angrily. "You'll always look at him as inferior to you, won't you, Snape? Is it just because he's James's son, or is it because he's my godson? Or maybe all Gryffindors are just so much dumber than you godlike Slytherins," Sirius growled. Well, you're wrong. Whatever prejudices you have against him, Harry's a smart kid who's far more capable of dealing with the shit life deals him than you will ever be. You're pathetic, Black. I admit I've had my prejudices against him in the past, but now it's you who's being blinded by prejudice. You can't even take my advice when I was the one who stayed with him the entire night. I was the one he first told about this abuse, or did you not know that? It was me he came to, not you, so maybe you could consider for 1 second that maybe it was because he knew I would handle it better than you would, Snape yelled. Oh, don't even start with those little lies, Snape. Yeah, he told you first, but don't even try to make it seem like he came running to you for help. You just happened to be the first to figure it out because you were around him all the time as his professor, and then you probably forced it out of him before he was ready to talk about it, Sirius yelled back. If you had given him time, he would have come to me first, and willingly too. If I hadn't made him talk about it, nobody would have ever known and he would have died at the hands of his uncle. Forget this. We're not getting anywhere and I don't have the energy to fight with you over this, Snape, so why don't you give me the damn potions and I can get Harry somewhere he's actually welcome, Sirius said finally. Harry is welcome here, it's you who's not. And don't you dare try to tell Harry that I don't want him here. You'll just lower his self-esteem. Plus, he obviously is going to need somebody who will act like an adult about this, Snape sneered. Just give me the damn potions, Snivellus, Sirius said through clenched teeth, resorting to Snape's old nickname from Hogwarts. Snape scowled at him as he scribbled down instructions for the potions. Mature as always, Black, he sneered, thrusting several bottles into Sirius's arms. Now calm your temper before going back to the kitchen. In case you've forgotten, Harry's just had to deal with an enraged uncle, he doesn't need to deal with an enraged godfather too. Sirius glared at him and stalked angrily out the door. Before walking into the kitchen, however, he took several calming breaths. Snape came up behind him and followed him into the kitchen without saying a word. Draco was trying to make conversation with Harry, and Harry was doing a very good job of going along with it. Snape inwardly sighed, knowing that this outward display of normalcy would only make Sirius less likely to talk to Harry. It also meant that Harry was trying to hide his pain, and would let it eat away at him from inside rather than let somebody else help him. Ready to go, kiddo? Sirius asked. Harry smiled and nodded, ignoring the shoots of pain through his body as he got up from the table. See you later, Draco, he said. Thank you for having me over, Professor. You're welcome here any time, Harry, Snape said sincerely. He caught Harry's eyes momentarily, and realized with disappointment that they were filled with mistrust and skepticism. Harry quickly tore his eyes away and gave a curt nod. Sirius went to sling an arm over Harry's shoulders, but when the boy flinched and tensed at the move, Sirius thought better of it, letting his arm fall back to his side and leading Harry out. Sev, Draco asked worriedly after the two left. Is Harry going to be all right? Snape sighed and looked at his godson. I don't know, Draco. I hope so. When Harry arrived back at the lighthouse, Harry looked around to the place he had come to call home in the last month. But for some reason, it didn't seem the same. Everything was in the same place, everything was as it should be, but was different somehow. It felt like a place he was visiting, like the Burrow felt when he stayed there for a while, or like the room he had stayed in at the Leaky Cauldron. He felt like a stranger to the place, like he didn't belong and would be leaving as soon as he wore out his welcome. It didn't feel like home anymore. You okay, kiddo? Sirius asked worriedly. Harry nodded. Yeah. He paused. Yeah, I'm fine. Why don't you go lie down and rest? Sirius suggested. I'm sure you didn't get a good night's sleep over in that creepy big house with a creepy Slytherin potion master lurking about, he attempted to joke. Harry didn't find it very funny. No, I slept really well, actually, he said, bluffing a little. Oh, right. Well, still, no place like home, right? Sirius asked in a hopeful tone. Right, Harry said quietly, avoiding Sirius's eyes. How about? Sirius thought quickly, why don't we have a big lunch? What do you want? We could do it picnic style or we could eat in your room, whatever you like. Harry wanted to decline but forced a smile. Sure, whatever you want, Sirius. How about spaghetti? It's your favorite, Sirius said enticingly. Do you like spaghetti? Harry asked nervously. Yeah, but. Then spaghetti's great, unless you want something else. You can make anything you want. Really, Harry said quickly. Whatever's easiest or whatever you want. You know, Harry, Sirius said awkwardly, I never got along with my family either. They disagreed with me on a lot of things, politics and such. They were horrified that I was friends with Remus. He was a werewolf and a half-blood. And your mother was of course a Muggleborn and she was the object of your father's affection, so I was always blabbing on about her as well. Anyway, as you know, I ran away, but I was also disowned. My parents were really furious with me. It was altogether a really hard time. Luckily, I had people to turn to, especially your father and his parents. They helped me a lot, you know. That's what people close to you are there for, you know, to help, Sirius said meaningfully. Do you know what I mean? Harry looked at Sirius intently. Please help me. I can't start it on my own, I don't know how. Just ask me about anything. Please. I need help, he mentally screamed as he nodded slowly. He couldn't just start talking about what happened, he was filled with too many doubts and too much distrust to be able to initiate such a deep conversation about himself. What if Sirius didn't care? He needed help but he didn't know how to ask for it. He didn't want Sirius to think less of him if he asked. Besides, Sirius had been through so much in his life, would he think Harry was weak for not being able to deal with this? Unfortunately, Sirius didn't get Harry's mental message and smiled unsurely. Good. Good. Spaghetti for lunch then, where would you like it? He asked hopefully. Anywhere you'd like, Harry said quietly. He was disappointed Sirius hadn't tried to get him to talk about what had happened. It cemented the belief that his godfather didn't really care. If he had, he surely would have recognized Harry's desperation to talk about it, wouldn't he? We'll decide later. Play it by ear. We're a couple of free young men. Well, at least you're young. I'm getting up there in the years, but hey, young at heart is all that matters, right? Right. We live life at our whim. We can figure out where we're going to eat lunch when the time comes because we require no planning, Sirius rambled wildly, trying to lighten up the mood. But for now, what do you say for a few hours of sleep for the both of us, kiddo? Oh yes, of course. You didn't get any sleep last night, I'm sorry. Yes, you should get some rest, Harry said quickly, feeling immediately guilty. All right, and then later, Moony will be coming over. He'll need to know what happened. Oh, and the Weasleys will want to stop by, Sirius said brightly, as if thinking it would lighten Harry's spirits. Instead, the color quickly drained from Harry's face. Today. Do the Weasleys have to come today? Can't they come another time? He asked in a constricted voice, glancing nervously at the fireplace as if expecting them to all pile out of there at any given moment. Is something wrong? Sirius asked worriedly. Everything. Everything's wrong. Harry mentally screamed. No. Nothing's wrong. I'm just sort of tired and I still look like this, he said, looking down at himself with all the scratches, bruises and bandages. Harry, the Weasleys won't care, Sirius protested. Siri, please. Professor Snape said I can do some concealing charms in a few days, so it can wait until then, right? Harry pleaded. Harry, the Weasleys are worried sick about you. They aren't going to wait that long to see you, and I doubt I'll be able to stop them, especially Molly. Now she's just scary, Sirius said with a slight shudder. He took in Harry's dejected look and sighed. Look, we'll see. We'll play it by ear, okay. Harry nodded miserably before heading upstairs. Sirius opened his mouth to say something to his godson, but couldn't think of anything and closed it again. He massaged the bridge of his nose and shuffled off toward his bedroom. Maybe some sleep would help clear his mind. Maybe when he woke up, everything would be fine again. Ron, shush, you don't want to wake him, a voice whispered. I won't, my own. I just want to see if he's okay, hissed another voice. Harry tiredly opened his eyes and turned over, blinking sleepily at the two blurry figures. He started to sit up and paused with a wince, remembering that it hurt to move. Ron, my own. He croaked tiredly, straightening his glasses. He didn't even remember going to sleep. He was completely dressed, lying on top of his covers, having covered only a fraction of himself with the corner of his comforter. He could feel the sore marks on his face from where his glasses had dug into his skin, having obviously not removed them before slipping into slumber. His two friends smiled guiltily at him before hurrying to his side. Harry began to get out of bed, but they gently pushed him back, Hermione fixing his pillows behind him. She sat down on his bed next to him and brushed his fringe away from the bandage on his forehead with a sympathetic frown. Ron, with Hermione having taken the spot next to Harry, scrambled onto Harry's bed to his other side. He plopped down next to his friend, his back to the window. "Oh, Harry, I know Sirius said you weren't up to having any visitors, but we were worried sick and the only way to avoid a stampede of Weasleys was to have us come check on you and report back," Hermione said apologetically. "We've been dying to see you since last night." "Yeah, Ginny, Fred and George are close to having panic attacks with worry. They're all really shook up," Ron added. "Mum's the worst. She nearly tore off Sirius's head when he told her you weren't up to visitors. If he hadn't mentioned you were sleeping, I think she would have shouted instead of just growling at him." Ron picked up one of Harry's arms to look at the damage, and Harry ashamedly pulled it away, pulling down the sleeves of his shirt. "You look like hell, mate," Ron said with a grimace. "Thanks, Ron. I noticed," Harry said with a frown. Hermione looked at him momentarily before bursting into tears. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, Harry, why didn't you ever tell me? Why didn't you let us know it was so bad? He almost killed you," she cried, pulling him into a hug. "You could have died last night." "I'm sorry, Harry started but couldn't think of what to say. "Harry, I thought you weren't going to keep secrets from us anymore," Hermione scolded, hugging Harry tighter, causing him to shut his eyes with a shuddering gasp. "Hermione, you're hurting him," Ron said urgently. Hermione jumped away from Harry guiltily. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Harry. I thought you'd be healed better," Hermione apologized. "Immune system thing," Harry said with a wince. "It's okay. You couldn't have known." His two friends exchanged a look and Harry blushed with shame. "Your uncle's such a bastard," Ron said angrily. "He was drunk," Harry said quietly. "No kidding. It smelled like he took a bath in vodka," Ron said bitterly. "Are you guys all right? Are Fred and George okay?" Harry asked. "Yes, we're all fine," Hermione said. "We were just going insane with worry about you. They kept us there forever asking us questions and stuff," Ron interjected exasperatedly. "And then, when we were finally done, they wouldn't even let us go and see you. Dad just dragged us home, saying you were fine, but you certainly don't look fine." "That's the last time I believe him." "I am fine," Harry insisted. "It's not as bad as it looks. I'll be as good as new in a few days." "Well, I don't know if Sirius told you yet, but your uncle's going to Azkaban. You don't even need to testify and the officials are going to keep it quiet," Hermione said reassuringly. "Azkaban?" Harry asked incredulously. "Isn't that a bit extreme? He's not even a wizard and it's not like he did anything that bad." "Harry, what are you talking about? He nearly killed you. If anyone deserves Azkaban, it's your uncle," Ron said vehemently. The two left soon after to go report Harry's condition to all those anxiously waiting at the burrow. Sirius gave Harry a few potions to drink and then the young Gryffindor politely refused dinner with the excuse of the potions making him tired. In fact, guilt was churning around in his stomach, leaving no room for food. Vernon Dursley was being sentenced to what Harry believed to be one of the worst possible fates, and it was all Harry's fault. If he hadn't existed, the Dursleys would have been a normal family, living their happy lives. No matter how many times people had told him that his uncle's actions weren't his fault, Harry knew they wouldn't be able to deny that none of it would have happened if he hadn't existed. His uncle was right. Harry had ruined his life. Before falling asleep that night, Harry wondered what sort of memories Uncle Vernon would be reliving in the Dementor-infested prison. He momentarily entertained the thought that his uncle would have to relive all the horrible things he'd done to Harry, but quickly pushed aside that notion. Those memories weren't bad ones for Vernon. Harry sighed, figuring that the memory of finding Harry on his doorstep would be the one playing repeatedly through his uncle's mind for a very long time. An outsider would have said that things returned to normal after the next few days. Mrs. Weasley wouldn't stand to go without visiting Harry for another day and tearfully burst into his room, sweeping him up into gentle hugs and planting motherly kisses in his hair, all the while asking about his health, and making her own assessments about it. She apologized for not protecting him better and not getting to him sooner. Harry assured her there was nothing she could have done, but the whole conversation seemed to make him feel worse rather than better, for some reason. Fred and George also stopped in for a visit, and their seriousness and somber attitudes only made Harry feel extremely awkward. None of them seemed to know what to say and no one seemed in the mood for jokes. Ginny's was perhaps the visit Harry enjoyed most. She just walked into his room and wordlessly wrapped her arms around his neck. He was thankful she didn't start crying, because he wasn't sure how to comfort her. She also seemed to sense that he wasn't in the mood to talk about what had happened or hear once again what a mess he looked like. Instead, she surprisingly pulled out a bunch of magazines and climbed into bed with Harry, both sitting up against his backboard. They spent the rest of the day taking quizzes out of the magazines. Finding out what ice cream flavor they were, Harry was chocolate crunch while Ginny was banana rama. What their professions should be, Ginny got or, but Harry surprisingly got farmer, something they both had a good laugh about, and what their superpower would be, Harry got invisibility and Ginny got X-ray vision, and though it said it meant she had insight and could look under the surface to people's emotions, she insisted that it made her sound beep and took the quiz again and adjusted her answers until she ended up with super strength. Callahan had been shocked to find out what had happened and commended Snape on his healing job. He told Harry to take a day off, but 2 days later, they began the testing again, much to Harry's dismay. Everyone seemed to have wordlessly agreed to not treat Harry differently and went back to acting the same around him, and Harry did his best to ignore the worried or sympathetic looks that occasionally slip onto someone's face. The twins began to joke again, Harry began to laugh again, Mrs. Weasley went back to her normal level of fussing over him. It seemed as if everything was as it should be. But there was something different. It was hard to notice, but the subtle changes were there. The twins' jokes were almost always done for Harry's entertainment, though Harry hadn't realized it. Harry's laughs didn't sound quite as sincere as they once did and his smiles rarely met his eyes. Mrs. Weasley's fussing had lessened, but when Harry wasn't looking, she was often found staring at him with a sad expression, trying to judge how he was really doing. Nobody had forgotten the incident, but tried to act like it never happened, for Harry's sake. Sirius had taken after the twins, trying to make Harry forget his troubles through laughter, and poor Remus had been the victim of more pranks than he had ever thought possible. Remus had been horrified at what had happened and wasn't so sure he was a fan of Sirius's "let Harry come to them when he's ready" philosophy. He pointed out that when they were kids, Remus had never come to his friends about his being a werewolf, even when he could have used the comfort, and probably never would have if they hadn't figured it out themselves and come to him. Sirius insisted that this was different, that Harry trusted Sirius enough to come to him when he was ready. Though Remus wanted to stay and try to help Harry, he had already planned and booked a trip to go see his parents. He couldn't get out of it, because it had to be between full moons and the next space for that would be the second half of August, and that was too close to school starting since he had to prepare his lessons and such for the new school year. Before he left, he sat Harry down for a quick talk. "Hey Harry, how are you doing?" he asked gently. Harry shifted uncomfortably. "Fine, how are you?" He came back with his standard answer. "Harry," he said seriously, "you know, Sirius is there for you to talk to. He's your godfather and he loves you very much. It's just that sometimes, he just handles things wrong because he's trying so hard to do what's right." Harry looked down at his comforter and began picking at a stray thread. "That's all right. I don't need to talk with him about anything," he said quietly. Remus looked at him sadly. "Harry, let me explain some things about Sirius so you might be able to understand him better." Harry looked up and nodded curiously. Sirius never got along with his parents and then he was out on his own when he was 16 when he ran away to here. I'm sure you know some of this, but he's never really that open about it, so I just want to make sure you understand completely. Sirius had a decent home life until he got to about 13. That's when he started going against his family's political views. They were all for getting rid of Muggleborns and thought Muggles were evil, but then at school, Sirius was friends with a bunch of Muggleborns and half-bloods. I'm a half-blood, you know, and we were pretty good friends, so he wasn't too keen on getting rid of us. Plus, his best friend, your father, was absolutely smitten with a Muggleborn, who would, of course, be your mum, so Sirius was always blabbing on about Lily Evans as well. His parents would be spouting out their views and Sirius would always argue with them about it with more and more ferocity until they completely turned on him. They really gave him a hard time. They sort of shut him out of the family. They ignored him, stopped inviting him home for the holidays, and always compared him to his brother. And when Sirius had enough, he just left. His relationship with them was already so strained that everyone was pretty relieved about it. Sirius dealt with it pretty well. He had us. He stayed with James and his parents for a while before moving out here, and I know they took him right in, but the whole thing left its mark. Sirius sort of distanced himself from it all and refused any comfort from anyone. He just wanted to forget it, so he threw himself into pranks and friends and school, all to get his mind off how his family, his own parents, had just rejected him. And now, he hasn't the slightest clue how to give comfort. He was never taught how. He's avoided serious subjects for so long that I think he's forgotten that they still exist and just wants to believe that everything can be healed with laughter. Especially after Azkaban. I don't know if you really understand what an impact that had on him, but it was 13 years of living in his own personal nightmares. Now, I think he just wants everything to be happy and perfect to escape that depression he was caught in, and he refuses to acknowledge that things might not always be perfect and happy. Do you see what I mean? Harry nodded. He now felt guilty for being so selfish. He had been acting all depressed when Sirius couldn't handle something like that. You also have to understand that Sirius, in a way, is still mentally in his early 20s. He was put in Azkaban when he was 21 and time just moves differently in there. There's this huge gap in time in his life and I don't think he always grasps that it's there. It's sort of like he was thrown 15 years into the future and is now handed all these responsibilities, like being a father figure to you and being a mature 36-year-old, and he's not quite ready for it. He's not quite sure what he's doing, but he's trying, Harry. Just give him a little while to figure things out. You can still go to him. I want you to know that. Don't be deterred by any nervousness Sirius might have. He needs it just as much as you do, okay? Harry nodded again and Remus smiled at him. Secretly, Harry thought going to Sirius with any problems seemed like the last thing in the world Sirius needed at the moment. Sirius does care, Harry. He would die for you in a second, even if he doesn't know how to show it in the conventional way. And remember, you can always owl me while I'm at my parents' if you need someone to talk to, all right? Harry nodded with a forced smile. Thanks, Remy, I'll remember. Come here, kiddo, Remus said, holding his arms out for a hug. Harry awkwardly hugged him, but after a few moments found himself desperately wishing that Remus wasn't leaving right now. But of course Harry couldn't ask him to stay just for him. Take care, Harry, and I'll see you in 3 weeks, okay? Remus said, sounding a bit reluctant to leave. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. And then Remus was gone. Harry woke in the middle of the night shaking with fright and frantically pushing his covers away in fear that they were really hands trying to strangle him. He had had another nightmare, as he did every night now. He looked around and made sure Uncle Vernon wasn't somewhere in the room. He laid back down and tried to get back to sleep, but didn't really want to close his eyes. He didn't want to relive the nightmares again. It seemed that the night at the Stensons had opened the floodgates for horrible dreams, and none of them were about villains from scary movies. Now, he was once again having nightmares about Cedric dying in the graveyard in his 4th year. There were dreams where Snape told him that he hadn't really given Harry a cure and that he was going to die within a few minutes, and ones with Sirius getting fed up and bringing him back to the Dursleys. He dreamed about his uncle the most, with both real memories and others that his mind made up, where Uncle Vernon found him at the lighthouse and was trying to kill him. That particular night, he had dreamed that he had walked into the kitchen to find Sirius talking with Uncle Vernon, where the large, Beefy Man had just finished convincing Harry's godfather that Harry was nothing but a horrible freak and a burden. Sirius had agreed and told Vernon to take Harry back to Privet Drive. The dream then flashed to Harry, lying in his bed at the lighthouse in the middle of the night. He had heard a creak and looked over to find Uncle Vernon coming out from his closet, a bloodied knife gleaming in his hand. "You should be dead," he had said calmly. Harry had looked down in horror at his stomach to find it covered with blood right before he woke up, relieved to find that he did not, in reality, have a stab wound. He didn't know why, but nights made him feel so lonely. Lying there in the dark by himself reminded him of when he was younger, being frightened to death in his cupboard, but being locked in and having no one to go to even if he wasn't. He remembered how he always used to hear Dudley run across the hallway to his parents' room and climb into bed with them as they comforted him. Harry had always felt such jealousy at those times and would try to imagine that instead of his cupboard, he was really in his parents' bed, that they were still alive, chuckling on either side of him and telling him that he had nothing to worry about because they would keep him safe. That's what he wanted to do right now. Go run into Sirius's room and have Sirius worriedly ask him what was wrong and let him stay for the night so Harry didn't have to be alone. But he was too old for that, of course. The last thing he wanted was for Sirius to think he couldn't handle things himself or that he was some annoying little kid to take care of. Just as Remus said, Sirius wasn't ready to be a father figure and Harry wasn't about to force him into it. On the other hand, he just wanted some company. He felt so alone. Harry fought desperately against it, but soon found himself quietly getting out of bed. He knew it wasn't good to be doing this. It was a sign of weakness and he would be mortified if Sirius ever found out. He felt disgusted with himself for being so afraid and needy. Nevertheless, he nervously tiptoed downstairs and down the hall. He held his breath and gently pushed open the door, finding Sirius lying in his bed, completely asleep. After a moment's indecision, Harry slipped in and sat down on the floor at the foot of the bed, letting Sirius's mere presence keep thoughts of his uncle at bay. Merely sitting there, listening to his godfather breath and occasionally turn over, relaxed him more than he would have imagined. He felt so much safer and relieved to have someone there. Harry knew it was a bit dangerous, but he hadn't been sleeping much lately and needed it so desperately. He hadn't felt this safe about going to sleep since the incident at the Stensons a few days before. For once, he thought the nightmares might stay away. Besides, he always woke before Sirius anyway. He tiredly lied down on the floor at the foot of the bed, so Sirius wouldn't be able to see him if he woke up for some reason, and quickly fell asleep, using his arm as a pillow. True enough, Harry woke up at the first signs of daybreak, hours before Sirius would be waking up. He silently tiptoed out of the room and made his way back to his own, scolding himself the whole time for what he had done, even if he had gotten away with it. He changed into his clothes and picked up one of Coda's Muggle books she had lent him on her campaign to reintroduce him to literature, since he had hardly read a single fictional book since he had started Hogwarts. He felt more awake than he had in days, but felt guilty about needing to run to his godfather to get that rest. Finally, the sun came up enough that Harry could go down and start breakfast, promising himself that it wouldn't happen again. Snape took a sip of his tea and leaned back into the couch. He had just finished telling Laura what had happened with Harry and she was taking a moment to digest it. "I just can't believe that someone would do that, especially to Harry," she said while she watched Anna gleefully play with a fake cauldron with toy ingredients to throw into it. Snape sighed. "I know, and I can tell it's affecting him poorly, but his joke of a godfather can't see it. The last time I saw him, when he came over to see Draco, he was so different. You could tell just by looking at him. He was fidgeting a lot and looked nervous. It was as if he were afraid he'd do something or say something wrong. Draco said he was really quiet and would just agree with Draco on everything, even where he would normally disagree. And when I was tutoring the two in potions, everything I asked them to do, Harry would jump to do it without any resistance, where the boys usually try to get the other to do it, or at least be more relaxed about it. He was so overly compliant. Merlin, I would rather be back to the way we used to be, where he would glare at me and be defiant," he said with a sigh. "You're worried about him," Laura said, trying to prompt him into admitting it. "No, he stopped and thought about it for a second. Well, yes, I am worried about him. He's already done such idiotic things before. He trailed off with a frown, thinking about the cancer and the self-sacrifice to stop Voldemort. I see. He did those things because he has a problem with self-worth, Laura said sadly, smiling at Anna, who began running over with a fake jar of bat wings. Yes, I think so, Snape said, sipping his tea. Sev, is this bait? Anna asked, holding up the jar and pointing at the word, bat. That's bat wings, Anna, Snape answered without any annoyance in his voice. He had gotten used to Anna in the past few weeks, and had even grown quite fond of her, though he would never admit it. Sev, will you teach me potions one day? She asked hopefully, blinking up at him with her big blue eyes. Anna, Laura said with an indignant smile, would you rather have Sev teach you potions than me? Anna nodded. Mummy, he teaches potions to kids. And he's more funny than you. Laura burst out laughing at the look on Snape's face with that declaration, and Anna giggled, climbing up onto Snape's lap and burying her face into his chest. You're so snuggly, Sev, she informed him. This made Laura laugh even harder. Well, that's certainly not something I've been called before, Snape said, a bit taken aback. You know, Sev, Laura said quietly, maybe it would be good for Harry to spend a bit of time with Anna. It would help him feel needed, and Anna adores him. You know how affectionate she is, and maybe Harry needs that right now, especially from someone he won't feel awkward about. Maybe during your next order meeting, I could take Draco out and Anna could stay with Harry at his house so he doesn't have to feel awkward about coming here. Anna perked up. Harry's going to babysit me. When? I want to see Harry. I love Harry. He plays with me and tells me stories when he puts me to bed, and he makes cheesy things. She squealed happily. Snape and Laura exchanged a knowing look, and Snape nodded to let Laura know that she was, as usual, right. Snape looked up from searching through a stack of papers as he heard a soft knock on the doorframe. Harry was standing there shyly. Anna, who had been gleefully looking at all the potions' ingredients through the windows of Snape's storage cupboards, looked up and squealed in delight. Harry! She cried happily and raced across the room until she slammed into Harry's legs, wrapping her arms around them in a hug. Hey Anna, Harry said with a grin. He looked up at the potions master. You were running late, so I thought I'd just pick Anna up to save you the trip. Did you lose something? He asked, watching Snape lift up folders and shifting through papers, looking quite stressed. Yes. I had a few reports for the order that I seem to have misplaced, he said as he looked through his desk drawers again. I don't understand where it went. I'm usually so organized, and I could have sworn it was right here, he said, pointing at a spot on his desk. What did it look like? Harry asked, letting Anna hold onto his hands, walk up his legs and flip over backwards. It's a dark green folder with a bunch of papers in it, but I've searched everywhere, Snape said, looking a bit lost. Anna, Harry asked, have you seen a dark green folder that was on Professor Snape's desk? You mean Sev? She asked, cocking her head to the side. Yes. Did you maybe take a folder off his desk? Anna looked up at him guiltily. You're not in any trouble, but Professor Snape really needs to know where it is, Harry said gently. I'll go get it, she said, running out of the room. Harry and Snape were left together, and Harry shifted awkwardly and played with the bottom of his shirt. So, how are you? Snape asked in a businesslike tone, obviously not used to asking these types of questions. Harry looked up, surprised at the abnormal question from the potions master. He moved his gaze away again to break eye contact. Fine, and you? He asked, quickly turning the focus away from himself. Snape just nodded, his inquiry not going as planned. Anna rushed back in, sheepishly handing over the green folder to Snape, who sighed in relief. Now Anna, he said sternly, don't take things off my desk anymore. They're very important. If you want folders or paper to play with, just ask me, all right? Anna nodded. I'm sorry, Sev. Are you mad? No, I'm not. I just don't want it to happen again. It won't. I promise, Anna said sincerely. Sev, can you give me pigtails real quick pretty please? She asked eagerly, tugging out the ribbon in her hair to take down her ponytail. Pigtails. Snape asked in confusion, glancing over to his potion's ingredients. Anna nodded expectantly. I don't think I have any, and I don't want you playing with potion's ingredients anyway, Snape said firmly. Anna looked at him in confusion and Harry grinned. No, in my hair, she said, pointing to her head. Snape looked at her as if she had gone mental. What would you want pigtails in your hair for? He asked, perplexed. It's a girl's hairstyle, Harry informed him. Oh no, I don't do hair, Snape said firmly as if someone had just asked him to hand over his masculinity on a platter. Anna looked at Harry hopefully. I don't know how, Anna, but we'll see if we can figure something out, he said, taking her hand as she held it out to him. Thank you, Harry. You're the nicest brother ever, she said, looking up at him fondly as the three of them walked to the fireplace. Brother? He asked in surprise. Yup. You and Draco are my new brothers because I said so. And you're the nicest and Draco's the funniest, like Sev. Snape looked back her and then up at Harry. She's mental, he said seriously. Anna covered her mouth as she burst out into giggles. Harry grinned. Laura wanted me to tell you thank you for doing this, Snape said when they reached the fireplace. Oh, it's not a problem, Harry assured him, picking Anna up into his arms as he prepared to flow away. And I want to thank you as well, Snape said awkwardly. Harry once again looked up at him in surprise. You're welcome, he said quickly as he tossed the powder into the flames, stepping in as they turned green. Anna pinched her nose and squeezed her eyes shut, burying her face into Harry's shoulder as he called out, the lighthouse. Snape sighed and flowed to one of the regular spots for the order meetings. After making grilled cheese sandwiches and playing spies with Anna for a bit, he attempted to give her pigtails, but for the life of him, couldn't figure out how to get the whole thing to work. Harry, you're not good at pigtails, Anna finally concluded, but I love you anyways. She turned around in the chair she'd been standing on and hugged Harry around the neck, giving him a sloppy kiss on the cheek. You know what? Harry said thoughtfully. I have an idea. A few minutes later, Hermione flowed over. Anna peered out at her from behind Harry's legs. Anna, this is Hermione. Why don't you go say hello? Harry encouraged her. Anna looked up at him questioningly. Is she nice? Oh yes, very nice, he said with a nod. Hermione grinned at him. Is she your girlfriend? She asked. Harry and Hermione looked at each other and laughed. No, she's not my girlfriend. She's one of my best friends, he informed her. So go say hi. Anna shyly looked up at her. Hello there, Anna, Hermione said with a smile. Hermione knows loads of good stories, Harry said enticingly. Anna's eyes lit up. Really? She asked, looking up at Hermione in wonder. Oh yeah, she told me stories for hours when I was sick last year, Harry said, looking up at Hermione who smiled sadly in remembering it. Anna stepped out from behind Harry and looked at Hermione intently, as if deeply examining her. So you can do pigtails? She asked skeptically. I can do pigtails, Hermione said, suppressing a grin. I guess you're okay then, she finally announced. She grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her along toward the bathroom, Harry following along behind. After doing Anna's hair, Hermione stayed for a while longer. Harry put Anna to bed in his room, and quickly told her a story from a movie he had seen at the Stensons, blushing each time he looked up to see Hermione watching him in fond amusement. Okay, Anna, Harry said quietly to the half-asleep girl, I'll come check on you in a bit and if you need anything, I'll be downstairs. Anna nodded sleepily and Harry and Hermione quietly left the room. The two went downstairs and quietly talked over tea. A little later, the four Weasleys flowed in, claiming they were taking a break from doing work for Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, not admitting that they had all been worried about Harry having to be alone. They were a bit surprised to find Hermione there, but Fred and George conjured up a few more chairs and Harry put on another pot of tea and they all sat around talking. At one point, Harry looked up, swearing he had just seen something move near the kitchen door. He watched a little longer, and sure enough, Anna's small head peered into the kitchen, pigtails starting to come out, looking nearly asleep where she stood. Anna? Harry asked, halting conversation as everyone looked over to where the small 4-year-old stood shyly by the doorframe. Harry, can you come check on me now? She asked sleepily. Or can I stay up with you for a little while? Please. Harry smiled at her. All right, come on, he relented, waving her over. Anna hurried over and scrambled onto his lap, lying back against him. Fred waved at her from across the table, and she tiredly waved back before snuggling into Harry's chest. When Harry finally carried the sleeping girl upstairs, everyone looked at Ginny's adoring face and laughed. Hey Gin, he's good with kids, too. Fred teased quietly. Yeah, better not let Mum see him like that or she may order you two to go reproduce instantly, George mused. Ginny gave him a look that said that she might not mind all that much. Gin. Ron sputtered in horror. Get your mind out of the gutter. This is my best friend we're talking about here. Well, just think. Ron, Ginny said, you know Mum would die for grandchildren, and right now, you and Fred are the only ones with girlfriends. I'd watch out, Hermione. Hermione laughed. Ron blushed deeply, and Ginny just smirked, taking a bite from another biscuit. Snape and Laura sat at a small table outside of a quaint little restaurant, watching as Harry, Ginny and Draco walked around, gazing through the windows of all the stores that were in sight of the two adults. Harry had come with Snape, Laura and Draco to Diagon Alley for the day, where they had run into the Weasleys. Laura volunteered herself and Snape to look after the four redhead teenagers while Molly and Arthur did their shopping. The Weasley parents were to meet them after lunch at the restaurant the bunch were now at, and Snape couldn't wait until they arrived to take their kids away. Ron, Fred and George were still eating a few tables over. They had refused to speak to Draco or even be around him all day. Ron especially was in a sour mood. While the twins chose to simply avoid the bee-owned, Ron couldn't help but glaring daggers at him whenever his back was turned. Wow, look at the newest broom model. Ginny said in awe. The Lightning Strike 2000. Immediately, the two boys were at her side. Wow, Harry said almost lovingly. It's just wow. Ginny and Draco grinned at each other. Harry turned around and gestured across the street for Ron to come over. Ron shook his head and pointed at his food to show that he wasn't done. Of course he hadn't touched his food in 10 minutes, but Harry didn't need to know that. Harry gestured more insistently for him to come over and pointed excitedly toward the window. Ron just shook his head and turned to the twins to break eye contact with Harry. The raven-haired boy sighed sadly and turned back around. Don't worry, Harry, Ginny said sympathetically. Same with you, Draco. Ron's just he's being a bit of a prat right now. No, he just needs time to adjust to all this, Harry said defensively. Don't worry, he'll come around. Well, it's fine with me, Draco said bitterly. This way, I don't have to deal with him and his little temper tantrum. Well, what do we have here? Came a snotty female voice from behind them. The three whirled around to find themselves face to face with four Slytherins. Pansy Parkinson and Theodore Nott were obviously the leaders, with Crabbe and Goyle as their bodyguards. Back at the restaurant, Snape saw what was going on and started to get up, but Laura pulled him back down. Sev, if it gets out of control, we'll go, but Draco's going to have to face them sometime and it might as well be now when we're here. You're friends with Potter. Wow, Draco, you've really gone downhill, haven't you? Pansy asked smugly. You became a traitor for what? 2 low-class, muggle-loving Gryffindors. Pathetic. No, pathetic would describe your insults. I mean really, Pansy, is that the best you can come up with? Oh wait, I'm sorry. That probably took you a week to come up with. I'm sorry, sometimes I just forget that you're a little slow, Draco retorted. Pansy scowled at him. At least I haven't become the black sheep of my family. At least I have what it takes to bring honor to my family name, while you don't even have a family name to uphold any longer since you were rejected from yours, she sneered. I do happen to have a family name now, Pansy, Draco spat. It's Snape, but that's a bit out of your league since it actually means something, rather unlike the Parkinson name. What values do your family uphold again? Find the richest possible spouse and latch on. Pansy glared at him, but Draco glared right back. Harry and Ginny watched in near wonder at how high-class people verbally sparred. Even your friends have realized what a waste you are, Draco, Nott said coldly. Isn't that right, you two? Crabbe and Goyle nodded and cracked their knuckles menacingly. Draco rolled his eyes. Oh yes, you should be so proud to have those too. Where did you find them? In an alleyway chasing their tails, not knowing what to do without someone to tell them what to do. I'll be sure to let you know if I have any other rejected leftovers you might want to pick up, Draco said. You know, Draco said not maliciously, you always thought you were so great, but you're really just nothing. Even your father saw you were a piece of trash he needed to filter out of the family. A pained look flitted across Draco's face and Harry lost his temper. He stepped forward, twisted his arm back and punched Nott hard in the face. Pansy shrieked as Nott grabbed his bloody nose. Ginny and Draco pulled Harry back before he could lunge at Nott. At this point, the Weasley boys ran over to watch the scene, trying to see what was going on. I see they even fight in a low-class way, Pansy spat. What barbarians. Oh yeah, because Crabbe and Goyle are really good at using their verbal intellect in fights, Harry said sarcastically. The two large boys growled at him and cracked their knuckles. Come on, said Draco sharply, let's just get out of here. They're not worth the effort. Wait, before you go, let me see if I can get this little arrangement straight, Pansy said with an evil grin. So Potter, you protect Draco from bullies, while he protects you from who? Harry looked at her bizarrely and began to walk away. Your uncle maybe, she asked wickedly. The Weasleys. Jaws dropped and Draco looked shocked. Harry froze in his tracks and whipped back around. What? The four Slytherins grinned evilly. Your Gryffindor buddies might be complete idiots, Potter, but Slytherins actually have brains and eyes, Pansy said haughtily. Plus, we've heard some interesting things through the grapevine. I mean, when Hogwarts has a bunch of people in it trying to rebuild wards, it's not all that inconspicuous to have Professor Snape running through the castle carrying your bloody, unconscious body right after Dumbledore had told everyone you were at your relatives', said Nott. Hey, you two shut your mouths, Draco snapped. This is between us, so don't go dragging Harry into it just because you can't think of anything to say to me. Okay then, Draco, Pansy said with a sneer, how does it feel to be friends with someone who can't defend himself against a muggle? Or maybe he didn't even try. Maybe he liked it. Be quiet, you low-class bitch. Draco barked. Poor little Potter. Nott continued wickedly, lying down and letting yourself be beaten by your uncle while your whoremother is decaying away in a grave somewhere, with worms crawling around in her eye sockets and. Harry lunged at Nott in fury and tackled him to the ground, throwing punches at every place he could reach. Go Harry. The Weasley boys yelled. Beat the shit out of him. Ginny pushed up her sleeves, raced forward and jumped on Pansy. The Slytherin girl shrieked as Ginny gave her a split lip and pulled at her hair. The Weasley boys cheered for their sister. Suddenly, Crabbe and Goyle ran toward Draco to attack him, but right before they could reach him, they were tackled from the side by the three Weasley boys. Draco jumped into the fray to help keep the two monster-sized boys down and to get some small revenge for the two turning on him. Nott and Harry were rolling around on the ground, having the most intense fight of them all, trying to cause each other as much pain as possible. Harry knew from being beat up by Dudley's gang which places hurt the most to be hit in, and how to make his fist cause the most pain. He was almost thankful Dudley and his crew had taught him this, even when they didn't mean to. Of course, Nott was putting up a good fight himself and kept flipping himself on top of Harry to gain the advantage of height, but then Harry would manage to flip them over again. Harry hardly noticed when somebody's arms slid around him until he was lifted off of Nott, still trying to punch and kick him. He tried to escape the arms that were holding him back, but couldn't break free. Nott hurriedly got to his feet and spit blood onto the ground. Blood was gushing down from his nose and his clothes were ripped and streaked with dirt. Harry was pleased to see that in a few hours, Nott would have a shining black eye. Of course, he knew he probably wasn't in a much better condition, but didn't really care. Maybe you can get Professor Snape to give you that ass-kicking he's been dying to give you since first year. That way, you'll feel more at home, Nott spat furiously. Harry lunged at him, but was roughly pulled back. Nott growled an irate Snape as he struggled to keep a hold of Harry. When school begins again, I will take points and give detention every time you breathe. I will have you expelled if it's the last thing I do. Not just glared at the professor and turned back to Harry. You seem to have a thirst for violence, Potter. Maybe you're more like your uncle than you'd like to believe, he said nastily. Harry froze in horror, letting the words sink in. Not. Snape bellowed, whipping out his wand, while keeping a hold on Harry with the other even though the Gryffindor boy was no longer fighting to escape. Get out of here before I curse you so hard your ancestors will feel it. As a professor, you can't threaten me, I'm a student, Nott said superciliously. Watch me, Snape said with his best glare. Nott gulped and immediately ran off with a hysterical Pansy and their 2 dazed bodyguards. Snape grabbed Harry's shoulders and turned him around to face him. Harry looked over at the other teenagers. Apparently, the Weasley parents had finally arrived, because they were now with their kids, fussing over their wounds and listening to their explanations. Laura was with Draco, who looked quite proud of himself. Harry, what happened? Snape asked, trying to hide his concern. Harry refused to meet his eyes. Nothing import. As that Harry Potter. He heard a voice from behind. Merlin's beard it is. Someone else exclaimed, grabbing more people's attention. Harry's eyes widened in panic. He couldn't help but look back. A crowd was gathering. There were a bunch of teenage girls that began screaming with glee and pointing. Tourists began pulling out cameras and everyone seemed to be searching for a quill. Oh shit, Snape cursed. Laura ran up and threw her cloak over Harry's head. She pulled him around so hers and Sev's bodies were between him and the crowd. Draco, come here, she yelled. Quick. Ron, Arthur, you too. Harry heard footsteps running up. Sev, throw your cloak over Draco, and put yours over Ron, Arthur. No wait, let's swap because mine's slightly different and they saw me put it over Harry. The cloak was lifted from Harry's head and he momentarily saw Ron before the cloak was thrown over the redhead. Draco already had Snape's cloak over him and the potions master was looking over his shoulder worriedly. Harry was plunged into darkness once again as a cloak was put over his head. Now they're coming. We've got to scatter and hopefully separate this little mob up. Sev, take Draco to the potions shop, I know the owner has a flow in the back. I'm going to take Harry to the one in the leaky cauldron. Arthur, just take Ron and run. It'll throw them off and they won't know who to follow. Go, she yelled. Harry felt her grab his hand and he started running blindly after her as she pulled him along. Turning right, she announced as Harry felt himself being pulled to the right. Okay, it looks like we've only got a small fraction of them after us. I figured they wouldn't think you'd be coming with me. We've got a few screaming girls who seem to want you to marry them, what looks like a reporter, and a few excited tourists. Left. Harry was tugged to the left. He was actually glad for the run. His leftover adrenaline from the fight was being used up and he felt his bad mood lessening as long as he didn't think about the images of his mother that Nott had put in his head or that last comment of his. Harry, is that you? He heard a slightly out of breath voice call from behind. Tourist, it looks like, Laura informed him. Harry, I love you. Marry me. A young female voice shouted. Harry's jaw dropped and Laura burst out laughing. Going left, she called. What was the fight about, Harry? A male voice yelled. Harry assumed that was the reporter. Oh Merlin, those teenage girls are really determined. They're closing in, Laura gasped. Right when Harry was thinking how bizarre it must look for a mob to be chasing after someone with a cloak over their head, Harry felt the cloak being ripped away. He looked back as he continued to run, seeing some teenage girl right behind him cradling the cloak to her chest. As soon as the girls saw his face, they began screaming wildly and cameras began clicking. It's Harry Potter. They shrieked to everyone around, creating an even larger mob and attracting practically every teenage girl in the vicinity to join the strange little marathon. I love you, Harry. We're meant for each other. I never believed that Cho Chong girl. Owl me. Venetia Carter at 1616 Covert Place. Come back Harry. Please. Just one key. Just let me touch your hand. Harry, make out with me. Harry was sure he even heard one girl sobbing. He looked back in horror at the girl bawling as she raced along with her friends. Sorry, can't stop right now, he apologized as he ran. Please don't cry. Of course, this only made the girl sob harder. Harry's eyes grew wide. He's so sweet. They all cooed. Laura, he said quietly, they're insane. They're just excited to see a famous person, she gasped. That's it. I need to go to the gym. We're almost there, Harry. They pushed past some people who were coming through the brick barrier and burst into the leaky cauldron. Laura yelled for Tom to throw some flow powder into the fire. She pulled Harry forward and gave him a small push into the emerald flames. Snape Manor. Harry gasped, just as the small mob burst into the pub. Harry fell out of the fireplace and somehow landed on his back. He lied there for a second to catch his breath before climbing to his feet. Laura spilled out of the fireplace, tripping over a log. Harry pulled her up. Some wacko just asked me if I was your girlfriend, she said incredulously. Harry burst out laughing as the two collapsed on the couch to catch their breath. People are weird, Harry panted. Seconds later, Draco emerged from the fireplace, followed by a harassed-looking Snape. The Bee-owned grinned at Harry in amusement. Oh, Harry, he said, putting on a high-pitched voice. Marry me, Harry. Let me key your wounds. I want you to be the father of my children, Harry. Shut it, Draco, Harry said warningly. Draco, of course, paid him no attention. Oh, Harry, I'm your soul mate. I dream about you day and night. I have your picture blown up above my bed, Harry, and I look at it every night and tell you my deepest, darkest secrets. Oh, Harry, I want your hot body, Draco mocked dramatically. Harry put on a flattered look. Ah, Draco, I never knew you felt that way. The Bee-owned made a face at him and plopped down on a chair laughing. Snape rolled his eyes. All right, you two, let's go to my lab so I can heal you up, he said. The two pulled themselves to their feet and followed the potion's master, only to collapse back down onto the couch in there. Snape tried healing Harry first, fixing him up pretty well, but wasn't able to completely heal a cut below his eye. That's the best I can do, he said regretfully before moving to his godson. Sev, Draco said, shaking his head. I earned this, he said proudly, pointing to the shallow cut on the side of his forehead. It felt good to beat the crap out of Crabbe and Goyle, and I'm not getting rid of the only evidence of it. Snape raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Teenagers, he muttered. Professor, you're not going to tell Sirius about what happened, are you? Harry asked hopefully. How else are you going to explain that cut? I'll just tell him a little about the fight, but I was sort of hoping to play it down a lot. Please, Harry asked. Snape sighed. Fine, I won't tell him. If he asks, I'll just tell him there was a small fight, and won't elaborate. Promise. Yes, I promise, he said with a roll of the eyes. Thank you so much, Harry said sincerely. Yeah, you two get cleaned up. You look a disgrace. No kidding. I hope this doesn't stain, Draco grumbled, looking in disgust at the dirt and blood on his clothes. You're a real warrior, Draco, Harry said sarcastically, causing Snape to let out a small laugh. The two boys looked at him in surprise, and for a moment, everything was still. Did you just? Draco started. No. Go get cleaned up, Snape said sharply before leaving the room. Draco and Harry exchanged a look and snickered. Back in Diagon Alley, Ron and Mr. Weasley had somehow gotten separated, and the mob that had been chasing them finally cornered Ron, ripping the cloak away from the redhead. The adults groaned in disappointment and walked away, but the teenage girls giggled. Hi, you're Harry's best friend, aren't you? Ron Weasley. One girl giggled. Yeah. Hi, Ron said awkwardly. You're kinda cute, A.B. Owen said, running a hand through his hair. I am. Ron choked out. Oh yeah, I think red hair is very say. Why, a brunette cooed. Ron gulped. Well, actually, I have a girlfriend. Ah, the girls pouted in disappointment. Well, just in case you break up with her, here's my name and address, and pretty Asian girl giggled, pulling out a black marker. The girls pinned his arm to the wall as she wrote her information on his skin with the words, Almi, say. Why? Scrawled underneath. The other girls took turns with the marker, while Ron sputtered that he had a girlfriend. One yanked his shirt up slightly to reveal his stomach, causing Ron to blush crimson. Ooh, nice abs, she cooed, writing her information big across his stomach as the others played with his hair and planted key S on his cheeks and forehead. You must play sports. I'm a keeper on a Quidditch team. Wait, I have a girlfriend, he sputtered, half-heartedly trying to wiggle away. It's okay, cutie, we know that. We're just introducing ourselves, one with chin-length hair said, tweaking him on the nose with a giggle. Oh, Ron got out weakly. All right girls, off my son. That's right, move along, Mr. Weasley said, finally finding his son. He grabbed Ron's arm and pulled him out of the group of girls as they pouted. He stumbled out, lipstick key marks all over his cheeks and forehead and girly writing all over his arms. His clothes and hair were rumpled. Bye Ron. They giggled, waving. Ron waved back at them weakly, still a bit stunned, as his dad led him away. They think I'm cute, Ron said in shock. His dad patted his head fondly and chuckled. You're not moving because of me, right? Harry asked as he helped Coda pack up her things. It had taken a lot for Harry to force himself to go back to the Stensons' house. Once he had gotten there, it wasn't so bad, except for when he had risked a venture into the kitchen. There, seeing the still broken table and the bureau now empty of china and the glass missing, the memories had come flooding back. Luckily, Coda spared him his dignity and quickly dragged him up to her room to help her pack. Of course it's not because of you, Coda said, reassuringly. Well, not really, anyway. We're moving because there are too many bad memories here, first with Dad's cancer, then with hearing of your death, and then the thing with Vernon bleeding Dursley. We don't want to live somewhere where we have memories of you being nearly killed. We don't want to live anywhere near those idiot Dursleys, and we want to live somewhere you feel safe visiting and that doesn't have bad memories for you. You're practically part of the family, and since you visit so much, we want to have a house you feel comfortable in. You need to visit more often, by the way. But Coda, Harry protested, ignoring her last comment, I don't want you to have to make such a big move just to make me feel better. I mean, you still have a year left of school and now you're going to have to make all new friends. I don't like my friends much anyway, Coda said dismissively. Pop, you don't like you friends? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Pop, Coda shrugged. What can I say? I was the new kid. Everyone already had their groups of friends, so I sort of got stuck with my group. I didn't have that many options. Sometimes you just got to deal with people you don't like all that much so you can have people to hang out with and do things with. Sometimes you have to take what you can get. It's all about compromise. You're very lucky to have the friends you do. Speaking of which, are the Weasleys still coming? Pop. Yeah, I think they'll be over soon. You having fun with the bubble wrap? Harry asked as Coda burst another plastic bubble with a resounding pop. What? It's inexplicably satisfying and you know it. I've seen you eyeing the bubble wrap longingly, Coda said matter-of-factly. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Admit it, Harry, you want it. She held up a piece of bubble wrap by two corners and waved it around enticingly. Come pop it, Harry, you know you want to. Have we come in at an awkward time? A teasing voice came from the doorway. Harry and Coda looked up to see George, Fred, Ron, Ginny and Hermione watching them with amused expressions from the doorway. Nope, this is just another step toward complete self-humiliation for us, Coda said with a blush as the five entered her bedroom. So what exactly is this stuff? Fred asked as he picked up the bubble wrap. Looks like something Dad would have a blast with. An explanation, much wrapping and much popping later, Coda's room was packed up and the 17s made their way downstairs. They went into the kitchen to grab some food and Harry couldn't help but to get a bit anxious. Coda quickly sent them all into the other room with a promise to bring food out to them. But when they got into the living room, there were already two people in there. They were 4 teenage girls, 2 with bleached blonde hair and 2 brunettes who all looked quite surprised to see them. Harry looked curiously at 2 of them. They seemed so familiar. Hi, one said, looking like Christmas had come early as she eyed the 4 boys. You must be Coda's friends. Yeah, I take it you are as well, said Fred affably. Yeah, we're her friends from school. I'm Kristen. Ashley and I are in Coda's year. Stacy and Carrie are a year younger, One of the B-own said flirtatiously. Harry paled. He knew why the other two looked so familiar. Stacy Green and Carrie Brockford. He had gone to primary school with them and they had gone to great lengths to make his life miserable. He hadn't been popular by far, and nobody was really nice to him, but there were certain people who stuck out in his mind as the really horrible ones. Carrie and Stacy had fit into that category. He prayed they wouldn't recognize him, but seeing Stacy stare at him in dawning realization, he knew that wouldn't happen. No way. You can't be Harry Potter. From primary school? She asked incredulously. Yeah. Hi, he said weakly. Oh my god, Carrie exclaimed. Coda said she was friends with you, and I must admit we teased her about it a bit, but wow, you've certainly grown up, she said, looking him up and down approvingly. Harry shifted uncomfortably. So do you remember us? Stacy asked. Oh yeah, I remember, Harry said, praying they'd go away. Wow, we were in practically all your classes since kindergarten, with your cousin Dudley. That kid was hilarious, Carrie said, reminiscing. Oh yeah, hilarious, Harry mumbled sarcastically. Coda came through the kitchen door, carefully carrying a tray of drinks. Her face dropped a noticeable degree before she plastered on a smile. Hi Coda, the four chorused. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Coda asked anxiously. Harry suspected she was about as keen on them being there as he was, though judging by her furtive glances between the girls and George, he guessed it was for a different reason. We were just hanging out at Carrie's house and we got bored and we remembered you saying you were having some friends over so we decided we'd check it out, Kristen said with a shrug. Oh, we tried to call you to invite you too but your phone was busy or something. Really? That's strange. It's been free all day, Coda said in a tone that let them know they had been caught in a lie, but the other girls frankly didn't seem to care. Weird, Ashley said dismissively. So why don't you introduce us to your friends? Stacy and Carrie already know Harry here, but what about the rest of them? She asked with an over-friendly smile. After introduction, the girls began chatting it up with the guys, only acknowledging the girls when necessary to appease the guys. Hermione looked quite peeved and took to standing very close to Ron, a challenging gleam in her eye. Ginny was watching Stacy fawn over Harry, looking upset. She noticed that Harry didn't seem to be taking the bait, but was still worried that the girl would steal him away before she could even have a chance. How'd you become friends with Coda? Harry asked Stacy with genuine curiosity. He could not understand why in the world Coda could stand to be friends with these girls. Well, she was in a few of Ashley and Kristen's classes and they felt a bit bad for her actually. She was new and didn't have any friends, but Ashley and Kristen said they saw potential and thought we could make her over and help her fit in with us. Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to want us to help her. I think when she moves she's going to end up in a dork group. She doesn't want to improve her makeup and she won't let us touch her hair. It's so curly and boring brown. And, Stacy lowered her voice to a whisper, we tried to get her to go on a diet, because she obviously needs to lose a few pounds. She does not, Harry said indignantly. Thank God she didn't let you touch her. She's perfect as is. Just as you're perfect as is, she cooed, running a finger up and down his arm before he pulled it away. Oh really? Harry asked bitterly. I thought I was a dorky little nobody who might as well do the world a favor and drown myself. Did I say that? Stacy asked, not sounding like she cared all that much. Well, you know how kids are. I'm sure we all said stuff we didn't mean. Besides, back then, who would have ever guessed you'd turn out so well? So you decided you'd torture me because you thought I might turn out differently? Harry asked bitterly. Harry, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about now, Stacy said seductively. Actually, I'm going to go find Coda. Forget Coda right now. Come on, lover boy, she whispered, hooking her fingers into his pants pockets and pulling him toward the stairs. Let's go somewhere a little more private. Harry shot her a glacial look and pulled her hands from his pockets. Sorry, Stacy, but I would rather snog a toilet bowl than you, he spat quietly. She looked stunned. What? She snapped. I remember all that stuff you did to me in primary school and you obviously haven't changed one bit, Harry said coldly. Obviously, you haven't changed either. You're still just as pathetic. Most guys would jump at the chance to snog me. Did you pay those people to pretend to be your friends? Stacy asked viciously. Harry opened his mouth to retort but saw Kota quietly slip upstairs, looking really upset. He looked over Stacy's shoulder and saw Kristen shamelessly flirting with George, who was being his normal friendly self, appearing that he was flirting back even though Harry knew that wasn't the case. You know, Stacy started evilly. I think the redhead girl, Ginger. Ginny. Harry corrected automatically. Fancies you a bit. Harry blushed and was struck speechless. Right, and you fancy her as well, I see. She'd probably be thrilled to hear all about how you were in primary school and all those amusing tales like Valentine's Day in third year, or how people used to pour pudding in your rucksack. Or maybe she'd like to hear the little song people used to sing when they followed you home. I'll just tell her what a general loser you were, she said vindictively. Maybe she'll realize you still are a loser. Don't, Harry said, paling a bit. Please. Stacy just whirled around and walked over to Ginny. Harry wanted to go after her, but looked over to the stairs and knew there was something more important to do. He sighed sadly and slipped away up the stairs. Harry found Kota in her bedroom, sitting on her bed, which had been stripped of all linens. She looked up sadly at Harry and suddenly burst out into tears. Harry hurried over and sat down next to her. Kota, it's okay, he said in attempt to comfort her. Kota turned and threw her arms around him, burying her face into his shoulder as he forced himself to relax and hug her back. I should have known he wouldn't like me. He's so perfect and funny and gorgeous and sweet and wonderful and I'm just plain, boring Kota Stenson, she cried softly. Of course he'd go for Kristen. She's pretty and skinny as a stick and outgoing and. Shish. Kota. Listen to me. George doesn't like that stupid twit. She's annoying as hell and George would never go for her. He likes you. You're not plain and boring. You're loads better than all those stupid girls down there. Trust me, I know them, Harry reassured her. But she was flirting with him and he was flirting back, Kota protested. No, he wasn't, Harry argued. He was just. I just was trying to be nice to your friends because I thought you'd like that. I wasn't flirting with her, I promise, George said from the doorway. Kota and Harry looked up. Kota's face paled dramatically. How long were you standing there? She asked breathlessly. George didn't answer. He just entered the room and grabbed Kota's hand. Come on. Hermione will kill me if I do this without her there to watch, he said with a mischievous grin, leading Kota out the door and motioning for Harry to follow. When the three were coming downstairs, Harry noticed everyone was now listening to Stacy's stories of him in primary school. He felt the urge to run back upstairs, but took a deep breath and continued downstairs. Fred, Ron, Ginny and Hermione did not seem entertained by Stacy's stories, but the girls were giggling despite trying to act sympathetic. Oh, I remember that, Carrie interjected with a giggle. Everyone agreed not to get him a Valentine and he only ended up with one from the teacher. Oh, that was so sad. And remember when we did the secret holiday gift exchange and his family wouldn't get him a present to give, so he made a bagged lunch for his person? Stacy said eagerly. Yeah, it was Piers Pulkey. And he remember what he did to Harry for getting him that. Harry ended up with mayonnaise all in his hair and potato chip crumbs stuck in it. And then didn't they pour paint on him or something? Carrie asked with a laugh, not bothering with putting up a sympathetic pretense. No, that was another time in art. But, oh it was so sad, at lunch he'd always try to hide behind the dumpster or in the loos. And then the teachers would find him and drag him out to the playground and he'd just sit there alone the whole time, when he wasn't being beat up by Dudley's gang of course, Stacy said with fake sympathy. And then once in a while, someone would pretend to be his friend for a few days and then they'd do the old, meet me at this spot at lunch, and then not show up. And Harry would stand there for practically the entire recess not getting that they weren't going to show. I used to feel so bad for him. Harry's face reddened in mortification. Carrie looked over and saw him. Oh hey, Harry, we were just talking about you. George, where did you pop off to? Kristen scolded lightly. I had to get Kota because there's something I really need to do and it can't wait any longer, he said dramatically. Harry noticed Hermione's eyes brighten with excitement. George subtly took out his wand and turned his back to the muggles present. When he turned back around, Harry realized he had conjured up a rose with a red stem and a green flower. George looked at it bizarrely. Okay. That didn't work quite the way I expected, he said with a shrug. The four muggle girls who weren't aware of what had just happened, just cooed in delight at the bizarre flower. George approached a perplexed Coda and dropped to one knee. Okay. So I know you like movies and you said you thought some of them were romantic, so I picked one out and Hermione let me use her television to watch it over and over until I memorized the part one wanted, so here it goes. He cleared his throat. Coda, my love, don't you understand that you're my life? You are what makes me look forward to the day. No one can make me laugh as you do and I miss no one as I miss you when we are apart. We may be part of different worlds but I don't care because you are my world, and if you will be mine, I promise to be yours until the day I die, come what may. And if the Mafia Lord discovers us, my people can get us out of Italy and we'll spend our lives on the run, but we'll be together. He stood up. Okay. I'm not sure if the last part fits, but I kept it in for good measure. So, what do you say? Coda, are you okay? Coda was looking a bit teary-eyed but let out a chuckle. I love that movie, she said with an emotional smile. And I'd love to run from the Mafia with you any day, George, even if the Mafia Lord was against it. George grinned and walked over. He grabbed Coda and pulled her into a dip, much to Coda's surprise as she gripped his neck in panic, and keyed her. Hermione, Harry, Fred, Ginny and Ron erupted into applause, though Ron, in particular, was torn between giving congratulations and being disgusted at the public display of affection on his brother's part. 3 of the other Muggle girls clapped as well, though they didn't look as pleased at the turn of events, giving Kristen sympathetic glances, as the Bee-own just crossed her arms and looked peeved. Carrie discreetly made her way over to Ron while Hermione was distracted and tried to pull him into a key. Ron turned his head away in horror as he pushed her off of him. What the hell are you doing? He exclaimed in disgust. I already told you Hermione's my girlfriend. Fred immediately took a step back from Ashley and put a hand up between them as if she might pounce at any minute. Stay back. I have a girlfriend as well. Hermione stepped up beside Ron and gave Carrie a ferocious glare, looking slightly like an animal ready to attack, in Harry's opinion. Don't worry, Hermione, Ginny said, stepping up and giving Carrie a cold look. Ron only goes for intelligent, beautiful girls. He's not into the cheap, tardy sort, so these girls really aren't a threat. She was still bitter about them making fun of Harry. All 4 girls' jaws dropped and Harry burst out laughing. Ashley opened her mouth to scream something, but Coda cut her off. Get out of my house, guys. Nobody gives a crap about what you have to say. The 4 girls were momentarily stunned before turning around and setting off toward the door in a huff. As Stacy passed Harry, she whirled around to face him and shoved him in the shoulders, causing him to flinch slightly, but nothing more. You will always be a loser, Harry Potter, she said viciously, before stomping out and slamming the door behind her. Coda quickly apologized to everyone about her so-called friends. She swore she had never seen them be that bad before, but she would rather chew off her arm than ever be friends with people like that again. Ron reassured Hermione that she was the only one for him, which led to snogging. George assured Coda that she was better than those other girls, which also led to snogging. So, this situation has quickly turned awkward, Fred mused as they eyed the 2 snogging pairs warily. You know you're not a loser, Harry, Ginny said seriously. It's those girls who are the losers. Merlin's beard, they were horrible. Harry smiled at her in thanks. Fred looked between them cautiously. Is this going to lead to snogging? Because if it is, I might as well just go find Angelina and we'll really give Mr. and Mrs. Stenson a surprise when they get home. Fred was quickly smacked with 2 throw pillows. Later that day, Harry and Ron were sitting at the kitchen table at the lighthouse. Harry was tutoring Ron in potions to get him ready for his test that was coming up soon. The whole time, however, Ron kept looking like he wanted to ask Harry something, but couldn't find the right time to do it. Ron, if you're going to ask me something, you can just ask, Harry prompted, setting down the quill he had been using and turning his attention to Ron. Okay, I've been thinking, and don't take this the wrong way, but are you absolutely sure you can trust Malfoy? Ron asked cautiously. Ron, seriously, you need to get over this thing you have with Draco, Harry said, rolling his eyes. I'm serious, Harry. How do you know he isn't working with his father? He could be spying on you and Snape, leaking information about you and the Order back to his dad. Maybe that's the reason the Order hasn't been able to find any Death Eaters even when they know they're becoming more organized, because Malfoy's been letting his dad know every time the Order's close. I mean, they have the Order meetings at Snape Manor half the time, Ron ranted. Ron, Draco is not a spy, Harry said firmly. How do you know for sure? Ron insisted. You've been tricked before. Quirrell. Moody. Maybe Malfoy's like one of them. It would be perfect for the Death Eaters to have a spy that you trust. Have you ever thought that maybe he's just putting on this friendly act to get to be your friend? What if he sort of freaked out in the Great Hall that time and couldn't curse you, but changed his mind afterward, and this is his way of trying to get his dad to take him back with the Death Eaters? I mean, the Order's almost positive Malfoy's dad is the new leader of the Death Eaters, so it would make sense that Malfoy would want back in. Just by relation, he'd have a ton of power within their ranks. Ron, Draco hates his father. Just I can't believe I'm even having this conversation, Harry said exasperatedly. Look, I just know, okay. He's not a Death Eater. I trust him. Harry, just promise me you'll be careful around him, okay? You never know what he's up to, Ron said suspiciously. Ron, if you got to know him, you'd realize he's not how he used to be, Harry said for the 100th time since he had become friends with Draco. I'd rather get myself acquainted with a manticore, thank you, Ron said dismissively. Let's just get back to getting you into advanced potions, said Harry, turning back to the book. Okay, so on to properties of common potions ingredients. Merlin help me, Ron muttered before turning his attention to Harry. After another hellish nightmare, Harry found himself back in Sirius's room. As much as he had promised himself he wouldn't keep up this childish habit, it was the only place he could get a decent sleep that wasn't plagued by nightmares, and that promise of rest kept bringing him back night after night. It was the only place he felt safe. He curled up on the floor at the foot of Sirius's bed and sat there shivering and trying to suppress the tears that had been brought on by his latest dream. It was the worst kind of the ones that had recently plagued him, and they made him feel guilty for even thinking such thoughts. Harry peered over the foot of the bed and watched Sirius sleep for a few moments, assuring himself of many things he shouldn't have had to assure himself of in the first place. His uncle's words had planted thoughts in his head that he couldn't drive away. A lot of them made sense when Harry thought about them, but the idea of those things made him tense and anxious. He wanted to postpone that happening as long as possible but didn't know how. He just wanted everyone to be happy, but couldn't help but feel that everything he did just made things worse. The worst thought that had been planted in his head, however, had not been put there by his uncle. It was Nott's words during their fight in Diagon Alley that plagued him the most. Maybe you're more like your uncle than you'd like to believe. What if Nott was right? Didn't people always say children turn out like those that raised them? Hadn't he heard about cycles repeating themselves in these sort of situations? But Harry wasn't violent. He didn't think violent thoughts. He never wanted to hit anyone or hurt them. But I killed someone. I killed Voldemort. I've wanted to punch Dudley before. I wanted to hurt Sirius before I knew he was innocent. I wanted to have Wormtail given to the Dementors. I wanted to hurt Nott. And I murdered Voldemort, Harry reminded himself. He felt sick. Maybe he did have a thirst for violence. Didn't everyone always say he went looking for trouble? He wasn't even 16 and he had murdered someone, and even the fact that he was a Dark Lord bent on destroying everything good about the wizarding world didn't make Harry feel any better. What if this was the beginning of it? What if he hit one of his friends? What if he hurt Anna? What if he thought he was fine, and then later in life, when he had kids, it started to come out? Isn't that what happened with these sorts of situations? He didn't feel like he'd ever do something like that, but what if nobody really knew until it started happening? If it ever happens, even once, I'll move to a secluded location and not tell anyone where I am. That way, I can't hurt them, he reasoned, and it made him feel slightly better. Harry willed himself to relax and push away all thoughts of the possibility that he might have a monster inside just waiting to be unleashed. He lied down in his usual spot and closed his eyes, letting Sirius's presence calm him enough to fall asleep. Sirius groaned as he looked at the clock. 3:15 a.m. He miserably swung his legs over the side of his bed and squinted through the darkness to locate the bathroom door as he stumbled sleepily toward it. Yet halfway there, he noticed something out of place near the foot of his bed. He grabbed his wand and whispered, "Lumos." Panic gripped him as he saw his godson lying at the foot of his bed, unmoving. His immediate thought was that Harry had gotten sick of been having one of his headache attacks and had tried to get to him for help but collapsed before reaching him. Sirius raced over and knelt by Harry, calling his name anxiously. He put a hand on the dark-haired boy's shoulder and Harry jerked away with a loud scream, trying to squirm away. "Harry!" Sirius shouted worriedly. "Harry, calm down. It's me. It's Sirius." Harry immediately stilled, breathing erratically. He slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position. "Harry, what's wrong?" Sirius asked worriedly, turning on the lights in the room with a flick of his wand. In the light, he quickly examined Harry's face for any signs of a nosebleed. "Nothing. I'm fine," Harry muttered, not meeting his godfather's eye. He felt his face flushing with embarrassment, not able to think of a single plausible excuse for being there. "Then why are you in here at 3 in the morning?" Sirius asked in genuine confusion. Harry looked down at the floor in mortification. "Nothing," he said softly. He quickly got to his feet. Sirius suddenly understood. "Harry, why don't you just spend the rest of the night in here? My bed is ridiculously huge so you can have a whole half of it to yourself," he offered without trying to sound worried. "Oh, no, I'm just going to go back to my room. I'm sorry if I woke you," Harry apologized embarrassedly as he made his way to the door. "Come on, Har. It's impractical for you to go all the way back upstairs at this time of night," Sirius insisted. "No, really. I just accidentally fell asleep in here. I think I might have been sleepwalking or something," he said, backing through the door. "Well, wait. Let me walk with you upstairs," Sirius said, quickly catching up with his godson. "You don't have to, Sirius, really," Harry insisted. "Come on, Har, what's better than a midnight stroll with your favorite godson?" Sirius asked, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders, feeling Harry immediately tense up. "I'm your only godson, unless there's something you need to tell me," Harry joked with a weak smile. "Well, actually, I keep the rest of them in the Black House. Only my favorite gets to come here. The rest will be used as my private army when I decide to take over the world," Sirius joked. Harry grinned. "I knew it." Too quickly, they arrived at Harry's room. "Good night, Siri," Harry said reluctantly as he started to go into his room. "Harry," Sirius said earnestly, "you can always wake me at any time and you're always welcome to stay in my room, okay? For any reason." Harry looked down at the floor. "Thanks, but really, I'm fine." "Okay, Harry. Get some sleep," Sirius said gently. Harry nodded and softly closed his door, waiting at the other side to hear Sirius walk back downstairs. When he was sure his godfather was gone, Harry switched on his lights and climbed into bed, grabbing a book off his nightstand and reluctantly welcomed back the sleepless nights. That was the end of sleeping in Sirius's room for sure. He couldn't take any more risks like that. No way. Absolutely not. That thing is dangerous, Draco insisted. Harry rolled his eyes. "Come on, you wimp. Buckbeak's harmless and I'm sick of having to walk out the front door to get to the backyard just so you can avoid his pen. Just don't insult him," Harry instructed him as he the very hesitant bee owned out back. Harry opened the door to Buckbeak's pen and whistled for the hippogriff to come out. "Harry, I don't think this is a good idea," Draco whined as the Buckbeak came out of the pen and tried to stick his beak into Harry's pockets, looking for snacks. Harry rolled his eyes and pushed the beak away. "No, Buckbeak. Only if you're nice to Draco," Harry said sternly. The hippogriff caught sight of Draco and squawked at him angrily. "I think he remembers me," Draco said, taking a nervous step back. Harry gently pulled Buckbeak's beak toward his own face so he was looking into the animal's eyes, stroking his feathers with the other hand. Now Buckbeak, Draco's different now. He likes you and respects you. He thinks you're very beautiful, don't you, Draco? Draco bit back a sarcastic reply after catching sight of Buckbeak's very large talons. Yes, very pretty. Very majestic and noble, he tried uncertainly. Buckbeak straightened a little, looking flattered, and Harry chuckled. Okay. Now bow, Dre. I don't bow to anyone, Draco said proudly. Buckbeak's a bit different than Voldemort, and with any luck, he'll be bowing back. Now just do it before you insult him. Draco sighed and bowed graciously. Buckbeak eyed him warily. Come on, Buckbeak, Harry urged. He ran over to where Draco was and stood next to him. See, he's a friend. Buckbeak walked forward and Draco began getting nervous. What's it doing? He asked in a near panic. Is it attacking? Don't worry, I'm right here and I can control him. He won't hurt you, I swear, Harry said quietly. Just keep bowing until he makes up his mind. This is so demeaning, Draco grumbled. Buckbeak nuzzled the side of the bee. Own's face and Draco shut his eyes tightly. The hippogriff snorted, lightly spraying Draco. Oh, disgusting. That's so disgusting, he whined quietly. Buckbeak squawked indignantly. Disgusting in a good way. It's really cool actually. Draco corrected himself quickly, causing Harry to laugh. Buckbeak looked from Draco to Harry and back again before making up his mind, bowing to Draco, who let out a sigh of relief. Harry tossed the animal an apple, which the hippogriff caught in the air. With Harry at his side, Draco eventually got up the nerve to pet Buckbeak, who seemed to actually take quite fondly to the Slytherin. Buckbeak quickly became bored of the two and flew off to go find some real dinner. Is it really going hunting? What does it eat? Draco asked, sounding a bit irked. Small animals, Harry responded, and Slytherins. The bee. Owned rolled his eyes. Draco shut his window that night, just in case. Harry, Eloise called excitedly as she raced into the lighthouse's kitchen, brushing soot off her shoulder as she ran. Neville followed behind looking very entertained. Harry grinned. He liked hanging around Neville and Eloise since they seemed to be the only people he knew who didn't know about the incident with his uncle or that he had been abused. It was refreshing to know for sure that they didn't come to see him out of pity. Eloise slammed a magazine down on the table in front of Harry and the raven-haired boy paled slightly. Oh no, what are they saying now? He groaned. It's not the Cho thing again, is it? Nope, Eloise said happily as she flipped to a page near the center. The year's 50 hottest wizards. Harry read the title of the article and scanned some of the names listed before turning to Eloise. No offense, Eloise, but I'm not really interested in who's the hottest wizarding celebrity according to Teen Witch. You will be when you find out who got number 1, Neville said with a knowing grin. Victor Crumb. Harry guessed, thinking of the only young celebrity he knew. No way, not even on the list, Eloise said dismissively with a hint of pride to her voice. This list is only the cream of the crop. Or maybe it was someone Eloise would be interested in. That guy you like from that band. Kevin. Kyle Coulson. Nope. Though he is dead say. Why, she caught sight of Neville's raised eyebrow, not as say. Why as you, Neville, obviously. Neville blushed and shook his head with a chuckle. Eloise continued. And the winner is. Eloise flipped the page and Harry's jaw dropped. It was a large picture of himself at the Three Broomsticks, looking off the page at who he presumed were his friends. He remembered the day. Ron and Hermione had been joking around and teasing him about his crush on Ginny. His picture self was blushing and chuckling softly. He looked down at his drink and ran a hand through his hair, revealing his scar before looking back up to where Ron and Hermione would have been if the picture had been larger. Eloise and Neville both laughed excitedly and quickly slid into chairs on either side of their shocked friend. Harry quickly looked at some of the other pictures. He groaned in mortification as he saw one of him without his shirt from the day he had been running from reporters in Hogsmeade. There were a few small ones of him walking around with his friends in Hogsmeade at different times of the year, one in the snow, one where it was raining, and one with Fred and George after he had found haven in their joke shop from the rabid reporters. There was a picture from the press thing for the Tri-Wizard tournament, and a couple from the tournament itself, one of him on a broom flying around the dragon, finally sweeping the egg out from under it and flying out over the audience, and another of him pulling Ron and Fleur's little sister out of the Great Lake, shirt clinging to his chest. He definitely looked younger in those three. Oh no, Harry said weakly. I look like a complete ponce. You look good, Harry, don't worry, Eloise assured him, patting his arm. They do a whole article on the winning wizard. Listen to this. In choosing our hottest wizard of all, there was obviously some tough competition. But Teen Witch takes more into consideration than just looks, though our winner definitely has those as well. Harry Potter has been known throughout the wizarding world since I'll skip the life story since you already know it. It talks about your 2 defeats of you know who and all the stuff you've done at school. Okay, there's no question that Harry's got the makings of a hero. Bravery, selflessness, and the resilience to stand up to all the criticism he's gotten in the last few years. But what makes Harry really special is the part of him the public doesn't always see. We've had our undercover reporters, disguised as regular teenagers, talk to several of his peers from his school, Hogwarts, on one of the school's outings to Hogsmeade Village to find the truth about the boy behind the scar, and the results were quite interesting. Harry's different than other celebrities, I guess, one Justin Finch Fletchley revealed. He's really nice and he genuinely doesn't get into the whole celebrity thing. Back in our second year, I accused him of some pretty horrible things, since I really thought he was doing them at the time, but he immediately forgave me after the whole mess was over. Definitely a good bloke. Harry. Oh, Harry's great. He's my hero, confided one Charles Crabb, a second year at the time of this interview. He saved me from some bullies from his own house. I'm in his rival house, and that's practically unheard of in our school. Actually, from what some of my friends have told me, it seems that he really tries to help a lot of the younger students from our house, Slytherin that is, even if a lot of the upperclassmen are mean to him. Plus he's always telling me to be myself and never tried to turn me against my older brother, who's quite mean to him. He makes me and some of my classmates want to change and try to overcome this stupid house rivalry we've got going on. Harry Potter. Oh, he's dead say. Why, agreed a group of girls whose names will be concealed to protect their dignity. No really, he's what you would call a say. God, if he wasn't so innocent. I think practically every girl I know would love to be his first girlfriend, or his first key, or his first anything really. We tried sneaking into the Gryffindor changing rooms one time after Quidditch practice to watch him change and hopefully shower, but he caught us. He didn't even get it that we were there to watch him and was actually concerned that we had gotten locked in the towel closet, which just happened to have had a few holes punched through it. What? Harry interrupted. They said they had accidentally gotten locked in. Eloise and Neville looked at him with raised eyebrows. A whole group of young teenage girls happened to get locked in the small towel closet, because what? They decided to all take a walk into it. Eloise asked sarcastically. What did they say the holes were for? Neville asked curiously. So they could call for help. They said they were just about to call out when I came over, Harry said, thinking back. Huh, I always wondered why they had waited so long. I mean, I had already taken off my shirt and everything. Hey, Har, you know they took the word gullible out of the dictionary. Really? Why, oh shut it, Neville, Harry grumbled. All right, Eloise said, back to the entertainment. Oh no, another crazed fangirl after Harry. Laughed the captain of Harry's Quidditch team, Angelina Johnson. Harry's a big sweetie. I've never met anyone so down to earth, and I don't just mean for a celebrity. He's loyal like you wouldn't believe, and he'd do anything for his friends. My boyfriend, Fred Weasley, his family's really close with Harry, and trust me, that boy would do anything for any of them, and Fred and George both adore him. Anyway, you just leave him alone because Merlin knows how shy he is about all this fame stuff. He just wants to be a normal teenager and hang out with his friends. Harry's best friends are Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, everyone knows that, but I also see him around with Neville Longbottom and Eloise Midgen. She's from my house, said Lena Sine, a fourth year at the time. Oh, he's also around Ginny Weasley a lot. She's in my year. Everyone thinks they might get together. You want more? Let's see. A lot of girls fancy him, because, well, obviously he's really cute, but it's in that sort of way where he doesn't know he's cute, and he can't see that everyone's wild about him. All of these comments were made before Harry had defeated He Who Shall Not Be Named for good, so we can be assured that people were not just saying these things in gratitude. Brave, down to earth, and obviously gorgeous, it's no wonder everyone's crazy about Harry Potter. When the news of the recent fall of you-know-who hit the Wizarding world, the first reaction of the public was to celebrate, but then, we got the news of the death of Harry. He sacrificed himself for us all, when during his life, the public had not necessarily treated him kindly. Then, it was revealed that Harry had been diagnosed with a muggle illness several months before and had been keeping the fact that he was dying from all but his very closest friends and professors, since he didn't want anyone to treat him differently. His miraculous revival brought joy back to the Wizarding world, and we at Teen Witch recognize this as a second chance for not only Harry. It is a chance for the Wizarding world to realize that Harry's more than just the boy who lived, a hero even without the scar. Of course, the biggest question for the millions of witches who would love to, as one of our interviewees said it, be his first anything, is if our Harry is attached at this point in time. Through our thorough research, we believe that he is indeed single, and that the rumors of him having dated Hermione Granger and Cho Chang are both false. We all know he's a catch. Now, it's time to see who can capture the heart of this say. Why Wizard Teen? Eloise finally finished, quickly adding, turn to page 76 for lightning bolt-shaped stickers and fake tattoos. This is beyond humiliating, Harry groaned. Don't they have to ask permission to do something like this? They obviously only picked me because I beat Voldemort. What if people think I asked them to do this or that I let them take those pictures? Don't worry, mate, I'm sure nobody reads this magazine, Neville said comfortingly. Eloise laughed. Are you kidding? Teen Witch is the most largely distributed teen magazine of all. So, Harry, those are some pretty good-looking pictures. Do you think Ginny subscribes to Teen Witch? Eloise asked suggestively. Harry paled. Oh my god. I think she does. We have to get that magazine from her before she reads it. Or any of the Weasleys for that matter. I'd never live it down. No way. Let Ginny read it. She'll love it. Eloise insisted. Ha. I don't think so. It's only 8:30. They're going to eat breakfast any minute now and then they'll open their mail. I've got to get it before they read it, and don't you dare tell them anything about it, Eloise, Harry said, getting up and hurrying to the fireplace. I don't think so, Harry. You're not taking that magazine from Ginny, Eloise said firmly. Come on, Eloise, he's embarrassed about it, Neville argued. Merlin knows I would be too if they plastered shirtless pictures of me in a magazine. I wouldn't mind shirtless pictures of you, Nev, Eloise said just to see the blush spread across Neville's face. While the two were occupied, Harry threw some flow powder into the fireplace and quickly flowed to the lighthouse. He ran into the kitchen where the Weasleys were just sitting down, the pile of mail on the table. The family looked up in surprise. Hey, Har, what's up? Is something going on? Ron asked in confusion. Nothing really. I was just wondering if you got something that I sent you, Harry improvised. Can I just look through because I wasn't supposed to send it and I don't want you to see it. The Weasleys looked at him strangely. Ron handed him the stack and Harry turned his back toward the table, shifting through the few magazines before finding the Teen Witch. Don't let him get the, Eloise yelled, bursting into the kitchen with Neville right behind her, but was cut off when Neville clamped a hand over her mouth. Harry grabbed the magazine and hid it under his shirt so they couldn't see which one as he thrust the pile of mail back into a very confused Ron's hands. Got it. Thanks. He announced and whirled around to run out of the kitchen. Ow! Exclaimed Neville, examining his hand. Eloise, you bit me. Sorry. Had to be done, she said, jumping in front of the door. Harry, Eloise said warningly, if you don't hand it back right now, it may result in bodily harm to you. The Weasleys all looked around anxiously at how Harry would handle being physically threatened. Luckily Harry didn't see their looks and just laughed. Watch out, Harry. She bites, Neville warned, holding up his reddened hand. What did you take, Harry? Ron asked curiously. He got up and started over and Harry watched him approach, backing up toward Eloise. Nothing important. Eloise is just being annoying, Harry said, ignoring Eloise's indignant, hey. Trust me, you guys want to see what Harry took, Eloise said to the Weasleys, looking directly at Ginny while she said it. Eloise. Harry cried indignantly. That's it. No Christmas presents for you ever again. Empty threat, Eloise challenged. What is it, Eloise? Ginny asked curiously. Eloise opened her mouth to respond, but Harry clamped a hand over her mouth. It's nothing, really, Harry assured them, but everyone was beyond believing anything he said now. The four Weasley kids had all gotten up now and had started coming for him. He tried getting out of the door, but Eloise was firmly blocking it. Neville dodged her and got into the living room. He motioned for Harry to give it to him. Harry quickly slipped him the magazine and Neville took off running. Go, Neville, Harry called happily as the boy flowed away. What was it, Eloise? Fred asked. Eloise, if you don't say anything, I'll try to convince Neville to go to your parents' party with you, Harry said frantically. He refuses. He's too afraid he'll mess it up or break something, even though I told him it didn't matter. I can convince him. Come on, Eloise, Harry pleaded. Bribery, Harry, Eloise asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry nodded. You've got yourself a deal. I won't say a word, Eloise promised. The Weasleys all groaned in disappointment. Harry and Eloise said their goodbyes, ignoring the pleas for them to tell what Harry had taken from their mail. Just before they were about to flow away, Eloise caught Ginny's eye and gave her a significant look. She pulled her own copy of Teen Witch out just enough so the title was showing before putting it away again. Eloise put her fingers to her lips for just a second before pretending to wipe something off her face as Harry looked over at her. After the breakfast was over, Ginny's first order of business was to owl her friends, begging for a copy of her missing magazine. When she got a copy later on, she and her brothers all curled up on her bed and found the article. The boys all got a good laugh. You can stop drooling now, Ginny, Ron teased and was immediately smacked with a pillow. Don't you love how they make a big deal of realizing there's a person behind the scar and then give lightning bolt tattoos and stickers? Ginny said sarcastically. I'm glad they're really getting their message across. Only Harry would try to hide this, George said with a chuckle. Any other guy would be handing out copies like party favors, Fred added. Well, I'm glad they chose Harry, Ginny commented. He could use the confidence boost. You're just glad they chose Harry so you can blow up those pictures and hang them on your wall, Ron said with a snort. Ginny glared at him. No, I'm not that pathetic, she said indignantly. Her brothers looked at her with raised eyebrows. I'll keep them under my pillow. Too good of a chance he'd see them otherwise, she said with a grin. That's our girl, Fred exclaimed cheerily, clapping her on the back. Harry was laying at the edge of the swimming hole near the lighthouse. His legs were dangling into the water from his knee down and he was holding one of Coda's Muggle books up above his face. Occasionally the big fish in the pond went by and nudged his foot, giving Harry the creeps. Sirius finally admitted to putting it in there as a prank, but couldn't seem to be able to catch it in order to turn it back into the frog it had originally been. Harry thought the frog might actually enjoy life better as a fish. Suddenly, something above him was blocking his light. Harry moved his book and started with a gasp as someone's face was looking back down at him. Merlin, Fred, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Harry said, sitting up. What are you doing here? Fred took off his shoes and sat next to Harry, sliding his own legs into the cool water. You know, Harry, the funniest thing happened this morning. Ron got a letter from Angelina naming him Quidditch captain. Now, of course, our little brother is torn between being insanely excited and being confused as to why he got it and not you. He's too nervous to tell you right now. But as Angelina is my wonderful, beautiful girlfriend, we have a very open relationship and she tells me many, many things. And the funny thing is that last week she told me she sent you a letter naming you captain. And when I asked her about this sudden change of plans, all she told me is that you and her had a conversation and she changed her mind. Would you care to explain this to me, Harry, my friend? Harry shrugged. Ron would make a much better captain than me. He's a strategic thinker, whereas I rarely plan out anything. Plus, he's more of an in-the-game player, since Seekers are always off looking for the snitch, so he'll know what we need to improve on best and he'll be able to notice where our strong and weak points are. That's pretty much what the letter said, but why do I get the feeling that there's something more to this? Fred asked wisely. Because you're crazy, Harry suggested jokingly. True enough, Harry my boy, but I will not be fooled. Seriously, Harry, why do you have Angelina hand over captaincy to Ron? Don't worry, I'm not going to tell him, Fred promised. Harry sighed. It would mean so much more to Ron to be Quidditch captain. It's something he really wants, though he'd never say it, he admitted. Harry, you deserve this. You've been on the team since first year. I know you want it too, and you were the best flyer on the team, Fred insisted. Fred, you don't understand. Well, then you're the bloke to explain it to me. I swear, anything you tell me will be purely confidential. Ron will never know, or any other Weasley, except for maybe George, but that's only because he has this creepy way of knowing when I know something and it's impossible to keep a secret from him. It's a twin thing. Harry sighed. You promise not to tell Ron, or be obvious about what I'm going to tell you. I swear it on the joke shop, Fred vowed. Okay. Look, Ron always sees himself as the unimportant Weasley. Bill, Charlie, and Percy were all Quidditch captains or head boys, and you and George are the outgoing pranksters who everyone loves. Ginny's the girl, so she stands out as well, but Ron feels like he has all this to live up to, and if he doesn't live up to it, he'll be a disappointment. And then, of course, it doesn't help being friends with me when I get all these stupid press people doing articles about me and I always end up in the spotlight somehow, and Ron's always left in the shadows. No matter how much anyone tries to tell him that he does stand out, he's not going to believe it until he has the title or the award to back it up. Even first year his dream was to be head boy and Quidditch captain, so he should have it. And as I already said, I think he'll do a really good job. Fred looked a bit stunned. Ron really thinks that? He asked. Yeah, but don't make a big deal out of it or anything. It was one of the first things he said to me on the train, and I know him well enough to know it hasn't changed. He'll figure it out though, when he's some brilliant healer, Harry said confidently. But don't tell him I got it first or anything about what I told you, okay? Yup. This conversation never happened. Gotcha. But Harry, you're a good kid, you know that. I'm glad I picked you out for Ron's friend and Ginny's future husband. Oh look, you've even got a sort of Weasley blush there, Fred pointed out. Ginny and I are just friends, Fred finished for him. Right. He rolled his eyes and got to his feet. Mind if I come back with you to congratulate Ron? Harry asked. Come on, you crazy seeker, Fred said, giving Harry a hand up. You know, I don't know why all those Death Eaters want to kill you. I'm rather fond of you, myself. Harry laughed and the two left the clearing. After Ron had made absolute sure that him being captain was fine with Harry, the redhead jumped around the house waving the letter around and telling Harry how he was going to turn the team into the Chudley Cannons, except that they'd win. He insisted that Harry spend the night at the Burrow, suddenly realizing that Harry had weaseled his way out of staying over for a long time now. But this time, he would take no excuses, since, as Ron insisted, they had to discuss Quidditch strategy into the wee hours of the morning. Harry knew staying over probably wasn't the best idea, but didn't want to argue with Ron too much. Any scene about it would draw attention to the reason Harry didn't want to sleep over, and that would not be good. Of course, Ron's plan to stay up all night failed miserably as Ron fell asleep a little after midnight. Harry also found himself also being pulled into sleep's grasp. Ever since he'd been caught in Sirius's room, his godfather had been checking on him about an hour or so after he went to bed to check if he was sleeping. Luckily, the lighthouse's stairs were creaky enough that he could always hear when Sirius was starting up toward his room, and would just pretend to be asleep long enough so that Sirius could go back to his own room and get some rest. Then, Harry could stay up nearly the whole night reading or working on his homework, occasionally catching an hour or two of sleep when the sun started coming up, using a very quiet alarm clock to make sure he still woke up before Sirius did. But here, at the Burrow, he couldn't read or work since he couldn't turn on Ron's light without waking the redhead up. Without something to distract him from his exhaustion, Harry couldn't fight his heavy eyelids and soon found himself drifting off. It was only an hour later that Harry woke in a cold sweat, in result of another nightmare. He anxiously looked over to Ron's bed and was relieved to see that the redhead had not woken. Harry sighed and put on his glasses. He knew he couldn't go back to sleep and only wished his nightmares had let him sleep just a few hours longer before driving him into consciousness. He quietly got out of bed and grabbed his borrowed Muggle book from the nightstand and, after a moment of deliberation, quietly made his way down to the bathroom and shut the door behind him. There, after letting his eyes adjust to the lights, Harry sat on the small rug on the floor and leaned against the cabinets. He rubbed his tired eyes, trying to persuade them to stay open. He rested the book on his knees and forced himself to read, replacing the demons in his head with trying to figure out what in the name of Merlin Shakespeare was trying to say, looking between the text on the left pages and the definitions of the old-fashioned terms on the right. Coda had insisted that he had to read Hamlet, but Harry was now regretting that he'd listened since Shakespeare obviously wasn't the best choice of a book to keep him awake. He had to keep splashing cold water from the sink onto his face before trying to tackle the next scene. With a sigh he thought of how, not long ago, he would have been peacefully sleeping at this time. The hands on his watch told him it was nearing 3 in the morning. It would only be another 3 or 4 hours before he'd be sneaking back to Ron's room to keep up the facade that everything was normal, that everything was okay. Ron woke up in the middle of the night with a groan. Half asleep, he looked at the clock and groaned again. 4 in the bloody morning. He practically fell out of bed and stumbled out of his room, blindly feeling around until his hand hit the stair rail. With a yawn, he made his way down to the bathroom, but when he got there, he realized the door was closed and saw the light shining out from under the crack. After waiting for a few minutes, he realized there had been no sound coming from inside. Feeling slightly more awake, he stepped close to the door and listened, growing more confused as he heard the turning of a page. Curiously, he opened the door. He was surprised to find Harry sitting on the floor with a book in front of him, looking up at Ron in surprise. "Harry," Ron croaked in his sleep-filled voice. "What are you doing? Do you know what time it is?" Harry quickly got to his feet, avoiding Ron's eyes. "Sorry," he mumbled. "Why are you reading at 4 in the morning?" Ron insisted. "I wasn't tired," Harry said simply. Ron looked at his friend, as if seeing him for the first time. Harry looked like hell. Ron couldn't believe he hadn't noticed it before. Harry must have been declining gradually so that the changes weren't really noticeable to someone who'd been seeing him almost every day. But, in the bright lighting of the bathroom, Ron could see the dark circles under Harry's eyes. He noticed Harry's hand shaking slightly as it held his book and his other hand weakly grabbing the counter to keep him upright. Harry wasn't just tired, he was about to drop from exhaustion. Everything suddenly clicked for Ron and he wanted to kick himself for not seeing it before. Harry hadn't been sleeping. That was why he never wanted to spend the night at the Burrow. He didn't want anyone to know. It wasn't hard to guess what was keeping the raven-haired boy up at night. "Right, well, I'll just go upstairs then," Harry muttered, looking at the stairs reluctantly. "I'll be up in a sec," Ron said, stepping aside to allow Harry to get by. When he finally did get back to his room, Harry was lying in Ron's extra bed, facing the window. "Harry?" Ron asked quietly, as he got back into bed. There was a pause before Harry answered hesitantly, as if he had been trying to decide whether to pretend he was asleep or not. "Yeah, are you okay, mate?" "Of course. I just woke up and couldn't get back to sleep." "Nothing to worry about," he said, not looking at Ron since he knew the redhead would easily be able to see past his lies. "You think you'll be able to sleep now?" "Yeah, I'm good," Harry said before turning over toward the window. "Good night." "Night," Ron said with a frown, wishing Harry was facing him so he'd know if he was actually going to sleep or was staring out the window. Ron tried to stay awake for a while to try to determine if Harry was just pretending, but accidentally drifted off before he could tell. "Well, though we still can't determine the cause, it's obviously connected with something mental, and no, that doesn't mean you're crazy, Harry, Callahan said with a warm smile as he, Sirius, and Snape were having their usual brainstorming session after one of his testing appointments. Harry still was holding Kleenex to his nose to catch the excess blood. "What do you mean?" Sirius asked worriedly. "Otherwise it's too coincidental that 90% of the time, Harry has these attacks while in for testing, hour. Callahan expanded. Now, I'm not suggesting that the problem itself is a physical manifestation of some mental affliction, merely that it must be influenced by mood or stress or something that would correlate to these visits. Plain English, please, Sirius requested, as he often did. He had long ago given up trying to pretend he understood all the medical speak. He wanted to know what was wrong with his godson, even if that meant letting go of some of his pride. Snape always rolled his eyes, but our Callahan was always happy to oblige. I have patients who, as a subconscious urge to seek attention or because they so strongly believe they are sick, often can actually make themselves physically ill. The mind is a very powerful thing. I do not, however, believe this the case with Harry. However, I believe his mind or mood is playing a factor in this somehow, since they're mostly happening during testing. Okay, got it, Sirius said with a nod. It's not that hard to believe, actually, our Callahan continued. The pure purpose of these appointments is to deal with the attacks, and it's easy for the mind to connect the two and associate them with each other. The more Harry has attacks here, the more he expects he will have them here, and perhaps that's influenced whatever this is. Or, they could be brought on by stress, and Merlin knows these appointments are stressful, right, Harry? No kidding, Harry grumbled. Testing appointments meant loads of potions that did nothing but make him feel strange and getting horrible headaches that lasted for various amounts of time and with varying amounts of strength as they tried each new thing. Every time they thought they'd found something to at least make them better, they'd be proven wrong at some point when Harry would be hit with a particularly nasty attack. One had been so bad, his nose began gushing blood and wouldn't stop, causing our Callahan to have to give him an emergency injection of blood replenishing potion. Testing appointments were nothing short of torture sessions. I think it would be wise to test this theory before making any assumptions, Snape said. He always challenged or disagreed with whatever our Callahan said, even when they made perfect sense. Harry suspected Snape missed intimidating his students and was using Callahan to relive his favorite pastime, even though Harry didn't think the healer was very intimidated by Snape. Sometimes Harry found himself just wishing Snape would stop being so difficult so the appointments would be over more quickly, or that our Callahan could just give him whatever potion he wanted to try at the time. A break from testing. Our Callahan asked Snape for clarification. That might be a good idea, though I am afraid that it won't solve the problem, that the attacks would just become more random or occur at something else Harry finds stressful. Our problem wouldn't be solved and we would have wasted valuable time in trying to figure out what it is. As horrified as I am to say it, Snape's right, Sirius stepped up. He rarely put in his advice, leaving it up to the two with more medical knowledge, so he surprised everyone in taking a stance. It may not solve the problem, but frankly, we're not getting very far through the testing either. I know we're in new territory and that these things take time, and I'm not saying we should stop testing, because we obviously need to figure out what this is and fix it, but I don't think a week off would hurt anything. Maybe it would give you a chance to go over test results or something, healer, and Harry needs the break. If having a break lets him spend even 1 week without these horrible attacks, then it's worth it. And if they continue, well, at least he'll be at home and have a break from the potions and stuff. What do you think, Harry? A week off? Harry nodded thankfully, wanting to hug Sirius for letting him have a break. Our Callahan smiled and closed his folder with a snap. Well, that settles it then. A week off. I'll review what we've found so far and see what I can come up with. If you need me for any reason, you can always flow in where you normally do and find me in my office. If I'm not there, Betsy at reception can connect you with my home flow. But, since I won't see him for a week, do you two mind if I had a quick word alone with Harry? Our Callahan asked. The two opened their mouths to protest, but our Callahan stopped them. Please. Give me 5 minutes. You can even take my wand, he said, handing his wand to Sirius. The two gave in and left the two to speak. Sorry, they're a bit paranoid, Harry apologized, tossing the tissues away now that the blood flow had stopped. Well, it's understandable. They wouldn't want anything to happen to you, and if I've heard the story correctly, your godfather has been betrayed by someone he trusted before. Harry nodded sadly. Callahan was, of course, talking about Peter Pettigrew. Anyway, as you know, I know pretty much everything about your health, except for these attacks, of course, and lately I've been noticing a few things that have me worried, he said with a frown. What sort of things? Harry asked worriedly. His immediate thought was that it had something to do with the cancer coming back. I've noticed you've lost a bit of weight and that your blood sugar levels dropped a bit. Also, I can't pretend I don't notice how tired you are, and this exhaustion is not good for your health. It's causing your immune system to become weaker than normal and your energy sources are being depleted, so your body doesn't have the energy it needs right now, especially when you're supposed to be recovering from all you went through last year along with dealing with this new thing. Why haven't you been eating or sleeping? Callahan asked with concern. And there's no need to lie about it, because your health is speaking volumes. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Whatever you say to me will be held in strictest confidence, Harry. I guarantee it. Healer-patient confidentiality, Callahan assured him. I don't know. I just haven't been able to sleep and then I just feel too tired to eat, he said, stretching the truth slightly. He didn't mention the nightmares or the battles to stay awake. He didn't mention the times he'd barely be able to walk from being so tired, or the times he'd fall asleep at the table or on the couch, all for such short periods of time that Sirius had yet to notice anything much. He didn't mention that the thought of eating often appealed to him, but his tiredness wasn't the only thing that would make his stomach turn when actually trying to go through with the task. Often, Sirius would walk into the kitchen and Harry would feel a pang of guilt so intense, he would lose his appetite. Would a dreamless sleeping potion help? Callahan suggested. But Professor Snape said they're highly addictive, Harry said in confusion. Professor Snape is right, but some are less so than others, and if I monitor when you take it, and what kind, I think it might help you get back into the habit of sleeping at night. The only thing I'm worried about is that you may become immune to it quickly, especially with all the potions with similar ingredients I'm assuming you took last year with your cancer. But it's worth a shot. The healer pulled a few bottles from his cabinet and measured out bits of different ones into tiny vials. With a wave of the wand, they were quickly labeled with a different day of the week. Okay, these are all different variations of the same potion, which will make the effect less addictive, and maybe even work a little better. Take the vial that correlates with each night on that night and do not take more than one in one night, even if you aren't feeling any effect with one. If it turns out you're immune to one of them, just continue to take them since one variation might do the trick. If any of them cause any negative side effects, I want you to tell me right away, though I don't expect them to. Thank you, sir, Harry said sincerely, taking the small pouch of vials and putting them in his pocket. And Harry, I'll leave it up to you whether you tell your godfather about this or not, but if I don't see improvement when you return next week, I'll have no choice but to alert him. Your health is too fragile right now for this, Callahan said earnestly. Okay, Harry said quietly, a little scared. He hoped the potions would work and he'd have to force himself to eat, even if he wasn't hungry. He didn't want Sirius to think he'd been neglecting his health when the man had been so worried over it. Have a good break, Harry. I really hope you can have a break from those attacks, the man said with a sympathetic smile. Harry nodded and left the office, finding Sirius pacing nervously outside while Snape at least looked more dignified, having chosen to sit in a waiting chair. Harry rolled his eyes. Sirius, you're so paranoid. His godfather smiled. That's my job. When they arrived back at the lighthouse, somebody was already there. Remy? Harry asked in surprise as he found the werewolf standing in the kitchen. Remus looked over and spotted Harry. His face momentarily flickered in worry before he covered it with a warm smile. Come here, kiddo, he said fondly, pulling Harry into a hug. But you were going to be gone for 3 weeks. It hasn't even been 2. Why did you cut your holiday short? Is something the matter? Harry asked in concern. No, nothing's wrong. I was just eager to get back, Remus assured him. Harry suspected there was more to it, but didn't push. I told my mum all about you, and she's packed me so full of leftovers to give you, you'll be full for weeks. I've just finished packing them all away, Remus continued. You told her about me? Harry asked in slight bewilderment. Remus looked at him bizarrely. Why wouldn't I? Harry looked away and shrugged. So what kind of food did you bring? He asked, changing the subject. While Remus showed Harry his mother's dishes, he shot Sirius a look that said they needed to talk. Why did you really cut your trip short, Moony? Sirius asked suspiciously when the two of them were sure they were alone. Remus sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. I was worried about Harry. It was all I could think about while I was there. He didn't look as if he was dealing with the whole thing that well before I left. I just had a feeling that I should get back, and my mum finally told me to go and that she'd see me over Christmas. You came back because you didn't think I could take care of Harry myself, didn't you? Sirius asked with a tinge of anger in his voice. Because you think I'm irresponsible and that I don't know how to help him, so you wanted to come back and save the day, right? Well, you're wrong. I know what's best for my godson. He just needs some time for everything to get right again, but he's getting there. Sirius, have you gotten a good look at Harry lately? Remus asked in amazement. He is not doing well. I think he's lost weight and he looks exhausted. He's gotten worse. What did he tell you when you talked to him about the Dursleys? Sirius shifted uncomfortably. The thing about that is, you haven't talked to him about it. Remus asked incredulously. Sirius glared indignantly. He's not ready to talk yet. I've made it clear I'm here when he wants to talk. And meanwhile, Harry's going to drive himself into having a mental collapse or get himself sick, Remus argued sternly. Sirius opened his mouth to retort, but they heard Harry flowing back in. We'll discuss this after the order meeting tonight, Remus vowed quietly before putting on a calm expression to greet Harry. That night, Fred and George were going to be busy at the shop and Ron and Ginny opted to go with them. Harry was sent over to Snape Manor to hang out with Draco during the order meeting, since it wasn't safe for him to be in Hogsmeade without supervision by an adult. The order was suspecting that as there had been more time since Voldemort's death, the Death Eaters were more likely to have gotten organized by this point. Most of the time, the meetings were held at Snape Manor, so Snape could make sure Draco was safe, but tonight, they actually had gone somewhere else, though they, as usual, refused to tell the teenagers anything. Harry was practicing throwing a fencing foil into the air and catching it, while Draco rummaged around through his trunk, as he often did. Draco's trunk held many secret compartments, and the Bee-owned was constantly looking through them, wondering if he happened to have brought a certain possession to Hogwarts the previous school year. Whenever he couldn't find what he was looking for, he got into a really foul mood. Snape never seemed to get around to asking someone to go get Draco's belongings from Malfoy Manor, though neither of them knew the man's reasons for it, and so Draco often found himself missing his things, bitter because he should just be able to pop over and get them, but wasn't allowed to. Draco finished going through his trunk for the 5th time and kicked his trunk angrily. No luck, I take it? Harry asked gently, throwing the foil up and missing it on its way down. You're good, Draco said miserably. What were you looking for this time? Asked Harry, ignoring Draco's snappish tone. The thing I've been looking for most this summer. I keep thinking that maybe I've missed it. I just can't believe I could have forgotten to bring it to Hogwarts. That book your grandma gave you. Draco nodded forlornly. I just wish I had it. She was the only relative I liked and she only gave me the book and a pendant that went with it. I have the pendant, but the book had stuff she wrote in it. It has stuff I wrote in it. Merlin, it was practically the only thing that held any sentimental value and it's just laying in my room back home, collecting dust and probably being eaten by rats or something, Draco ranted, pacing back and forth. I just don't get why I can't leave this house for 5 minutes and go to get it. I mean, Malfoy Manor is empty. My parents are long gone and the Ministry's got that place under tight wraps. It's just ridiculous. Well, how about we go and get it? Harry suggested after a moment's thought. Draco looked at him in surprise. What? Well, our godfathers aren't going to be back for at least 3 hours. We could just flow over there, grab your stuff, and flow back. I could bring my invisibility cloak, just in case. We'll be gone 15 minutes, half an hour max. Nobody will ever know. Are you seriously suggesting we directly defy our godfather's orders? Draco asked in disbelief. Harry shrugged. Well, It's up to you, he said, throwing up the fencing foil and catching it smoothly. I sneak out at night with my invisibility cloak at Hogwarts all the time, so I guess the idea's not the greatest shock to me. This is a bit different than sneaking out of the Gryffindor Tower, Draco pointed out. Harry shrugged. That's why I'm leaving it up to you. How important is the stuff you want to get? Are you asking if I'm materialistic enough to put us in danger just to get some of my stuff? He asked indignantly. That would be the questions at hand. Harry looked up in awe at the mansion before him. Oh my, he said quietly. Shish, do you want to get caught? Draco hissed. He looked quite anxious. But there's nobody here, Harry whispered. You never know, Draco said ominously. I can't believe we're doing this. Since Snape's flow was normally cut off to most places, they had to request an hour-long connection with the guest house of Malfoy Manor, since the actual manor was, itself, guarded against most flow connections. They quietly walked around to a side door and Draco whispered the password to get in. They stepped inside and Harry took the invisibility cloak off them. As they walked in, their footsteps echoed loudly. The place was amazing and Harry's eyes bounced around, trying to absorb everything. Are you sure this is a house? He asked in awe. Draco rolled his eyes. You are so uncivilized. He took hold of Harry's arm and pulled him along. Come on. My floor is in the south wing. Your floor. You have wings? Harry asked incredulously. They quickly made their way through many great halls and winding passages before arriving at a massive staircase. Draco hurried up the stairs with Harry close behind. It was clear that Draco was anxious to get this over with and get out of the house as soon as possible. Harry understood completely. If he had been back at his old house, he would have been just as eager to get back out. At the top of the staircase there was a long hall with many doors and large portraits of Draco and his parents, in which nobody was smiling. Don't you say a word, Draco warned as Harry eyed one of the paintings. Draco looked up at one of him and his father and involuntarily shuddered. Let's just do this quickly, all right? Harry nodded. You all right? He asked softly. There's just a lot of bad memories, he answered quietly, not looking at Harry. They walked along the cold hallway in silence. Didn't you get lonely? Harry asked cautiously. It seems sort of secluded up here. You get used to it, Draco said with a shrug. Harry detected a pain tinge to Draco's voice but decided not to push it. Draco finally pushed open a door with an elegant silver D carved into it. Harry gasped at the sight, causing Draco to grin with the pride he couldn't help but feel for his old room. It was the largest and most elegant bedroom Harry had ever seen, beyond anything he would have guessed possible for a real room. As Draco ran to his wardrobes and began picking his way through his things and shoving them in the bag they had brought, Harry walked around in awe, trailing his hand along the silk bedcovers and the ivory bedposts. The bed was so tall there were 2 steps up to it. There was a grand fireplace and fur rugs and throws. A chessboard made of jade and silver was set up in the small sitting area with a couch and 2 large chairs, each looking like heaven to sit on, just like the bed. There was a large sword collection in a glass case, along with a bunch of fancy-looking fencing foils. Draco had so many things, far more than Dudley had at the Dursleys. But unlike Harry's nasty cousin, Draco obviously took great care and pride in his possessions. It gave the room a museum-like quality that made Harry slightly uncomfortable. I can't find it, Draco said desperately. It's practically the only thing I move around in here and I can't remember where I put it. What does it look like? It has a black, leather cover with a raised silver dragon on it, he explained anxiously. But the back part's a journal and I've written some personal stuff in there, so if you find it, don't read anything in it, promise. Don't open it. Promise, Harry vowed before looking around on shelves and doing a quick search through the drawers. There was a section of the room that was raised with 3 steps up to it, which Harry found incredibly exciting. He walked up the stairs to the small area and looked through a desk to no avail. There was a huge display case filled with tons of trophies of all different colors and sizes, including one standing next to the case that was nearly as tall as Harry. Merlin, are all these trophies for fencing? Harry asked as he continued his search. Yup, Draco called from inside his closet. I never knew you were that good at it, Harry called as he looked through a stack of books. Well, I am. Modest too. Harry called with a chuckle. He walked back down the stairs and bit his lip thoughtfully. He walked over to the chairs and began looking under the throws and blankets. He threw one off and grinned. Found it, he announced, picking up the journal. Draco emerged from the closet. As he saw the book, he sighed with relief. Harry gently placed it in the bag and Draco closed the top. All right, let's get out of. Draco was cut off as voices were heard coming down the hall. The two boys froze. Small explosions got closer and closer. You, search that room. You search that one, came a commanding voice they both recognized in horror. It was Lucius Malfoy. The blood drained from Draco's face as he stood frozen like a deer in headlights. Harry grabbed the bag in one hand and Draco's arm in the other and pulled him into the closet. He quietly pulled the door closed behind them just as they heard Draco's bedroom door crash open. Harry pulled Draco down into the back corner of the closet. He took out his invisibility cloak and draped it over them, making sure it completely covered their sitting forms. The treacherous little bastard, Lucius hissed, followed by the sound of glass breaking. Harry could hear drawers being thrown open and paper rustled. So it's a dragon with ruby eyes? Someone else asked. Emerald eyes, you imbecile. Check his desk, Lucius's voice barked. Suddenly, the closet door was thrown open. Harry clapped his hand over Draco's mouth before he could yelp. Draco was shaking like mad, but Harry didn't know what he could do to calm him down at the moment. Lucius began throwing things from the shelves, opening every box and dumping out the contents. Is this really worth it, Lucius? A voice asked nervously. The Ministry could show up any second, or even worse, the Order. That is the purpose of the distraction we set up over in Little Hangington. The Order will not be here because they are currently busy dealing with Death Eater activity over there, Lucius sneered as if speaking to a bunch of morons. There could be trigger spells to let them know we're here. Lucius, maybe we should leave. We can't find it. Keep looking, Lucius growled. I want that amulet. Harry glanced questioningly at Draco, who shakily pulled a silver chain out of his shirt. The pendant that hung from the long chain around Draco's neck was a dragon whose emerald eyes seemed to glow slightly. Harry's eyes widened. The two met each other's eyes, each seeing fear in the other's. Lucius, are you sure it's here? A deep voice asked. Crab, you said your son hasn't seen Draco with it. Draco had no idea what the amulet does and he wasn't overly impressed with the gift, so he probably just threw it somewhere with the rest of the gifts he didn't like. He had no appreciation for finery, Lucius said irritably. He turned toward the two huddled boys and walked up to them. They pulled their legs as close to their bodies as possible and held their breath as the older Malfoy drew closer. Draco grasped Harry's forearm so tightly it was painful. The blonde was shaking so hard, Harry was afraid the cloak would fall off. Lucius stopped mere inches from the boys' feet and began sifting through things on the shelf above them. Both boys covered their mouths with their sleeves in hopes that the man who was so close to them wouldn't hear their panicked breathing. Harry's heart was pounding so hard, he was almost certain the elder Malfoy would hear. A box fell off the shelf, landing right next to Draco. The bee-owned boy buried his face into Harry's upper arm in unbridled terror. Harry's hand had gone numb from Draco's vice-like grip, but he hardly noticed. Lucius slowly reached down to pick it up. Harry pulled Draco's upper body toward him, just as Lucius's hand was about to brush against Draco's elbow. Draco was trembling violently as his father picked up the small box and quickly looked through it. The man's face contorted with rage and frustration as he hurled the box against the closet wall. It smashed right next to Draco's head, causing the boy to jump and Harry to pull the blonde further toward him. The little bastard must have taken it, he growled. Suddenly, a new voice was heard, sounding a bit out of breath. They're here. They must have put up alarms or something, but Dumbledore and his people are here. The voice called frantically. There were several curses, including several from Lucius. Apparate back to headquarters, he ordered reluctantly. There were several pops from the room as Lucius walked out of the closet. Incendio. Incendio, he spat before there was a loud pop announcing his exit. Harry helped Draco to his feet and swung the bag over his shoulder. They ran out of the closet. In seeing the empty room, Harry ripped off the invisibility cloak. No, DracoMo.net as the room began filling with smoke. His room was now in pieces, and as a last act of revenge by his father, he had set the room on fire. The flames were quickly spreading as Draco watched his room and possessions being devoured by the flames. Harry looked up to see the fire traveling across the ceiling. "We need to get out of here," he coughed, the smoke filling his lungs. "Oh gods," Draco murmured, frozen in shock as he watched the place he had grown up in being destroyed. Harry grabbed the Slytherin's arm and pulled him out into the hall where they both gasped for fresh air. They ran along the hall. Draco's expression was pained, and as he looked along the walls, he had to fight back tears. The cause of the small explosions they had heard earlier was made obvious now. Every picture along the hall that had contained Draco was destroyed, blown to pieces. The two got to the staircase and nearly ran into somebody, causing the two to gasp and skid to a halt. Before them stood a very shocked Snape. "Sev!" Draco cried in relief and threw his arms around his godfather, who continued to try and register what he was seeing. Draco broke the hug and stepped back to look at his godfather. Snape's expression quickly turned from shock to anger. Draco took another step back and Harry gulped. "All clear. Find anything SNA." Sirius came around the corner and froze, staring at the two boys. "Harry. Draco?" he asked blankly. He glanced to Snape and realized that the potions master didn't know about this and figured out what must have happened. His expression too turned into one of barely contained fury. "We're in trouble," Harry said quietly to Draco, looking back and forth between the two godfathers. "You can't even fathom what an understatement that is," Snape growled. Snape and Sirius quickly found Dumbledore, who assured them that the rest of the order could wrap up. Remus decided to go with them, ignoring Snape's protests. They were now all back in Draco's room at Snape Manor. The two boys were sitting on the edge of the bed, heads hung in shame, while their two godfathers stalked the room in a rage. Remus was trying to calm the two, but they were ignoring him. "What were you two thinking? I should have expected this sort of behavior from Potter." Harry winced as Snape reverted to his old way of addressing him. It was obvious the man had completely lost his temper, and Harry knew he deserved it, but it still hurt. "But you, Draco, I thought you would be more responsible than to compromise your safety like this. Sneaking off to go to the house of a man who would gladly kill you both." Sirius continued off Snape's rant. "Are you bloody mad? How could you do this to me, Harry, after knowing what your death did to me the last time? Do you ever think of anyone but yourself?" he bellowed. Harry looked up at his godfather sadly, but Sirius shot him such a furious glare that Harry immediately looked back at his lap. Remus warned Sirius not to lose his temper, but the Animagus ignored him as Snape continued their raving. "What would have happened if we weren't there? I thought you two were smart, but there must be nothing in between your ears. Draco, I thought you were trying to change for the better, and then you go do something as foolish as this. Was a stupid book worth your lives? And Potter, you really are the idiot show-off I originally believed you to be," Snape bellowed. "I should have known it when you went off throwing punches and starting fights in Diagon Alley, where you not only dragged in Draco, but the Weasleys as well, just so you could show off how cool you are." "What?" Sirius asked, turning to his godson angrily. "You promised you wouldn't tell," Harry yelled to Snape with a hurt look. "Shut your mouth, Potter. I am your professor and I do not owe you the courtesy of keeping my word when you go around and recklessly break the rules of my house and put my godson in danger," Snape growled furiously, sticking a finger in Harry's face. Harry hung his head. "Of course you'd automatically assume it was Harry's fault," Sirius sneered at Snape. "I believe it was Draco's things they went after. I knew this friendship would be a disaster. Harry, I think it's time you re-evaluated who you choose as friends." Snape whipped around to tell Sirius off for the comment, but Harry jumped to his feet. "It was my idea, not Draco's. It's all my fault. If anyone should be re-evaluating who they choose as friends, it should be Draco," Harry insisted. Snape's mouth snapped shut and a gleam of triumph entered his eyes, proud that it wasn't his godson causing the trouble. Sirius's fury grew even more at the revelation. "So it's not enough putting your life in jeopardy every chance you get, but now you're dragging others into it as well. James would never have done something so stupid," Sirius said in angry disappointment. I guess you're less like your father than I thought. Snape snorted at this. I'm sorry, Harry said weakly. Sorry's not good enough. I am so disappointed in you, Harry. I thought you had learned better than to do this sort of thing. What will it take to knock some sense into you? You better pray that I simply lock you in your room for a month rather than give you a punishment you really deserve. Harry's heart practically stopped at this comment, but neither of the two furious men noticed. Sirius, I think that's enough, Remus said warningly, standing up sharply. No, Moony. Harry's got to understand what a horrible thing he's done. Harry, we'll discuss your punishment later. I can't even look at you right now, Sirius said, shaking with fury as he strode out of the room. Snape turned to Draco. Don't think you're getting off easy for this, Draco. I'm very disappointed with your behavior. Once Black and Potter leave, I'll determine what your punishment shall be, he said coldly before leaving the room, slamming the door so hard behind him that the frame rattled. Harry was now shaking with terror. Draco had his face in his hands, trying to fight off tears, but Harry looked close to having a panic attack. Harry, Remus asked gently. Harry flinched and his head snapped up. Oh my God, it's happening, Harry said wildly, eyes darting around the room as if looking for possible exits. Draco looked up at the Gryffindor worriedly. What's happening, Harry? Remus asked softly. I screwed up. He knows what I'm really like now and it's going to start being the same, just like Uncle Vernon said. He said, panicked. Remus's eyes darkened, wondering what exactly Harry's horrible uncle had told him. Harry, you know that Sirius would never hurt you. He would never treat you like the Dursleys did. Harry closed his eyes and shook his head. I knew this would happen. I knew he would start to hate me too. Oh God, Moony, please, I can't take it again. I don't want it to be like it was at the Dursleys. I'll be really good from now on, Moony, I promise. I just can't take it again, please, Harry pleaded madly. Harry, I promise you that Sirius won't hurt you. I swear it. He loves you, Remus insisted. Harry sat back down and buried his face in his hands, clearly not believing his defense professor. Remus sighed and turned to the bee-owned Draco. How are you feeling? The Slytherin looked up at him sadly. Sev's going to kick me out, just like my family did, and I don't have anywhere to go, he said, choking back a sob. Harry's head snapped back up. The blood had quickly drained from his face. What if Sirius sends me back to the Dursleys? He asked in a horrified whisper. Harry, that whoa. Remus started but was ignored by the boys. Then I'll come with you, Draco stated firmly. My aunt and cousin hate me so much though. They'd hate you too because you're a wizard, Harry said shakily. Or what if my uncle comes back? They didn't keep him in jail last time, what if they let him out again? He'd kill me. Harry, you're not going back to the DURs, Remus tried to interject. The two boys were ignoring him completely. I won't let him, are you kidding? Nobody treats my friends that way. Besides, there's no way I'd live in a cupboard. We'd run away. You have money in the bank so we'd live off that until we figured something else out, Draco told Harry firmly, putting his arm around the raven-haired boy's shoulders to try and calm him. I just thought I finally had a family, Harry said sadly. Me too, Draco muttered in the same tone. No running away yet, boys. Just try to calm down a bit, all right? Remus said gently, though he wasn't sure if either boy had even heard him. He sighed and left the room, turning toward the stairs. His anger rose as he heard the two men raging downstairs. He walked into the room to find the two men screaming at each other. Shut it, both of you, Remus snapped angrily, grabbing their attention. Sit down, he ordered menacingly, letting the wolf in him come to the surface just enough to get his point across. They both reluctantly and indignantly sat. Remus paced back and forth in front of them angrily as they had done in Draco's room, turning the tables a bit. So, you two decide you're going to be tough godfathers, Lay down the rules and enforce them with an iron fist. Lose your tempers at the boy's first mistake. What the hell were you two thinking up there? He yelled, pointing furiously to the ceiling. They could have been killed. They need to realize what they did, Snape said in defense, but Remus shot a glare at him that surprised Snape enough to silence him. You Severus. The boys aren't your students right now. Draco is your godson and Harry seems to look up to you for Merlin knows what reason. They are not for terrorizing into obeying your rules. You are the only family Draco has now. He's been cast out and disowned by the Malfoys, and now, because of your behavior, you're overreacting. Draco is up there thinking you're going to kick him out, that you're going to disown him too. All because you wanted to play the role of tough guy. And then, reverting to calling Harry Potter. It was like you were dehumanizing him, and I think he's had enough of that in his life. You would have seen the hurt in his eyes when you did that if you hadn't been so wrapped up in your ranting and raving, Remus said sharply. Snape looked shocked and guilty. Sirius was now the one looking triumphant. Remus rounded on the animagus. Wipe that bloody smirk off your face, Sirius, because you were 10 times worse than Severus. Asking Harry, do you ever think about anyone but yourself? For Merlin's sake, that's all Harry does. And now you've got him thinking he's selfish. He's never going to put his own needs before anyone else's now. Oh no, but you didn't stop at destroying his self-esteem, you had to keep going, Remus growled angrily. I really love your choice of words. Knock some sense into him. Saying he should pray that you simply lock him up for a month, rather than a punishment he really deserves. Oh, that's just great, Padfoot. Did it perhaps slip your mind that Harry was abused? Remus bellowed. He's up there having a panic attack thinking you're going to take him home and beat him. I hope you're satisfied that you got your message across because at least Harry promises to be good from now on if I keep you from hurting him, he spat, voice dripping with sarcasm. He hadn't gotten this angry in a very long time. Sirius stood up quickly. He does not think that. He knows I wouldn't hurt him. Sirius, you and Severus both need to realize that Harry and Draco aren't just your average boys, but both have been abused both physically and emotionally. They need even more reassurance and demonstrations of love than most children. You also need to swallow your pride and realize that you need help. You two need to work together on this because if you stopped and thought about it, Sirius is the best person to help Draco, and Severus is the best person to help Harry. Snape actually seemed to be listening to Remus, but Sirius just scowled at him angrily. I can take care of Harry myself. He doesn't need him, he spat, gesturing at Snape. He needs me, his godfather. And he knows I would never hurt him. He knows I love him. You don't know what you're talking about, Remus, and I can't believe you would accuse me of whatever you were accusing me of. Sirius, would you just listen to me? Remus yelled. No, I'm taking Harry and getting out of here, he declared, walking quickly to the stairs. Fine, Siri, but when you decide to pull your head out of your ass and help your godson, come to me, Remus shouted heatedly. Sirius stomped up the stairs, his mind buzzing with disbelief of what his supposed best friend had just accused him of. He threw open the bedroom door, too involved in his thoughts to notice Harry jump and pale. Come on, Harry, we're going, he growled, unable to fully contain his anger at Moony. Harry quickly jumped to his feet and followed his godfather, trying to stop shivering with fright as he didn't want to incense Sirius further. Sirius led him quickly to the fireplace. Remus and Snape were having a conversation in which Snape looked quite concerned. Remus looked up at Sirius angrily and gave Harry a sympathetic look. Harry could only gather that he was done for. He shakily said, "The lighthouse," as he stepped into the fireplace. The living room at the lighthouse usually made Harry feel inexplicably happy and comforted, but now it only felt cold and menacing as Sirius emerged from the fireplace behind him. In the study, he snapped. We need to discuss your punishment. Harry tried to remember to breathe as he walked into the study. As Sirius shut the door behind them, Harry's blood ran cold. Harry shakily turned to face his godfather, absolutely petrified. Now Harry, Sirius started angrily, taking a step forward. Before Harry could stop himself, he had stepped back. I'm sorry, he stuttered with fright, tensing up. Sirius blinked at him blankly, as if trying to comprehend something. Are you scared? Sirius asked in disbelief. Harry shook his head from side to side vehemently, but his trembling betrayed his true feelings. He took another step back. Sirius saw that with another step back, Harry was going to hit the rubbish bin. He reached out to grab Harry's arm and pull him away from the bin, but the motion only scared the boy further. He yanked his arm out of reach and quickly stepped back, falling backwards over the trash can. Sirius ran forward to help but succeeded only in terrifying his godson, who began apologizing like his life depended on it and scooting back until he hit the wall. Harry, no, please. I'm not going to hurt you, he said desperately, stepping toward the boy. Harry threw his trembling arms up to protect his face. I'm so sorry. Please, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, he whimpered. Sirius's eyes widened in shock as Harry cowered from him. He held his palms out in front of him as a sign of peace. Harry, I'm not going to hurt you, I promise, he said shakily as he walked slowly forward. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, but Sirius could tell by the terror portrayed in those bright green orbs that the boy didn't believe it. As Sirius got closer to him, Harry shook violently. It was obvious he was trying to suppress his trembling, but his attempts were having little effect. Sirius suddenly knelt down in front of him, causing Harry to jerk at the sudden movement, as he did so often ever since the incident with his uncle. Harry, Sirius started sadly. The raven-haired boy flinched. I'm sorry, Harry whispered shakily. I. Sirius pulled Harry into a hug. Harry stiffened in the embrace, his whole body tense as if waiting for something else, waiting for Sirius to decide that a fatherly hug was not what Harry deserved. Shish, Sirius said, rubbing small circles on Harry's back to try to calm him. It's okay. I'm sorry too. Please don't hate me. I'll be better. Just give me another chance and I'll be more like my father was, or whatever you want me to be, I promise. Just please don't hate me yet, Harry pleaded. Sirius grabbed Harry's shoulders suddenly and pushed them apart so he could look into Harry's face in surprise. Harry yelped at the sudden movement and held his breath, looking terrified as he subconsciously waited to be struck. Harry, I would never hate you. Never. What you did tonight was very stupid and dangerous. I'm mad because if something had happened to you, I would be. He took a deep breath to keep himself from getting emotional and tried again, looking into Harry's nervous eyes. I would never hurt you. You know that, right? Harry looked down sadly, having calmed down now. Yeah, I know, he said quietly. Sirius sighed. We still have to discuss your punishment, which will be being grounded or having some chores or something, not anything like your uncle did to you, Sirius said gravely. Harry looked doubtful, but nodded silently. How about we just go to bed and talk about it tomorrow? Sirius suggested gently. It's been a long night. The two climbed to their feet and made their way awkwardly out of the room. Harry kept his gaze steadied on the floor as he walked, looking quite shaken. Sirius followed him wordlessly, mentally kicking himself for not listening to Remus and for believing that Harry had escaped years of abuse at the Dursleys, unscathed. Sirius said goodnight to Harry at his door and left, allowing the boy to change and go to bed. He made his way downstairs to the living room and collapsed in a chair, burying his head in his hands. He just couldn't believe what an idiot he had been. How could he have thought that Harry hadn't been deeply affected by the way his family had treated him? Remus was right. Harry wasn't just an average teenager, and Sirius felt lost. He had thought this would be easy since Harry was such a good kid. Now, for the first time, he realized that he had thought about it all too simplistically. Harry was a good kid, but he had emotional scars that ran under the surface that Sirius had somehow missed. He didn't even know where to start to fix it. He got up and grabbed a piece of parchment from a drawer and whistled for Hedwig as he sat down to compose his letter. Remy, you were right. I need help. I'm ready to listen and do whatever you think I should. I'm sorry. Siri. Hedwig landed on his shoulder, nipping Sirius's ear for making her leave Harry's side. I know. But I'm trying to help him now, he said softly, tying the note to Hedwig's leg. Now go take that to Remus. The snowy owl soared away through the open window out into the night sky. Sirius absently watched the flames flicker in the fireplace for a while before quietly making his way upstairs. He cracked open Harry's door and peered inside. The room was dark, the only light coming from the moon outside. Sirius walked over and knelt by Harry's bed, studying his sleeping godson. Harry looked so innocent and peaceful, yet even in sleep, his eyebrows were slightly knitted as they had been so often in the past few weeks. Sirius's heart clenched as he saw that Harry's pillow was slightly wet and he had the remnants of tears on his face. Sirius gently wiped away a teardrop that was still clinging to Harry's cheek, frowning as the raven-haired boy flinched at the touch even in his sleep. With all the pain in Harry's life, Sirius noticed that he tried to never reveal his emotions to others. Sadness was a secret that Harry hid like it was a sin. "Oh Harry, why do you always make yourself suffer alone?" Sirius whispered, running his thumb over Harry's famous scar. The next morning, after a night of potion-induced dreamless sleep, Harry woke up and shamefully came down to the kitchen, only to find Sirius getting ready to leave. He said he needed to talk over some serious things with Remus but that they'd be having a long talk soon. Harry didn't even bother believing his words but nodded anyways since that was what he was supposed to do. He knew he should feel grateful that Sirius had neither hit him nor sent him back to the Dursleys, but he could only feel pained that Sirius had just left him like he didn't even matter. Maybe he really didn't matter. An hour or so later, Sirius returned and told Harry to flow over to Snape Manor. Harry started to protest, not wanting to face Snape after the previous night, but when Draco came through the fire, looking equally confused, Harry realized what they were doing. He knew it would be good for Draco, so he said goodbye to Sirius and flowed over to Snape Manor. He stumbled out of the fireplace, thankfully managing to stay on his feet this time. "Good afternoon," Snape said, greeting him. Harry avoided his gaze and muttered his hellos. "Harry," Snape started, but Harry cut him off. "Oh, it's Harry again. I thought it was Potter. You know, all this flip-flopping around with my name might trigger an identity crisis of sorts," he said coldly. "Harry," Snape started again, guiltily. "I'm not an idiot. I know why I'm here. Remus convinced you and Sirius to work together and swap godsons for the day. Sirius was disowned from his family for switching to the light side. So was Draco. Voila, it's perfect. They should have had this conversation ages ago. And hey, Sirius hasn't had much luck with me, so he might as well give you a shot. I'm still not sure about what you're trying to do exactly, but I think I've got the general plan down, haven't I?" "Yes, but well, sir, before you waste your day, let's just end this now. I really hope Sirius can help Draco feel better, but whatever you're trying to do with me isn't going to work. That would require some sort of trust between us, but unfortunately, we seem to be lacking in that lately. I can't trust somebody who can't even make up their mind whether they hate me or not." Harry felt his throat constrict, but he forced away any emotion. "Harry, I think it would be best to stick with Potter. That way, I remember my place as your student, an idiot, show-off, arrogant student, who doubles as a science experiment. And don't worry, this time, I won't forget it, so don't waste your time. You can go do whatever it is you'd be doing if I wasn't here, and I'm just going to sit here until Draco gets back so I can leave. That way, I'll be sure not to overstay my welcome." Snape closed his eyes and took a calming breath. Harry looked down at the floor, letting his cold exterior drop momentarily. "But, Professor, I really am sorry about last night. I didn't mean to put Draco in danger. I promise it won't happen again." "You put yourself in danger too," Snape pointed out. "Yes, but I put Draco in danger too, and that's what matters," Harry said with a sigh. "But as I said, it will never happen again. It matters that you were put in danger too, Harry," Snape tried. "That would be Potter, Professor," Harry said, putting back up his barriers once again. "And this conversation you're trying to start is pointless, so you might as well quit now and try to make something out of the afternoon before you completely waste it." "Don't take that tone with me, Harry," Snape said warningly. "Potter," Harry corrected. "And you should say it with some feeling. Maybe you could accompany it with an insult or a death glare or something." "Stop this, right now. I'm not in the mood for this," Snape snapped. "So give me detention. You could start up a tally sheet or something so you remember how many to give me when we start school again. You could even take points. I don't really care. Just do whatever catches your fancy," Harry said, his voice only slightly tinged with anger. "Harry, just give me a chance to. Why, you never gave me one. Or was this summer my chance and I blew it? Whatever, you know what. I don't even care. Why are you doing this, Harry? This isn't like you, Snape asked desperately. You want to know why? Harry asked angrily. Do you know what the absolute worst pain in the entire world is? Worse than the Cruciatus curse, worse than getting beaten with a chair leg or stabbed or thrown through a glass table. It's thinking that someone cares about you and then suddenly finding out they don't. It's humiliating and it hurts like something I could never even describe. And yet, it keeps happening to me over and over again because I'm such a freaking moron. I even thought my relatives loved me, can you believe that? After all they did, I still thought. He broke off and closed his eyes, getting his emotions under control. Well, I'm not letting that happen again. So you're cutting yourself off from the world and pushing everyone away just because you're afraid of getting hurt? Snape asked disappointedly. Not very Gryffindor of me, is it? Harry concluded with self-disgust. You're not being fair to the people who are trying to help you. News flash. Life isn't fair, Harry said harshly. Sometimes, just when you think everything's going to be great, it all falls apart. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, it's just not good enough. Sometimes the people you care about don't care about you in return. People will always disappoint you if you're dumb enough to count on them. That's life, and it's time I learned to deal with it rather than believe in something that isn't there. What about the flawed perfection you were telling me about? It was crap, something I used to believe in when I was stupid and naive. Besides, you're forgetting what the main ingredient for flawed perfection is, Harry said. Didn't you say it was having people you loved? Snape asked, trying to remember the conversation better. And people who love you back. It doesn't work without that, no matter how much you try to get it to, he said bitterly. Harry, there are people who love you, Snape insisted. Don't patronize me, Professor. I'm not an idiot anymore, Harry said coldly. Snape decided to try another route. Harry, I was angry last night. I said things I didn't mean. Well, it's becoming a nice little pattern, isn't it? But see, when you keep saying the same things when you lose your temper, it tends to mean you really think they're true, Harry said numbly. I learned that one from the Dursleys. I don't know how to make you believe that I'm telling the truth, Snape said desperately. Don't bother. It's not worth the effort. Now, if you please, I brought my book and I really should get to reading it, Harry said, opening up the tattered copy of Treasure Island that Coda had lent him. He had started reading it so he could tell the story to Anna, who seemed to like pirates, but he wouldn't admit that now. It would be like admitting a weakness that he cared about anyone, and he didn't want Snape to know. He wanted Snape to see him as strong and invulnerable. Maybe then, Snape would at least respect him, not that Harry cared what Snape thought. Harry, put the book down, Snape commanded. Harry ignored him and tried to block him out. Put the book down, Snape growled through clenched teeth. Harry turned the page. Even if he now couldn't focus on reading, he wanted to make it seem like he was. Snape suddenly grabbed the book out of Harry's hands and Harry flinched violently, tensing up as he anticipated pain. He quickly regained his composure once he realized he wasn't going to be hit and crossed his arms casually, staring into the fire. Harry, talk to me. Harry sat there stone-faced and tight-lipped. Harry, I can't help you if you won't talk. The Gryffindor didn't speak or move. Snape snapped. You know what? Fine. I tried. I've done my duty. If you feel like digging yourself into a giant hole, then go right ahead. I'm certainly not the one to pull you out of it. I don't know why they thought I could get through to you anyway, Snape said in frustration. He threw the book into Harry's lap, causing the raven-haired boy to jump. Snape then stormed out of the room. Harry turned and watched him leave. He desperately wanted to call him back. He didn't want to be alone. But he forced those thoughts from his head. He was meant to be alone. He had to be alone. It was the only way not to get hurt again, because he just wouldn't be able to take it if he had to face rejection one more time, and he was finally beginning to realize that rejection was all he'd ever get from people. It was better not to take the risk of getting attached. He swallowed back tears and picked up his book once again. He looked around the big, empty room and shuddered, feeling very, very alone. Where's Sirius? Draco asked, looking at the hammock warily as he cautiously climbed on, making sure it wouldn't flip. He lied down facing Harry so they could talk better. He folded his hands behind his head as Harry shrugged and put down the book he was reading. He got an owl and said he had to go off again to talk with Professor Snape and then with Remus. Speaking of which, how did your talk with Sirius go earlier today? Harry asked, hoping Draco got something out of it. It was good, actually. It was sort of weird at first since I don't know Sirius all that well, but he told me all about how his family disowned him and how he had to move out and everything. It's just nice to know I'm not the only one, I guess. Are you still mad about what he said last night? Harry asked. Draco shrugged. Not really. Sev had a long talk with me last night and he said they were both just scared that we were so reckless with our safety and that they didn't mean the things they said, and only said them out of anger. He told me he'd never kick me out and wants me to stay there forever, preferably, he said with a slight grin. Harry nodded. That's good, he said, not knowing what else to say. So, I guess your talk with Sev didn't go as well. He asked cautiously. What makes you say that? Harry asked nonchalantly. Oh, maybe how you were waiting for me by the fireplace and Sev wasn't even in the room and how you were out of there as soon as I came through. And possibly because Sev's gone into one of his potion-making frenzies where he makes a bunch of easy potions so he can do something and think at the same time, which he only does when he's stressed. So what gives? Draco asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry shrugged. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So has Professor Snape figured out what your punishment is yet? He asked, quickly changing the subject. Draco took the bait, always eager to whine to someone. Yes, he made me clean. I had to dust things and scrub things and polish things, all without magic. Like a muggle or a house elf, he mowed Ned in disgust. I had dust all over me and there was a spiderweb in my hair. Afterward I had to spend almost an hour in the shower to make sure it was all off and I still felt like I had spider webs all over me. Oh you poor thing, Harry said in mock horror, that must have been traumatizing. It was, he pouted. Anyway, I found something, he said seriously, pulling out the book they had gotten from Malfoy Manor. He opened it to a bookmarked page and handed it to Harry. Harry looked from the picture in the book up to Draco, who had taken out his amulet and held it up. It was identical to the picture in the book. The Draco amulet, Harry read. Fitting. Yeah, that's why I figured I got it. Obviously, my name's Latin for dragon, so let's just say it's a common theme with gifts. Read on, Draco instructed. Harry lowered his eyes to the page. The Draco amulet has been in the Malfoy family for hundreds of years, passed down to those who the giver feels best deserves its protection. The majestic it was named after is not only a symbol of leadership and wealth. The dragon is also known for its extreme protectiveness, whether it be over its treasure or someone it cares for. Protection is precisely the amulet's function. The ancient magic will save the wearer's life when death is upon them, no matter the cause, and will only work if the wearer would die without it. Even the killing curse cannot break the amulet's protection. However, once the amulet is used, it will not work again for 100 years. If the eyes of the silver dragon are green, the power can be used, and once used, the eyes will turn black for 100 years until the amulet's power has returned. When my grandmother gave it to me, she said to use it well, and not to be foolish with it, and I hadn't the slightest idea what she meant. Of course, I thought she was a bit nutters, but really, she was probably one of the few sane ones in my family, Draco said. Wow, no wonder your father wants it so badly. It's like being given a second chance at life where you usually would have died, Harry said in awe. Yeah, I'm sure my dad's furious she didn't give it to him. She was his mother, he said, shaking his head in disbelief as he examined the charm with a newfound sense of respect. Of course, now Sev forbids me to take it off, he said with a small smile. For good reason. You shouldn't take it off. So, why do you think your grandmother gave it to you? Harry asked curiously. My grandmother, I didn't understand her for a very long time, Draco started explaining, sounding regretful. When I was younger, she'd always pull me aside at family functions and tell me that I needed to make decisions for myself and never to let myself be controlled. I thought she was a bit insane at the time, to tell you the truth. When I was about 13, maybe, She told me how she never got a say in how my father was raised, because his father was so overbearing and controlling, and that he basically decided my father's life, and my father played right into it. I guess she saw that history was repeating itself with me, but of course, I didn't see that at the time. I thought I was making my own decisions and that my father was just giving me really good advice, he said with a hollow laugh. So what changed? Harry asked. Well, as I've told you before, when the Dark Lord came back, it didn't take me that long to figure out it wasn't what I had expected. My father, he brought me to a lot of their meetings. He started teaching me all the protocol and how everything went, and it just sounded so different from what I'd always thought. The whole thing was always glorified in my mind until I actually got the inside look, then it just started making me sick. So that Christmas holiday, my grandmother pulled me aside as usual and said she could see I was indecisive and that she was proud. She said that my father was trying to mold me into what he wanted me to be and that wasn't going to change. She said not to let myself be molded and to do what I thought was right. That's when she gave me the amulet and the book and said to use the journal to organize my thoughts and never to take off the amulet. She said she had a feeling I was going to be the one to need it. I guess she was right. But you didn't change after Christmas. I mean, no offense, Dre, but you continued on being your charming old bastard self well on through the school year, Harry pointed out. You call it being a bastard, I call it helpful criticism, Draco said with a smirk. Harry gave him a pointed look. Fine, fine. I was a bastard, Draco relented. What can I say? I was bored and it was my only source of entertainment. And I was in a transitional phase and it was difficult. I didn't want to believe what my grandmother had said. Who wants to think their father's just trying to mold you into his little tool? He kept saying to watch out for you because you were out to get anyone who might be in league with the Dark Lord, especially me. I was just trying to show you I was tough and could take you. Harry couldn't help but laugh at this and neither could Draco. So what changed that? Harry asked. Because I know at one point you really backed off and then, of course, there was the whole not torturing me thing later, which I'm mighty grateful for, by the way. Because then, you had to pull your whole saving me as I plummeted from my broom stunt and wasn't even expecting anything in return. I mean, what was that? You were supposed to hate me, Draco said almost accusingly. Sorry to confuse you at such a critical point, said Harry in mock concern. Well, you did confuse me because you were supposed to be my enemy, but hell, I hated people I was supposed to be friends with more than you. Oh, and I saw you telling off those Gryffindors and Ravenclaws for picking on Crabbe's little brother, which also made it seem that perhaps my father wasn't exactly up with his facts. I don't know, it just became more and more obvious throughout the year that I didn't want to be on the side I was on, and I guess I was forced to make my choice when they tried to get me to torture you, and well, you know the rest. You know, when that happened, I was only a week or two away from being initiated. A nice ugly tattoo burned into my arm. Can you imagine, marring up my perfect skin? He asked in disgust. No, not your perfect skin. Harry teased. So, what did your grandmother say about your big decision? Draco looked down at the amulet with a dark expression. She died right before it happened. She never knew. I'm sorry, Draco, Harry said sincerely. I'm sure she knows, though, wherever she is, and I'm sure she's proud. You think? Draco asked hopefully. Yeah, I do, Harry said honestly. Good. I hope that wherever she is, she's having a huge party to celebrate my existence, and maybe as a present she can send down some bolts of lightning and take out a few people I'm not too fond of, Draco said dreamily. Harry shook his head with a chuckle. What? Draco asked innocently. Okay, Harry said, looking at the list of things he wanted to tutor Ron about that night. It was only 2 days until Snape was due to give Ron the test to see whether he would be allowed into advanced potions, and Ron needed serious studying help. Harry had briefly considered denying him, as part of his pushing people away idea, but Ron had never really hurt him and he couldn't bring himself to do that to him. It would be far too lonely without his best friend, and he wasn't sure he could handle it just then. Where are we on the list? He asked tiredly. The invigoration draft. No, we already covered that, Ron said, his voice tinged with worry as he snuck another glance at the dark circles underneath Harry's eyes. The raven-haired boy had been out of it throughout the whole study session. It was obvious he was exhausted but was also very adamant about getting through everything he had planned. We did. When? Harry asked in confusion, trying to remember. 5 minutes ago. Right before we did that potion that makes the drinker really tired, the Amalfi one. The Amalfi potion. I told you that it makes people tired. Yeah. What did I tell you the Yugitoth potion does? It warms up the drinker, Ron said proudly. Harry groaned. I mixed them up. Sorry, Ron. I don't even remember doing them, but it's the other way around. Amalfi heats people up, Yugitoth makes people tired. I'm sorry, I'm totally messing you up here. So I'm guessing the powdered phoenix feather and that set of ingredients goes into the Amalfi then? Ron asked sympathetically. Harry paused and Ron thought he was thinking about the question before Harry blinked over at him. Wait, what was the question again? He asked bashfully. Sorry. Harry, let's end here for tonight, okay? You need some sleep and I'll just study this on my own, Ron said, starting to gather his things. No, I'm fine, really, Harry protested. I was just sort of zoning out there. We need to get you into advanced potions. Harry, you need to sleep. You're mixing everything up anyways, and it would be better to do it when you're awake enough to do this, Ron said gently. Hedwig hooted as if agreeing with Ron. The owl had started following Harry everywhere. He wasn't sure why, but Hedwig had ceased going hunting lately and had taken to trailing Harry all over the lighthouse, constantly nuzzling against him lovingly and nipping at his ear whenever he entered the kitchen or grabbing pieces of food and flying it to him. Harry was baffled by his pet's bizarre behavior, but had to admit he enjoyed the company. But there's not enough time for that. He's testing you in a couple days, Harry insisted. Harry, no offense, mate, but you keep messing up with tutoring me tonight anyways, Ron said, trying not to offend his friend. I mean, you've been doing an excellent job with tutoring me, but just not tonight. Harry paused thoughtfully, blinking hard to try to keep his eyes open. He looked up at Ron with a wary expression. I have an idea. You might not like it, but really, it's all we can do, he said, getting up. Just wait here and try not to have a panic attack when I come back, all right? Ron nodded perplexedly as his friend left the kitchen of the lighthouse. Ron looked back to his books and the notes Harry had helped him take and began to try to read ahead. He sighed. It wasn't working. He couldn't learn it just by reading it. It got far too confusing and didn't make any sense. He hadn't been lying before. Harry had been an excellent tutor. Ron just needed to have someone explain things to him because the book just didn't make any sense to him. He tapped his pencil rhythmically on his potions book as he tried to make sense of what the book was saying. He kept glancing up, wondering what was taking Harry so long and what his brilliant idea was. He got a silent chuckle out of the thought that perhaps Harry's brilliant idea was to go upstairs and go to sleep. Finally, Harry returned, coming through the kitchen door with a cautious glance at Ron. Don't freak out, he mouthed before coming fully into the kitchen, leading someone in behind him. Malfoy. Ron asked incredulously. You brought Malfoy. Draco scowled at him, not looking too happy about being there himself. Look, Ron, Draco's better than me at potions, and I'm just screwing you up tonight. We don't have enough time left to skip a night of tutoring. You need to get into advanced potions. Please, Ron, just try this. Harry asked. Ron was about to protest but saw the desperation in Harry's eyes and the dark circles under them and relented. Fine, he grumbled. Draco reluctantly sat down next to him. I'll go make some tea, Harry said cautiously before walking to the other side of the kitchen. He started noisily bustling around to start making the tea. Look, Weasley, I don't want to be here either, but Harry looks like he's going to collapse, so I'm doing this to help him. Just go along with it, okay? Draco said quietly so that Harry couldn't hear. Fine. Let's just stick to potions and not talk about anything else, okay? Then there's a lesser risk of me punching you in the face, Ron whispered back. Fine with me, Weasley, he said quietly before returning to a normal volume voice. Okay. So Harry said he had a list of things he wanted to go over, he said in a business-like tone. Ron reluctantly pushed over the list, feeling humiliated at all the things he didn't know. We were up to there, he said, pointing to a spot on the list. Well, Harry said he's been messing up so far on some of them, so I'll go over them with you first, and if you already know one well enough, we'll skip it, Draco suggested. Ron nodded glumly and Draco began to go through them as Harry clumsily made tea. Harry soon brought 3 steaming cups to the table and set 2 in front of his friends. The 2 both looked up at him, each casting him uneasy looks. Harry just smiled reassuringly and slumped into the chair across from them as the 2 turned back to the books, casually sipping their tea. Harry watched them for a while, interjecting any helpful hints or occasionally making a comment to break some tension. But soon, exhaustion claimed him and he fell asleep at the table. The other 2 lowered their voices slightly. Do you understand? Draco asked imperiously after explaining another concept to Ron. Yes, the redhead muttered. No you don't. Yes I do, Ron snapped. Then explain it back to me, Draco challenged. Ron just glared back at him. You know what? Fine, you're right. I'm a stupid idiot and I don't understand anything, okay. Are you happy? He said angrily. Draco shushed him urgently as Harry began to stir. Weasley, the reason I think you're an idiot has nothing to do with your potion skills, okay. Now keep your bloody voice down, Draco hissed. Ron looked away in humiliation and anger. Draco rolled his eyes. Look Weasley, U.S. K at potions. Deal with it, everyone S. KS at something. Harry S. KS at choosing a decent place to sleep. IS. K at charms. Feel better? He asked with a slight sneer at having to reveal one of his weaknesses to his worst enemy. Besides, Harry and I both are getting tutored in potions by my godfather. I don't think you're an idiot for needing tutoring. There are a great many other reasons I think you're an idiot, but that's beside the point, he said with a smirk. Ron shot him a glare. Now, if you have a question, ask it, because I don't want to waste my time trying to figure out what your question might be, okay? Fine, Ron said moodily. I don't get why it matters which way you stir it and how many times you stir it. It seems like it would be all mixed up in the end anyways, so I just don't get it. Draco listened to the question with a blank expression. Ron waited for the derogatory comment, but one never came. In potions, the ingredients being combined are often highly sensitive when mixed or brought to a higher temperature. Sometimes, if they are mixed together even one stir too much, it could cause them to have some very volatile reactions, and if they aren't mixed enough, they might not combine properly. The direction can be important sometimes because certain ingredients have a tendency to sink to different depths of the mixture or repel other ingredients and end up separating from others in very distinct patterns. For example, in the invigoration potion, all the ingredients, after adding them, always fall into distinct patterns just because the nature of them repels the other ones to different degrees. So, when you go to stir the ingredients, you must start going clockwise because the Nimitive needs to combine with the powdered Rakshasa tail before it mixes with the Horntail claw. Is that a bit clearer? He said calmly. Ron nodded truthfully, still surprised that Draco hadn't made fun of him. The 2 continued through the list, with Ron less afraid to voice his questions. At one point, their attention was caught when Harry's breath quickened noticeably. They both looked up worriedly to see Harry's eyebrows knitted together and a scared expression on his face. Harry, Ron called worriedly, reaching over to shake his friend awake. As soon as he touched him, Harry shot up in his seat with a gasp, eyes lit up with fright. His eyes immediately landed on his 2 friends, looking at him in concern. Harry looked away. How long have I been asleep? He asked casually, his voice sounding very weary. About an hour and a half, Ron informed him. Harry smiled at them tiredly, taking a sip of his cold tea. Wow, and you guys haven't killed each other. I'm so proud, he teased. How's the tutoring going? Good, Ron said shortly, not wanting to flatter Draco too much, but not wanting to offend him either. It was the least he could do after the Bee-Own had put so much effort into tutoring him. Why don't you go back to sleep? He suggested. Harry quickly averted his eyes. No, I'm not tired anymore, he lied, a slightly haunted tone to his voice. Ron and Draco exchanged a look. Harry had always been a completely crap liar. Well, We're almost done, and then we can leave so you can get some sleep, Ron said, mentally knocking a few things off the list Harry had made. He could figure those out later. Harry's head shot up. You don't have to go, he said quickly, sounding slightly panicked. Draco, do you have anything to add to the list I made? I mean, you're probably more familiar with what Professor Snape will put on the test. Harry, you need some rest. If you want, I can come back tomorrow to tutor Weasley, but you've been really tired lately. You need to go to sleep, Draco said firmly. I don't want to go to sleep, Harry insisted pleadingly. I don't need to go to sleep. I'm not tired anymore. Well, I'm getting tired, so we're going to call it quits soon, Ron lied. Harry obviously needed his sleep and he wouldn't get it if the two of them were there. Ron doubted Harry would get it even without them there, but at least there was a higher chance of it that way. Harry looked down dejectedly. Oh, okay. But don't feel rushed. Take as long as you like. I'm going to make some more tea if you guys want it, he said, getting up. He didn't want them to leave. It would be so much easier to stay awake if the other two were there to stay awake with him. He liked the company. He didn't want to be alone. Harry, don't make tea right now. It's right before bed, Draco pointed out. It'll keep you up. Ron thought that might be the point. It's fine. I'm not tired anyways, Harry said, though his body language said differently. As he sluggishly began to go through the motions of making tea, there were times when Ron was sure he was going to collapse onto the kitchen floor. Harry, have you been sleeping much lately? Draco asked bluntly. Harry stiffened at the question and turned around with a confused expression plastered onto his face. Yeah, of course. Where are you guys on the list I made? He asked, quickly changing the subject. Almost done, Ron answered, frustrated that Harry was closing himself off. It's kind of late, maybe I'll just stay the night. Is that all right, Harry? Ron asked in a moment of inspiration. Harry looked down at the floor. Actually, tonight's not a good night, Ron. I have a healer's appointment tomorrow morning. I thought you had them Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Draco challenged. Tomorrow's Saturday. Besides, Sev always goes with you to them and he would have told me if he was going to be gone tomorrow morning. He seemed to have realized that it would be good to have someone there to make sure Harry got to bed, or at least to find out how much sleep Harry was actually getting. Harry looked somewhat flustered at having been caught in a lie. Oh right. Just got confused with the days, I guess, he muttered. I think Sirius said you two didn't have anything planned for tomorrow and that I was welcome to stay the night if I wanted, Ron butted in. Oh, okay. Then yeah, sure, Harry said awkwardly. It was obvious that he didn't want Ron to stay the night, but Ron didn't take it personally. He knew that Harry hadn't slept the night he spent at the Burrow, and he was suspecting this was a nightly pattern now, a pattern he was trying to hide from everyone. So stop making tea, Harry, because I'm exhausted and we're going to go to bed soon and I don't want to have you bouncing off the walls while I'm trying to sleep, Ron said sternly, sounding frighteningly like his mother, a fact that disturbed him a bit. Harry sighed and looked longingly at the tea. Okay, he muttered, before reluctantly putting it away. Draco quickly explained one last potion to Ron before they quit, not bothering with the small bunch they had skipped. Thanks, Malfoy, Ron said awkwardly, as the bee-owned made to leave. Draco nodded curtly in acknowledgement before saying goodbye to Harry and flowing back home. Harry didn't even bother telling Sirius that Ron was staying, since the animagus was already asleep. Ron quickly stuck his head through the fire to tell his parents he was staying at the lighthouse for the night before the two boys went up to Harry's room. With Ron's help, Harry dragged the extra mattress out from under his bed. Ron watched as Harry looked at his closet warily as he slowly walked toward it to get the linens. Ron dodged over and opened it before Harry got to it, grabbing the extra sheets off the top shelf and the extra pair of pajamas he'd stowed there. He felt a pang of guilt, wondering if the seemingly harmless prank with he and the twins jumping out of Ginny's closet in the dark had unintentionally worked its way into Harry's fears, though he doubted it was the three redheads Harry feared would be behind the door. Finally, the two flicked off the lights and crawled into their respective beds. Night, Ron, Harry said before turning over in his bed to face the window, his back toward Ron. Night, Har, Ron said, not letting his disappointment work its way into his voice. With Harry's back toward him, it would be nearly impossible to figure out if the raven-haired boy had gone to sleep. Ron settled back into his pillow and settled for trying to listen for Harry's breathing to even out. A little over an hour later, Ron was beginning to drift into sleep, when he was brought back to awareness by a choked sob. It took a few seconds for him to realize what was going on, but when he realized Harry was thrashing around on the bed above him, Ron scrambled off of the mattress and was immediately at his friend's side. Harry's face was screwed up in terror and he was letting out the occasional sob as a few tears dripped down his face. He had gotten tangled up in his covers and was trying to kick and push them away. Harry, wake up! Ron hissed, grabbing Harry's shoulders and shaking them a bit. Harry bolted upright in bed, with a great gasp. He frantically struggled to get away from Ron, not fully aware of what was going on. No, let me go, he said quickly in a terrified voice. No, please. Harry, it's me. It's Ron, Ron said calmingly, not letting go of Harry's shoulders. Harry stopped fighting back. Ron, he asked, squinting through the darkness. Ron handed Harry his glasses from his nightstand. Yeah, it's me. Harry hit his arm. You idiot. What the hell? You nearly gave me a heart attack. He hissed, trying to calm down. You were having a nightmare, Ron explained, sitting down on the edge of Harry's bed. Harry stilled. Oh, what was it about? Ron asked gently. I can't remember. Probably Sirius's cooking, Harry joked dismissively. You were crying, Ron said quietly. Was not, Harry snapped defensively. Ron pointed to Harry's face, where several tears still clung to his skin. Harry wiped them away quickly and looked away. Was it about your uncle? Ron asked softly. No, Harry said quickly. Of course not. It was nothing. Why don't we just go back to sleep? Don't you mean me go back to sleep while you stay up for the rest of the night? Ron asked with a slight edge to his voice. Look, Harry, it's nothing to be ashamed about. Your family was horrible to you and hurt you every chance they got, when they were supposed to be there for you. And then your uncle attacked you after you thought it was all over. It would give anyone nightmares. Even I have nightmares from it, Aka. It wasn't like that, Harry interrupted defensively. What wasn't like that? Ron asked in confusion. Look, it wasn't as bad as you think. They weren't horrible to me. They took me in. They let me stay. Harry. Ron interrupted incredulously. They abused you. They did not. Harry protested. You don't know anything. Your uncle beat you up and tried to kill you several times. They were accidents. Ron gaped at him. You don't really think that, he said in disbelief. He just had a drinking problem. And a temper problem. It wasn't his fault. He couldn't help it and he didn't mean to, Harry rationalized. Harry, why are you making excuses for him? He singled you out. He didn't touch your cousin or your aunt. He didn't lock them in a cupboard or starve them. He did it to you and he did it on purpose, can't you see that? For Merlin's sakes he hunted you down at the Stensons after all this time. Can't you see your family treated you like scum? Ron asked incredulously. They know. They didn't mean to. They wouldn't hurt me on purpose. They're my family and they love me. Harry yelled. He immediately fell silent and his eyes grew wide. He blinked several times in surprise, trying to register what he had just said. He didn't even know where that had come from. He couldn't actually believe something so clearly untrue, could he? But he wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe it so badly, and had wanted to believe it for so long. Maybe he wanted it so badly that he had actually made himself believe it at some level. Maybe that's why it hurt so horribly. I, he stammered, feeling the need to say something but not know what. Ron was looking at him in shock. I didn't mean that. I don't know where that came from. I don't really think that, really. I know that's not true. I need to go to the loo. Excuse me, Harry said, still stunned. He pushed past Ron and dazedly got out of bed. Harry, wait, Ron called, but Harry just ignored him, feeling utterly humiliated. Out in the hall, he nearly collided with Sirius. Hey, Har, is everything okay? I thought I heard yelling. Is someone else here? Did Ron stay over? He asked worriedly. Yeah, Yeah, Ron's here, Harry said distractedly. We're fine. Ron just saw a spider, that's all. Oh, okay, Sirius said in relief. Oh, hello, Ron. Don't worry about being afraid of spiders. They're really creepy with all those legs, even if Harry here's not afraid of them, he said as the redhead came into the doorframe, misinterpreting the look on Ron's face. He turned back to Harry. You sure everything's okay then? Yeah, of course. I'm just going to the loo. See you in the morning, Sirius, Harry said. Sirius ruffled his hair and descended the stairs. Harry quickly made his way to the bathroom and closed the door behind him and locking it. He sank down to the floor and stared at the opposite wall. Harry, came the quiet call from the other side of the door. I'm fine. Go back to bed, Ron, Harry choked out, putting his head in his hands. He heard the footsteps pad away and then come back. There was a scraping sound and a click before the door slowly opened. Harry nearly groaned as he realized the twins had obviously taught their brother how to pick locks. Ron entered, shut the door behind him and sat down next to Harry.